A History of Philosophy. Volume I. Greece and Rome. Part 2. Frederick Copleston, S.L. Obviously to be the standard history of philosophy for many years to come. Blackfriars. Robert T. Bond. Examiner. There can be no doubt that this is the best text of the history of philosophy now available in English. The Historical Bulletin. Father Copleston presents in this volume a comprehensive survey of ancient philosophy. He discusses the matter at hand in a fresh and interesting as well as in an accurate and authoritative manner. This work is highly recommended. The Catholic Historical Review. A detailed, clear and judicious account of ancient philosophy from the pre-Socratics down to Neoplatonism, based on adequate knowledge of the sources and of the most important secondary material. The Journal of Philosophy. Father Copleston writes with ease and lucidity, and his book should be valuable not merely as a textbook but as an introduction to Christian philosophy for the general reader. Pax. Broad-minded and objective, comprehensive, and shoal. Arley, unified and well-proportioned. No thinker with any claim to distinction in ancient philosophy is dismissed. We cannot recommend too highly the adoption of Father Copleston's book as a manual in Cato-HC seminaries, colleges, and universities. Thought. Father Copleston has written an authoritative, well-documented history which the reader can trust. Although his work is far from being a popularization, it is not ponderous and has an easy style which makes for pleasant reading. The Thomist. The author's desire to be objective and fair is evidenced throughout by his painstaking recourse to primary sources and by a spirit of impartiality and tolerance in his critical appraisals. Theological Studies. A History of Philosophy. Volume I Part 2. Part 4. Aristotle. Chapter page 27, Life and Weddings of Aristotle 928, Logic of Aristotle 2029, The Metaphysics of Aristotle 3030, Philosophy of Nature and Psychology 6231, Aristotle's Ethics 74-2, Politics 9233, Aesthetics of Aristotle 100. Note on the older Peripatetics 110-4, Plato and Aristotle 113. Part 5. Post-Aristotelian Philosophy. 35, Introductory 123. Theaetetus 6, The Early Stoa 129. 37, Epicureanism 145. Note on Cynicism in the First Period of the Hellenistic Epoch I 56. 38, The Older Sceptics, the Middle and New Academies 157. 6 Contents. Chapter page 39, The Middle Stoa 165. Note on the Peripatetic School in the Hellenistic Roman period 169. 40, The Later Stoa 172. 41, Cynics, Eclectics, Sceptics 182. 42, Neo-Pythagoreanism 190. Note on Apollonius of Tyana 193-43. Middle Platonism 195-44, Jewish Hellenistic Philosophy 201. Fageti 5, Platonian Neoplatonism 207-46, Other Neoplatonic Schools 219-47, Concluding Review 229. Appendices. Chapter 27. Life and Writings of Aristotle. Aristotle was born in 384-3 BC at Stagira in Thrace, and was the son of Nicomachus, a physician of the Macedonian king, Amyntas II. When he was about 17 years old, Aristotle went to Athens for purposes of study and became a member of the Academy in 368-7 BC, where for over 20 years he was in constant intercourse with Plato until the latter's death in 348-7 BC. He thus entered the Academy at the time when Plato's later dialectic was being developed and the religious tendency was gaining ground in the great philosopher's mind. Probably already at this time Aristotle was paying attention to empirical science, i.e. at the time of Plato's death, and it may be that he had already departed from the master's teaching on various points, but there can be no question of any radical break between master and pupil as long as the former was still alive. It is impossible to suppose that Aristotle could have remained all that time in the academy had he already taken up a radically different philosophical position to that of his master. Moreover, even after Plato's death, Aristotle still uses the first-person plural of the representatives of the Platonic doctrine of ideas, and soon after Plato's death Aristotle eulogizes him as the man whom bad men have not even the right to praise, and who showed in his life and teachings how to be happy and good at the same time. The notion that Aristotle was in any real sense an opponent of Plato in the academy and that he was a thorn in the side of the master, is scarcely tenable. Aristotle found in Plato a guide and friend for whom he had the greatest admiration. 10. And though in later years his own scientific interests tended to come much more to the fore, the metaphysical and religious teaching of Plato had a lasting influence upon him. Indeed, it was this side of Plato's teaching that would have perhaps a special value for Aristotle, as offsetting his own bent towards empirical studies. In fact, this myth of a cool, static, unchanging, and purely critical Aristotle, without illusions, experiences, or history, breaks to pieces under the weight of the facts which up to now have been artificially suppressed for its sake. As I shall briefly indicate, when considering Aristotle's writings, the philosopher developed his own personal standpoint only gradually, and this is, after all, only what one would naturally expect. After Plato's death Aristotle left Athens with Xenocrates. Speusippus, Plato's nephew, had become head of the academy, and with him Aristotle did not see eye to eye. In any case he may not have wished to remain in the academy in a subordinate position under its new head, and founded a branch of the academy at Assos in the Troad. Here he influenced Hermias, ruler of Adamas, and married his niece and adopted daughter, Pythias. While working at Assos, Aristotle no doubt began to develop his own independent views. 3 years later he went to Mytilene in Lesbos, and it was there that he was probably in intercourse with Theophrastus, a native of Ersus on the same island, who was later the most celebrated disciple of Aristotle. Hermias entered into negotiations with Phip of Macedon, who conceived the idea of an Hellenic defeat of the Persians. The Persian general, Mentor, got hold of Hermias by treachery and carried him off to Susa, where he was tortured but kept silence. His last message was, "Tell my friends and companions that I have done nothing weak or unworthy of philosophy." Aristotle published a poem in his honor. 3. I-343/2 Aristotle was invited to Pella by Philip of Macedon to undertake the education of his son Alexander, then 13 years old. This period at the court of Macedon and the endeavor to exercise a real moral influence on the young prince, who was later to play so prominent a part on the political stage and to go down to posterity as Alexander the Great, should have done much to widen Aristotle's horizon and to free him from the narrow conceptions of the ordinary Greek, though the effect does not seem to have been so great as might have been expected. Aristotle never 11. Ceased to share the Greek view of the city-state as the center of faith. When Alexander ascended the throne in 336/5, Aristotle left Macedon, his pedagogical activity being now presumably at an end, and probably went for a time to Stagira, his native city, which Alexander rebuilt as payment of his debt to his teacher. After a time the connection between the philosopher and his pupil became weaker. Aristotle, though approving to a certain extent of Macedonian poetics, did not approve of Alexander's tendency to regard Greeks and barbarians as on an equal footing. Moreover, in 327, Callisthenes, nephew of Aristotle, who had been taken into the service of Alexander on Aristotle's recommendation, was suspected of taking part in a conspiracy and was executed. In 335/4 Aristotle had returned to Athens, where he founded his own school. Apart from the fact of his absence from Athens for some years, the development of his own ideas no doubt precluded any return to the Athenian academy. The new school was in the northeast of the city, at the Lyceum, the precincts of Apollo Lycurgus. The school was also known as the FLEP, and the members as OLNAPT, from their custom of carrying on their discussions while walking up and down in the covered ambulatory, or simply because much of the instruction was given in the ambulatory. The school was dedicated to the Muses. Besides educational and tuitional work, the Lyceum seems to have had, in a more prominent way than the Academy, the character of a union or society in which mature thinkers carried on their studies and research. It was in effect a university or scientific institute, equipped with library and teachers, in which lectures were regularly given. In 323 BC, Alexander the Great died, and the reaction in Greece against Macedonian suzerainty led to a charge of dipsia against Aristotle, who had been so closely connected with the great leader in his younger days. Aristotle withdrew from Athens, lest the Athenians should sin against philosophy for the second time, he is reported to have said, and went to Chalcis in Euboea, where he lived on an estate of his dead mother. Shortly afterwards, in 322/1 BC, he died of an illness. The works of Aristotle. The writings of Aristotle fall into three main periods: I. The period of his intercourse with Plato; 2. The years of 12. His activity at Assos and Mytilene; 3. The time of his headship of the Lyceum at Athens. The works fall also into two groups or kinds: I. The exoteric works C0T Piko, K6 Volkoil, which were written for the most part in dialogue form and intended for general publication, and 2. The pedagogical works Dkapo Ati Kolkoit, Utto Ivir Mixa, Irpaixteia, which foi the basis of Aristotle's lectures in the Lyceum. The former exist only in fragments, but of the latter kind we possess a large number. These pedagogical works were first made known to the public in the edition of Andronicus of Rhodes, c. 60–50 BC, and it is these works which have earned for Aristotle a reputation for baldness of style unembellished by fairer graces. It has been pointed out that, though a great inventor of philosophical terms, Aristotle was neglectful of style and of verbal beauty, while Lee's interest in philosophy was too serious to admit of his employing metaphor instead of clear reason or of relapsing into myth. Now, this is sheoi of the pedagogical works that they lack the literary graces, but it is also true that the works which Aristotle himself published, and of which we possess only fragments, did not disdain the literary graces. Their fluent style was praised by Cicero*, and even myths were occasionally introduced. They do, however, represent Aristotle's earlier work, when he was under direct Platonic influence or working his way towards his own independent position. In Aristotle's first period of literary activity he may be said to have adhered closely to Plato, his teacher, both in content and, in general at least, in phone, though in the dialogues Aristotle seems to have appeared himself as the leader of the conversation. Cerno ita inducitur cita orum. Tid pensipsium sid principatus, so cic. Ad att 13, 19, 4. It is most probable that in the dialogues Aristotle held the Platonic philosophy, and only later changed his mind. Plutarch speaks of Aristotle as changing his mind, I pound tati 6ea6ai. Moreover, Cephisidorus, pupil of Isocrates, saddles Aistode with Plato's theories, e.g. concerning the ideas. A. To this period belongs the dialogue of Eudemus, or On the Soul, in which Aristotle shares Plato's doctrine of recollection and the apprehension of the ideas in a state of pre-existence, and is in general dominated by the masters in Dotians. Aristotle argues for the immortality of the soul on lines suggested by the Phaedo: the soul is not a mere 13. Harmony of the body. Hanani has a contrary, namely, disharmony. But the soul has no contrary. Therefore the soul is not a harmony. Aristotle supposes pre-existence, and the substantiality of the soul also forms. Just as men who fall ill may lose their memories, so the soul, on entering this phe, forgets the state of pre-existence, but just as those who recover health after sickness remember their suffering, so the soul after death remembers this life. Life apart from the body is the soul's normal state, kakskpoave. Its inhabitation of the body is really a severe illness. This is a very different view from that afterwards put forward by Aristotle when he had taken up his own independent position. B. The Protrepticus also belongs to this period of Aristotle's development. This appears to have been an epistle to the Myson of Cyprus and not a dialogue. In this work the Platonic doctrine of forms is maintained, and the philosopher is depicted as one who contemplates these forms or ideas and not the imitations of them. OTCOVYDP ektijsarik, DCXXOU for J DTCOV. Again phronesis retains the Platonic signification, denoting metaphysical speculation, and so having a theoretical meaning and not the purely practical significance of the Nicomachean ethics. In the Protrepticus Aristotle also emphasizes the worthlessness of earthly goods, and depicts this life as the death or tomb of the soul, which enters into time and higher life only through bodily death. This view certainly indicates direct Platonic influence, for in the Nicomachean Ethics Aristotle insists on the necessity of earthly goods, in some degree at least, for the truly happy life, and so even for the philosopher. C. It is probable that the oldest parts of the logical works, of the physics, and perhaps also of the De Anima, Book R, date back to this period. Thus if a preliminary sketch of the metaphysics, including Book A, dates back to Aristotle's second period, it is to be supposed that physics, Book 2, dates back to his first period, since in the first book of the metaphysics there is a reference to the physics, or at least the setting out of the theory of the causes is presupposed. 10. It is probable that the physics fall into two groups of monographs, and the first two books and Book 7 are to be ascribed to the earliest period of Aristotle's literary activity. 2. In his second period Aristotle began to diverge from his former predominantly Platonic position and to adopt a more critical attitude towards the teaching of the Academy. 14. He still looked on himself as an academician apparently, but it is the period of criticism or of growing criticism in regard to Platonism. The period is represented by the Dialogue on Philosophy, Uspi, Ikoeo, Ioct, a work which combines clear Platonic influence with a criticism of some of Plato's most characteristic theories. Thus although Aristotle represents Plato as the culmination of previous philosophy, and indeed as regards pre-Aristotelian philosophy, Aristotle always held this idea. He criticizes the Platonic theory of forms or ideas, at least under its later form of development at Plato's hands. If the ideas were another kind of number, and not the mathematical, we should have no understanding of it. For who understands another kind of number, at any rate among the majority of us? Happy face. Similarly, although Aristotle adopts more or less Plato's stellar theology, the concept of the unmoved mover makes its appearance. Though Aristotle has not yet adopted the multitudinous movers of his later metaphysics. He applies the term visible God to autov opaque sov to the cosmos or heaven, a 10 which is of Platonic derivation. It is interesting that the argument for the existence of the divine drawn from the gradations of perfections is found in this dialogue. In general, wherever there is a better there is also a best. Now, since among the things that are one is better than another, there is also a best thing, and this would be the divine. Aristotle supposes apparently the gradation of real forms. Happy face. Q subjective belief in God's existence is derived by Aristotle from the soul's experience of ecstasies and prophecies in e.g. the state of sleep, and from the sight of the starry heavens, though such recognition of occult phenomena is really foreign to Aristotle's later development. In this dialogue, then, Aristotle combines elements that can have no other source than Plato and his circle with elements of criticism of the Platonic philosophy, as when he criticizes the Platonic theory of ideas or the doctrine of creation as given in the Timaeus, asserting the eternity of the world. Happy face. It appears that a first sketch of the metaphysics goes back to this second period in Aristotle's development, the period of transition. This would comprise Book A, the use of the term we denoting the transitional period. Book B, Book K, 1-8, Book A, E.Sep C8, Book M, GIO, Book N. According to Jaeger, the attack in the original metaphysics was directed mainly against Speusippus ***. 15. The Eudemian ethics are sometimes thought to belong to this period, and to date from Aristotle's sojourn at Assos. Aristotle still holds to the Platonic conception of phyonsis, though the object of philosophic contemplation is no longer the ideal world of Plato but the transcendent God of the metaphysics. It is also probable that an original politics dates from this second period, including books 2, 3, 7, 8, which deal with the ideal state. Utopias on the style of the Platonic Republic are criticized by Aristotle. The writings De Cielo and De Generatione et Corruptione, Riap Opavo and Ephes Blyaviskok, Kal, J, 9 Opak, are also ascribed to this period with probability. 3. Aristotle's third period, 335 to 322, is that of his activity in the Lyceum. It is in this period that there appears Aristotle the empirical observer and scientist, who is yet concerned to raise a sure philosophical building upon a firm foundation sunk deep in the earth. We cannot but marvel at the power of organizing detailed research in the provinces of nature and history that is shown by Aristotle in this last period of his life. There had, indeed, been in the Academy a practice of classification, mainly for logical purposes, that involved a certain amount of empirical observation, but there was nothing of the sustained and systematic investigation into details of nature and history that the Lyceum carried out under the direction of Aristotle. This spirit of exact research into the phenomena of nature and history really represents something new in the Greek world, and the credit for it must undoubtedly go to Aristotle. But it will not do to represent Aristotle as merely a positivist in the last phase of his life, as is sometimes done, for there is really no evidence to show that he ever abandoned metaphysics, in spite of his interest in exact, scientific research. Aristotle's lectures in the school formed the basis of his pedagogical works, which were circulated among the members of the school, and were, as Ahedi mentioned, first given to the public by Andronicus of Rhodes. Most of the pedagogical works belong to this period, except, of course, those portions of works which are probably to be ascribed to an earlier phase. These pedagogical works have offered many difficulties to scholars, e.g. because of the unsatisfactory connections between books, sections that appear to break the logical succession of thought, and so on. It now appears probable that these works represent lectures of Aristotle. 16. Which were equivalently published so far as the school was concerned by being given as lectures. But this does not imply that each work represents a single lecture or a continuous course of lectures, rather are they different sections or lectures which were later put together and given an external unity by means of a common title. This work of composition can have been only in part accomplished by Aristotle himself. It continued in the following generations of the school and was first completed by Andronicus of Rhodes, if not later. These WDRKs of Aristotle's third period may be divided into, a. Logical works, combined in Byzantine times as the Organon. The categories or Katertiopiae, Aristotelian in content at least, the De Interpretatione or N.Pi.Pir, V.Ia, on proposition and judgment, the Prior Analytics oi Avasu Tikocfi Poxpa, 2 books on inference, the Posterior Anoetics or Avasu Tikajaxpa, 2 books on proof, knowledge of principles, etc., the Topics or Todikik, 8 books on dialectic or probable proof, the Sophistical Fallacies or Repiaic Piatik Kavizi, Cov. B. Metaphysical works. The Metaphysics, a collection of lectures of different dates, so called from its position in the Aristotelian corpus, probably by a peripatetic before the time of Andronicus. C. Works on natural philosophy, natural science, psychology, etc. The Physics or Q, Uaikrdc Capoaic, or PKCC or TOCITEPL, POECDQ. This work consists of 8 books, of which the first two must be referred to Aristotle's Platonic period. Metaphysics A 983 A 32-3 refers to the physics, or rather presupposes explicitly the setting out of the theory of causes in Physics 2. Book 7 of the Physics probably belongs also to the earlier work of Aristotle, while Book 8 is really not part of the Physics at all, since it quotes the Physics, with the remark as we have previously shown in the Physics. The total work would then appear to have consisted originally of a number of independent monographs, a supposition borne out by the fact that the Metaphysics quotes as Physics the two works De Cielo and De Generatione et Kernchen. 17. The Meteorology or MSTE Kopokoi LKD or FLEPLI pound T pound SPCOV, 4 books. The Histories of Animals or NEPLTOC Essay Lotoptai, 10 books on comparative anatomy and physiology, of which the last is probably post-Aristotle. The Avatu AC in 7 books, which is lost. The De Incessu Animalium or Respi Pkov Iropsiac, 1 book, and the De Motu Animalium or FLEPL Pkov KLVRA Poundco, 1 book. The De Generatione Animalium or FLEPL Puv YSVEQ Ecoke, 5 books. The De Anima or FLSPL Epoxrjake, Aristotle's Psychology in 3 books. The Parva Naturalia, a number of smaller treatises deemed WDTH such subjects as perception, FLEPL Allegria Ecoke KAL Ala 6 TTC 5V, memory, FLEPL IVR TQ KAL Dve Ivria Ecoque, sleep and waking, FLEPL Yodivo KAL pound YPTY 6 Pa Ecoque, dreams, FLEPL Evudvlogv, long Hfe and short Hfe, FLEPL AK Popel 6 TR Tok Kosi Puxapel OTTITOC, Hfe and death, FISPL Kof KAL Bavatou, breathing, FLEPL Dvokvov Jake, divination in sleep, FLEPL XFJC, K9 Utvov Lav TIKFJC. The Fralamata, Flopopekri Atta, seems to be a collection of problems, gradually formed, which grew up round a nucleus of notes or jottings made by Aristotle himself. D. Works on ethics and politics. The Magna Moralia or HGKD Elite XA, in 2 books, which would seem to be a genuine work of Aristotle, at least so far as the content is concerned, O part would appear to date from a time when Aristotle was still more or less in agreement with Plato. The Nicomachean Ethics, HGIKDNLKO DX Ta, in 10 books, a work which was edited by Aristotle's son Nicomachus after the philosopher's death. The Politics, Flo 11 TLKD, of which books 2, 3, 7, 8, would appear to date from the second period of Aristotle's literary activity. Books 4 to 6 were, thinks Jaeger, inserted before the first book was prefixed to the whole, for Book 4 refers to 3 as the beginning of the work Ev Tolk Tupkixo LC, X6 Yo LQ. The contents of 2 are merely negative. Happy Face, collection of constitutions of 158 states. That of Athens was found in papyrus in 1891. 18. E. Works on aesthetics, history, and literature. The Rhetoric, Texv, 6 RT0 Pi KF, in TE books. The Poetics, Risplyral Ri TIKF asterisk, which is incomplete, part having been lost. Records of dramatic performances at Athens, collection of Didascalia, list of victors at Olympic and Pythian Games. Aristotle was engaged on a work concerning the Homeric problem, a treatise on the territorial rights of states, Nepl Tkov Todakov Esikik Biakra Uozakov, etc. There is no need to suppose that all these works, for example the collection of the 158 constitutions, were by Aristotle himself, but they would have been initiated by him and carried out under his superintendence. He entrusted others with the compilation of a history of natural philosophy, Theophrastus of mathematics and astronomy, Eudemus of roads, and medicine, Meno. One can but marvel at the catholicity of his interests and the scope of his aims. The mere HST of Aristotle's works shows a rather different spirit to that of Plato, for it is obvious that Aristotle was drawn towards the empirical and scientific, and that he did not tend to treat the objects of this world as semi-illusory or as unfit to be objects of knowledge. But this difference in tendency, a difference which was no doubt accentuated as time went on, has, when coupled with consideration of such facts as the Aristotelian opposition to the Platonic theory of ideas and to the Platonic dualistic psychology, led to the popular conception of a radical contrast between the two great philosophers. There is, of course, truth in this view, since there are clear cases of opposition between their tenets and also a general difference in atmosphere, at least if we compare Plato's exoteric works, and we have no other with Aristotle's pedagogical works, but it can easily be exaggerated. Aristotelianism, historically speaking, is not the opposite of Platonism, but its development, correcting one-sided theories or trying to do so, such as the theory of ideas, the dualistic psychology of Plato, etc., and supplying a firmer foundation in physical fact. That something of value was omitted at the same time is TME, but that simply shows that the two philosophies should not be considered as two diametrically opposed systems, but as two complementary philosophical spirits and bodies of doctrine. A synthesis was later attempted in Neoplatonism, and medieval philosophy shows the same sin. 19. Thetic spirit. St. Thomas, for instance, though speaking of Aristotle as the philosopher, could not, and would not have wished to, cut himself off entirely from the Platonic tradition, while in the Franciscan school even Saint Bonaventure, who awarded the palm to Plato, did not disdain to make use of peripatetic doctrines, and Duns Scotus carried much further the impregnation of the Franciscan spirit with Aristotelian elements. And it should not be supposed that Aristotle, in his enthusiasm for facts and his desire to set a firm empirical and scientific foundation, was lacking in systematic power or ever renounced his metaphysical interest. Both Platonism and Aristotelianism culminate in metaphysics. Thus Goethe can compare Aristotle's philosophy to a pyramid rising on high in regular form from a broad basis on the earth, and that of Plato to an obelisk or a tongue of flame which shoots up to heaven. Nevertheless, I must admit that, in my opinion, the direction of Aristotle's thought was increasingly directed away from the Platonic position to which he at first adhered, while the results of his new orientation of thought do not always combine harmoniously with those elements of the Platonic legacy which he seems to have retained to the last. Chapter 28. Logic of 1. Although Aristotle divides philosophy systematically in different ways on different occasions, we may say that the following is his considered view of the matter. I. Theoretical philosophy, in which knowledge as such is the end in view and not any practical purpose, is divided into a. Physics or natural philosophy, which has to do with material things which are subject to motion, b. Mathematics, which has to do with the unmoved but unseparated from matter, c. Metaphysics, which has to do with the separated, transcendent, and unmoved. Metaphysics would thus include what we know as natural theology. 2. Practical philosophy, itpakti, deals principally with political science, but has as subsidiary disciplines strategy, economics, and rhetoric, since the ends envisaged by these disciplines are subsidiary to and depend on that of political science. 3. Poetical philosophy, 7 tolrtikr, has to do with production and not with action as such, as in the case with practical philosophy, which includes ethical action in the wider or political sense, and is to all intents and purposes the theory of art. 62. The Aristotelian logic is often termed formal logic. Inasmuch as the logic of Aristotle is an analysis of the forms of thought, hence the term analytic, this is an apt characterization, but it would be a very great mistake to suppose that for Aristotle logic concerns the forms of human thinking in such an exclusive way that it has no connection with external reality. He is chiefly concerned with the forms of proof, and he assumes that the conclusion of a scientific proof gives certain knowledge concerning reality. 4x. 20. Logic of 21 ample, in the syllogism all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. It is not merely that the conclusion is deduced coi tcctly according to the formal laws of logic. Aristotle assumes that the conclusion is verified in reality. He presupposes, therefore, a res theory of knowledge, and for him logic, though an analysis of the forms of thought, is an analysis of the thought that thinks reality, that reproduces it conceptually within itself, and, in the THIRD judgment, makes statements about reality which are verified in the external world. It is an analysis of human thought in its thought about reality, though Aristotle certainly admits that things do not always exist in extramental reality precisely as they are conceived by the mind, e.g. the universal. This may be clearly seen in his doctrine of the categories. From the logical viewpoint, the categories comprise the ways in which we think about things, for instance, predicating qualities of substances, but at the same time they are ways in which things actually exist. Things are substances and actually have accidents. The categories demand, therefore, not only a logical but also a metaphysical treatment. Aristotle's logic, then, must not be akin to the transcendental logic of Kant, since it is not concerned to isolate a priori forms of thought which are contributed by the mind alone in its active process of knowledge. Aristotle does not raise the critical problem. He assumes a res epistemology, and assumes that the categories of thought, which we express in language, are also the objective categories of external reality. 3. In the categories and in the topics, the number of categories or predicamenta is given as 10, ouaia or tieoti, man or horse, iroaof, tee yards long, toyof, white, airpok tl, double, iroo, in the marketplace, rtote, last year, keia guy, he's, sits, scythe, armed, with shoes, tolulv, cuts, eokakif, is cut or burnt. But in the posterior analytics they appear as 8, kiasai or situs and pound, pound for or habitus being subsumed under the other categories. Aristotle, therefore, can hardly have looked upon the deduction of the categories as definitive. Nevertheless, even if the tenfold division of the categories was not looked upon as definitive by Aristotle, there is no reason to suppose that he regarded the list of categories as a haphazard feast, devoid of structural arrangement. On the contrary, the list of the categories constitutes an orderly arrangement. 22. Classification of concepts, the fundamental types of concepts governing our scientific knowledge. The word kat-yop means to predicate, and in the topics Aristotle considers the categories as a classification of predicates, the ways in which we think of being as realized. For example, we think of an object either as a substance or as a determination of substance, as falling under one of the 9 categories that express the way in which we think of substance as being determined. In the categories, Aristotle considers the categories rather as the classification of genera, species, and individuals from the summa genera down to individual entities. If we examine our concepts, the ways in which we represent things mentally, we shall find, for example, that we have concepts of organic bodies, of animals, a subordinate genus, of sheep, a species of animal, but organic bodies, animals, sheep, are all included in the category of substance. Similarly, we may think of color in general, of blueness in general, of cobalt, but color, blueness, cobalt, all fall under the category of quality. The categories, however, were not in Aristotle's mind simply modes of mental representation, molds of concepts. They represent the actual modes of being in the extramental world, and FOIT and the bridge between logic and metaphysics, which latter science has substance as its chief subject. They have, therefore, an ontological as well as a logical aspect, and it is perhaps in their ontological aspect that their orderly and structural arrangement appears most clearly. Thus, in order that being may exist, substance must exist, that is, as it were, the starting point. Only singulars actually exist outside the mind, and for a singular to exist independently in this way it must be a substance. But it cannot exist merely as a substance, it must have accidental forms. For instance, a swan cannot exist unless it has some color, while it cannot have color unless it has quantity, extension. At once, then, we have the first three categories: substance, quantity, quality, which are intrinsic determinations of the object. But the swan is the same in specific nature as other swans, is equal in size or unequal in size to other substances, in other words, it stands in some relation to other objects. Moreover, the swan as a physical substance, must exist in a certain place and at a certain period, must have a certain posture. Again, material substances, as belonging to a cosmic system, act and are acted upon. Thus some of the categories belong to the object considered in itself, as its intrinsic logic of 23 terminations, while others belong to it as extrinsic determinations, affecting it as standing in relation to other material objects. It will be seen, therefore, that even if the number of the categories could be reduced by subsuming certain categories under others, the principle whereby the categories are deduced is by no means merely a haphazard principle. In the posterior analytics, in connection with definition, and in the topics, Aristotle discusses the predicibles or various relations in which universal terms may stand to the subjects of which they are predicated. They are genus, y-evoc, species, pound L60c, difference, syak-popt, property, L5 love, accident, OIP pound PR, K6Q. In the topics, I, C8, Aristotle bases his division of the predicibles on the relations between subject and predicate. Thus if the predicate is coextensive with the subject, it either gives us the essence of the subject or a property of the subject, while if it is not coextensive with the subject, it either forms part of the attributes comprised in the definition of the subject, when it will be either a genus or a difference, or it does not do so, in which case it will be an accident. Essential definitions are strict definitions by genus and difference, and Aristotle considered definition as involving a process of division down to the infamy species, cf. Plato. But it is important to remember that Aristotle, aware that we are by no means always able to attain an essential or real definition, allows for nominal or descriptive definitions even though he had no high opinion of them, regarding as he did essential definitions as the only type of definition really worthy of the name. The distinction, however, is of importance, since in point of fact, we have to be content, in regard to the natural objects studied by physical science, with distinctive or characteristic definitions, which even if they approach the ideal more closely than Aristotle's nominal or descriptive definition, do not actually attain it. Some writers have emphasized the influence of language on philosophy. For instance, because we speak of the rose as being red, and this is necessary for purposes of social life and communication, we are naturally inclined to think that in the actual objective order there is a quality or accident, redness, which inheres in a thing or substance, the rose. The philosophical categories of substance and accident can thus be traced back to the influence of words, of language. But it should be remembered that language FOYO's thought 24 is built up as an expression of thought, and this is especially true of philosophical tenets. When Aristotle laid down the ways in which the mind thinks about things, it is that he could not get away from language as the medium of thought, but the language follows thought and thought follows things. Language is not an a priori construction. 4. Scientific knowledge par excellence means for Aristotle, deducing the particular from the general or the conditioned from its cause, so that we know both the cause on which the fact depends and the necessary connection between the fact and its cause. In other words, we have scientific knowledge when we know the cause on which the fact depends, as the cause of that fact and of no other, and further, that the fact could not be other than it is. Happy face, but though the premises are prior to the conclusion from the logical viewpoint, Aristotle clearly recognizes that there is a difference between logical priority or priority in se and epistemological priority quod nos. he expressly states that prior and better known are ambiguous terms, for there is a difference between what is prior and better known in the order of being and what is prior and better known to man. I mean that objects nearer to sense are prior and better known to man, objects without qualification prior and better known are those further from sense. Happy face, J. Other words, our knowledge starts from sense, i.e. from the particular, and ascends to the general or universal. Thus it is clear that we must get to know the primary premises by induction, for the methods by which even sense perception implants the universal is inductive. Happy face, Aristotle is thus compelled to treat not only of deduction, but also of induction. For instance, in the aforementioned syllogism the major premise, all men are mortal, is founded on sense perception, and Aristotle has to justify both sense perception and memory, since both are involved. Hence we have the doctrine that the senses as such never err, it is only the judgment which is true or false. Thus if a patient who is suffering from delirium tremens sees pink rats, the senses as such do not err, error arises when the patient judges that the pink rats are out there, as real extramatally existing objects. Similarly, the sun appears smaller than the earth, but this is not an error on the part of the senses. Indeed, if the sun appeared as large than the earth, the senses would be out of order. Error arises when, through a lack of astronomical knowledge, a logic of 25 man judges that the sun is objectively smaller than the earth. 5. In the Analytics, therefore, Aristotle treats, not only of scientific proof, demonstration, or deduction, but also of induction, estrakoir. Scientific induction means for him complete induction, and he expressly states that induction proceeds to an enumeration of all the cases. Incomplete induction is of use especially to the orator. Aristotle used experiment but did not elaborate a scientific methodology of induction and the use of hypothesis. Although he admits that syllogism through induction is clearer to us, happy face, his ideal remains that of deduction, of syllogistic demonstration. The analysis of deductive processes he carried to a very high level and very completely, but he cannot be said to have done the same for induction. This was no doubt only natural in the ancient world, where mathematics was so much more highly developed than natural science. Nevertheless, after stating that sense perception as such cannot attain the universal, Aristotle points out that we may observe groups of singulars or watch the frequent recurrence of an event, and so, by the use of the abstract reason, attain to knowledge of a universal essence or principle. Happy face. 6. In the prior Analytics Aristotle inquires into the phones of inference, and he defines the syllogism as discourse in which certain things being stated, something other than what is stated follows of necessity from their being so. Happy face, he discusses the three figures of the syllogism, etc. I. The middle term is subject in one premise and predicate in the other. Thus, M is P, S is M, therefore S is P. Every animal is a substance. Every man is an animal. Therefore every man is a substance. 2. The middle term is predicate in both premises. P is M, S is not M, therefore S is not P. Every man is risible. But no horse is risible. Therefore no horse is a man. 3. The middle term is subject in both premises. Thus, M is P, M is S, therefore S is P. Every man is risible. But every man is an animal. Therefore some animals are risible. In the topics Aristotle distinguishes demonstrative reasoning, i.e. when the premises from which the reasoning starts are true and primary, or are such that our knowledge of them has originally come through premises which are 26. Primary and ti, from dialectical reasoning, i.e. reasoning from opinions that are generally accepted, i.e. by all, or by the majority, or by the most notable and illustrious of them. He adds a third kind of reasoning, heuristic or contentious reasoning, which starts from opinions that seem to be generally accepted, but are not really such. This third is dealt with at length in the De Sophisticis Elenchis, where Aristotle examines, classifies, and solves the various kinds of fallacy. 7. Aristotle saw clearly that the premises in deduction themselves need proof, while on the other hand if every principle needs proof, we shall be involved in a processus in infinitum and nothing will be proved. He held, therefore, that there are certain principles which are known intuitively and immediately without demonstration. The highest of these principles is the principle of contradiction. Of these principles no proof can be given. For example, the logical form of the principle of contradiction of two propositions, one of which affirms something and the other denies the same thing, one must be true and the other false, is not a proof of the principle in its metaphysical form, e.g. the same thing cannot be an attribute and not an attribute of the same subject at the same time and in the same way. It simply exhibits the fact that no thinker can question the principle which is at the basis of all thinking and is presupposed. Registered we have, therefore, first principles, perceived by VOGC, 2, what is derived necessarily from first principles, perceived by tria TF and, 3, what is contingent and could be otherwise, the subject of 56 A. But Aristotle saw that the major premise of a syllogism, e.g., all men are mortal, cannot be derived immediately from the first principles, it depends also on induction. This involves a realist theory of universals, and Aristotle declares that induction exhibits the universal as implicit in the clearly known particular. 21.8. In a book of this nature it would scarcely be desirable to enter upon a detailed exposition and discussion of the Aristotelian logic, but it is necessary to emphasize the very great contribution that Aristotle made to human thought in this branch of science, especially in regard to the syllogism. That logical analysis and division had been pursued in the Academy, in connection with the theory of FOITNS, is quite geoi. One has only to think of the discussions in the Sophist, but it was Aristotle who first constituted logic, analytics, as a separate science, and it was Aristotle. Logic of 27 who discovered, isolated, and analyzed the fundamental form of inference, namely, the syllogism. This is one of his lasting achievements, and even if it were his only positive achievement, it would still be one for which his name would rightly be held in lasting memory. One could not justifiably assert that Aristotle made a complete analysis of all deductive processes, for the classical syllogism supposes, 3 propositions, each in subject and predicate phone, 2, 3 terms, from which each proposition takes both subject and predicate, and, given this situation, determines the cases in which 2 of the propositions entail the third in virtue, either, a, of logical form only, or, b, of an adjoined existence assertion, as with derivty. Aristotle, for instance, did not consider that other form of inference discussed by Cardinal Newman in his Grammar of Assent, when the mind derives conclusions, not from certain propositions but from certain concrete facts. The mind considers these facts and, after forming a critical estimate of them, infers a conclusion, which is not a general proposition, as in induction proper, but a particular conclusion such as, e.g. the prisoner is innocent. It is certainly true that general propositions are implied, e.g. evidence of a certain type is compatible, or incompatible, with the innocence of an accused man, but the mind is not actually concerned to elicit the implication of presupposed propositions so much as to elicit the implications of a number of concrete facts. St. Thomas Aquinas recognized this type of reasoning, and attributed it to the vis cogitativa, also called ratio particularis. Happy face, moreover, even in regard to that form of inference which Aristotle analyzed, he did not really consider the question, whether these general principles from which it starts are simply fomial principles or have ontological import. The latter view seems to be assumed for the most part. But it would be absurd to criticize Aristotle adversely for not having made a complete study of all the forms of inference, and for not having clearly raised and solved all the questions that might be raised in connection with the forms of human thought. The task that he did undertake to accomplish, he accomplished very well, and the group of his logical theodices, later termed the organon, constitute a masterpiece of the human mind. It is not without reason, we may be sure, that Aristotle represents himself as being a pioneer in logical analysis and systematization. At the close of the De Sophisticis Elenchis he remarks, that while much 28 had been said by others before him on the subject of rhetoric, for instance, he had no anterior work to speak of on the subject of reasoning, which he might have used as a foundation, but was compelled to break what was practically new ground. It was not the case that systematic analysis of the reasoning processes had been already completed in part, nothing at all existed in this line. The professors of rhetoric had given their pupils an empirical training in contentious arguments, but they never worked out a scientific methodology or a systematic exposition of the subject. He had had to start from the beginning by himself. Aristote's claim in reference to the particular subject matter of the De Sophisticis Elenchis is doubtless substantially just in regard to the discovery and analysis of the syllogism in general. Occasionally one hears people speak as though modern logical studies had deprived the traditional Aristotelian logic of all value, as though one could now relegate the traditional logic to the lumber room of museum pieces, of interest only to the philosophical antiquarian. On the other hand, those who have been brought up according to the Aristotelian tradition may be tempted to display a mistaken loyalty to that addition by attacking, e.g. modum symbiosis logic. Either extreme is in fact unwarranted, and it is necessary to adopt a sane and balanced position, recognizing indeed the incompleteness of the Aristotelian logic and the value of modem logic, but at the same time refusing to discredit the Aristotelian logic on the ground that it does not cover the whole province of logic. This sane and balanced position is the position maintained by those who have made a deep study of logic, a point that needs to be emphasized lest it be thought that it is only scholastic philosophers, speaking pro domo sua, who in the present age still attach any value to the logic of Aristotle. Thus, while affirming, and rightly affirming, that it is no longer possible to regard it as constituting the whole subject of deduction, Susan Stebbing admits that the additional syllogism retains its value. 2-3 While Heinrich Scholz declares that the Aristotelian organon is today still the most beautiful and instructive introduction to logic ever written by man. Modem symbolic logic may be an addition, and a very valuable addition, to the logic of Aristotle, but it should not be regarded as a completely opposite counter thereto. It differs from logic of 29 non-symbolic logic by its higher degree of formation, e.g. by the idea of propositional functionality. 9. This necessarily brief and curtailed treatment of the Aristotelian logic may profitably be concluded by a summary of a few characteristic topics discussed in the organon, a summary from which will appear the wide range of the Aristotelian logical analysis. In the categories, Aristotle treats of the range of variability of subject and predicate, in the De Interpretatione of the opposition of propositions, modal and assertoric, which leads him into an interesting discussion of excluded middle in chapters 7 and 10. In the first book of the Prior Analytics he discusses the conversion of pure propositions and of necessary and contingent propositions, analyzes the syllogisms in the three figures, and gives rules for constructing or discovering syllogisms dealing with, e.g. oblique inference, ch 36, negation, ch 46, proofs per impossibile and ex hypothesi, chs 23 and 44. In the second book Aristotle deals with the distribution of truth and falsity between premises and conclusion, the defects in the syllogism, induction in a narrow sense, through enumeration of all the cases, ch 23, the enthymeme, etc. The first book of the Posterior Analytics treats of the structure of a deductive science and its logical starting point, the unity, diversity, distinction and logical ranking of sciences, ignorance, error, and invalidity, while the second book is concerned with definitions, essential and nominal, the difference between definition and demonstration, the indemonstrability of the essential nature, the way in which basic truths become known, etc. The topics is concerned with the predicibles, definition, the technique of proof or the practice of dialectic, the De Sophisticis Elenchis with the classification of fallacies and their solutions. Chapter 29. The Media Physics. Of Aristot. 1. All men by nature desire to know. So does Aristotle. Optimistically begin the Metaphysics, a book, or rather collection of lectures, which is difficult to read. The Arabian philosopher Avicenna said that he had read the Metaphysics of Aristotle 40 times without understanding it, but which is of the greatest importance for an understanding of the philosophy of Aristotle, and which has had a tremendous influence on the subsequent thought of Europe. But though all men desire to know, there are different degrees of knowledge. For example, the man of mere experience, as Aristotle calls him, may know that a certain medicine had done good to X when he was ill, but without knowing the reason for this, whereas the man of art knows the reason, e.g. he knows that X was suffering from fever, and that the medicine in question has a certain property which abates fever. He knows a universal, for he knows that the medicine will tend to cure all who suffer from that complaint. Art, then, aims at production of some kind, but this is not wisdom in Aristotle's view, for the highest wisdom does not aim at producing anything or securing some effect. It is not utilitarian but at apprehending the first principles of reality, i.e. at knowledge for its O/VN sake. Aristotle places the man who seeks for knowledge for its own sake above him who seeks for knowledge of some particular kind with a view to the attainment of some practical effect. In other words, that science stands higher which is desirable for its own sake and not merely with a view to its results. 31. This science, which is desirable for its own sake, is the science of first principles or first causes, a science which took its rise in wonder. Men began to wonder at things, to desire to know the explanation of the things they saw, and so philosophy arose out of the desire of understanding, and not on account of any utility that knowledge might possess. This science, then, is of all sciences to be called free or liberal, for, like a free man, it exists for its own sake and not for the sake of someone else. Metaphysics is thus, according to Aristotle, wisdom par excellence, and the philosopher or lover of wisdom is he who desires knowledge about the ultimate cause and nature of reality, and desires that knowledge for its own sake. Aristotle is therefore a dogmatist in the sense that he supposes that such knowledge is attainable, though he is not of course a dogmatist in the sense of advancing theories without any attempt to prove them. Wisdom, therefore, deals with the first principles and causes of things, and so is universal knowledge in the highest degree. This means that it is the science which is furthest removed from the senses, the most abstract science, and so is the hardest of the sciences as involving the greatest effort of thought. Sense perception is common to all and therefore easy and no make of wisdom. But, though it is the most abstract of the sciences, it is, in Aristotle's view, the most exact of the sciences, for those which involve fewer principles are more exact than those which involve additional principles, e.g. arithmetic than geometry. Moreover, this science is in itself the most knowable, since it deals with the first principles of all things, and these principles are in themselves more truly knowable than their applications, for these depend on the first principles, and not vice versa, though it does not follow that they are the most knowable in regard to us, since we necessarily start with the things of sense and it requires a considerable effort of rational abstraction to proceed from what is directly known to us, sense objects, to their ultimate principles. 2. The causes with which wisdom or philosophy deals are enumerated in the Physics and are 4 in number, I. The substance or essence of a thing, 2. The matter or subject, 3. The source of motion or the efficient cause, and 4. The final cause or good. In the first book of the Metaphysics Aristotle investigates the views of his predecessors, in order, he says, to see if they discussed any other kind of cause. 32. Besides the 4 he has enumerated. In this way he is led to give a brief sketch of the history of Greek philosophy up to his time, but he is not concerned to catalogue all their opinions, whether relevant or irrelevant to his purpose, for he wishes to trace the evolution of the notion of the four causes, and the net result of his investigation is the conclusion, not only that no philosopher has discovered any other kind of cause, but that no philosopher before himself has enumerated the four causes in a satisfactory manner. Aristotle, like Hegel, regarded previous philosophy as leading up to his own position. There is none of the paraphernalia of the dialectic in Aristotle, of course, but there is the same tendency to regard his OD philosophy as a synthesis on a higher plane of the thought of his predecessors. There is certainly some truth in Aristotle's contention, yet it is by no means completely true, and he is sometimes far from just to his predecessors. Thales and the early Greek philosophers busied themselves with the material cause, trying to disco_er the ultimate substratum of things, the principle that is neither generated nor destroyed, but from which particular objects arise and into which they pass away. In this way arose, e.g. the philosophies of Thales, Anaximenes, Heraclitus, who posited one material cause, or Empedocles, who postulated four elements. But even if elements are generated from one material cause, why does this happen? What is the source of the movement whereby objects are generated and destroyed? There must be some cause of the becoming in the world. Even the very facts themselves must in the end impel the thinker to investigate a type of cause other than the material cause. Attempted answers to this difficulty we find in the philosophies of Empedocles and Anaxagoras. The latter saw that no material element can be the reason why objects manifest beauty and goodness, and so he asserted the activity of mind in the material world, standing out like a sober man in contrast with the random talk of his predecessors. All the same, he uses mind only as a deus ex machina to explain the phonation of the world, and drags it in when he is at a loss for any other explanation. When another explanation is at hand, he simply leaves mind out. Registered in other words, Anaxagoras was accused by Aristotle of using mind simply as a cloak for ignorance. Empedocles, indeed, postulated two active principles, friendship and strife, but he used them neither sufficiently nor consistently. 33. These philosophers, therefore, had succeeded in distinguishing two of Aristotle's four causes, the material cause and the source of movement, but they had not worked out their conceptions systematically or elaborated any consistent and scientific philosophy. After the philosophy of the Pythagoreans, who cannot be said to have contributed very much, came the philosophy of Plato, who evolved the doctrine of the forms, but placed the forms, which are the cause of the essence of things, and so, in a sense, the cause, apart from the things of which they are the essence. Thus Plato, according to Aristotle, used only two causes, that of the essence and the material cause. As to the final cause, this was not explicitly, or at least not satisfactorily, treated by previous philosophers, but only by the way or incidentally. As a matter of fact, Aristotle is not altogether just to Plato, since the latter, in the Timaeus, introduces the concept of the demiurge who serves as an efficient cause, and also makes use of the star gods, besides maintaining a doctrine of finality, for the final cause of becoming is the resation, in the sense of imitation, of the good. Nevertheless, it is true that Plato, the Chorismos was debarred from making the realization of its immanent form or essence the final cause of the concrete substance. 3. After stating some of the main problems of philosophy in Book 3, b, of the Metaphysics, Aristotle declares at the beginning of Book 4, r, that metaphysical science is concerned with being as such, is the study of being qua being. The special sciences isolate a particular sphere of being, and consider the attributes of being in that sphere, but the metaphysician does not consider being of this or that particular characteristic, e.g. as having or as quantitative, but rather being itself and its essential attributes as being. Now, to say that something is also to say that it is one. Unity, therefore, is an essential attribute of being, and just as being itself is found in all the categories, so unity is found in all the categories. As to goodness, Aristode remarks in the Ethics EN 1096, that it also is applicable in the categories. Unity and goodness are, therefore, transcendental attributes of being, to use the phraseology of the scholastic philosophers, inasmuch as, applicable in all the categories, they are not confined to any one category and do not constitute genera. If the definition of man is rational animal, animal is the genus, rational the specific difference. 34. But one cannot predicate animality of rationality, the genus of the specific diffi-errants, though one can predicate being of both. Being, therefore, cannot be a genus, and the same holds good of unity and goodness. The term Eidsing, however, is not predicated of all existent things in precisely the same sense, for a substance is, possesses being, in a way that a quality, for instance, which is an affection of substance, cannot be said to be. With what category of being, then, is metaphysics especially concerned? With that of substance, which is primary, since all things are either substances or affections of substances. But there are or may be different kinds of substances, and with which kind does first philosophy or metaphysics deal? Aristotle answers that, if there is an unchangeable substance, then metaphysics studies unchangeable substance, since it is concerned with being qua being, and the true nature of being is shown in that which is unchangeable and self-existent, rather than in that which is subject to change. That there is at least one such unchangeable being which causes motion while remaining itself unmoved, is shown by the impossibility of an infinite series of existent sources of movement, and this motionless substance, comprising the full nature of being, will have the character of the divine, so that first philosophy is rightly to be called theology. Mathematics is a theoretical science indeed and deals with motionless objects, but these objects, though considered in separation from matter, do not exist separately. Physics deals with things that are both inseparable from matter and are subject to movement. It is only metaphysics that treats of that which both exists in separation from matter and is motionless. Degree, in Book E of the Metaphysics, Aristotle simply divides substances into changeable and unchangeable substances, but in Book A he distinguishes three kinds of substances, I, sensible and perishable, 2, sensible and eternal, i.e. the heavenly bodies, 3, nonsensible and eternal. Metaphysical science is, therefore, concerned with being, and it studies being primarily in the category of substance, not accidental being, which is the object of no science, nor being as truth, since truth and falsity exist in the judgment, not in things. 2. JT also establishes the first principles or axioms, especially the principle of contradiction, which, though not of course deducible, is the ultimate principle governing all being and all knowledge. But, if metaphysics studies substance, nonsensible substance, it is ob. 35. Vastly of importance to determine what nonsensible substances there are. Are the objects of mathematics substances, or universals, or the transcendental ideas of being and unity? No, replies Aristotle, they are not, hence his polemic against the Platonic theory of ideas, of which a summary will now be given. 4. The argument for Plato's theory that it makes scientific knowledge possible and explains it, proves, says Aristotle, that the universal is real and no mere mental fiction, but it does not prove that the universal has a subsistence apart from individual things. And, indeed, on Plato's theory, strictly applied, there should be ideas of negations and relations. For if, whenever we conceive a common concept in relation to a plurality of objects, it is necessary to postulate a form, then it follows that there must be forms even of negations and relations. Of the ways in which we prove that the FOIMS exist, none is convincing, for from some no inference necessarily follows, and from some it follows that there are forms of things of which we think there are no FOI*MS. 2. The doctrine of ideas or forms is useless. According to Aristotle, the phones are only a purposeless daubing of visible things. they are supposed to explain why the multitude of things in the world exist. But it does not help simply to suppose the existence of another multitude of things, as Plato does. Plato is like a man who, unable to count with a SMAU number, thinks that he will find it easier to do so if he doubles the number b. The forms are useless for our knowledge of things. They help in no wise towards the knowledge of the other things, for they are not even the substance of these, else they would have been in them. This seems to be an expression of Aristotle's interest in the visible universe, whereas Plato was not really concerned with the things of this world for their own sake, but as stepping stones to the forms, though, by getting to know the types, at which phenomena are, as it were, aiming, or which they are trying to realize, we can, inasmuch as we are efficient causes, contribute to this approximate realization. To this consideration Plato attached very considerable importance. For example, by coming to know the ideal type of the state, to which actual states are, in a greater or less degree, approximations, we are enabled to contribute to the elevation of the actual state, for we know the goal. 36. C. The forms are useless when it comes to explaining the movement of things. Even if things exist in virtue of the forms, how do the latter account for the movement of things and for their coming to be and passing away? Above all, one might discuss the question what on earth the forms contribute to sensible things, either to those that are eternal or to those that come into being and cease to be. Happy face, the forms are motionless, and the objects of this world, if they are copies of the forms, should be motionless too, or, if they move, as they do, whence their motion? Aristotle would not seem to be altogether just to Plato in pursuing this line of criticism, since Plato theorized that the forms are not moving causes, and it was precisely on this account that he introduced the concept of the demiurge. The latter may be a more or less mythological figure, but, however that may be, it is clear that Plato never considered the forms to be principles of motion, and that he made an attempt to account for the dynamism of the world on other hues. D. The forms are supposed to explain sensible objects. But they will themselves be sensible. The ideal man, for instance, will be sensible, hke Socrates. The phones will resemble the anthropomorphic gods, the latter were only eternal men, and so the forms are only eternal sensibles. Happy face, this is not a very telling criticism. If the ideal man is conceived as being a replica of concrete man on the ideal plane, in the common sense of the word ideal, as being actual man raised to the highest pitch of development, then of course ideal man will be sensible. But is it at all likely that Plato himself meant anything of this kind? Even if he may have implied this by the phrases he used on certain occasions, such an extravagant notion is by no means essential to the Platonic theory of forms. The forms are subsistent concepts or ideal types, and so the subsistent concept of man will contain the idea of corporeality, for instance, but there is no reason why it should itself be corporeal. In fact, corporeality and sensibility are ex hypothesi excluded when it is postulated that the ideal man means an idea. Does anybody suppose that when later Platonists placed the idea of man in the divine mind, they were positing an actual concrete man in God's mind? The objection seems really to be a debating point on Aristotle's part, i.e. so far as it is supposed to touch Plato personally, and that not a particularly fair one. It would be conclusive. 37. Against a very gross rendering of the theory of forms, but it is useless to read into Plato the most gross and crude interpretation possible. 3. The theory of ideas or forms is an impossible theory. A. It must be held to be impossible that the substance, and that of which it is the substance, should exist apart. How, therefore, can the ideas, being the substance of things, exist apart? Happy face, the forms contain the essence and inner reality of sensible objects, but how can objects which exist apart from sensibles contain the essence of those sensibles? In any case, what is the relation between them? Plato tries to explain the relation by the use of terms such as participation and imitation, but Aristotle retorts that to say that they i.e. sensible things, are patterns and the other things share in them, is to use empty words and poetical metaphors. Happy face, this criticism would certainly be a very serious one if separation meant local separation. But does separation, in the case of the phones, necessarily imply local separation? Does it not rather mean independence? Literal local separation would be impossible if the forms are to be looked on as subsistent concepts or ideas. It seems that Aristotle is arguing from the point of view of his own theory, according to which the form is the immanent essence of the sensible object. He argues that participation can mean nothing, unless it means that there is a real immanent form, co-constitutive of the object with matter, a conception not admitted by Plato. Aristotle rightly points out the inadequacy of the Platonic theoi, but, in rejecting Platonic exemplarism, he also betrays the inadequacy of his own, Aristotle's, theory, in that he provides no real transcendental ground for the fixity of essences. But, fm there, things cannot come from the forms in any of the usual senses of from. Happy face, here Aristotle again touches on the question of the relation of the forms to that of which they are said to be phones, and it is in this connection that he objects that the explanatory phrases used by Plato are merely poetical metaphors. This is of course one of the crucial points of the Platonic theory, and Plato himself seems to have felt the inadequacy of the attempted explanation. He cannot be said to have cleared up in any satisfactory manner what he actually meant by the metaphors he used and what the relation of sensible objects to the forms really is. But it is curious that Aristotle, in his 38th treatment of the Platonic theory in the Metaphysics, neglects the demiurge altogether. One might suggest as a reason for this neglect, that the ultimate cause of motion in the world was, for Aristotle, a final cause. The notion of a superterrestrial efficient cause was for him unacceptable. See, the forms will be individual objects hke those other objects of which they are the forms, whereas they should be not individuals but universals. The ideal man, for instance, will be an individual hke Socrates. Further, on the supposition that when there is a plurality of objects possessing a common name, there must be an eternal pattern or foray, we shall have to posit a third man, xpltoc, dvspkotitok, whom not only Socrates imitates, but also the ideal man. The reason is that Socrates and the ideal man have a nature in common, therefore there must be a subsistent universal beyond them. But in this case the difficulty will always recur and we shall proceed to infinity. 22 This criticism of Aristotle would hold good if Plato held that the forms i.e. things. But did he? If he held them to be subsistent concepts, they do not turn into individual objects in the same sense that Socrates is an individual object. Of course they are individual concepts, but there are signs that Plato was trying to systematize the whole world of concepts or ideas, and that he envisaged them as forming one articulated system, the rational structure of the world, as we might say, that the world, to speak metaphorically, is always trying to embody, but which it cannot fully embody, owing to the contingency which is inevitable in all material things. We are reminded of Hegel's doctrine of the universal categories in relation to the contingent objects of nature. 4. Against the theory that the forms are numbers. It scarcely seems necessary to treat of Aristotle's objections and criticisms in detail, since the phone number theory was perhaps an unfortunate adventure on Plato's part. As Aristotle remarks, mathematics has come to be the whole of philosophy for modern thinkers, though they say that it should be studied for the sake of other things. 3 For Aristotle's general treatment of number and pertinent questions, one should see Metaphysics A, 991b 9 to 993 a 10 and m and n. If the forms are numbers, how can they be causes? If it is because existing things are other numbers, e.g. one number is man, another is Socrates, an outlier Kalhaz, then. 39. Why are the one set of numbers causes of the other set? If it is meant that Caoias is a numerical ratio of his elements, then his idea will also be a numerical ratio of elements, and so neither will be, properly speaking, a number. Of course, for Plato the forms were exemplei causes, but not efficient causes. See, how can there be two kinds of numbers, if besides the form numbers it is also necessary to posit another kind of numbers, which are the mathematical objects, then what is the basis of differentiation between the two kinds of numbers? We only know one kind of numbers, thinks Aristotle, and that is the kind of numbers with which the mathematician deals. But whether there are two classes of numbers, i.e., forms and mathematical objects, Plato, or simply one class, i.e. mathematical numbers existing, however, apart from sensible objects, Speusippus, Aristotle objects, that if the forms are numbers, then they cannot be unique, since the elements of which they are composed are the same. As a matter of fact, the foraeus were not supposed to be unique in the sense that they were without inner relation to one another, and, 2, that the objects of mathematics cannot in any way exist separately. Happy face, one reason for the latter assertion is that a processus in infinitum will be unavoidable if we accept the separate existence of mathematical objects, e.g. there must be separate solids corresponding to the sensible solids, and separate planes and lines corresponding to the sensible planes and lines. But there must also be other separate planes and lines corresponding to the planes and lines of the separate solid. Now, the accumulation becomes absurd, for we find ourselves with one set of solids apart from the sensible solids, three sets of planes apart from the sensible planes, those which exist apart from the sensible planes, and those in the mathematical solids, and those which exist apart from those in the mathematical solids, four sets of lines, and five sets of points. With which of these, then, will the mathematical sciences deal? 7. If the substance of things is mathematical, then what is the source of movement? If the great and the small are to be movement, evidently the forms wiu be moved, but if they are not, whence did movement come? If we cannot answer this, the whole study of anatomy has been annihilated. Happy face, as a Hetty remarked, Plato tried to provide a source of movement other than the fluids themselves, which are motionless. 40. Some of what Aristotle has to say on the subject of Plato's mathematical objects and the form numbers impedes a rather crude interpretation of Platonic doctrine, as though for example Plato imagined that mathematical objects or the forms are things. Moreover, Aristotle has himself to meet the great difficulty against the abstraction theory of mathematics, for Aristotle the geometrician, for instance, considers, not separate mathematical objects but sensible things abstractly, i.e. according to one particular point of view. Namely, that we cannot abstract e.g. the perfect circle from nature, since there is no perfect circle in nature which we could abstract, while on the other hand it is difficult to see how we could form the idea of a perfect circle by correcting the imperfect circles of nature, when we should not know that the circles of nature were imperfect unless we previously knew what a perfect circle was. To this Aristotle might answer either that, though perfect circles are not given really, i.e. as regards measurement, in nature, yet they are given quod visum, and that this is sufficient for the abstraction of the idea of the perfect circle, or that mathematical figures and axioms are more or less arbitrary hypotheses, so that the cardinal requisite in mathematics is to be consistent and logical, without its being necessary to suppose that e.g. every type of geometry will fit the real world. Or, on the other hand, that it has an ideal world corresponding to it, of which it is the mental reflection or perception. In general, we would point out that we cannot well dispense with either Plato or Aristotle, but that the tiyeth in both of them has to be combined. This the Neoplatonists attempted to do. For example, Plato posited the forms as exemplary causes, the later Platonists placed them in God. With due qualifications, this is the correct view, for the divine essence is the ultimate exemplar of all creatures. On the other hand, Plato assumes that we have, or can have, direct knowledge of the forms. Now, we certainly have not got a direct knowledge of the divine ideas, as Malebranche supposed we have. We have direct knowledge only of the expressed universal, and this expressed universal exists externally, i.e. as universal, only in the particulars. We have therefore the external exemplary idea in God, foundation in the particular object, i.e. its specific essence, and the abstract universal in our minds. From this point of view Aristotle's criticism of Plato would seem to be justi. 41. Fide, for the universal, of which we have direct knowledge, simply is the nature of the individual thing. It would appear, therefore, that we require both Plato and Aristotle in order to form anything hke a complete philosophical view. Plato's demiurge must be identified with the Aristotelian vorjaic, vor 0 cock, the eternal forms must be referred to God, and Aristotle's doctrine of the concrete universal must be accepted, together with the Aristotelian doctrine of abstraction. Neither of these two great thinkers can be accepted precisely as he stands, and while it is right to value Aristotle's criticism of the Platonic theory of forms, it is a great mistake to suppose that that theory was a mass of crude absurdity, or that it can be dispensed with altogether. The Augustinian philosophy was, of Neoplatonism, strongly impregnated with the thought of Plato. Although it has been admitted that Aristotle's fundamental criticism of the Platonic theory of forms, that the theory involves the charismos, is justified, and that the Platonic theory cannot stand by itself but needs to be supplemented by Aristotle's doctrine of the immanent form, which we consider abstractly in its universality, we have not given an altogether sympathetic treatment of Aristotle's criticisms. How, then, it might be asked, can you say that Aristotle's statements concerning what Plato taught must be taken seriously? If Aristotle's account of what Plato taught is correct, then his criticisms of the Platonic theory were perfectly justified, while if his criticisms misrepresent the Platonic theory, then he either deliberately misrepresented that theory or he did not understand it. First of all, it must be admitted that Aristotle was attacking, in his own mind at least, the theory of Plato himself, and not merely that of some Platonists as distinct from Plato. A careful reading of the Metaphysics hardly permits any other supposition. Secondly, it must be admitted that Aristotle, though primarily perhaps attacking the form of the Platonic theory that was taught in the Academy, was perfectly well acquainted with the content of the published dialogues, and knew that some of his own criticisms had already been raised in the Parmenids. Thirdly, there is no real reason for supposing that the Platonic theory as taught in the Academy involved a retraction or rejection of the theory developed in the published works of Plato. If this had been the case, we might reasonably have expected Aristotle to make some reference to the fact, while Con. 42. Versely, if he makes no reference to such a change of view on Plato's part, we have no right to affrn such a change without better evidence than can be offered. The mathematical form of the theory was probably meant to be a supplement to the theory, or, rather, a speculative justification and elucidation of it, an esoteric version of it, if one may use a word with somewhat unfortunate associations, without at the same time wishing to imply that the mathematical version was another and different theory. Aristotle, therefore, was attacking, under both its aspects, what he regarded as the Platonic theory of ideas. It must, however, be remembered that the Metaphysics is not a continuous book, written for publication, and that we cannot assume without more ado that all the objections raised against the Platonic theory in Aristotle's lectures were regarded with equal seriousness by Aristotle himself. A man may say things in his lectures that he would not say, in the same form at least, in a work intended for publication. It would seem, then, that we are faced by an awkward dilemma. Either Plato, in spite of the difficulties that he himself saw and proposed in the Parmenids, held the theory in the exact form under which it was attacked by Aristotle, in which case Plato appears in a fouchier hght, or Aristotle grossly misunderstood the Platonic theory, in which case it is Aristotle who appears as the fool. Now, we are not willing to admit that either Plato or Aristotle was a fool, and any treatment of the problem that necessarily involves either supposition is to our mind thereby nailed out of court. That Plato on the one hand never really solved satisfactorily the problem of the charismos, and that Aristotle on the other hand was not perfectly au fait with contemporary higher mathematics, does not show either of them to be a fool and can easily be admitted, but this admission obviously does not dispose of the difficulty involved by Aristotle's criticisms, that the Platonic theory is therein depicted as excessively naive, and that Aristotle makes little reference to the dialogues and is silent as to the demiurge. But perhaps a way out of the difficulty can be found. Aristotle, well aware that Plato had not satisfactorily solved the problem of the chorismos, had broken away from his master's theory and adopted a quite different standpoint. When he regarded the theory from that standpoint, it could not but appear to him as extravagant and bizarre under any form. He might, therefore, have easily considered himself justified. 43. In attempting to put this bizarre character of the theory in an exaggerated HGHT for polemical PM poses, one might cite as a parallel the case of Hegel. To one who behaves that the Hegelian system is a mere intellectual tour de force or an extravaganza, nothing is easier than to overstate and even to misrepresent the undoubtedly weak elements in that system for polemical purposes, even though the critic, believing the system to be fundamentally false, could not be justly accused of deliberate misrepresentation. We would wish that the critic had acted otherwise in the interests of historical accuracy, but we could hardly dub him an imbecile because he had chosen to overdo the role of critic. While refusing to believe that Aristotle felt towards Plato any of the animus that Schelling and Schopenhauer felt towards Hegel, I would suggest that Aristotle overdid the role of critic and exaggerated weak points in a theory that he considered false. As to his silence concerning the demiurge, that can be explained, in part at least, if we remember that Aristotle was criticizing Plato from his own, i.e. Aristotle's, standpoint, and that the conception of the demiurge was unacceptable to him, he did not take it seriously. If, in addition, Aristotle had reason to believe that the actual demiurge of the Timaeus was largely a symbolic figure, and if Plato never worked out thoroughly, even in the Academy, the precise nature or status of mind or soul, then it is not so difficult to understand how Aristotle, who did not believe in any formation of the world at Tergo, could neglect the figure of the demiurge altogether in his criticism of the ideal theory. He may have been unjustified in neglecting it to the extent that he did, but the foregoing considerations may make it easier to understand how he could do so. The suggestions we have made may not be altogether satisfactory, and no doubt remain open to serious criticism, but they have at least this advantage, that they make it possible for us to escape from the dilemma of holding either Plato or Aristotle to have been a fool. And after all, Aristotle's root criticism of Plato's theory is perfectly justified, for by using the terms imitation and participation, Plato clearly implies that there is some formal element, some principle of comparative stability, in material things, while on the other hand, by failing to provide a theory of substantial form, he failed to explain this immanent phonal element. Aristotle rightly provided this element, but, seeing, rightly again, that the Platonic forms, being separate, could not account for this element, he 44. Unfortunately went too far by rejecting the Platonic exemplarism altogether, looking on the Platonic theory from the point of view of a biologist primarily, with the biologist's insistence on the immanent entelechiae, and from the theological standpoint envisaged in the Metaphysics, 12, he had no use for Platonic exemplarism, Platonic mathematicism, and the Platonic demiurge. Thus, when regarded in the light of his own system, Aristotle's attitude towards Plato's theory is quite understandable. 5. But although Aristotle passes an adverse criticism on the Platonic theory of separate ideas or forms, he is in full agreement with Plato that the universal is not merely a subjective concept or a mode of oral expression universale post rem, for to the universal in the mind there corresponds the specific essence in the object, though this essence does not exist in any state of separation extra mentum, it is separated only in the mind and through the mind's activity. Aristotle was convinced, as Plato was, that the universal is the object of science. It follows, then, that if the universal is in no way real, if it has no objective reality whatsoever, there is no scientific knowledge, for science does not deal with the individual as such. The universal is real, It has reality not only in the mind but also in the things, though the existence in the thing does not entail that formal universality that it has in the mind. Individuals belonging to the same species are real substances, but they do not partake in an objective universal that is numerically the same in all members of the class. This specific essence is numerically different in each individual of the class, but, on the other hand, it is specifically the same in all the individuals of the class, i.e. they are all alike in species, and this objective similarity is the real foundation for the abstract universal, which has numerical identity in the mind and can be predicated of all the members of the class indifferently. Plato and Aristotle are, then, at one as to the character of true science, namely, that it is directed to the universal element in things, i.e. to the specific similarity. The scientist is not concerned with individual bits of gold as individual, but with the essence of gold, with that specific similarity which is found in all individual bits of gold, i.e. supposing that gold is a species. Socrates gave the impulse to this theory, i.e. the Platonic theory, by means of his definitions, but he did not separate them, i.e. the universals, from the particulars, and in this he thought rightly in not separating them. This is plain from 45. The results, for without the universal it is not possible to get knowledge, but the separation is the cause of the objections that arise with regard to the ideas. Strictly speaking, therefore, there is no objective universal for Aristotle, but there is an objective foundation in things for the subjective universal in the mind. The universal horse is a subjective concept, but it has an objective foundation in the substantial forms that inform particular horses. The individuals are truly substance, aia. Are the universal substances, i.e. is the specific element, the formal principle, that which places the individual in its specific class, to be called substance? No, says Aristotle, except in a secondary and derived sense. It is the individual alone which is the subject of predication and is itself not predicated of others. The species may, however, be called substance in a secondary sense, and it has a claim to this title, since the essential element has a higher reality than the individual qua individual and is the object of science. Aristotle, therefore, terms the individuals GotioUACAI and the species 5 pound UT pound pi 06 at I.3I. In this way Aristotle has brought upon himself the charge of contradiction. The alleged contradiction consists in this, that if only the individual is truly substance and if science is concerned with the OOAIA, it necessarily follows that the individual is the true object of science, whereas Aristotle teaches a point of fact the very opposite, namely, that science is not concerned with the individual as such but with the universal. In other words, Aristotle teaches that science is concerned with substance and that the individual is substance in the primary sense, while on the other hand he teaches that the universal is of superior quality and is the Tya object of science, which would seem to be the exact opposite of what he should teach on his premises. In answer to this accusation of self-contradiction, we might answer two things. There is no real contradiction, if we consider what Aristotle means. When he says that the individual is truly substance and that it alone is truly substance, he means to reject Plato's doctrine that the universal is a separate substance on its own, but he does not mean to deny that the universal, in the sense of the formal or specific element in things, is real. The individual is truly substance, but that which makes it a substance of this or that kind, that which is the chief element in the thing and is the object of science, is the universal element, the form of the thing, which the mind abstracts and conceives in formal. 46. Universality. So when he says that the universal is the object of science he is not contradicting himself, for he has not denied that the universal has some objective reality but only that it has a separate existence. It is real in the individual. It is not transcendent, if considered in its objective reality, but immanent, the concrete universal. The individual alone is substance in the TIUE sense, but the individual sensible thing is compound, and the intellect, in scientific knowledge, goes straight to the universal element, which is really there, though existing only concretely, as an element of the individual. Aristotle was no doubt influenced by the fact that individuals perish, while the species persists. Thus individual horses perish, whereas the nature of horses remains the same, specifically, though not numerically, in the succession of horses. It is the nature of horses that the scientist considers, and not merely Black Beauty or any other individual horse, too, nor does Aristotle really contradict himself even in terminology, for he expressly distinguishes the two meanings of ouaia or substance. Substance in the primary sense is the individual substance, composed of matter and form. Substance in the secondary sense is the phonal element or specific essence that corresponds to the universal concept. Tpico ti ouaii are objects which are not predicated of another, but of which something else, i.e. accident or to o carat p pound, 3 rk6q, is predicated. Substances in the secondary sense, beauty epaouaii, are the nature, in the sense of specific essence, that which corresponds to the universal concept f, kokrodkavkoyovouoia. Moreover, when Aristotle speaks of primary and secondary substances, he does not mean primary and secondary in nature, dignity, or time, but primary and secondary in regard to us. Happy face, the individual substance, ouaiaiori, is a compound, avokov, of the subject or substratum, autokafivov or uxr, and the essence of form. To the individual substance belong the conditions, n and qr, and the relations, phi-poc, tl, which are distinguished according to the 9 accidental categories. The universal becomes preeminently the object of science, because it is the essential element and so has reality in a higher sense than what is merely particular. The universal certainly exists only in the particular, but from this it follows, not that we are unable to make the universal an object of science in its universality, but that we cannot apprehend the universal except through apprehension of the individual. 47. Is it true, as Aristotle thinks it is true, that universals are necessary for science? If by science is meant knowledge of the universal, the answer is obvious. 2. If by science is meant wisdom in the sense in which Aristotle uses the term, then it is perfectly true to say that the philosopher is not concerned with the particular as particular. If, for example, the philosopher is arguing about contingent being, he is not thinking of this or that particular contingent being as such, but with contingent being in its essential nature, even if he uses particular contingent beings as an illustration. If he were confined to the particular contingent beings that have actually been experienced, either by himself or by others whose testimony he could trust, then his conclusion would be limited to those particular beings, whereas he desires as philosopher to reach a universal conclusion which would apply to all possible contingent beings. 3. If by science is meant science in the sense in which we use the term generally today, then we must say that, although knowledge of the true universal essence of a class of beings would certainly be desirable and remains the ideal, it is hardly necessary. For example, botanists can get along very well in their classification of plants without knowing the essential definition of the plants in question. It is enough for them if they can find phenomena which will suffice to delimit and define a species, irrespective of whether the real specific essence is thereby defined or not. It is significant that when scholastic philosophers wish to give a definition which is representative, they so often say man is a rational animal. They would scarcely take it upon themselves to give an essential definition of the cow or the buttercup. We frequently have to be content with what we might call the nominal essence as opposed to the real essence. Yet even in this case knowledge of some universal characteristics is necessary. For even if you cannot assign the difference of some species, yet you have got to define it, if you define it at all, in function of some universal characteristics possessed by the whole class. Suppose that rational animal is the real definition of man. Now, if you could not attain this definition but had to describe man as e.g. a featherless, significantly speaking, bipt, you imply a knowledge of the universal's featherlessness and significantly speaking. So even classification or description by accidental characteristics would seem to imply a discerning of the universal in some way, for one discerns the type even if one cannot adequately define it. It is as 48. Though one had a dim realization of the universal, but could not adequately define or grasp it clearly. Universal definition, in the sense of real essential definition, would thus remain the ideal at any rate, even if in practice empirical science can get along without attaining the ideal, and Aristotle is of course speaking of science in its ideal type. He would never agree with the empiricist and nominalist views of e.g. J.S. Mill, although he would doubtless admit that we often have to content ourselves with description instead of true definition. 6. Aristotle, therefore, refuses to admit that the objects of mathematics or universals are substances. In the Metaphysics, where he wishes to refute the Platonic theory, he simply denies flatly that they are substances, though in the Categories, as we have seen, he called them secondary substances or substances in a secondary and derived sense. In any case, it is the individual that is truly substance, and only the individual. There is, however, this further point to be observed. According to Aristotle, the sensible individuals cannot be defined owing to the material element in them, which renders them perishable and makes them obscure to our knowledge. On the other hand, substance is primarily the definable essence or form of a thing, the principle in 7 Tuesday of which the material element is some definite concrete object. It follows from this that substance is primarily form which is, in itself, immaterial, so that if Aristotle begins by asserting that individual sensible objects are substances, the course of his thought carries him on towards the view that pure force alone is *uli and primarily substance. But the only forms that are really independent of matter are God, the intelligences of the spheres and the active intellect in man, so that it is these forms which are primarily substance. If metaphysics studies substance, then, it is easily seen that it is equivalent to theology. It is certainly not unreasonable to discern here the influence of Platonism, since, in spite of his rejection of the Platonic theory of ideas, Aristotle evidently continued to look on matter as the element which is impenetrable to thought and on pure form as the intelligible. It is not suggested that Aristotle was wrong in thinking this, but, right or wrong, it is clearly a legacy of Platonism. 7. Aristotle, as we have seen, gives 4 principles, un-l-I or matter, to eisgc, or the form, T650ff, kivike, the source of movement or the efficient cause, and to ou for eka. 49. Or the final cause. Change or motion, i.e. motion in the general sense of the term, which includes ev passage from a terminus a quo to a terminus ad quern, such as the change of the color of a leaf from green to brown, is a fact in the world, in spite of the dismissal of change as illusory by Parmenides, and Aristotle considered this fact of change. He saw that several factors are involved, to each of which justice must be done. There must, for example, be a substratum of change, for in every case of change which we observe there is something that changes. The oak comes from the acorn and the bed from the wood, there is something which is changed, which receives a new determination. First of all, it is in potentiality, 5 uva ilc to this new determination, then under the action of some efficient cause, to ogevf, key it receives a new actualization, f(x) ***, the marble upon which the sculptor works, is in potency to receiving the new phone or determination, which the sculptor gives it, namely, the form of the statue. Now, when the marble receives the form of the statue, it is indeed changed, but this change is only accidental. In the sense that the substance is still marble, but the shape or figme is different. In some cases, however, the substance by no means remains the same, thus when the cow eats grass, the grass is assimilated in the process of digestion and takes on a new substantial form. And since it would seem that, absolutely speaking, anything might ultimately change into anything else, it would appear that there is an ultimate substratum which has no definite characteristics of its own, but is simply potentiality as such. This is what Aristotle means by f, ttpcbxtek and c, no kei /ievr/l, xr /. The materia prima of the scholastics, which is found in all material things and is the ultimate basis of change. Aristotle is, of course, perfectly aware that no efficient agent ever acts directly on prime matter as such. It is always some definite thing, some already actual house substratum, that is acted upon. For example, the sculptor works upon the marble, this is his matter, the substratum of the change which he initiates. He does not act upon prime matter as such. Similarly, it is grass which becomes cow, and not prime matter as such. This means that prime matter never exists precisely as such as bare prime matter, we might say, but always exists in conjunction with FOITN, which is the formal or characterizing factor. In the sense that prime matter cannot exist by itself, apart from all form, it is only 50. Logically distinguishable from form, but in the sense that it is a real element in the material object, and the ultimate basis of the real changes that it undergoes, it is really distinguishable from form. We should not, therefore, say that prime matter is the simplest body in the material imiverse, for it is not a body at all, but an element of body, even of the simplest body. Aristotle teaches in the Physics that the apparently simplest bodies of the material sublunary world, the four elements, earth, air, fire, and water, themselves contain contraries and can be transmuted into one another. But if they can change, then they presuppose composition of potentiality and act. Air, for instance, is air, but can become fire. It has the form or actuality of air, but has also the potentiality of becoming fire. But it is logically necessary to presuppose, prior to the potentiality of becoming fire or any other particular and definite kind of thing, a potentiality of becoming at all, i.e. a bare potentiality. Now, change is the development of a previously existing body, not precisely as that definite body, but as a body capable of becoming something else, though as not yet that something else. It is the actualization of a potentiality, but a potentiality involves an actual being, which is not yet that which it could be. Steam, for example, does not come from nothing, it comes from water. But it does not come from water precisely as water, water precisely as water is water and nothing else. Steam comes from water, which could be steam and demands to be steam, having been heated to a certain temperature, but is not yet steam, which is as yet deprived of the form of steam, not merely in the sense that it has not got the form of steam, but in the sense that it could have the form of steam and ought to have it but has not yet got it. There are, then, and not merely two, factors in change, since the product of change contains two positive elements, form and matter, and presupposes a third element, privation, prai, winky face. Privation is not a positive element in the same sense that matter and form are positive elements, but it is, nevertheless, necessarily presupposed by change. Aristotle accordingly gives two presuppositions of change: matter, form, and privation or exigency. Happy face, 8. The concrete sensible substance is thus an individual being, composed of matter and form. But the formal element in such a being, that which makes it this definite thing, is specifically the same in all the members of an 51. Infamous species. For instance, the specific nature or essence of man is the same, though not, of course, numerically the same, in Socrates and in Plato. This being so, it cannot be that the formal element renders the concrete sensible substance this individual, i.e. form cannot be the principle of individuation in sensible objects. What is the individuating principle according to Aristotle? It is matter. Thus Calhas and Socrates are the same in form, i.e. the human form or nature, but they are different in virtue of the different matter that is informed. Happy face, This view of the principle of individuation was adopted by St. Thomas Aquinas, but seeing the difficulty involved in holding that completely characterless prime matter is the principle of individuation, he said that it is materia signata quantitate which individualizes matter considered as having an anticipatory exigency for the quantity that it will afterwards actually possess in virtue of its union with form. This theory, that it is matter that individualizes, would appear to be a consequence or legacy of Platonism, according to which form is the universal. From this theory it logically follows that each pure form must be the only member of its species, must exhaust the possibilities of its species, since there is no matter which can act as a principle of individuation within the species. St. Thomas Aquinas drew this conclusion, and did not hesitate to say, a point in which he was at variance with St. Bonaventure, that the pure intelligences or angels constitute so many species, that there cannot be a plurality of angels or immaterial forms belonging to one species. This conclusion was one that had already occurred to Aristotle himself, for, after observing that plurality depends on matter, he goes on to comment that the immovable first mover, having no matter, must be numerically one, and not only one in formula or definition. Happy face, it is true that the passage in question seems to be by way of objection against Aristotle's theory of a plurality of unmoved movers, but it is at least clear that he was not unaware of the consequence that follows from his doctrine of matter as principle of individuation within the species. There is a further and a more serious consequence, which would appear to follow from this doctrine. According to Aristotle, matter is at once the principle of individuation and unknowable in itself. Now, from this it appears to follow, that the individual concrete thing is not fully knowable. 52. Moreover, Aristotle, as has been mentioned, explicitly stated that the individual cannot be defined, whereas science is concerned with the definition or essence. The individual as such, therefore, is not the object of science and is not fully knowable. Aristotle does indeed remark concerning individual intelligible, i.e. mathematical circles, and sensible circles, e.g. of bronze or wood, that, though they cannot be defined, they are apprehended by intuition, I talk vor 0 pound CDC or perception, a la 9 Ra pound QC, but he did not elaborate this hint or work out any theory of the intuition of the individual. Yet such a theory is surely necessary. For example, we are fully convinced that we can and do know an individual person's character, but we do not arrive at the knowledge by discursive and scientific reasoning. In fact, one can hardly avoid the impression that Aristotle's exaltation of scientific definition, of knowledge of substance in the sense of specific essence, and his depreciation of knowledge of the sensible individual, were little more than a récit of his Platonic education. 9. In the 9th book of the Metaphysics Aristotle discusses the notions of potency and act. This is an extremely important distinction, as it enables Aristotle to admit a doctrine of real development. The Megaric school had denied potentiality, but, as Aristotle remarks, it would be absurd to say that the builder who is not actually building cannot build. It is true, of course, in one sense, that he cannot build when he is not actually building, i.e. if cannot build be understood as cannot be actually building, that is an obvious application of the principle of contradiction, but he has a potentiality for building, a power to build, even when he is not actually employing that power. That potentiality is not simply the negation of actuality can be shown by a simple illustration. A man in a state of deep sleep or coma is not actually thinking, but, being a man, he has the potentiality of thinking, whereas a stone, though it is not actually thinking, has no potentiality for thinking. A natural object is in potency in regard to the full realization of its FOITTI, e.g. an aconite or a small tree in regard to its full development. This potency may be tli power to F*ect a change in another, or it may be a power of self-realization. In either case it is something real, something between not being and actuality. Actuality, says Aristotle, is prior to potency the actual is always produced from the potential is 53. Always reduced to act by the actual, that which is aheady in act, as man is produced by man. In this sense the actual is temporally prior to the potential. But the actual is also prior to the potential logically, in principle, since the actuality is the end, that for the sake of which the potency exists or is acquired. Thus, although a boy is temporally prior to his actualization as man, his manhood is logically prior, since his boyhood is for the sake of his manhood. Moreover, that which is eternal is prior in substance to that which is perishable, and that which is eternal, imperishable, is in the highest sense actual. God, for example, exists necessarily, and that which exists necessarily must be fully actual, as the eternal sums of movement, of the reduction of potentiality to act. God must be full and complete actuality, the unmoved first mover. Eternal things, says Aristotle, must be good, there can be in them no defect or badness or perversion. Badness means defect or perversion of some kind, and there can be no defect in that which is fully actual. It follows that there can be no separate bad principle, since that which is without matter is pure form. The bad does not exist apart from bad things. Happy face, it is clear from this that God, in the thought of Aristotle, took on something of the character of Plato's idea of the good, and indeed he remarks that the cause of all goods is the good itself the first unmoved mover, being the source of all movement, as final cause, is the ultimate cause why potentiality is actualized, i.e. why goodness is reached. It is the distinction between potency and act that Aristotle answers Parmenides. Parmenides had said that change is impossible, because being cannot come out of not being, out of nothing comes nothing, while equally it cannot come from being, for being already is. Thus fire could not come out of air, since air is air and not fire. To this Aristotle would reply that fire does not come out of air as air, but out of air which can be fire and is not yet fire, that has a potentiality to become fire. Abstractly put, a thing comes into being from its privation. If Parmenides were to object that this is tantamount to saying that a thing comes into being from not being, Aristotle would answer that it does not come into being from its privation merely, i.e. from bare privation, but from its privation in a subject. Were Parmenides to retort that in Tlia's case a thing comes into being from being, which is a contradiction, Aristotle could answer that it does not come into being from being. 54. Precisely as such, but from being which is also not being, i.e. not the thing which it comes to be. He thus answers the Parmenidean difficulty by recourse to the distinction between FOIM, matter and privation, or, better and more generally, between act, potency and privation. *. 10. The distinction of potency and act leads to the doctrine of the hierarchy or scale of existence, for it is clear that an object which is in act as regards its own terminus a quo may be in potency as regards a further terminus ad quem. To use a hackneyed illustration, the hewn stone is in act as regards the unhewn stone in respect to the latter's potentiality of being hewn, but in potency as regards the house, in respect to the part it will play in the house that is yet to be built. Similarly, the soul or ipux, i.e. the soul in its sensitive aspect and functions, is act in regard to the body, but potency in respect to the higher function of book. At the bottom of the latter, so to speak, is prime matter, in itself unknowable and never actually existing apart from form. In union with the contraries, with heat or cold and with dryness or wetness, it forms the four bodies: earth, air, water and fire. These relatively, though not absolutely, simple bodies form in turn inorganic bodies, such as gold, and the simple tissues of living beings, both together called homoimerous bodies. Animoimerous beings, organisms, are forayed of homoimerous bodies as their material. Thus the rungs of the ladder are gradually ascended, until we come to the active intellect of man, unmixed with matter, the separate intelligence of the spheres, and finally God. The doctrine of the scale of existence should not, of course, be understood as involving evolution. Pure forms do not evolve out of matter. Moreover, Aristotle held that species are eternal, though individual sensible objects perish. 11. How is change initiated? Stone that is unhewn remains unhewn so far as the stone itself is concerned, it does not hew itself. No more does hewn stone build itself into a house. In both cases an external agent, source of the change or movement, is required. In other words, besides the formal and material causes an efficient cause is requisite, to 69 F kvt. But this is not necessarily external to the thing that undergoes the change. For instance, according to Aristotle, each of the four elements has a natural movement towards its own proper place in the universe, e.g. fire goes up, and the element in question will move in accord with its natural motion unless it is hindered. It b. 55. Longs to the form of the element to tend towards its natural region **, and thus the formal and efficient causes coincide. But this does not mean that the efficient cause is always identical with the formal cause. It is identical in the case of the soul, formal principle of the organism, regarded as initiator of movement, but it is not identical in the case of the builder of the house, while in that of the generation of the human being, for example, the efficient cause, the father, is only specifically, and not numerically, the same as the formal cause of the child. 12. It will be remembered that Aristotle thought of himself as being the first thinker to give real consideration to the final cause, to 05 v ca. But though he lays great stress on phena hty, it would be a mistake to suppose that phenati, for Aristotle, is equivalent to external phenati, as though we were to say, for instance, that grass grows in order that sheep may have food. On the contrary, he insists much more on internal or immanent finality, thus the apple tiee has attained its end or pyopos, not when the fruit forms a healthy or pleasant food for man or has been made into cider, but when the apple tree has reached that perfection of development of which it is capable, i.e. the perfection of its form, for in his view the formal cause of the thing is normally its final cause as well. Thus the formal cause of a horse is the specific form of horse, but this is also its final cause, since the individual of a species naturally strives to embody as perfectly as may be the specific form in question. This natural striving after the form means that the final, formal, and efficient causes are often the same. For example, in the organic substance the soul or ij, t** is the formal cause or determining element in the compositum, while at the same time it is also the efficient cause, as source of movement, and final cause, since the immanent end of the organism is the individual embodiment of the specific form. Thus the acorn, in the whole process of its development into a full-grown tree, is tending towards the full realization of its final cause. In Aristotle's view it is the final cause itself which moves, i.e. by a t-action. In the case of the oak tree its final cause, which is also its formal cause, causes the development of the acorn into the oak tree by drawing up, as it were, the acorn towards the tm of its process of development. It might of course be objected that the final cause, the perfected form of the oak, does not as yet exist and so cannot cause, while on the 56. other hand it cannot cause as conceived in the mind, as the idea of the picture in the artist's mind is said to have a causal action, since the acorn is without mind and power of reflection. He would answer, no doubt, by recalchng the fact that the form of the acorn is the form of the oak in Tn, that it has an innate and natural tendency towards its own full evolution. But difficulties might arise for AIs. Tuttle if one were to continue asking questions. Of course, in spite of the tendency to nm causes together, Aristotle does not deny that the causes may be physically distinct from one another. For instance, in the building of a house, the formal cause of the house so far as one can talk of the formal cause of a house is not only conceptually but also physically distinct from the final cause, the idea or plan of the house in the architect's mind, as also from the efficient cause or causes. In general, however, one can say that the efficient, final, formal, and material causes tend to melt into two, that Aristotle inclines to reduce the four causes to two, namely, the phonal cause and the material cause, though in our modem use of the 10 cause we naturally think first of all of efficient causality, and then perhaps of final causes. This emphasis on finality does not mean that Aristotle excludes all mechanical causity, and this in spite of the anthropomorphic language he uses concerning teleology in nature, e.g. in his famous saying that nature does nothing in vain, nothing superfluous, happy face, language which is scarcely consistent with the theology of the metaphysics at least. Sometimes finality and mechanism combine, as in the fact that light cannot but pass through the lantern, since its own particles are finer than those of the horn, though it thereby serves to preserve us from stumbling, but in other cases there may be, he thinks, only mechanical causality at work, as in the fact that the color of the eyes of the animal has no purpose, but is due simply to circumstances of birth, degree. Moreover, Aristotle says explicitly that we must not always look for a final cause, since some things have to be explained only by material or efficient causes. 51:13. Every motion, every transit from potentiality to act, requires some principle in act, but if every becoming, every object in movement, requires an actual moving cause, then the world in general, the universe, requires a first mover. 2. It is important, however, to note that the word first must 57. Not be understood temporally, since motion, according to Aristotle, is necessarily eternal. To initiate it or cause it to disappear would itself require motion. Rather is it to be understood as meaning supreme, the first mover is the eternal somce of eternal motion. Moreover, the first mover is not a creator God. The world existed from all eternity, without having been created from all eternity. God forms the world, but did not create it, and he forms the world. Is the source of motion, by drawing it, i.e. by acting as final cause. In Aristotle's view, if God caused motion by efficient physical causation shoving the world, as it were, then he himself would be changed, there would be a reaction of the moved on the mover. He must act, therefore, as final cause, by being the object of desire. To this point we shall return in a moment. In Metaphysics, A6ff, Aristotle shows that this moving principle must be of such a kind that it is pure act, (V⁴Pi⁴Ia), without potentia hty. Presupposing the eternity of the world, if time could come into being there would, he thinks, be a time before time was, which is contradictory, and since time is essentially connected with change, change too must be eternal. He declares that there must be a first mover which causes change without itself being changed, without having any potentiality, for if, for instance, it could cease from causing motion, then motion or change would not be necessarily eternal, which it is. There must accordingly be a first mover which is pure act, and if it is pure act, then it must be immaterial, for materiality involves the possibility of being acted upon and changed. Moreover, experience, which shows that there exists the ceaseless, circular motion of the heavens, confirms this argument, since there must be a first mover to move the heavens. As we have seen, God moves the universe as final cause, as being the object of desire. Apparently God is conceived as moving directly the first heaven, causing the daily rotation of the stars round the earth. He moves by inspiring love and desire. The desirable and the intelligible are the same in the immaterial sphere, and so there must be an intelligence of the first sphere, and other intelligences in the other spheres. The intelligence of each sphere is spiritual, and the sphere desires to imitate the life of its intelligence as closely as may be. Not being able to imitate it in its spirituality, it does the next best thing by performing a circular movement. In an earlier period Aristotle maintained 58. The Platonic conception of star souls, for in the Philippiak the stars themselves possess souls and move themselves, but he abandoned the conception in favor of that of the intelligences of the spheres. It is a curious fact that Aristotle does not seem to have had any very definite conviction as to the number of unmoved movers. Thus in the physics there are three passages which refer to a plurality of unmoved movers while in the metaphysics a plurality also appears according to Jaeger, chapter 8 of Metaphysics. A is a later addition on Aristoteles' part. In chapters 7 and 9, continuous and Feuchtning part of the original Metaphysics, Aristotle speaks of the one unmoved mover. But in chapter 8 the 55 transcendent movers make their appearance. Plotinus afterwards objected that the relation of these to the first mover is left wholly obscure. He also asks how there can be a plurality of them, if matter is the principle of individuation as Aristotle held it to be. Now, Aristotle himself saw this last objection, for he inserts the objection in the middle of chapter 8 without giving a solution. Happy face, even in Theophrastus' time some Aristotelians clung to one unmoved mover, not seeing how the independent movements caused by the plurality of movers could be harmonized. It was ultimately due to this notion of a plurality of movers that medieval philosophers supposed there were intelligences or angels that move the spheres. By making them subordinate to and dependent on the first mover or God, they were taking up the only possible position, since, if any harmony is to be achieved, then the other movers must move in subordination to the first mover and should be related by intelligence and desire to him, whether directly or indirectly, i.e. hierarchically. This the Neoplatonists saw. The first mover, being immaterial, cannot perform any bodily action, his activity must be purely spiritual, and so intellectual. In other words, God's activity is one of thought. But what is the object of his thought? Knowledge. Is intellectual participation of the object, now, God's object? Must be the best of all possible objects, and in any case the knowledge enjoyed by God cannot be knowledge that involves change or sensation or novelty. God therefore knows himself in an eternal act of intuition or self-consciousness. Aristotle, then, defines God as thought of thought, v6 taic, voi ae cock. God is subsistent thought, which eternally thinks itself. Moreover, God cannot have any object of 59. Thought outside himself, for that would mean that he had an end outside himself. God, therefore, knows only himself. Saint Thomas and others, e.g. Brentano, have tried to interpret Aristotle in such a way as not to exclude knowledge of the world and the exercise of divine providence, but, though St. Thomas is right as to the true view of God, it does not follow that this was the view of Aristotle. Aristotle has no theory either of divine creation or of divine providence. Happy face, he does indeed speak in rather a different strain on occasion, as when he speaks of God as the captain of an army who brings about order in the army, or says that God provides for the continuance of generation in the case of those beings which, unlike the stars, are incapable of permanent existence, but such remarks should hardly be pressed in view of his treatment of the first mover. Happy face, is the God of Aristotle a personal God? Aristotle sometimes speaks of God as tli first unmoved mover, to t pico tovkl vuv dc kvt itov, sometimes as 6 kiak while in the Nicomachean Ethics he also speaks about ol geology like most Greeks. Aristotle does not seem to have worried much about the number of the gods, but if we are to say that he was definitely and exclusively monotheist, then we would have to say that his God is personal. Aristotle may not have spoken of the first mover as being personal, and certainly the ascription of anthropomorphic personality would be very far indeed from his thoughts, but since the first mover is intelligence or thought, it follows that he is personal in the philosophic sense. The Aristotelian God may not be personal secundum nomen, but he is personal secundum rem. We should add, however, that there is no indication that Aristotle ever thought of the first mover as an object of worship, still less as a being to whom prayers might profitably be addressed. And indeed, if Aristotle's God is entirely self-sentient, as I believe him to have been, then it would be out of the question for men to attempt personal intercourse with him. In the Magna Moralia Aristotle says expressly that those are wrong who think that there can be a friendship towards God. For a, God could not return our love, and h, we could not in any case be said to love God. 214. Other arguments for the existence of God are found in rudimentary form in Aristotle's works. Thus in the fragments of the Hspl Oikoeikpiak, he pictures men who behold for the first time the beauty of the earth and sea and the 60. Majesty of the heavens, and conclude that they are the work of gods. This is an adumbration of teleological argument. 3j. The same work Aristotle hints at least at a line of argument which was later to develop into the fourth way of St. Thomas Aquinas, through various incendiaries, of course. Aristotle there argues that where there is a better, there is a best. Now, among existing things one is better than another, therefore there is a best, which must be the divine. Happy face. This line of argument leads directly only to a relatively best. In order to arrive at the absolutely best, or the perfect, it is necessary to introduce the idea of causality, arguing that all finite perfections ultimately spring from or are participations in absolute perfection, which is the fount of all finite perfections. This St. Thomas does, refer to a passage in the Metaphysics and even making use of Aristotle's illustration of fire, which is said to be the hottest of all things, inasmuch as it is the cause of the heat of all other things. Happy face. As far as Aristotle himself is concerned, the use of the degrees of perfection in order to prove God's existence would seem to be confined to his earlier period, when he /s still strongly under Platonic influence. In the Metaphysics he does not use this line of argument in reference to the existence of the divine. In general, we must say that Aristotle, when he came to compose the Metaphysics, had moved a good way from the popular religious conceptions that appear, for example, in the fragments of the Flspl Oikoeikptic. He continued on occasion to use language that hardly fits the conceptions of metaphysics, but in any case we would not expect Aristotle to avoid all popular language, expressions, and notions with an absolute and rigorous consistency, while it is also extremely probable that he never really attempted any final systematization of his doctrine concerning God or to harmonize the expressions he sometimes employs implying divine providence and activity in the world with the speculations of the metaphysics. 15. From what has been said, it should be apparent that Aristotle's notion of God was far from satisfactory. It is true that he shows a clearer apprehension of the ultimate Godhead than Plato does, but in Book A of the Metaphysics at least, Aristotle leaves out of account that divine operation in the world which was so insisted on by Plato, and which is an essential element in any satisfactory rational theology. Though Aristotelian God is efficient cause only by being the final cause. He does not know this world and no divine plan. 61. Is fulfilled in this world, the teleology of nature can be nothing more than unconscious teleology. At least this is the only conclusion that will really fit in with the picture of God given in the Metaphysics. In this respect, therefore, the Aristotelian metaphysic is inferior to that of Plato. On the other hand, while not a few of Aristotle's doctrines must be traced to a Platonic origin, he certainly succeeded, by his doctrine of immanent teleology, of the movement of all concrete sensible objects towards the full realization of their potentialities, in establishing the reality of the sensible world on a firmer foundation than was possible for his great predecessor, and at the same time attributed a real meaning and purpose to becoming and change, even if in the process he abandoned valuable elements of Plato's thought. P. I. Chapter 30. Philosophy of Nature and Psychology. 1. Nature is the totality of objects which are material and subject to movement. As a matter of fact, Aristotle does not really define what he means by nature, but it is clear from what he writes in the Physics that he regards nature as the totality of natural objects, i.e. of objects which are capable of initiating change and of bringing it to an end, of objects which have an inner tendency to change. Artificial objects, a bed for instance, have not the power of self-movement. The simple bodies of which the bed is composed have this power of initiating change or movement, but they do so as natural bodies, not as components of a bed as such. This position has, of course, to be qualified by the doctrine that the passage of lifeless bodies from a state of rest to a state of movement must be initiated by an external agent. But, as we have seen, when the agent removes an obstacle, e.g. makes a hole in the bottom of a cauldron, the water responds with a movement of its own, its natural downward motion. This may seem a contradiction, namely, that natural objects are spoken of as ing in themselves a principle of movement, while, on the other hand, Aristotle makes use of the maxim, that whatever is moved in virtue of the action of an external agent. Aristotle, however, holds that the apparent initiation of movement by animals, e.g. when an animal goes for food, is not an absolute initiation, for there would be no movement were the food not an external attractive agent. Similarly, when the water falls through the hole in the cauldron, this 62. 63 downward movement may indeed be spoken of as though it were a natural movement of the element, yet it is incidentally caused by the external agent who makes the hole and so removes the obstacle to the natural motion of the water, while it is directly caused by that which generated the water and made it heavy, presumably by the primary contraries, hot or cold. Aristotle expresses the matter by saying that inanimate bodies have in themselves a beginning of being moved but not a beginning of causing movement. 2. Movement in the wider sense is divided into coming to and passing away on the one hand, and 8, or movement in the narrower sense on the other. This latter, kivkaic, is to be divided into its three kinds: qualitative movement, kivrjakik, katioc or kaxt and d-sok, quantitative movement, kaxt or kati back, and local movement, kivrja lq kati to tcog or kati tosiof. The first is dx or qualitative change, the second oit. Kal, pshaic, or quantitative change, the third, popt or motion in OIU ordinary sense of the word *3. Presuppositions of local motion, and indeed of all motion, are place and time. That place, to knock, exists is proved a, by the fact of displacement, e.g. by the fact that where there is water, there may come to be air, and b, by the fact that the four elements have their natural places. These distinctions of natural place are not simply relative to us but exist independently. For instance, up is the place whither fire moves and down the place whither earth moves. Place, therefore, exists, and it is defined by Aristotle as to two dispai exov takid pak dklvrj tov t pico tov the terminus continentis immobilis primus of the scholastics. Aristotle's toiak, then, is the hamid within which a body is, a limit considered as immobile. If this definition is adopted, then obviously there can be no empty place nor any place outside the universe or world, for place is the inner limit of the containing body. But Aristotle distinguished between the vessel or container of a body and its place. In the case of a boat carried down by a stream, the stream itself moving is the vessel rather than the place of the boat. Place, then, is the first unmoved limit of the container, reckoning outwards. In the actual case in point, the whole river, according to Aristotle, is the place of the boat and of whoever is in the boat, on the ground that the whole river is at rest, odd kiver tov 6 irk. Everything in 64. The physical universe is thus in a place, while the universe itself is not. Since, therefore, motion occurs through change of place, the universe itself cannot move forwards, but only by turning. 4. According to Aristotle, a body can only be moved by a present mover in contact with the moved. What, then, are we to say of projectiles? The original mover communicates to the medium, e.g. air or water, not only motion but also the power of moving. The first particles of air move other particles and the projectiles. But this power of moving decreases in proportion to the distance, so that in the end the projectile comes to rest irrespective of opposing forces. Aristotle is thus no believer in the law of inertia. He thought of compulsory movement as tending to decelerate, whereas natural movement tends to accelerate. Cf. Physics, 230 18s. In this he was followed by e.g. St. Thomas, who rejected the impetus theory of Philoponus, Albidiagi, Ovi, etc. 5. In regard to time, Aristotle points out that it cannot be simply identified with movement or change, for movements are many, while time is one. However, time is clearly connected with movement and change. If we are unaware of change, we are also unaware of time. The definition of time given by Aristotle is 6 Spavak dpl 9 I 6c, eatal kivre poundko, cax to tipo t epov kal uoxapov o. He does not refer in this definition to pure number but to number in the sense of that which is numbered, i.e. to the numerable aspect of movement. Time, however, is a continuum, as movement is a continuum. It does not consist of discrete points. Only things which are in movement or at rest in such a way that they are capable of movement, are in time. What is eternal and immobile is not in time. Movement is eternal but obviously it is not immobile, therefore it is in time, and it necessarily follows that time also is eternal, in the sense that it never first began and will never end. It is to be noted that the movement referred to is not of necessity local motion, for Aristotle expressly allows that the recognition even of a change in one's own state of mind may enable us to recognize a lapse of time. As to Aristotle's assertion that time is that in movement which is counted, it is not meant to be understood as though we could count the nows involved in change, as though the period of change were made up of discrete points of time. He means that, when one is conscious of time, one is recognizing plurality, i.e. 65. A plurality of phases. Time, then, is that aspect of element of change or movement, which makes it possible for the mind to recognize a paucity of phases. Happy face, if we are to measure time, we must have a standard of measurement. According to Aristotle, movement in a straight line is not satisfactory for this purpose, for it is not uniform. If it is natural movement, it accelerates; if it is unnatural, it decelerates. What movement, then, is both natural and uniform? In Aristotle's view, movement in a circle is naturally uniform, and the rotation of the heavenly spheres is a natural movement. So it is thus the best suited for our purpose, and telling time by the sun will be justified. 2. Aristotle raises the question though he does not treat it at length, whether there would be time if there were no mind. In other words, as time is the measure of movement or movement qua countable, would there be any time if there were no mind to count? He answers that there would be no time, properly speaking, though there would be the substratum of time. Professor Ross comments that this position is consistent with Aristotle's general account of the continuum. In the continuum there are no actual parts, but only potential parts. These are brought into actual existence when some event breaks up the continuum. So with time or duration. The nows within duration are brought into actual existence by a mind which distinguishes the nous within that duration. The difficulty that time may have existed when there were as yet no minds in existence, is at first sight no difficulty for Aristotle, since he thought of animals and men as having always existed. But a more pertinent difficulty is that coimting is not the creation of parts, but the recognition of parts already there. Happy face, in any case, how could there be change if there were no time? We might suggest in answer that since, according to Aristotle, time is not really distinguished from the prius and posterius of motion, time exists independently of the mind, because motion does, though it receives a complement, as it were, from mind. Parts of time are potential in the sense that they are not formally distinguished from one another save by the counting mind, but they are not potential in the sense that they have no real existence apart from mind. Aristotle's position is not that of Kant, nor does it, of itself, lead to the position of Kant. 6. Aristotle raises the question of the possibility of the infinite. 66. An infinite body, he says, is impossible since every body is bounded by a surface, and no body which is bounded by a surface can be infinite. He also proves the impossibility of an existent actually infinite body by showing that it could be neither composite nor simple. For example, if it is supposed to be composite, the elements of which it is composed are themselves either infinite or finite. Now, if one element is infinite and the other element or elements finite, then the latter are deleted by the first, while it is impossible for both elements to be infinite, since one infinite element would equal the whole body. As to finite elements, composition of such elements would certainly not form one actually infinite body. Aristotle also considered that the existence of absolute up, down, etc., which he accepted, shows that there cannot be an existent actually infinite body, for such distinctions would be meaningless in the case of an infinite body. Nor can there be an actual infinite number, since number is that which can be numbered, whereas an infinite number could not be numbered. B. On the other hand, though Aristotle rejected an existent actually infinite body or number, he admitted the infinite in another sense. Happy face, the infinite exists potentially. For example, no spatial extension is an actual infinite, but it is potentially infinite in the sense that it is infinitely divisible. A line does not consist of an actual infinite of points, for it is a continuum. It is in this way that Aristotle attempts, in the Physics, to meet the difficulties raised by Zeno the Eleatic, but it is infinitely divisible, though this potentially infinite division will never be completely reached in actuality. Time, again, is potentially infinite, since it can be added to indefinitely, but time never exists as an actual infinite, for it is a successive continuum and its parts never coexist. Time, therefore, resembles spatial extension in being infinitely divisible, though no actual infinity is ever realized, but is also potentially infinite by way of addition, and in this it differs from extension, since extension, according to Aristotle, has a maximum, even if it has no minimum. A third potential infinity is that of number, which resembles time in being potentially infinite by way of addition, since you cannot count up to a number beyond which all counting and addition is impossible. Number, however, differs from both time and extension in being insusceptible of infinite division, for the reason that it /s a minimum the unit. 7. According to Aristotle, all natural motion is directed. 67. Towards an end. What is the end that is sought in nature? It is the development from a state of potentiality to one of actuality, the embodiment of form in matter. With Aristotle, as with Plato, the teleological view of nature prevails over the mechanical, even if it is difficult to see how Aristotle could logically admit any conscious teleology in regard to nature in general. The teleology is not, however, all-pervasive and all-conquering, since matter sometimes obstructs the action of teleology, as, for instance, in the production of monsters, which must be ascribed to defective matter 2 degrees, thus the working of teleology in any particular instance may suffer interference from the occurrence of an event which does not serve the end in question at least, but the occurrence of which cannot be avoided owing to certain circumstances. This is to auto-lotov or the fortuitous, consisting of those events which T3y natme, though not according to nature, e.g. the production of a monster by generation. Such occurrences are undesirable and are distinguished by Aristotle from luck, successry, which denotes the occurrence of a desirable event, e.g. which might be the willed end of a purposive agent, as in the case of the finding of a treasure in a field. Happy face, with what justification does Aristotle speak of nature as having ends? Plato had made use of the conceptions of a world soul and of the demiurge, and so was enabled to speak of ends in nature, but Aristotle talks as though there were some teleological activity inherent in nature itself. He does indeed speak on occasion of six psak, but he never gives any satisfactory treatment of the relation of nature to God, and what he says about God in the metaphysics would seem to preclude any purposive activity in nature on the part of God. Probably it is true to say that Aristotle's increasing interest in empirical science led him to neglect any real systematization of his position, and even lays him open to a justified accusation of inconsistency with his metaphysical presuppositions. While having no wish to reject or question Aristotle's view that there is teleology in nature, we are, it seems, compelled to admit that Aristotle's metaphysical system, his theology, gives him little justification for speaking of nature, as he not infrequently does, as though it were a consciously operating and organizing principle. Such language bears an unmistakably Platonic flavor. 8. According to Aristotle, the universe consists of two distinct worlds, the superlunary and the sublunary. In the 68th superlunary world are the stars, which are imperishable and undergo no change other than that of local motion, their motion being circular and not rectilinear, as is the natural movement of the four elements. Aristotle concludes that the stars are composed of a different material element, ether, which is the fifth and superior element, incapable of any change other than change of place in a circular movement. Aristotle maintained the view that the earth, spherical in shape, is at rest in the center of the universe, and that round it lie the layers, concentric and spherical, of water, air and fire, or the warm, urs ia. Beyond these fly the heavenly spheres, the outermost of which, that of the fixed stars, owes its motion to the first mover. Accepting from Coppus the number 33 as the number of spheres which must be presupposed in order to explain the actual motion of the planets, Aristotle assumed also 22 backward-moving spheres, interposed between the other spheres, in order to counteract the tendency of a sphere to disturb the motion of the planet in the next encompassed sphere. He thus obtained 55 spheres, excluding the outermost sphere, and this is the explanation of his suggestion in the Metaphysics that there are 55 unmoved movers, in addition to the first mover that moves the outermost sphere. He remarks that if the computation of Eudoxus be accepted instead of that of Coppus, then the number will be 49. 29. Particular things in this world come into being and pass away, but species and genera are eternal. There is, therefore, no evolution in the modern sense to be found in the system of Aristotle. But although Aristotle cannot develop any theory of temporal evolution, an evolution of species, he can and does develop a theory of what may be called ideal evolution, namely, a theory concerning the structure of the universe, a theory of the scale of being, in which form is ever more predominant as the scale is ascended. At the bottom of the scale comes inorganic matter, and above this organic matter, the plants being less perfect than the animals. Nevertheless, even the plants possess soul, which is the principle of life, and which Aristotle defines as the entleche of a natural body endowed with the capacity of phe, or as the first entleche of a natural organic body. So in De Anima B1, 412 at 27 B4, /uxa query V4 TE19 IAF /T pico TTO IOC Q, UAI cow 6 of de pound L cough, V. 69. Ekov talk, Tolokdov and pound, 6 dv, Biavikov, or 4 tsksy EIA. F /TCPCBXTACB XTOC, PUAKO06 PIOKVKOG. Being the act of the body, the soul is at the same time FOIM, principle of movement, and end. The body is for the soul, and every organ has its purpose, that purpose being an activity. At the beginning of the De Anima, Aristotle points out the importance of an investigation concerning the soul, for the soul is, as it were, the vital principle in having things. This problem is, however, he says, a difficult one, for it is not easy to ascertain the right method to be employed, but he insists, and how wisely, that the speculative philosopher and the natura hst have different standpoints, and so frame their definitions differently. It is not every thinker that has recognized that different sciences have their different methods, and that because a particular science cannot employ the method of the chemist or the natural scientist, it does not follow that all its conclusions must necessarily be vitiated. 2 * The composite substance, says Aristotle, happy face, is a natural body endowed with phe, the principle of this life being called the soul, t. Body came it be soul, for body is not life but what has if. In the first book of the De Anima, where Aristotle gives a history of psychology, he remarks, apropos of the views of different philosophers concerning the soul, that the most far-reaching difference is that between the philosophers who regard the elements as corporeal and those who regard them as incorporeal. Aristotle ranges himself vis the Platonists as against the followers of Leucippus and Democritus. The body, then, must be as matter to the soul, while the soul is as form or act to the body. Hence Aristotle, in his definition of the soul, speaks of it as the entelecheia or act of the body that possesses phe in potency potentiality of phe, as he remarks, not referring to a thing which has become dispossessed of soul, but to that which possesses it. The soul is thus the resation of the body and is inseparable from it, though there may be, as Aristotle held, there were parts which can be separated, because they are not precisely realizations of the body. The soul is thus the cause and principle of the having body, a, as source of movement h, as final cause, and c, as the real substance, i.e. formal cause, of animate bodies. The different types of soul form a series of such a land that the higher presupposes the lower, but not vice versa. The lowest form of soul is the nutritive or vegetative soul, to gpettxl, which exercises the activities of assimilation. 70. And reproduction. It is found, not only in plants, but also in animals, yet it can exist by itself, as it does in plants. In order that any living thing should continue to exist, these functions are necessary. They are found, therefore, in all having things, but in plants they are found alone, without the higher activities of soul. For plants sensation is not necessary, for they do not move but draw their nourishment automatically. The same holds good, indeed, of motionless animals. But animals endowed with the power of movement must have sensation, for it would be useless for them to move after their food, if they could not recognize it when they found it. Animals, then, possess the higher form of soul, the sensitive soul, which exercises the three powers of sense perception, to allobritlkov, desire, to 6p pound ktik 6v, and local motion, to klvrjtlkov ktoc tatov. Imagination, 9 law, follows on the sensitive faculty, and memory is a further development of this just as Aristotle has pointed out the necessity of nutrition for the preservation of phe et al., so he shows the necessity of touch in order that an animal should be able to distinguish its food, at least when it is in contact with it taste, whereby that which is food attracts the animal, and what is not food repels it, is also necessary. The other senses, though not strictly necessary, are for the well-being of the animal. 10. Higher in the scale than the merely animal soul is the human soul. This soul unites in itself the powers of the lower souls, rospstitlkov, to aiasrjtikov, to opsktikov, t6 kiv 6 v ktoc tatov, but has a peculiar advantage in the possession of VOOC, to Bikvori tlkov. The latter is active in two ways, as the power of scientific thought, koyok, vuk 9 echo pre tik 6c, equals to pound tia tt ovk 6v, and as the power of deliberation, btkvoyotpk tikr, equals koyo tlkov. The former has tmth as its object, truth for its own sake, while the latter aims at truth, not for its own sake but for practical and potential purposes. All the powers of the soul, with the exception of vuk, are inseparable from the body and perishable. Vauci, however, pre-exists before the body and is immortal. Zatti bt tov vuv lovov qpqsv ttaad veikai si ifslva ovov. Asterisk this Vauci, however, which enters into the body, requires a potential principally tabula rasa, on which it may imprint forms, and so we have the distinction between the Vauci, troir tik 6c, and the vukrisri tikoc. Aristotle speaks himself of tutoyov. 71. The phrase vogc, nolr tik 6, is first found in Alexander Aphrodisiensis, CAD 220. The active intellect abstracts forms from the images or phantasmata, which, when received in the passive intellect, are actual concepts. Aristotle considered that the use of imagery is involved in all thinking. Only the active intellect is immortal. Oktak, 6 Vuk y ip ord kal dra sfjq kal dxr, ttj06 aiacbv iv epizioi, dsl yaptil fil tepov t6 geov tog tito coxov toc, kalf, ocp, rtrjquuxt. Kal tuoto 6 vov dr gokvo rov kal dbiev. 6 carat. Troc 6 r tok 6 c, vuk, 9 aptqc. Carat I to this point I shall return in a moment. 11. If we leave out of account the question of the vodqtt wari tlkoc, it is clear that Aristotle does not uphold the Platonic dualism in the De Anima, for he makes soul to be the entlecheia of the body, so that the two form one substance. Altogether Aristotle allows a much closer imion between soul and body than did the Platonists. The tendency to look on the body as the tomb of the soul is not that of Aristotle. Rather is it for the good of the soul to be united with the body, since only so can it exercise its faculties. This was the view adopted by the medieval Aristotelians, such as St. Thomas, although many great Chiistian thinkers had spoken and continue to speak, in language very reminiscent of the Platonic addition. We have only to think of St. Augustine. Aristotle insisted that the Platonic school failed to give any satisfactory explanation of the soul's union with the body. They seem, he says, to suppose that any soul can fit itself into any body. This cannot be true, for every body appears to have a distinct form and character. 2 notion hke that of Descartes, that the existence of the soul is the first certainty and the existence of matter a later inference, would have struck Aristotle as absurd. The whole self, soul, and body is something given and not questioned. Happy face, needless to say. If Aristotle would have opposed the Cartesian view, he would also have opposed the position of those who would reduce the whole human soul and all its activities to the condition of an epiphenomenon of the body, making the highest activity of human thought a mere efflorescence of the brain, though the direction of Aristotle's psychology, as it developed, would seem to have been towards a position suspiciously resembling an epiphenomenalist position, especially if one is right in supposing that the active intellect of man, 72, was not, in Aristotle's eyes, an individualist principle, which persisted after death as the individual mind of, e.g. Socrates or Callias. The absence of a doctrine of historical organic evolution would, however, naturally preclude Aristotle from accepting epiphenomenalism in the modem sense. 12. The well-worn question arises, what was Aristotle's precise doctrine as to the active intellect? Aristotle's precise doctrine one cannot give, it is a matter of interpretation, and different interpretations have been advanced both in the ancient and in the modern world. What Aristotle says in the De Anima is as follows: this nous is separable and impassible and unmixed, being essentially an actuality. For the active is always of higher value than the passive, and the originative principle than the matter. Actual knowledge is identical with its object, potential knowledge is prior in time in the individual, but in general it is not temporally prior, but nous does at one time function and at another not. When it has been separated it is that only which it is in essence, and this alone is immortal and eternal. We do not remember, however, because active reason is impassible, but the passive reason is perishable, and without the active reason nothing thinks. Of this much disputed passage various interpretations have been given. Alexander of Aphrodisias Flor CAD 220, identified reason, i.e. the active intellect, with God, being followed in this by Zabarella, end of 16th and early 17th century AD, who would make God's function in the soul to be the illumination of the potentially known, as the sun's light makes what is visible to be actually seen. Now, although, as Sir David Ross points out, it would not be necessarily inconsistent on Aristotle's part to speak of God's immanence in the De Anima, while speaking of his transcendence in the metaphysics, while on the other hand it might be possible for the two books to represent divergent views of God, the interpretation of Alexander of Aphrodisias and Zabarella, as Ross allows, is most unlikely. For it is probable that Aristotle, having described God as the unmoved mover whose causal activity is one of attraction as finus and as knowing only himself, should go on, in another book, to depict God as immanent in man in such a way as actually to impart knowledge to him. If the active intellect is not to be identified with God, is it to be regarded as individual and particular in each single man or as an identical principle in all men? Aristotle's words. 73. We do not remember, when taken together with his assertion that memory and loving and hating perish at death, as belonging to the whole man and not to reason, which is impassible, seem to indicate that the active intellect in its separate existence has no memory. Although this does not prove with certainty that the active intellect of each man is not individual in its state of separation, it does seem to raise a difficulty in accepting such an interpretation. Moreover, when Aristotle asserts that potential knowledge is prior in time in the individual, but in general it is not temporally prior, but nous does not at one time function and at another not, he seems to be drawing a distinction in the individual, who at one time knows and at another not, and the active intellect, which is an essentially active principle. Perhaps, then, Aristotle regarded the active intellect as a principle which is identical in all men, an intelligence that has above it the hierarchy of the other separate intelligence, that enters into man and functions within him, and that survives the death of the individual. If this were correct, then the conclusion would necessarily follow that the individualist human soul perishes with the matter it infound. Yet, even if one is inclined to such an interpretation, one must admit that there is very considerable difficulty in supposing that, in Aristotle's opinion, the active intellect of Plato was numerically the same as that of Socrates. All the same, if he believed in the individual character of the active intellect in each single man, what did he mean when he said that it came from outside? Was this simply a reuse of Platonism? Chapter 31. 1. The ethics of Aristotle are frankly teleological. He is concerned with action, not as being right in itself irrespective of every other consideration, but with action as conducive to man's good. What conduces to the attainment of his good or end would be a right action on man's part, the action that is opposed to the attainment of his good will be a wrong action. Every art and every inquiry, every action and choice, seems to aim at some good, whence the good has rightly been defined as that at which all things aim. But there are different goods, corresponding to different arts or sciences. Thus the doctor's art aims at health, seamanship at a safe voyage, economy at wealth. Moreover, some ends are subordinate to other and more ultimate ends. The end of giving a certain medicine might be to produce sleep, but this immediate end is subordinate to the end of health. Similarly, the making of bits and reins for cavalry horses is the end of a certain craft, but it is subordinate to the wider and more comprehensive end of conducting warlike operations efficiently. These ends, therefore, have thirdlier ends or goods in view. But if there is an end which we desire for its own sake and for the sake of which we desire all other subordinate ends or goods, then this ultimate good will be the best good, in fact, the good. Aristotle sets himself to discover what this good is and what the science corresponding to it is. As to the second question, Aristotle asserts that it is political or social science which studies the good for man. 74. 75. The state and the individual have the same good, though this good as found in the state is greater and nobler. Here we see an echo of the Republic, that in the ideal state we see justice writ large. Ethics, then, are regarded by Aristotle as a branch of political or social science. We might say that he treats first of individual ethical science and secondly of political ethical science, in the Politics. As to the question what is the good of man, Aristotle points out that it cannot be answered with the exactitude with which a mathematical problem can be answered, and that owing to the anatomy of the subject matter, for human action is the subject matter of ethics, and human action cannot be determined with mathematical exactitude. There is also this big difference between mathematics and ethics. That while the FOIMER starts from general principles and argues to conclusions, the latter starts with the conclusions. In other words, in ethics we start from the actual moral judgments of man, and by comparing, contrasting, and sifting them, we come to the formulation of general principles. This view presupposes that there are natural tendencies implanted in man, the following of which in a general attitude of consistent harmony and proportion, i.e. recognizing relative importances and unimportances, is the ethical life for man. This view affords a basis for a natural as opposed to an arbitrary ethic, but considerable difficulties arise as to the theoretical establishment of moral obligation, especially in a system such as that of Aristotle, who cannot link up his ethic of human action with the eternal law of God, as Christian philosophers of the Middle Ages, who accepted so much from Aristotle, tried to do. However, in spite of such defects, Aristotle's ethic is eminently common sense for the most part, founded as it is on the moral judgments of the man who was generally looked upon as a good and virtuous man. Aristotle intended his ethic to be a justification and supplementation of the natural judgments of such a man, who is, he says, best qualified to judge in matters of this kind. It may be thought that the taste of the intellectual and professor comes out strongly in his picture of the ideal life, but one can scarcely accuse Aristotle of attempting a purely a priori and deductive ethic, or an ethica more geometrico demonstrata. Moreover, although we can discern evidence of contemporary Greek taste in matters of human conduct, e.g. in Aristotle's account of the moral virtues, the philosopher certainly considered himself 76. To be dealing with human nature as such, and to be founding his ethic on the universal characteristics of human nature in spite of his opinion of the barbarians. If he were of today and had to answer, e.g. Friedrich Nietzsche, he would no doubt insist on the basic universality and constancy of human nature and the necessity of constant valuations, which are not merely relative but are founded in nature. What do people generally view as the end of life? Happiness, says Aristotle, and he, like a true Greek, accepts this view. But obviously this does not take us very far by itself, for different people understand very different things by happiness. Some people identify it with pleasure, others with wealth, others again with honor, and so on. More than that, the same man may have different estimations of what happiness is at different times. Thus when he is ill he may regard health as happiness, and when he is in want he may regard wealth as happiness. But pleasure is rather an end for slaves than freemen, while honor cannot be the end of life, for it depends on the giver and is not really our own. Honor, moreover, seems to be aimed at assuring us of our virtue, hence, perhaps, the Victorian attachment to respectability, so perhaps moral virtue is the end of life. No, says Aristotle, for moral virtue can go with inactivity and misery, and happiness, which is the end of life, that at which all aim, must be an activity and excludes misery. Now, happiness is an activity and an activity of man, we must see what activity is peculiar to man. It cannot be the activity of growth or reproduction, nor yet of sensation, since these are shared by other beings below man. It must be the activity of that which is peculiar to man among natural beings, namely, the activity of reason or activity in accordance with reason. This is indeed an activity of aichu, for Aristotle distinguished, besides the moral virtues, the intellectual virtues, but it is not what people ordinarily mean when they say that happiness consists in being virtue. 1. Us, since they are generally thinking of moral virtues, such as justice, temperance, etc. In any case, happiness, as the ethical end, could not consist simply in virtue as such, it consists rather in activity according to virtue or in various activity, understanding by virtue both the intellectual and the moral virtues. Moreover, says Aristotle, it must, if it really deserves the name of happiness, be manifested over a whole life and not merely for brief periods. but if happiness is essentially activity in accordance with Is Ethics 77 virtue, Aristotle does not mean by this simply to exclude all the common notions about happiness. For instance, the activity to which virtue is the tendency is necessarily accompanied by pleasure, since pleasure is the natural accompaniment of an unimpeded and free activity. Again, without some external goods a man cannot well exercise that activity, an Aristotelian view to which the Cynics took exception, for the most part at least. The character of happiness as an activity, and an activity peculiar to man, is therefore preserved without at the same time having to sacrifice or exclude pleasure and external prosperity. Once more Aristotle shows the common-sense character of his thought, and that he is not over-transcendental or hostile to this earth. This being established, Aristotle goes on to consider, first the general nature of good character and good action, then the leading moral virtues, the virtues of that part of man which can follow the plan laid down by reason, then the virtues of the intellect. At the end of the Nicomachean Ethics he considers the ideal phe, or the ideal phe of activity in accordance with virtue, which phe v be the truly happy life for man. 2. As to goodness of character in general, Aristotle says that we start by having a capacity for it, but that it has to be developed by practice. How is it developed? By doing virtuous acts. At first sight this looks like a vicious circle. Aristotle tells us that we become virtuous by doing virtuous acts, but how can we do virtuous acts unless we are already virtuous? Aristotle answers that we begin by doing acts which are objectively virtuous, without having a reflex knowledge of the acts and a deliberate choice of the acts as good, a choice resulting from an habitual disposition. For instance, a child may be told by its parents not to lie. It obeys without reaching perhaps the inherent goodness of telling the truth, and without having yet formed a habit of telling the truth, but the acts of truth-telling gradually form the habit, and as the process of education goes on, the child comes to realize that truth-telling is right in itself, and to choose to tell the truth for its own sake, as being the right thing to do. It is then virtuous in this respect. The accusation of the vicious circle is thus answered by the distinction between the acts which create the good disposition and the acts which flow from the good disposition once it has been created. Virtue itself is a disposition which has been developed out of a capacity by the proper exercise of that. 78. Capacity. Further difficulties might arise, of course, concerning the relation between the development of moral valuations and the influence of social environment, suggestion of parents and teachers, etc., but with these Aristotle does not deal. 3. How does virtue stand to vice? It is a common characteristic of all good actions that they have a certain order or proportion, and virtue, in Aristotle's eyes, is a mean between two extremes, the extremes being vices, one being a vice through excess, the other being a vice through defect. Happy face, through excess or defect of what? Either in regard to a feeling or in regard to an action. Thus, in regard to the feeling of confidence, the excess of this feeling constitutes rashness at least when the feeling issues in action, and it is with human actions that ethics are concerned while the defect is cowardice. The mean, then, will be a mean between rashness on the one hand and cowardice on the other hand. This mean is courage and is the virtue in respect to the feeling of confidence. Again, if we take the action of giving of money, excess in regard to this action is prodigality and this is a vice while defect in regard to this action is illiberal. Ity. The virtue, liberality, is the mean between the two vices, that of excess and that of defect. Aristotle, therefore, describes or defines moral virtue as a disposition to choose, consisting essentially in a mean relatively to us determined by a rule, i.e. the rule by which a practically wise man would determine it. Happy face, virtue, then, is a disposition to choose according to a rule, namely, the rule by which a truly virtuous man possessed of moral insight would choose. Aristotle regarded the possession of practical wisdom, the ability to see what is the right thing to do the circumstances, as essential to the truly virtuous man, A and C. He attaches much more value to the moral judgments of the enlightened conscience than to any a priori and merely theoretical conclusions. This may seem somewhat naive, but it must be remembered that for Aristotle the pedant man vdlb the man who sees what is truly good for a man in an set of circumstances, he is not required to enter upon an academic precive, but to see what truly befits human nature in those circumstances. 1. When Aristotle speaks of virtue as a mean, he is not thinking of a mean that has to be calculated arithmetically, is why he says in his definition relatively to us. We cannot determine what is excess, what mean and what defect be carried. 79. Hard and fast, mathematical rules, so much depends on the character of the feeling or action in question. In some cases it may be preferable to err on the side of excess rather than on that of defect, while in other cases the reverse may be true. Nor, of course, should the Aristotelian doctrine of the mean be taken as equivalent to an exaltation of mediocrity in the moral faith, for as far as excellence is concerned virtue is an extreme, it is in respect of its essence and its definition that it is a mean. One may illustrate this important point by a diagram given in the Ethics of Professor Nikolai Hartmann of Birhaj in which the horizontal hni at the bottom of the figure represents the ontological dimension, and the vertical line the axiological dimension. Goodness. I. Deficiency badness excess. This diagram illustrates the important point that virtue, dcpett, has a double position, I. As regards the ontological dimension, it is a mean, pound a 6 ttc, as regards the axiological dimension, it is an excellence or extreme, dkp 6 tr, winky face. It is not as though virtue were a composition of vices from a valuational point of view, since, from this point of view, it stands in opposition to both vices, but it is nevertheless a mean from the ontological viewpoint, since it combines in itself both the good points which, run to excess, constitute vices. For example, courage is not boldness alone, nor is it cool foresight alone, but a synthesis of both, this character of a synthesis preventing courage from degenerating into the daring of the foolhardy man on the one hand or the impudence of the coward on the other hand. What Aristotle so strongly felt in the lower moral values, without being able to formulate it, was just this, that all valuational elements, taken in isolation, have in them a point beyond which they are dangerous, that they are tyrannical, and that for the true fulfillment of their meaning in their real carrier there is always a counterweight. Because of this profoundly justified feeling, he assigned virtue to no one of these elements but to their synthesis. It is precisely in 80. Their synthesis that the danger in values is diminished, their tyranny in consciousness paralyzed. In this matter Aristotle's procedure is a model for every further treatment of the problem of contrasts. One must, however, admit that Aristotle's treatment of the virtues beshees the fact that he was under the influence of the predominantly aesthetic attitude of the Greek towards human conduct, a fact that appears in a clear hght in his treatment of the great-souled man. The notion of a crucified God would have been abhorrent to him, it would most probably have seemed in his eyes at once unesthetic and irrational. 4. A presupposition of moral action is freedom, since it is only for voluntary actions that a man incurs responsibility, i.e. voluntary in a wide sense. If a man acts under physical, external compulsion or in ignorance, he cannot be held responsible. Fear may lessen the voluntary character of an action, but an action such as throwing the cargo overboard in a storm, though not one that a sane man would perform in ordinary circumstances, is yet voluntary, since it springs from the agent himself. In regard to ignorance, Aristotle certainly makes some pertinent observations, as when he points out that while a man who acts in rage or under the influence of drink may be said to act in ignorance, he cannot be said to act from ignorance, for that ignorance is itself due to rage or drink. Happy face, however, his assertion that an action done through ignorance is involuntary if it is subsequently regretted by the agent. Non-voluntary if not subsequently regretted, can scarcely be accepted, for although the agent's subsequent attitude may reveal his general character, i.e. whether he is on the whole a good or bad man, it cannot serve to differentiate between unwilling and merely involuntary acts in regard to the Socratic position that no man acts against knowledge. Aristotle does on occasion show that he is alive to the reality of the moral struggle. He was too good a psychologist to disregard the point, but when he is treating formally of the question, reference to continence and incontinence, he tends to overlook this and to emphasize the view that the man who does a wrong act does not know at the moment of action that the act is wrong. Trias may certainly happen sometimes, e.g. in the case of actions done under the stress of passion, but Aristotle does not allow sufficiently for the truth that a man may do deliberately. 81. What he knows to be wrong, and, moreover, what he knows to be wrong at the moment that he does it. It might be remarked that, owing to what might be called the strictly human character of Aristotle's ethic, by which right is explained in terms of good, he could answer that even the incontinent man acts sub ratione honi. This is true, but all the same the incontinent man may know well enough that the action he performs is morally wrong. In fact, Aristotle, while professedly rejecting the Socratic theory, was none the less dominated by it to a certain extent. He lacked a proper concept of duty, though in this he seems to have been at one with other Greek theorists before the rise of the Stoics, with certain reservations in the case of Plato. An action may be good or contributory to good without thereby being strictly obligatory, a duty, and Aristotle's ethical theory does not account for this distinction. 5. Aristotle, hke Plato before him, had no really distinct concept of will, but his description or definition of choice as desireful reason or reasonable desire 2 degrees or as the deliberate desire of things in our power, 21 shows that he had some idea of will, for he does not identify preferential choice, psych, with either desire by itself or v-dth reason by itself. His description of it would seem to indicate that he regarded it as substantially sui generis. Aristotle does indeed declare that irpapiak has to do with means and not with ends, but in his use of the word, both in the Ethics itself and also elsewhere, he is not consistent. 22. Aristotle's analysis of the moral process is as follows: I. The agent desires an end. 2. The agent deliberates, seeing that B is the means to A, the end to be obtained, C the means to B, and so on, until, 3. He perceives that some particular means near to the end or remote from it, as the case may be, is something that he can do here and now. 4. The agent chooses this means that presents itself to him as practicable et nunc, and, v. does the act in question. Thus a man might desire happiness, in fact, he always does, Aristotle thought. He then sees that health is a means to happiness, and that exercise is a means to health. He then perceives that to go for a walk is something that he can do here and now. He chooses this act and does it, i.e. takes the walk. This analysis may be a very good statement of the way in which we fix on actions in view of an end. The difficulty is to allow for any real moral obligation in Aristotle's system, at least if considered in itself. 82. And without any of the supplementary treatment that later philosophers have given it from the doctrine that virtuous activity is voluntary and in accordance with choice, it follows that virtue and vice are in our power, and that Socrates' doctrine is false. True, a man may have formed a bad habit of such strength that he cannot cease to perform the intrinsically bad actions that naturally flow from that habit, but he could have refrained from contracting that habit in the first place. A man may have so blinded his conscience that he fails now to discern the right, but he is himself responsible for his blindness and for bringing about his ignorance. This may be said to be the general thought of Aristotle, though, as we have seen, in his formal treatment of the Socratic position he does not do sufficient justice to moral weakness and to sheer wickedness. 6. Aristotle's treatment of the moral virtues is often enlightening and shows his common sense moderation and clear judgment. For example, his characterization of courage as a mean between rashness or foolhardiness and cowardice, seems, when developed, to set the true nature of courage in relief and to distinguish it from forms of pseudo-courage. Similarly, his description of the virtue of temperance as a mean between profligacy and insensibility, serves to bring out the truth that temperance or self-control in regard to the pleasures of touch does not of itself involve a puritanical attitude towards sense and the pleasures of sense. Again, his insistence that the mean is a mean relatively to us and cannot be arithmetically determined, brings out his practical, empirical, and common sense outlook. As he pertinently remarks, if 10 pounds of food are too much for a man and 2 are too little, the trainer in gymnastics will not order 6 pounds, for this may be too much or too little for the special case. For a Milo it may be too little, but for one who is beginning to train it may be too much. 3. It can hardly be denied, however, and who would expect anything else, that his treatment of the virtues is, to a certain extent, determined by contemporary Greek taste. Happy face, thus his view that the geat-souled and self-respecting man will be ashamed of receiving benefits and so putting himself in the position of an inferior, while on the contrary he will always pay back benefits received with greater ones in order to make his friend his debtor, may be in accordance with Greek taste, or with those of Nietzsche, but will 83. Scarcely be acceptable in all quarters. Again, Aristote's pictures of the great-souled man as slow in step, deep in voice and sedate in speech is largely a matter of aesthetic taste. 25-7. In Book 5 of the Ethics Aristotle treats of justice. Under justice he understands, a. what is lawful and, b. what is fair and equal, 2. E5 ikaiofxpa to vo li ovkal to 100 v, to 6. 3c6 x0 vt6 eapt vo ovkal to dcv la vn, 1129 34. The first kind of justice, universal justice, is practically equivalent to obedience to law, but slqce Aristotle envisages the law of the state ideally, at least as extending over the whole of life and enforcing virtuous actions in the sense of materially use actions, since of course law cannot enforce virtuous actions, formally or subjectively considered. Universal justice is more or less coterminous with virtue, looked at in its social aspect at any rate. Aristotle, like Plato, is firmly convinced of the positive and educative function of the state. This is diametrically opposed to theories of the state, such as those of Herbert Spencer in England and Schopenhauer in Germany, who rejected the positive functions of the state and confined the functions of law to the defense of personal rights, above all the defense of private property. Particular justice is divided into, a. distributive justice, whereby the state divides goods among its citizens according to geometrical proportions, i.e. according to merit. As Burnet says, the Greek citizen regarded himself as a shareholder in the state, rather than as a taxpayer, and, b. remedial justice. This latter is subdivided into two types, i. that dealing with voluntary transactions, civil law, and, 2. that dealing with involuntary transactions, criminal law. Remedial justice proceeds according to arithmetical proportion. Aristotle added to these two main divisions of particular justice commercial or commutative justice. According to Aristotle, justice is a mean between acting unjustly and being unjustly treated. Happy face, but this is hardly acceptable and is obviously asserted merely in order to bring justice into fine with the other virtues already discussed. For the businessman, for instance, who is just in his dealings, is the man who chooses to give the other fellow his due, and to take exactly his own share without further extortion, rather than to give the other man less than his due or to take for himself more than what is owing to him. To give the 84. other fellow more than his share or to accept for himself less than his own due, is scarcely a vice or even, necessarily, to be unjustly beat. However, Aristotle goes on to say, rather more happily, that justice is not really a mean as the other virtues are, but is a mean in the sense that it produces a state of AFL pairs that stand midway between that in which A has too much and that in which B has too much. Finally, Aristotle draws the very valuable distinction between various types of action that are materially unjust, pointing out that to do an action which results in damage to another, when the damage was not foreseen or intended, and still more if the damage would not ordinarily result from that action, is very different from doing an action which would naturally result in damage to another, particularly if that damage was foreseen and intended. The distinctions drawn afford room for equity as a type of justice superior to legal justice, the latter being too general for application to all particular cases. Kai Iadivazr, F_9 UAI, RTOU Etil Kauk, Ishiakvapkagia V6, IOU, REX Zeltzel Bidtuka 96.298. Discussing the intellectual virtues, Aristotle divides them according to the two rational faculties, I, the scientific faculty to ETTI_OVKOV, by which we contemplate objects that are necessary and admit of no contingency, and, 2, the calculative faculty to koiatikov, or faculty of opinion, which is concerned with objects that are contingent. The intellectual virtues of the scientific faculty are etiotva parai, the disposition by virtue of which we demonstrate, and which has regard to proof, and vousi, or intuitive reason, whereby we grasp a universal truth after experience of a certain number of particular instances and then see this truth or principle to be self-evident. The union of VOCQ and DTTIOTR, R is theoretical wisdom or ukpaya, and it is directed to the highest objects, probably including not only the objects of metaphysics, but also those of mathematics and natural science. The contemplation of these objects belongs to the ideal life for man. Wisdom or philosophy may be defined as the combination of intuitive reason and science, or as scientific knowledge of the most precious things, with the crown of perfection, so to speak, upon it. Knowledge is dignified by its object, and Aristotle remarks that it would be absurd to call political science the highest type of knowledge, unless indeed men were the highest of all beings, and that he did not believe * there are other things in the universe of a nature far more divine. 85. Than his, as, for example, the starry heavens of which the universe is built. From all of which it is clear that wisdom is a combination of science and the speculative reason, direct to the noblest objects in creation. Happy face, the virtues of T6 koikonkov are T_X_O_, happy face, registered disposition by which we make things by the aid of a true rule, 2 and practical wisdom or, pp6 vtalc, a true disposition towards action, by the aid of a rule, with regard to things good or bad for men. Happy face, pp6 vrike is subdivided according to the objects with which it is concerned. I, as concerned with the individual's good, it is, povriake in the narrow sense. 2, as concerned with the family, with household management, it is called economics, olkovo_iia. 3, as concerned with the state, it is called political science in the wider sense. This latter, politics in a wide sense, is again subdivided into, a, the architectonic or legislative faculty, politics in the narrower sense, and, b, the subordinate or administrative faculty. The last again subdivides into, a, deliberative and, fs, judicial. It is important to note that, in spite of these divisions, it is really the same aichu that is called practical wisdom in connection with the individual and politics in connection with the good of the state. Practical wisdom, says Aristotle, is concerned with the practical syllogism, e.g. A is the end, B is the means, therefore B should be done. If Aristotle were confronted with the difficulty that this only gives us an hypothetical imperative and not a categorical imperative, he might answer that in ethical matters the end is happiness, and as happiness is an end that all seek and cannot help seeking, that they seek by nature, the imperative that bears on our choice of means to this end is different from the imperatives that bear on the means to some freely chosen end, and that while the latter are hypothetical, the former is a categorical imperative. But Aristotle, with his customary good sense, expressly recognizes that some people may have knowledge of the right action to do from their experience of faith, although they have not got a clear idea of the general principles. Hence it is better to know the conclusion of the practical syllogism, without the major premise, than to know the major premise without knowing the conclusion. Happy face. In reference to Socrates' view that all virtue is a form of prudence, Aristotle declares that Socrates was partly right and partly wrong. He was wrong in holding that all 86. Virtue is a form of prudence, but right in holding that no virtue can exist without prudence. Happy face. Socrates held that all the virtues were foitns of reason, as being forms of knowledge, but Aristotle declares that the tith is rather that they are all reasonable. Virtue is not only the right and reasonable attitude, but the attitude which leads to right and reasonable choice, and right and reasonable choice in these matters is what we mean by prudence. Happy face. Pitidance, therefore, is necessary for the truly seventuous man, a. as being the excellence of an essential part of our nature, and b. inasmuch as there can be no right choice without both pietance and virtue, seeing that the latter secures the choice of the right end, and the former the choice of the right means to its attainment. Happy face. But prudence or practical wisdom is not the same thing as cleverness. 6 pound 46 trc. Cleverness is the faculty by which a man is enabled to find the right means to any particular end, and a rogue may be very clever in discovering the right means to attain his ignoble end. Mere cleverness is, then, different from prudence, which presupposes virtues and is equivalent to moral insight. Prudence cannot exist without cleverness, but it cannot be reduced to cleverness, for it is a moral 7 Tuesday. In other words, prudence is cleverness as deemed with the means that lead to the attainment, not of any sort of end, but of the end of man, what is best for man, and it is moral virtue that enables us to choose the right end, so that prudence presupposes moral virtue. Aristotle is quite well aware that it is possible for a man to do what is right, what he ought to do, without being a good man. He is good only if his action proceeds from moral choice and is done because it is good. For this prudence is necessary. Aristotle admits that it is possible to have natural virtues in separation from one another, e.g. a child might be natinally courageous, without being at the same time gentle, but in order to have a moral virtue in the full sense, as a reasonable disposition, prudence is necessary. Moreover, given the single virtues of prudence, all the virtues necessarily follow from it. Happy face. Socrates was then right in holding that no virtue can exist without prudence, though he was wrong in supposing that all virtues are foims of prudence. In the Eudemian Ethics Aristotle remarks that for Socrates all the virtues were forms of knowledge, so that to know what justice is, for example, and to be just would come. 87. Simultaneously, just as we are geometers from the moment we have learned geometry. In reply, Aristotle says that it is necessary to distinguish between theoretical science and productive science. We do not wish to know what bravery is but to be brave, nor what justice is but to be just. Similarly, he observes in the Magna Moralia that anyone who knows the essence of justice is not forthwith just, while in the Nicomachean Ethics he compares those who think they will become good by mere theoretical knowledge, to patients who listen attentively to what the doctor says, but carry out none of his orders. 9. Aristotle refuses to admit that pleasures as such are bad. Pleasure cannot indeed be the good, as Eudoxus thought, for pleasure is the natural accompaniment of an unimpeded activity, as a sort of coloring attached to the activity, and it is the activity that should be aimed at, not the accompanying pleasure. We ought to choose certain activities, even if no pleasure resulted from them. Nor is it time to say that pleasures are desirable, for the activities to which certain pleasures are attached are disgraceful. But if pleasure is not the good, we must not fall into the opposite extreme and say that all pleasure is wrong because some pleasures are disgraceful. As a matter of fact, says Aristotle, we might really say that disgraceful pleasures are not really pleasant, just as what appears white to a man with bad eyes, may not be really white. This observation is perhaps not very convincing. More convincing is Aristotle's remark that the pleasures themselves may be desirable, but not when obtained in such a way, and still more convincing is his suggestion that pleasures differ specifically according to the activities from which they are derived. Aristotle will not allow that pleasure is simply a replenishment, i.e. that pain represents a falling short in the natural state, and that pleasure is a replenishment of the deficiency. It is true, indeed, that where there is replenishment there is pleasure, and that where there is exhaustion there is pain, but we cannot say universally of pleasure that it is a replenishment after antecedent pain. The pleasures of mathematics, among the pleasures of sense those of smell as we use as many sights and sounds, lastii, hopes and memories, are instances of pleasure which involve no antecedent pain. Happy face, pleasure, then, is something positive, and its effect is to perfect the exercise of a faculty. Pleasures differ specifically according to the character of the activities to which they 88 are attached, and the good man must be our standard as to what is truly pleasant and unpleasant. Aristotle remarks on the importance of training children to delight in and dislike the proper things, for which purpose the educator uses pleasure and pain as a species of rudder. Some pleasures are pleasant only to those whose nature is corrupt. The THIRD pleasures for man are those that accompany the activities that are proper to man. All others, the activities which they accompany, are so only in a partial and secondary sense. Happy face, in all this discussion of pleasure, Aristotle's good sense and psychological insight are evident. He may be thought by some to overemphasize the pleasures of theoretical and purely intellectual activity, but he sedulously avoids all extreme positions, refusing to agree with Eudoxus on the one hand that pleasure is the good, or with Speusippus on the other hand that all pleasures are bad. Lo! Aristotle devotes books 8 and 9 of the Ethics to the subject of friendship. Friendship, he says, is one of the virtues, or at any rate Imphy's virtue. Moreover, it is one of the prime necessities of life. Happy face, Aristotle tends to give a somewhat self-centered picture of friendship. Thus he emphasizes our need for friends at different periods of our life, and suggests that in friendship a man is loving himself at first hearing a rather egoistic viewpoint. But he attempts the reconciliation of egoism and altruism by pointing out that it is necessary to distinguish the uses of the term self-loving. Some men seek to get as much as possible for themselves of money, honor, or the pleasures of the body, and these we call self-loving by way of reproach. Others, i.e. good men, are anxious to excel in virtue and noble actions, and these, though self-loving, we do not blame as such. The latter type of man will give away money in order that his friend may have more. For the money goes to the friend, but the noble deed to himself, and in this way he appropriates the greater good. Similarly with regard to honors and offices. The picture of a man relinquishing money or office to his friend in order that he himself may have the noble action to his credit, is not altogether pleasing, but Aristotle is doubtless right in observing that there can be a good type of self-love as well as a bad type. Indeed we are appointed to love selves and to make ourselves as good as possible. A happier thought is Aristotle saying that a man's relations to his friend are the same as his 89 relations to himself, since the friend is a second self. In other words, the concept of the self is capable of extension and may grow to include friends, whose happiness or misery, success or fail may become as our own. Moreover, incidental observations, such as friendship consists in loving rather than in being loved, degree or that men wish well to their friends for their sake, happy face, show that his view of friendship was not so egoistic as his words would sometimes lead one to suppose. That Aristotle's concept of friendship was a very wide one can be seen from the divisions that he makes between different types of friendship. On the lowest level are friendships of utility, in which men do not love their friends for what they are in themselves, but only for the advantage which they receive from them. Such friendships are necessary to man, since man is not economically self-sufficient. A business friendship would be of this type. 2. Friendships of pleasure. These are founded on the natural delight that men take in the society of their fellow men, and are characteristic of the young, for young people five by feeling, and have a main eye to their own pleasure and to the present moment. But both these types of friendship are unstable, For when the motive of the friendship utility or pleasure is gone, the friendship also is destroyed. 3. Friendships of the good. This type of friendship is perfect friendship and endures as long as both retain their character and virtue, says Aristotle, is a lasting thing. As we would expect, Aristotle makes not a few observations on the subject of friendship, which, if not profound, are shrewd and to the point, and which are applicable not only to natural friendship, but also to supernatural friendship with Christ our Lord. For example, he observes that friendship differs from affection in that the latter is a feeling, the foi and habit of mind and that the wish for friendship is of rapid growth, but friendship itself is not. 5. 11. If happiness is activity in accordance v-dth virtue, it is reasonable that it should be in accordance with the highest virtue, and this will be that of the best thing in us. Happy face, the faculty, the exercise of which constitutes perfect happiness, is, according to Aristotle, the contemplative faculty, by which he means the faculty of intellectual or philosophic activity, thus showing the intellectualist standpoint which he shared with Plato. The precise relation of moral action to the highest. 90. Type of human happiness is left obscure, but of course Aristotle makes it quite clear in the Ethics that without moral virtue happiness is impossible. Aristotle gives several reasons for saying that man's highest happiness consists in I. Reason is the highest faculty of man, and theoretic contemplation is the highest activity of reason. 2. We can keep up this form of activity longer than any other, e.g. than bodily exercise. 3. Pleasure is one of the elements of happiness, and philosophy is admittedly the pleasantest of the activities in which human excellence manifests itself. The last remark may have seemed a trifle unusual even to Aristotle himself, for he adds, the pleasures of philosophy at least appear to be wonderfully pure and reable, nor indeed is it surprising, if the life of him who knows is pleasanter than that of the learner. 4. The philosopher is more self-sufficient than any other man. He cannot indeed dispense with the necessaries of life any more than others can, and Aristotle considered that the philosopher needs external goods in moderation and friends, but all the same the thinker is able to pursue his studies in solitude, and the more of a thinker he is, the more capable he is of doing so. The cooperation of others is a great assistance to him, but if it be wanting, the thinker is better able than other men to get along without it. Philosophy is loved for its own sake and not for the sake of any results that accrue from it. In the field of practical activity, it is not the action itself that is desirable, but some result to be attained by means of the activity. Philosophy is no mere means to a further end. 6. Happiness would seem to imply leisure. Now, the practical virtues find the field of their exercise in war or politics, which cannot be said to be leisurely employments, least of all war. It is in the exercise of reason, then, and in fly exercise of that reason concerning the noblest objects, that man's complete happiness is found, provided that it is extended over a complete term of years. Such a faith expresses the divine element in man, but we shall refuse to listen to those who advise us, being human and mortal, to mind things that are human and mortal. On the contrary, as far as possible, we ought to try to put flow our moitily and do all we can to have the life to which the highest element in us points. For though it be but a small part of us, yet in power and value it far surpasses others. Moreover, 91. It would seem to be the real self in each of us, since it is sovereign over all and better than all. And accordingly it would be strange if we were not to choose the life of our own true selves, but of something other than ourselves. Happy face, what objects does Aristotle include among the objects of theoretic contemplation? He certainly includes the invariable objects of metaphysics and mathematics, but does he include the objects of natural science? Probably only so far as they are non-contingent, since the highest activity of man is, as we have already seen, concerned with objects that are not contingent. In the Metaphysics Aristotle makes physics a branch of theoretic wisdom, though in another place in the Metaphysics he implies that it is also the study of contingent events. Physics therefore can belong to contemplation only insofar as it studies the invariable or necessary element in the contingent events that constitute the object of physics. The highest object of metaphysics is God, but in the Nicomachean Ethics Aristotle does not expressly include the regious attitude expressed in the definition of the ideal Haphe contained in the Eudemian Ethics, namely, the worship and contemplation of God. Happy face, whether Aristotle meant this attitude of religious adoration to be understood in the picture of the ideal life given in the Nicomachean Ethics, or had come to lose sight of this earlier regious attitude, we cannot well decide. In any case his treatment of contemplation exercised a great influence on posterity, not least on Christian philosophers, who natmali found it well adapted to their purpose. The intellectualist attitude of Aristotle finds its echo in the teaching of St. Thomas Aquinas, that the essence of the beatific vision consists in the act of the intellect rather than in the will's act, on the ground that the intellect is the faculty by which we possess, the wiu the faculty by which we enjoy the object already possessed by the intellect. Happy face, I. Chapter 32. 1. The state, and by state Aristotle is thinking of the Greek city-state, hke every other community, exists for an end. In the case of the state this end is the supreme good of man, his moral and intellectual life. The family is the primitive community that exists for the sake of Haphe, for the supply of men's everyday wants, and when several families join together and something more than the mere supply of daily needs is aimed at, the village comes into existence. When, however, several villages are joined together to form a larger community that is nearly or quite self-sufficing, there comes into existence the state. The state comes into existence for the bare ends of youth, but it continues in existence for the sake of the good Haphe, and Aristotle insists that the state differs from family and village, not merely quantitatively but qualitatively and specifically. It is only in the state that man can live the good life in any full sense, and since the good Haphe is man's natural end, the state must be called a natural society. The sophists were therefore wrong in thinking that the state is simply the creation of convention. It is evident that the state is a creature of nature, and that man is by nature a poetical animal. And he who by nature and not by mere accident is without a state, is either above humanity or below it. Man's gift of speech shows clearly that nature destined him for social Haphe, and social life in its specifically complete form is, in Aristotle's view, that of the state. The state is prior to the family and to the individual in the sense that, oleally the state is a self-sufficing whole, neither the individual nor the I. 92. 93. Family are self-sufficient. He who is unable to live in society, or who has no need because he is sufficient for himself, must be either a beast or a god. The Platonic Aristotelian view of the state as exercising the positive function of serving the end of man, the leading of the good Haphe or the acquisition of happiness, and as being natura prior, to be distinguished from tempor prior, to the individual and the family, has been of great influence in subsequent philosophy. Among Christian medieval philosophers it was naturally tempered by the importance they rightly attached to individual and family, and by the fact that they accepted another perfect society, the Church, whose end is higher than that of the state, also by the fact that the nation-state was comparatively undeveloped in the Middle Ages, but we have only to think of Hegel in Germany and of Bradley and Bosanquet in England, to realize that the Greek conception of the state did not perish along with Greek freedom. Moreover, though it is a conception that can be, and has been, exaggerated, especially where Christian truth has been absent and so unable to act as a corrective to one-sided exaggeration, it is a richer and truer conception of the state than that of, e.g. Herbert Spencer. For the state exists for the temporal well-being of its citizens, i.e. for a positive and not merely for a negative end, and this positive conception of the state can quite well be maintained without contaminating it with the exaggerations of totalitarian state mysticism. Aristotle's horizon was more or less bounded by the confines of the Greek city-state, in spite of his contacts with Alexander, and he had little idea of nations and empires, but all the same his mind penetrated to the essence and function of the state better than did the laissez-faire theorists and the British school from Locke to Spencer. 2. In the Politics, as we have it, Aristotele's treatment of the family is practically confined to discussion of the master-slave relationship and to the acquisition of wealth. Slavery, the slave, according to Aristotle, is a having instrument of action, i.e. aid to his master's cafe, is founded on nature. From the hour of their birth, some are marked out for subjection, others for rule. It is clear that some men are by natio free, and others slaves, and that for these slavery is both expedient and right. This view may seem to us monstrous, but it must be remembered that the essence of Aristotle's doctrine is that men differ in 94 intellectual and physical capacities and are thereby fitted for different positions in society. We regret that Aristotle canonized the contemporary institution of slavery, but this canonization is largely an historical accident. Stripped of its historic and contemporary accidentals, what is censurable in it is not so much the recognition that men differ in ability and in adaptability, the truth of this is too obvious to need elaboration, but the over-rigid dichotomy drawn between two types of men and the tendency to regard the slave nature as something almost less than human. However, Aristotle tempered his acceptance and rationalization of slavery by insisting that the master should not abuse his authority, since the interests of master and slave are the same, and by saying that all slaves should have the hope of emancipation. Moreover, he admitted that the child of a natural slave need not himself be a natural slave, and rejected slavery by right of conquest on the ground that superior power and superior excellence are not equivalent, while on the other hand the war may not be a just war. Degree nevertheless, regarded in itself, this rationalization of slavery is regrettable and betrays a limited outlook on the part of the philosopher. In fact, Aristotle rejected the legitimacy of the historical origin of slavery, conquest, and then proceeded to give a philosophic rationalization and justification of slavery. 3. There are, in general, two distinct modes of acquiring wealth, and an intermediate mode. I. The natural mode consists in the accumulation of things needed for by, e.g. grazing, hunting, agriculture. Man's needs set a natural limit to such accumulation. 2. The intermediate mode is that of barter. In barter, a thing is used apart from its proper use, but insofar as it is employed for the acquisition of the needs of life, barter may be called a natural mode of acquiring wealth. 3. The second, and unnatural, mode of acquiring wealth is the use of money as a means of exchange for goods. It seems very odd to us that Aristotle should condemn retail trade, but his prejudice is largely determined by the ordinary Greek attitude towards commerce, which was regarded as illiberal and unfit for the free man. Of importance is Aristotle's condemnation of usury, the breeding of money out of money, as he calls it. Money was intended to be used in exchange, but not to increase at interest. This, literally taken, would condemn all taking of interest. I-95 on money, but Aristotle was probably T-Benelden of the practice of money lenders, or usurers in our sense, who make victims of the needy, credulous, and ignorant, though he certainly found a rationalization of his attitude in his doctrine about the natural purpose of money. Cows and sheep have a natural increase, as have fruit trees, but money has no such natural increase. It is meant to be a means of exchange and nothing else. To serve as a means of exchange is its natural purpose, and if it is used to get more wealth merely by a process of lending it, without any exchange of goods for money and without any labor on the part of the lender, then it is being used in an unnatural way. Needless to say, Aristotle did not envisage modern finance. If he were of today, we cannot say how he would react to OM financial system, and whether he would reject, modify, or find a way round his former views. 4. Aristotle, as one might expect, refused to allow himself to be carried away by Plato's picture of the ideal state. He did not think that such radical changes as Plato proposed were necessary, nor did he think that they would all, if feasible, be desirable. For instance, he rejected the Platonic notion of the creche for the children of the guardian class, on the ground that he who is a child of all is a child of none. Better to be a real cousin than a Platonic son. Similarly, he criticized the nation of communism, on the ground that this would lead to disputes, inefficiency, etc. The enjoyment of property is a source of pleasure, and it is of no use for Plato to say that the state would be made happy if the guardians were deprived of this source of happiness, for happiness is either enjoyed by individuals or it is not enjoyed at all. In general, Plato aimed at excessive imification. Aristotle had no sympathy for the accumulation of wealth as such, but he saw that there is a need, not so much of acquiring property as of training citizens not to desire excessive wealth and, if any are incapable of being trained, then of preventing them acquiring it. 5. The qualifications of citizenship are taken by Aristotle from the practice of the Athenian democracy, which was not the same as the modem democracy with its representative system. In his view, all the citizens should take their share in ruling and being ruled by and the minimum of citizen rights is the right to participate in the assembly and in the administration of justice. A citizen, therefore, is he C5e ouaia kalv dpxfq pozu tikfjqkalk pi tlkfjq s. 96. The fact that Aristotle considered it essential for the citizen to sit in the assembly and in the law courts, led him to exclude the class of mechanics and artisans from the citizenship, for they had not got the necessary leisure. Another reason is that manual toil debarrasses the soul and makes it unfit for true virtue. Happy Face, 6. Discussing various types of constitution, Aristotle divides governments into those which aim at the common interest and those which aim at their own private interest. Each of these broad divisions has 3 subdivisions, so that there are 3 good types of constitution and 3 wrong or deviation types of constitution. To the right form kingship corresponds the deviation form tyranny, to aristocracy oligarchy, and to polity democracy, and in his treatment of the comparative merits of the various constitutions appears Aristotle's political sense. For him the ideal is that one man should so transcend all the other citizens individually and in the mass in respect of excellence that he would be the natural monarch and ruler. But in point of fact the perfect man does not appear, and, in general, preeminent heroes are found only among primitive peoples. This being so, aristocracy, i.e. the rule of many good men, is better than monarchy. Aristocracy is the best form of government for a body of people who can be ruled as freemen by men whose excellence makes them capable of political command. However, Aristotle recognizes that even aristocracy is perhaps too high an ideal for the contemporary state, and so he advocates polity, in which there naturally exists a warlike multitude able to obey and to rule in TMN by a law which gives office to the well-to-do according to Trier Desert. This is practically equivalent to rule by the middle class, and is more or less a halfway house between oligarchy and democracy, since in a polity it is indeed a multitude that rules in distinction from oligarchy, yet it is not a propertyless mob, as in democracy, for ability to serve as a warrior, i.e. as a heavily armed hoplite, presupposes a certain amount of property. Aristotle is probably thinking, though he does not refer to it, of the constitution at Athens in 411 BC, when power rested with the 5,000 who possessed heavy armor and the system of payment for attendance at meetings had been abolished. This was the constitution of their amens. Aristotle admired this type of constitution, but his contention is yet the middle class is the most stable, since bodily rich and poor are more likely to 97. Trust the middle class than one another, so that the middle class need fear no coercion against it, may not sound so convincing to us as it did to him, though there is doubtless some truth in the view. 07. Aristotle treats acutely of the various kinds and degrees of revolution which tend to occur under different constitutions, of their causes and the means of preventing them, and, owing to his great historical knowledge, he was able to give apt historical illustrations of the points he wished to make. 21. He points out, for instance, that the revolutionary state of mind is largely brought about by one-sided notions of justice, democrats thinking that men who are equally free should be equal in everything, oligarchs thinking that because men are unequal in wealth they should be unequal in everything. He emphasizes the fact that rulers should have no opportunity of making money for themselves out of the oflobses they hold, and stresses the requisites for high oflobce in the state, namely, loyalty to the Constitution, capacity for administrative work and integrity of character. Whatever be the type of constitution, it must be careful not to go to extremes, for if either democracy or oligarchy is pushed to extremes, the ensuing rise of malcontent parties will be sure to lead in the end to revolution. 8. In Books 7 and 8 of the Politics, Aristotle discusses his positive views of what a state should be. The state must be large enough to be self-sufficing. Of course, Aristotle's notion of what a self-sufficing community actually is would be altogether inadequate for modern times, but not so large that order and good government are rendered impracticable. In other words, it must be large enough to fulfill the end of the state and not so large that it can no longer do so. The number of citizens requisite for this purpose cannot of course be arithmetically determined a priori. 2. Similarly with the territorial extent of the state. This should not be so small that Allahism is impossible, i.e. that culture is impracticable, nor yet so large that luxury is encouraged. The city should not aim at mere wealth, but at importing her needs and exporting her surplus. Happy face. 3. Citizens. Agricultural laborers and artisans are necessities. Sorry, but they will not enjoy citizen rights. Only the third class, that of the warriors, will be citizens in the full sense. These will be warriors in youth, nihilers or magistrates in 98. Middle age and priests in old age. Each citizen will possess a plot of land near the city and another near the frontier, so that all may have an interest in the defense of the state. This land will be worked by the non-citizen laborers. 4. Education. Aristotle, like Plato, attached great importance to education and, again like Plato, he considered it to be the work of the state. Education must begin with the body, since the body and its appetites develop earlier than the soul and its faculties, but the body is to be trained for the sake of the soul and the appetites for the sake of the reason. Education is therefore, first and foremost, a moral education, the more so because the citizen will never have to earn his having by work as husbandman or artisan, but will be trained to be, first a good soldier, and then a good ruler and magistrate. Happy face. This emphasis on moral education shows itself in Aristotle's views concerning prenatal care and the games of the children. The directors of education will take all these matters very seriously, and will not consider the games of the children and the stories that are told them as things too insignificant for them to attend to. In regard to musical education, Aristotle makes the amusing remark, that the rattle is a toy suited to the infant mind, and musical education is a rat or toy for children of a larger growth. Happy face. As the politics is unfortunately incomplete, the sections dealing with education in science and philosophy being missing, we cannot say what precise directions Aristotle would have given in regard to the higher education of the citizens. One thing, however, is obvious, that both Plato and Aristotle had a lofty and noble conception of education and of the ideal of the citizens. They would have but scant sympathy with any scheme of education that laid the emphasis on technical and utilitarian training, since such a scheme leaves the higher faculties of the soul untended and so fails to fit man to attain his proper end, which is the purpose of education. For although it may sometimes look as though Aristotle wanted to educate men merely to be cogs in a state machine, this is really not the case. In his eyes the end of the state and the end of the individual coincide, not in the sense that the individual should be entirely absorbed in the state, but in the sense that the state will prosper when the individual citizens are good, when they attain their own proper end. The only real guarantee of the 99. Stability and prosperity of the state is the moral goodness and integrity of the citizens, while conversely, unless the state is good and the system of its education is rational, moral, and healthy, the citizens will not become good. The individual attains his proper development and perfection of his concrete fe, which is a life in society, i.e. in the state, while society attains its proper end of the perfection of its members. That Aristotle did not consider the state to be a great leviathan beyond good and evil is clear from the criticism he passes on the Lacedaemonians. It is a great mistake, he says, to suppose that war and domination are the be-all and end-all of the state. The state exists for the good fe, and it is subject to the same code of morality as the individual. As he puts it, the same things are best for individuals and states. Happy face, reason, and history both show that the legislator should direct all his military and other measures to the establishment of peace. Military states are safe only in wartime. Once they have acquired their empire, they rust away iron and fall. Both Plato and Aristotle, in their preoccupation with the fostering of a truly cultural political life, set their faces against imperious deems of military aggrandizement. Chapter 33. 1. Beauty. 1. Aristotle distinguishes the beautiful from the merely pleasant. For example, in the problematic he contrasts sexual preference with aesthetic selection, thus distinguishing real objective beauty from beauty that has reference only to desire. Again in the metaphysics he says that the mathematical sciences are not related to the beautiful. The beautiful, therefore, for him cannot be the merely pleasant, that which pleasantly stimulates the senses. 2. Does Aristotle distinguish beauty from the good? He would seem not to have been very clear on this point. In the Rhetoric he states that the beautiful is that good which is pleasant because it is good, a definition which would not seem to admit of any real distinction between the beautiful and the moral. Professor W. Rhys Roberts translates to cockaf as noble, cf. Oxford Transaction, Vol. XL, H. In the Metaphysics, however, he expressly states that the good and the beautiful are different, for the former always employs conduct as its subject, while the beautiful is found also in motionless things. Asterisk. This statement seems to differentiate between the beautiful and the moral at least, and may be taken to imply that the beautiful as such is not simply the object of desire. Trias should allow of a doctrine of aesthetic contemplation and of the disinterested character of such contemplation as stated by e.g. Kant and Schopenhauer. 3. A clear definition or description and a more satis. 100. 101. Factoi 1 is found in the Metaphysics where Aristotle says that the chief forms of beauty are order and symmetry and definiteness. It is the possession of these three properties that confers on mathematics a certain diagnostic value in regard to beautiful objects. Aristotle seems to have been conscious of his obscurity, for he goes on to promise a more intelligible treatment, though, if the promise was ever fulfilled, its fulfillment is not extant. Similarly in the Poetics Aristotle says that beauty is a matter of size and order or consists in size and order. Thus he declares that a living creature, in order to be beautiful, must present a certain order in its arrangement of parts and also possess a certain definite magnitude, neither too great nor too small. This would tally more or less with the definition in the Metaphysics and would imply that the beautiful is the object of contemplation and not of desire. For it is interesting to note that Aristotle in the Poetics makes the subject matter of comedy to be the ridiculous, which is a species of the ugly. The ridiculous is a mistake or deformity not productive of pain or harm to others. This would imply that the ugly may be employed in a work of art, subordinated to the total effect. Aristotle does not, however, treat expressly of the relation of the ugly to the beautiful nor of the question, how far the ugly may become a constitutive element of the beautiful. 2. Fine art in general. 1. Morality aims at conduct itself, travaux art at producing something, not at activity itself. But art in general, te/vt, must be subdivided into a. Art that aims at completing the work of nature, e.g. producing tools, since anatomy has provided man only with his hands. b. Art that aims at imitating nature. This is fine art, the essence of which Aristotle, hke Plato, finds in imitation. In other words, in art an imaginary world is created which is an imitation of the real world. 2. But imitation has not, for Aristotle, the rather contemptuous coloring that it has for Plato. Not behaving in transcendental concepts, Aristotle would naturally not make art a copy of a copy, at the third remove from truth. In fact, Aristotle inclines to the opinion that the artist goes rather to the ideal or the universal element in things, trans. 102. Lading it into the medium of whatever art is in question. He says that tragedy makes its personages better, comedy worse, than the men of the present day. According to Aristotle, Homer's personages are better than we are. Homer, it will be remembered, came in for some very hard knocks at the hands of Plato. 3. Imitation, Aristotle insists, is natural to man, and it is also natural for man to delight in works of imitation. He points out that we may height to view artistic representations of what is, in reality, painful to us to see cf. Kant, in passage already quoted in footnote. But the explanation of this fact he seems to find in the purely intellectual pleasure of recognizing that this man in the picture, for example, is someone we know, e.g. Socrates. This pleasure in recognition is no doubt a fact, but it hardly goes far towards constituting a theory of art. In fact, it is really irrelevant. 4. Aristotle expressly states that poetry is something more philosophic and of graver import than history, since its statements are of the nature rather of universals, whereas those of history are singulars. Happy face, he goes on to explain that by a singular statement he means what e.g. Alcibiades did or had done to him, and by an universal statement what such or such a kind of man probably or necessarily say or do. The poet's function is, therefore, to describe, not the thing that has happened, but a kind of thing that might happen, i.e. what is possible as being probable or necessary. It is in this that Aristotle finds the distinction between poet and historian, not in the one writing verse and the other prose. As he remarks, you might put the work of Herodotus into verse, and it would still be a species of history. On this theory, then, the artist deals rather with types, which are akin to the universal and ideal. An historian might write the life of Napoleon, telling what the historic figure Napoleon said and did and suffered. The poet, however, though he called the hero of his epic Napoleon, would rather portray universal truth or probability. Adherence to historic fact is of minor importance in poetry. The poet may indeed take a subject from real history, but if what he describes is, in to use Aristotle's words, the probable and possible order of things, he is none the less a poet. Aristotle even says that it is much better for a poet to describe what is probable but impossible than what is possible but improbable. This is simply a way of emphasizing the uni/Ersel character of poetry. 103. 5. It is to be noted that Aristotle says that the statements of poetry are of the nature rather of universals. In other words, poetry is not concerned with the abstract universal, poetry is not philosophy. Aristotle accordingly censures didactic poetry, for to give a system of philosophy in verse is to write versified philosophy, it is not to produce poetry. 6. In the Poetics Aristotle confines himself to a consideration of epic, tragedy, and comedy, particularly tragedy. Painting and sculpture and music are only mentioned incidentally, as when he tells us that the painter Polygnotus portrayed personages later than we are, Pausin worse, and Dionysius just ourselves. But what he does have to say on the subject of the other arts is important for his theory of imitation. Thus music, which /s treated more or less as an accompaniment to the drama, was declared by Aristotle to be the most imitative of all the arts. Pictorial art only indicates mental or moral moods through external factors such as gesture or complexion, whereas musical times contain in themselves imitations of moral moods. And in the problematic ... he asks, why does what is heard alone of the objects of sense possess emotional import? Aristotle would seem to be thinking of the direct stimulative effect of music which, though a fact, is hardly an aesthetic fact, yet the theory that music is the most imitative of the arts would nonetheless seem to extend the concept of imitation so far as to include symbolism, and to open the way to the romantic conception of music as a direct embodiment of spiritual emotion. In the Poetics, Aristotle remarks that rhythm alone, without harmony, is the means in the dancer's imitations, for even he, by the rhythms of his attitudes, may represent men's actors, as well as what they do and suffer. Happy face. 7. In the Politics, Aristotle observes that drawing is useful in the education of the young, to acquire a more poetic judgment of the works of artists, and he argues also that music has a power of foidoing the character, and should therefore be introduced into the education of the young. It might seem, then, that Aristotle's interest in fine art is mainly educational and moral, but, as Bosanquet remarks, to introduce aesthetic interest into education is not the same as to introduce educational interest into aesthetic. Happy face. Aristotle certainly regarded both music and the drama as having as one of their functions that of moral education, but it does not necessarily follow that a person who 104 needs this function thereby makes the moral effect of an art a characteristic of its essence. But though Aristotle dwells on the educational and moral aspect of art, that does not mean that he was blind to its recreative nature or effect. Happy face. If by allowing to music and the drama a recreative function he had referred merely to sense pleasure or a tic of the fancy, this would have been irrelevant to aesthetic, but higher recreation might well mean something more. 3. Tragedy. 1. Aristotle's famous definition of tragedy is as follows: A tragedy is the imitation of an action that is serious, and also, as having magnitude, complete in itself, in language with pleasurable accessories, each kind brought in separately in the parts of the work, in a dramatic, not in a narrative form, with incidents arousing pity and fear, wherewith to accomplish its catharsis, capaic of such emotions. I may add in explanation 1 or 2 points. Serious, noble, good, indicate the character of the content of tragedy. This it shares with epic poetry, and by it both are distinguished from comedy and satire, which deal with the inferior or ugly or ridiculous. 2. Complete in itself, i.e. having beginning, middle, and being an organic whole. This unity of plot or organic unity of structure is the only unity strictly demanded by Aristotle. In the Poetics, Aristotle does indeed observe that tragedy, in distinction from epic poetry, endeavors to keep as far as possible within a single circuit of the sun or something near that, but this is simply a statement of fact and he does not expressly state a demand for unity of time. As for unity of place, it is not mentioned. It is incorrect, therefore, to say that Aristotle demanded the 3 unities in drama. 3. Language with pleasurable accessories. Aristotle tells us himself that he means with /thm and hanani or song suprad. 4. Each kind brought in separately, i.e. some portions are worked out with verse only, and others in turn with song. Aristotle is naturally thinking of 105. Greek tragedy with its alternations of spoken verse and choral songs, in a dramatic, not in a narrative form. This distinguishes tragedy from epic poetry. 6. Catharsis. This states the psychological end or aim of tragedy, and I shall return to it presently. 2. Aristotle enumerates 6 formative elements of tragedy: fable or plot, characters, diction, thought, spectacle and melody. 22. I. The most important of these elements, in Aristotle's opinion, is the plot, which is the end and purpose of the tragedy. It is more important than character, for in a play they do not act in order to portray the characters, they include the characters for the sake of action. Aristotle gives his reason for this somewhat strangely sounding dictum. Tragedy is essentially an imitation not of persons but of action and life, of happiness and misery. Human happiness or misery takes the form of action, the end for which we live is a certain kind of activity, not a quality. Character gives us qualities, but it is in our actions what we do that we are happy, or the reverse. A tragedy is impossible without action, but there may be one without character. 3. It is time perhaps that we can enjoy a good story in which the character drawing is defective better than one in which the character drawing is good but the plot is ridiculous. 2. Aristotle, however, does not mean to belittle the importance of character delineation in the drama. He admits that a tragedy without it is a defective tragedy and esteems it the most important element after the plot. 3. Thirdly comes the element of thought, i.e. the power of saying whatever can be said, or what is appropriate to the occasion. Aristotle is thin-elden here, not of speech as revealing character directly but of speech on a purely indifferent subject, i.e. thought shown in all they say when proving or disproving some particular point, or enunciating some universal proposition. Euripides certainly used tragedy as an opportunity for discussions on various topics, but we may well feel that the drama is scarcely the place for Socratic disquisitions. 106. 4. Diction, i.e. the verse and prose. This is important, but, as Aristotle wisely remarks, one may string together a series of characteristic speeches of the utmost finish as regards diction and thought, and yet fail to produce the true tragic effect. Melody is the greatest of the pleasuable accessories of tragedy. 6. The spectacle is indeed an action, but it is the least of all the parts, and has least to do with the art of poetry. The getting up of the mise en scene is more a matter for the costumier than for the poet. It is a pity that Aristotle's words on this matter have not been heeded in later times. Elaborate scenery and spectacular effect are poor substitutes for plot and character drawing. 3. Aristotle demands, as we have seen, unity of plot, in the sense of organic, structural unity. The plot must be neither so vast that it cannot be taken in at once by the memory nor so short that it is small and insignificant. But he points out that unity of plot does not consist, as some suppose, in its having one man as its subject, nor in describing everything that happens to the hero. The ideal is that the several incidents of the plot should be so connected that the transposal or withdrawal of any one of them will disjoin and dislocate the whole. For that which makes no perceptible difference by its presence or absence is no real part of the whole. The incidents must follow one another, not episodically but with probability or necessity. As Aristotle observes, there is a great difference between a thing happening propter hoc and post hoc, and idtd 6ef etcct. For Aristotle thought of tragedy, complex, at least, as in evolving peripety or discovery, or both, flipi teoj, is the change from one state of things to the opposite, e.g. when the messenger reveals the secret of Oedipus' birth, the whole state of affairs is changed within the play, for Oedipus realizes that he has, unwittingly committed incest. 2. Of Avpike is a change from ignorance to knowledge, and thus to either love or hate, in the personages J marked for good or evil fortune. In the case of Oedipus JK the discovery is of course attended by peripety, and this, 1. is, according to Aristotle, the finest form of discovery. Thus is attained the tragic effect, the arousing of pity and fear. 5. Since tragedy is an imitation of actions arousing pity. 107. And fear, there are three forms of plot that must be avoided. A good man must not be seen passing from happiness to misery, as this is, in Aristotle's opinion, simply odious and will distract our minds by such disgust and horror that the tragic effect will not be reached. 2. A bad man must not be seen passing from misery to happiness. This is quite untragic / appealing neither to our pity nor to our fear. 3. An extremely bad man must not be seen falling from happiness to misery. This may arouse human feeling but neither pity nor fear, for pity is occasioned by undeserved misfortune and fear by the misfortune of one ourselves. It remains, Trine, that tragedy should portray an intermediate type of person passing through misfortune, brought about by some error of judgment and not by vice or depravity. Aristotle accordingly refuses to agree with critics who censured Euripides for giving an unhappy ending to many of his plays, for this is the proper thing for tragedy, though not for comedy. Though there were occasional comic interludes in Greek tragedies, the tendency was to have unmixed tragedy or unmixed comedy, and Aristotle's views rather reflect this tendency. 6. Tragic pity and fear should be aroused by the plot itself, and not by extraneous elements, e.g. by the portrayal of a brutal murder on the stage. Aristotle would of course thoroughly approve of the way in which the murder of Agamemnon took place behind the scenes. Presumably he would censure the murder of Desdemona on the stage. 7. We come now to the consideration of the psychological aim of tragedy, the arousing of pity and fear for the kcopaic of these emotions. The exact meaning to be attached to this famous doctrine of the kdgapaic has been a subject of constant discussion, as Professor Ross says, a whole library has been written on this famous doctrine. Happy face, the solution of the difficulty is rendered all the harder by the fact that the second book of the Poetics is missing, in which it is conjectured Aristotle explained what he meant by catharsis, and probably also treated of comedy. Two main lines of explanation have been defended. The catharsis in question is a purification of the emotions of pity and fear, the metaphor being drawn from ceremonial ipmification, the view of Lessing. 2. The catharsis is a / temporary elimination of the emotions of pity and fear, the 108. Metaphor being drawn from medicine, the view of Bemis. This latter view is the one that is most acceptable, i.e. from the exegetic standpoint, and now generally holds the field. According to this view, the proximate object of tragedy, in Aristotle's eyes, is to arouse the emotions of pity and fear, i.e. pity for the past and actual sufferings of the hero, fear for those which loom before him. The ulterior object of tragedy then would be to relieve or purge the soul of these emotions through the handless and pleasurable outlet afforded by the medium of art. The implication is that these emotions are undesirable, or rather that they are undesirable when in excess, but that all men, or at any rate most men, are subject to them, some in an excessive degree, so that it is a healthy and beneficial practice for all necessary in the case of some to give them a periodic opportunity of excitation and udit through the medium of art, the process being at the same time a pleasurable one. This would be Aristotle's answer to Plato's criticism of tragedy in the Republic. Tragedy has not a demoralizing effect but is a heightened pleasure. How far Aristotle recognized an intellectual element in this recreation, is a question we cannot answer with only a uncaded Poetics before us. That Aristotle had in mind a purgative effect and not a moral purificative effect seems to be borne out by Politics. According to Aristotle, the flute has an exciting, and not an ethical effect, and should be left to professionals and kept for times when the hearing of music is a kdgapaic, rather than a form of education. The inference is that catharsis is connected, not with ethical effect but with emotional effect. 2. Aristotle admits the enthusiastic haetnones in a well-ordered state, because they restore those who are subject to fits of enthusiasm to the normal condition. He then goes on to enumerate three purposes for which music should be studied: a. Education, b. Purification. The word purification we use at present without explanation, but when hereafter we speak of poetry, we will treat the subject with more precision, c. For intellectual enjoyment, for relaxation and for recreation after exertion. From this enumeration alone one might suppose, applying what is said to tragedy, that the tragic effect J might be ethical and nrgati / at the same time. 109. But Aristotle proceeds to make a distinction. In education ethical melodies are to be performed, but we may listen to the melodies of action and passion when they are performed by others. For feelings such as pity and fear, or again, enthusiasm, exist very strongly in some souls, and have more or less influence over all. Some persons fall into a religious frenzy whom we see disenthralled by the use of mystic melodies, which bring healing and purification to the soul. Those who are influenced by pity or fear and every emotional nature have a HKE experience, others in their degree are stirred by something which specially affects them, and all are in a manner purified and their souls heightened and delighted. The melodies of purification give an innocent pleasure to mankind. From this it would appear that the catharsis of pity and fear, though an innocent pleasure, is not looked upon by Aristotle as ethical in character, and if it is not ethical in character, then purification should not be interpreted as purification in an ethical sense, but in a non-ethical sense, i.e. as a metaphor from medicine. This interpretation is not acceptable to all. Thus Professor Stace declares that the theory of certain scholars, based upon etymological grounds, that it means that the soul is purged, not through, but of pity and terror, that by means of a diarrhea of these unpleasant emotions we get rid of them and are left happy, is the thought of men whose scholarship may be great, but whose understanding of art is limited. Such a theory would reduce Aristotle's great and illuminating criticism to the meaningless babble of a fiston. The question, however, is not what is the right view of tragedy, but what was Aristotle's view. In any case, even the upholders of the diarrhea theory could agree with Stace's own interpretation of Aristotle's meaning. The representation of truly great and tragic sufferings arouses in the beholder pity and terror which purge his spirit, and render it serene and pure, provided that pi.ue is not understood as the term of an educational process. 110. 4 Origins of Tragedy and Comedy. 1. According to Aristotle, tragedy began with impro / on the part of the leader of the dith, no doubt between the two halves of the chorus. In origin, therefore, it would be connected with the worship of Dionysus, just as the Renaissance of the drama in Europe was connected with the medieval mystery plays. 2. Comedy began in a parallel manner, from the phallic songs, which still survive as institutions in many of our cities. He thought no doubt of the leader coming to improvise some scurrilous piece. 3. The most significant thing in the development of the drama is for Aristotle the increasing importance of the actor. Aeschylus first increased the number of actors to 2, curtailing the business of the chorus. Sophocles added a third actor and scenery. 4. When spoken parts were introduced, the iambic meter was brought in as the most speakable of meters. The reason for their original use of the Bacchaic tetrameter was that their poetry was satiric and more connected with dancing than it now is. Discussion of the highly problematic question of the origins of tragedy and comedy scarcely belongs to the history of philosophy, so I will content myself with the foregoing brief indication of the view of Aristotle, which bristles with difficulties, as to interpretation, 2, as to its correctness. Note on the older peripatetics. The Old Academy continued the mathematical speculation of Plato, the older peripatetics continued Aristotle's empirical trend, while adhering closely to the general philosophical position of their master, though they made slight modifications and developments, e.g. in the field of logic. Thus both Theophrastus and Eudemus of Rhodes adhered pretty faithfully to the metaphysical and ethical tenets of Aristotle, this being especially true of Eudemus, who was termed by Simplicius the Evrageico of Aristotle's disciples. Theophrastus ardently defended the Aristotelian doctrine of the eternity of the world against Zeno the Stoic. Theophrastus of Ersus in Lesbos succeeded Aristotle as head of the Peripatetic school in 322/1 and continued in that office until his death in 288/7 or 287/6. 31 He is 111. Chiefly remarkable for his continuation of Aristotle's work in the field of empirical science. Applying himself particularly to botany, he left works on that subject which made him the botanical authority up to the end of the Middle Ages, while through his zoological studies he seemed to have grasped the fact that changes of color in the animal world are partly due to adaptation to environment. A scholar of wide interests, like Aristotle himself, Theophrastus also composed a history of philosophy, the famous Poic of 66 and works on the history and nature of Region, Risplgakov, Rispleuspiak, and Flepl Of these works only part of the history of philosophy has come down to us, while Porphyry has preserved some of the RIEPL_UA_P_IA 32 behoving that all having beings are akin. Theophrastus rejected animal sacrifices and the eating of flesh meat and declared that all men are related to one another and not merely the fellow members of a nation. One may also mention his celebrated work, The Characters, a study of 30 types of character. Aristoxenus of Tarentum brought with him into the Peripatetic school certain of the later Pythagorean theories, e.g. the doctrine that the soul is the harmony of the body, a doctrine that led Aristoxenus to deny the soul's immortality. 33 He thus championed the view suggested by Simmias in the Phaedo of Plato. But he followed in the footsteps of Aristotle by his empirical work on the nature and history of music. Aristoxenus' theory of the soul was shared by Dicerchus of Messene who composed a Poic, *ex cock 5 ok, in which he traced the civilization of Greece through the stages of primitive savagery, nomadic 5, and agriculture. He differed from Aristotle in that he accorded the practical life the preference over the theoretical. Happy Face, in his TPEO 11 Ti cock he declared that the best constitution is a mixture of the 3 types of government, monarchy, aristocracy and democracy, and considered that this type of mixed constitution was reached at Sparta. Demetrius of Phaleron, a pupil of Theophrastus, and a prolific writer is remarkable for his poetical activity. He was head of the government at Athens from 317 until 307, and for having urged Ptolemy Soter to found the library and school of Alexandria, whither Demetrius betook himself about 297. As this project was reached by Ptolemy Philadelphus, the successor of Ptolemy Soter, shortly after 285. 112. Demetrius furnished the HNK between the work of the Peripatos at Athens and the scientific and research work of the Greeks at Alexandria, the city which was to become a celebrated centre of scholarship and learning. Chapter 34. Plato and Aristotle are, without a shadow of doubt, not only the 2 greatest Greek philosophers, but also 2 of the greatest philosophers the world has seen. They had much in common with one another. How should it not be so, when Aristotle was for many years a pupil of Plato and began from the Platonic standpoint, but there is also a marked difference of aduk between them, which, if one prescinds from the very considerable common element, enables one to characterize their respective philosophies as standing to one another in the relation of thesis, Platonism, to antithesis, Aristotelianism, a thesis and an antithesis which need to be reconciled in a higher synthesis, in the sense that the valuable and true elements in both need to be harmoniously developed in a more complete and adequate system than the single system of either philosopher taken in isolation. Platonism may be characterized by reference to the idea of being, in the sense of abiding and steadfast reality, Aristotelianism by reference to the idea of becoming, but, if unchanging being is real, so also are change and becoming real, and to both aspects of reality must justice be done by any adequate system of philosophy. To characterize the philosophy of Plato by reference to the idea of being and that of Aristotle by reference to the idea of becoming, is to be guilty of a generalization which does not, of course, represent the whole truth. Did not Plato eat of becoming, did he not propound a theory of teleology, it may be asked with justice, did he not recognize the material world as the sphere of change, and did he not even explicitly admit that change or movement? 113. 114. So far as this is involved by the nature of life or soul, must belong to the sphere of the real. On the other hand, did not Aristotle find a place, and a very important place, for unchanging being? Did he not, even in the changing, material world, discover an element of stability, of fixity? Did he not declare that the subhumest occupation of man is the contemplation of unchanging objects? One cannot but give an affirmative answer to these questions, yet the truth of the generalization is not disposed of, since it refers to what is peculiarly characteristic in each system, to its general tone or flavor, to the general orientation of the philosopher's thought. I will attempt briefly to justify this generalization, or at least to indicate the lines along which I should attempt to justify it in detail, did space permit. Plato, hke Socrates, assumed the validity of ethical judgments. Like Socrates again, he attempted to reach a clear apprehension of ethical values dialectically, to enshrine their nature in definition, to crystallize the ethical idea. He came to see, however, that if ethical concepts and ethical judgments are objective and universally valid, these concepts must possess some objective foundation. Obviously enough, moral values are ideals, in the sense that they are not concrete things, hke sheep or dogs. They are what ought to be reached in the concrete world, or what it is desirable to reach in the concrete world, through human conduct. Hence the objectivity attaching to values cannot be the same kind of objectivity that attaches to sheep or dogs, but must be an ideal objectivity or an objectivity in the ideal order. Moreover, material things in this world change and perish, whereas moral values, Plato was convinced, are unchanging. He concluded, therefore, that moral values are ideal, yet objective, essences, apprehended intuitively at the end of a process of dialectic. These moral values, however, have a common share in goodness or perfection, so that they are rightly said to participate in, to derive their goodness or perfection from, the supreme ideal essence, absolute goodness or perfection, the idea of the good, the sme of the ideal world. In this way Plato elaborated a metaphysic on the basis of the Socratic ethic, and, being based on the thought of Socrates, it could, without undue propriety, be put into the mouth of Socrates. But, in the course of time, Plato came to apply his dialectic, not only to moral and aesthetic values, but to the common concept in general, maintaining. 115. That, just as good things participate in goodness, so individual substances participate in the specific essence. This new viewpoint cannot be said to constitute a radical break in Plato's thought, inasmuch as the theory of values itself rested to a certain extent on a logical foundation, that the common name must have an objective reference. It is rather an extension of the theory, but the new viewpoint forced Plato to consider more closely, not only the relation between the ideas themselves, but also between sensible objects and the ideas or exemplary essences. He thus developed his theory of the hierarchic noetic structure and the communion between the ideas, and explained participation as imitation, with the result that, in place of pure values on the one hand and bearers of values on the other, there was substituted the dichotomy between true essential reality, the objective noetic structure, and sensible particulars, between the original and the mirrored or copy. This division came to have the force of a division between being on the one hand and becoming on the other, and there can be no question on which side of the dividing Plato's chief interest lay. It may be objected that Plato regarded the specific essence of e.g. man as an ideal, and that the meaning of becoming is to be sought in the gradual approximation to and realization of the ideal in the material world, in human personality and society, a realization which is the task of God and of God's human cooperators. This is perfectly true, and I have not the slightest wish to belittle the importance of teleology in the Platonic philosophy, but nonetheless, the emphasis was most decidedly placed by Plato on the sphere of being, of TIUE reality. Through his doctrine of teleology he certainly admitted some relation between the changing world and the unchanging world of being, but becoming as such and particularity as such were to him the irrational, the factor that must be dismissed into the sphere of the indeterminate. How could it be otherwise for a thinker to whom logic and ontology are one, or at least parallel? Thought is concerned with the universal and thought apprehends being. The universal, then, is beitig and the particular as such is not being. The universal is unchanging, so that being is unchanging, the particular changes, becomes, perishes, and in so far as it changes, becomes, perishes, it is not being. Philosophical activity or dialectic is an activity of thought and is thus concerned. 116. With being primarily and only secondarily with becoming, in so far as it imitates being, so that Plato, as philosopher, was primarily interested in essential and unchanging being. He was also interested, it is true, in the molding of the world according to the pattern of being, but the emphasis is placed unmistakably on being rather than on becoming. It might seem that much of what I have said in regard to Plato would apply equally well, perhaps even better, to Aristotle, who asserted that the metaphysician is concerned with being as being, who referred change and becoming to the final causity of the immoved first mover, who taught that man's highest activity is the theoretic contemplation of unchanging objects, of those beings which are par excellence being, actuality, form. Nevertheless, this very real side of the Aristotelian philosophy represents rather the Platonic legacy, even if elaborated and developed by Aristotle himself. I do not intend for a moment to question the fact that Aristotle attributed great importance to this aspect of his philosophy or the fact that Aristotle accomplished a great deal in this hue of speculation, e.g. by bringing out clearly the intellectual and immaterial nature of pure phone and so making a contribution of tremendous value to natural theology, but I wish to inquire into the character of Aristotle's peculiar contribution to philosophy in so far as he deviated from Platonism, to ask what was the antithesis that Aristotle set over against the Platonic thesis. What was Aristotle's chief objection against the Platonic theory of ideas? That it left an unbridged chasm between sensible objects and the ideas. As the sensible objects were said to imitate or participate in the ideas, one would expect to find Plato admitting some internal essential principle, some formal cause within the object itself, placing it in its class, constituting it in its essence, whereas in point of fact Plato did not allow for an interior formal principle of this sort, but left a dualism of pure universal and pure particular, a dualism which resulted in depriving the sensible world of most of its reality and meaning. What was Aristotle's answer to this objection? While admitting the general Platonic position that the universal element, or essential form, is the object of science, of rational knowledge, he identified this universal element with the immanent essential form of the sensible object, which, together with its matter, constitutes the object and which is the intelligible principle in the object. This formal principle rests itself in the activity of 117. The object, e.g. the formal principle in an organism, its entelecheia, expresses itself in organic functions, unfolds itself in matter, organizes, molds and shapes matter, tends towards an end, which is the adequate manifestation of the essence, of the idea, in the phenomenon. All nature is conceived as a hierarchy of species, in each of which the essence tends towards its full actualization in a series of phenomena, drawn, in some rather mysterious way, by the ultimate final causality of the supreme unmoved mover, which is itself complete actuality, PME immaterial being or thought, self-subsistent and self-contained. Nature is thus a dynamical process of self-perfection or self-development, and the series of phenomena has meaning and value. From this brief statement of Aristotle's position it should be quite clear that his philosophy is not simply a philosophy of becoming. Being may truly be predicated of something in so far as it is actual, and that which is par excellence being is also par excellence actuality, unmixed WDTH potency, the world of becoming, being a world of realization, of reduction of potency to act, is a world in which actuality or being is being constantly realized in matter, in phenomena, under the final attraction of ultimate actuality or being, so that the explanation of becoming is to be found in being, for becoming is for the sake of being. Which is always logically, even when it is not temporally, prior. If I say, then, that Aristotle was possessed by the concept of becoming, that his philosophy, as peculiarly his, may justly be characterized by reference to his doctrine of becoming, I do not mean to deny that being was, for him as for Plato, of supreme importance, or that he gave a metaphysic of being which was, in some respects, greatly superior to that of Plato. What I mean is, that Aristotle, his theory of the entelechiae, the immanent substantial form, which tends to its recession in the processes of nature, was enabled to attach a meaning and reality to the sensible world which are missing in the philosophy of Plato, and that this particular contribution to philosophy gives a characteristic tone and flavor to Aristotelianism as distinct from Platonism. Aristotle said that the end of man is an activity, not a quality, whereas one has the impression that for Plato quality would take precedence of activity. Plato's absolute was not the immanent activity of Aristotle's self-thinking thought, and Plato's absolute was the supreme exemplar. That Aristotle's characterization of matter tended to diminish the 118. Reality and intelligibility of the material world is no objection against my main thesis, since his doctrine of matter was very largely an effect of his Platonic education, and my main thesis is concerned with Aristotle's peculiar contribution to the philosophy of nature. Aristotle thus made a most important contribution to the philosophy of nature, and he certainly regarded himself as having broken fresh ground. In the first place, he regarded his doctrine of the immanent essence as an antithesis to, or correction of, Plato's doctrine of the transcendental essence, and, in the second place, his remarks concerning the emergence of the idea of finality in philosophy, even if those remarks are to some extent patently unjust to Plato, show clearly that he regarded his theory of immanent teleology as something new. But though Aristotle provided a needed correction or antithesis to Platonism in this respect, he discarded much that was of value in the process of correcting his predecessor. Not only was Plato's conception of providence, of divine reason immanent in the world and operating in the world, discarded by Aristotle, but also Plato's conception of exemplary causity. Plato may have failed to work out a systematist view of absolute being as exemplary cause of essences, as ground of value. He may have failed to reason, as Aristotle reasoned, that the immaterial form is intelligent, that supreme actuality is supreme intelligence. He may have failed to bring together and identify the supreme efficient, exemplary, and final causes, but, in his opposition to Plato's inadequate view of the concrete object of this world, Aristotle allowed himself to miss and pass over the profound truth in the Platonic theory. Each thinker, then, has his high points, each made an invaluable contribution to philosophy, but neither thinker gave the complete truth, even so far as that is attainable. One may be drawn towards either Plato or Aristotle by temperamental affinity, but one would not be justified in rejecting Aristotle for Plato or Plato for Aristotle. The truths contained in their respective philosophies have to be integrated and harmoniously combined in a complete synthesis, a synthesis which must incorporate and build upon that cardinal tenet, which was held in common by both Plato and Aristotle, namely, the conviction that the fully real is the fully intelligible and the fully good, while utilizing also the peculiar contributions of each philosopher, in so far as these contributions are true and so compatible. 119. In the pages devoted to Neoplatonism we shall witness an attempt, successful or unsuccessful as the case may be, to accomplish such a synthesis, an attempt which has been repeated in the course of both medieval and modern philosophy, but it might be as well to point out that, if such a synthesis is possible, it is made possible largely through the Platonic elements which are contained in Aristotelianism. Let me give one example, to illustrate my meaning. If Aristotle, in correcting what he considered to be the excessively dualistic character of the Platonic anthropology, I refer to the soul-body relationship, had explicitly rejected the supersensible character of the rational principle in man and had reduced thought, for example, to matter in motion, he would indeed have posited an antithesis to the Platonic theory, but this antithesis would have been of such a character that it could not combine with the thesis in a higher synthesis. As it was, however, Aristotle never, as far as we know, rejected the presence of a supersensible principle in man. He affirms it in his De Anima, even though he insisted that the soul cannot inhabit any body but is the entlecheia of a particular body. As 5 thesis was, therefore, rendered possible, which would include the Aristotelian idea of the soul as the form of the body, while allowing, with Plato, that the individual soul is more than the body and survives death in individual self-identity. Again, it might appear perhaps at first sight that the Aristotelian God, the thought of thought, constitutes an incompatible antithesis to the Platonic idea of the good, which, though intelligible, is not depicted as intelligent. Yet, since pure form is not only the intelligible but also the intelligent, the Platonic absolute good cried out, as it were, to be identified with the Aristotelian God, an identification which was accomplished in the Christian synthesis at least, so that both Plato and Aristotle contributed different, though complementary, facets of the ism. In the foregoing remarks I have spoken of a synthesis of Platonism and Aristotelianism, but one is entitled to speak of the necessity of a synthesis only when there is question of two antithetical theories, each of them being more or less true in what it affirms and false in what it denies. For example, Plato was concept in affirming exemplarism, wi in neglecting immanent substantial form, while Aristotle was correct in asserting his theory of the immanent substantial form, 6 in neglecting exemplarism. But there are other 120 aspects of their philosophies in regard to which one can hardly speak of the necessity for a synthesis, since Aristotle himself accomplished the thesis. For instance, the Aristotelian logic, that marvelous creation of genius, does not need to be synthesized with the Platonic logic, owing to the simple fact that it was a tremendous advance on Plato's logic, or what we know of it, at least, and itself comprised what was valuable in the Platonic logic. Part 5. Post-Aristotelian Philosophy. Chapter 35. Introductory. 1. With the reign of Alexander the Great, the day of the free and independent Greek city-state had really passed away. During his reign and that of his successors, who fought with one another for political power, any freedom that the Greek cities possessed was but nominal. At least it depended on the goodwill of the paramount sovereign. After the death of the great conqueror in 323 BC, we must speak rather of Hellenistic, i.e. in opposition to national Hellenic, than of Hellenic civilization. To Alexander the sharp distinction between Greek and barbarian was unreal. He thought in terms of empire, not in terms of the city, and the result was, that while the East was opened up to the influence of the West, Greek culture on its side could not remain uninfluenced by the new state of affairs. Athens, Sparta, Corinth, etc. These were no longer free and independent units, united in a common feeling of cultural superiority to the barbarian darkness round about them. They were merged in a larger whole, and the day was not far distant when Greece was to become but a province of the Roman Empire. The new political situation could not be without its reaction on philosophy. Both Plato and Aristotle had been men of the Greek city, and for them the individual was inconceivable apart from the city and the fate of the city. It was in the city that the individual attained his end, have the good fate. But when the free city was merged in a greater cosmopolitan whole, it was but natural that not only cosmopolitanism, with its ideal of citizenship of the world, as we 123. 124. See it in Stoicism, but also individualism should come to the fore. In fact, these two elements, cosmopolitanism and individualism, were closely bound together. For when the life of the city-state, compact and all-embracing, as Plato and Aristotle had conceived it, had broken down and citizens were merged in a much greater whole, the individual was inevitably cast adrift by himself, loosed from his moorings in the city-state. It was but to be expected, then, that in a cosmopolitan society philosophy should center its interest in the individual, endeavoring to meet his demand for guidance in life, which he had to live out in a great society and no longer in a comparatively small city family, and so displaying a predominantly ethical and practical trend as in Stoicism and Epicureanism. Metaphysical and physical speculation tend to drop into the background. They are of interest not for their own sake but as providing a basis and preparation for ethics. This concentration on the ethical makes it easy to understand why the new schools borrowed their metaphysical notions from other thinkers, without attempting fresh speculation on their own. Indeed, it is to the pre-Socratics that they return in this respect. Stoicism having recourse to the physics of Heraclitus and Epicureanism to the atomism of Democritus. More than that, the post-Aristotelian schools return to the pre-Socratics, at least in part, even for their ethical ideas or tendencies, the Stoics borrowing from Cynic ethics and the Epicureans from the Cyrenaics. This ethical and practical interest is particularly marked in the development of the post-Aristotelian schools in the Roman period, for the Romans were not, like the Greeks, speculative and metaphysical thinkers, they were predominantly men of practice. The old Romans had insisted on c/usrac for speculation was somewhat foreign to them, and in the Roman Empire, when the former ideals and traditions of the Republic had been swamped, it was precisely the philosopher's task to provide the individual with a code of conduct which would enable him to pilot his way through the sea of faith, maintaining a consistency of principle and action based on a certain spiritual and moral independence. Hence the phenomenon of philosopher directors, who performed a task somewhat analogous to that of the spiritual director as known to the Christian world. This concentration on the practical, the fact that philosophy took as its office the provision of standards of life, naturally. Introductory 125. Led to a wide diffusion of philosophy among the cultured classes of the Hellenistic Roman world, and so to a kind of popular philosophy. Philosophy in the Roman period became more and more part of the regular course of education, a fact which demanded its presentation in an easily apprehended form, and it was in this way that philosophy became a rival to Christianity, when the new Region began to lay claim to the allegiance of the empire. Indeed, one may say that philosophy, to a certain extent at least, offered to satisfy the religious needs and aspirations of man. Disbelief in the popular mythology was common, and where this disbelief reigned among the educated classes, those who were not content to have without Region at all had either to attach themselves to one of the many cults that were introduced into the empire from the east, and which were definitely more calculated to satisfy man's spiritual aspirations than the official state Region with its business-like attitude, or to and to philosophy for the satisfaction of those needs. And so it is that we can discern religious elements in such a predominantly ethical system as Stoicism, while in Neoplatonism, the last flower of ancient philosophy, the syncretism of religion and philosophy reaches its culmination. More than that, we may say that in Platonian Neoplatonism, in which the mystical flight of the spirit or ecstasy is made the final and highest point of intellectual activity, philosophy tends to pass over into Region. Insistence on ethics alone leads to an ideal of spiritual independence and self-sufficiency such as we find in both Stoicism and Epicureanism, while insistence on Region tends rather to assert dependence on a transcendental principle and to ascribe the purification of the self to the action of the divine, an attitude that we find in a mystery cult like that of Mythias. It is to be noted, however, that both tendencies, the tendency to insist on the ethical, the self-sufficient perfection of the personality or the acquisition of a true moral personality, and the tendency to insist on the attitude of the worshipper towards the divine or the need of the non-self-sufficient human being to unite himself with God, contributed to meet the same want, the want of the individual in the Greco-Roman world to find a sure basis for his individual life, since the regius attitude too brought th at a certain independence vis divus the secular emphy. In practice, of course, the two attitudes tended to coalesce, the emphasis being placed sometimes on the ethical, as in 126. Stoicism, sometimes on the religious factor, as in the mystery cults, while in Neoplatonism there was an attempt at a comprehensive synthesis, the ethical being subordinated to the regius, but without losing its importance. 2. In the development of the Hellenistic Roman philosophy, Phy it is usual to distinguish several phases. I. The first phase or period extends from about the end of the 4th century BC to the middle of the 1st century BC. This period is characterized by the founding of the Stoic and Epicurean philosophies, which place the emphasis on conduct and the attainment of personal happiness. While harking back to pre-Socratic thought for the cosmological basis of their systems. Over against these dogmatic systems stands the scepticism of Pyrrho and his followers, to which must be added the sceptical vein in the Middle and New Academies. The interaction between these philosophies led to a certain eclecticism, which showed itself in a tendency on the part of the Middle Stoa, the Peripatetic school and the Academy to eclectic assimilation of one another's doctrines. 2. Eclecticism on the one hand and scepticism on the other hand continue into the second period, from about the middle of the 1st century BC to the middle of the 3rd century AD. But this period is characterized by a return to philosophical orthodoxy. Great interest is taken in the founders of the schools, their lives, works and doctrines, and this tendency to philosophical orthodoxy is a counterpart to the continuing eclecticism. But the interest in the past was also fruitful in scientific investigation, e.g. in editing the works of the old philosophers, commenting on them and interpreting them. In such work the preeminence belongs to the Alexandrians. This scientific interest is not, however, the sole characteristic of the second period. Over against the scientific interest we find the tendency to regious mysticism, which becomes ever stronger. It has been pointed out, e.g. Preachter, p. 36, that this tendency has a common root with the scientific tendency, namely, the disappearance of productive speculation. While the latter factor might lead to scepticism or to devotion to scientific pursuits, it might equally result in a tendency to religious mysticism. This tendency was of course favored by the growing religious consciousness of the time and by acquaintance with religions of Eastern origin. Western philosophers, e.g. the Neo-Pythagoreans, n. Introductory 127 devoured to incorporate these religious mystical elements into their speculative systems, while Eastern thinkers, e.g. Philo of Alexandria, tried to systematize their regious conceptions in a philosophic framework. Thinkers like Philo were, of course, also influenced by the desire to win over the Greeks for their un-Greek doctrines by presenting the latter in philosophic guise. 3. The third period, from about the middle of the 3rd century AD to the middle of the 6th century AD or, in Alexandria, to the middle of the 7th century, is that of Neoplatonism. This final speculative effort of ancient philosophy attempted to combine all the valuable elements in the philosophic and regious doctrines of East and West in one comprehensive system, practically absorbing all the philosophic schools and dominating philosophical development for a number of centuries, so that it cannot justifiably be overlooked in a history of philosophy or be relegated to the dustbin of esoteric mysticism. Moreover, Neoplatonism exercised a great influence on Christian speculation. We have only to think of names like those of Saint Augustine and the Pseudo-Dionysius. 3. A feature of the Hellenistic world that must not be passed over is the increased cultivation of the special sciences. We have seen how philosophy and Region tended to become united. With regard to philosophy and the special sciences the opposite holds good. Not only had the domain of philosophy become more sharply delineated than it was in the early days of Greek thought, but the different sciences had themselves reached such a pitch of development that they required special treatment. Moreover, the improvement in the external conditions for research and study, though itself largely an outcome of specialization, reacted in turn on the cultivation of the sciences, promoting an intensification of departmental work and research. The Lyceumi had, of course, greatly contributed to the growth and development of the sciences, but in the Hellenistic age there arose scientific institutes, museums and libraries in the great capital cities of Alexandria, Antioch, and Pergamon, with the result that philological and literary research, mathematical, medical and physical studies, were enabled to make great strides. Thus according to Tzetzes, the outer library at Alexandria contained 42,800 volumes, while the main library in the palace contained some 400,000 mixed and some 90,000 unmixed or simple volumes, the latter 128 being probably small papyrus rolls while the faner were bigger rolls. Later on the larger volumes, divided into books, were reduced to simple volumes. We are told that when Antony presented Cleopatra with the Pergamene library, he gave her 200,000 simple volumes. It may be, of course, that the influence of philosophy on the special sciences was not always favorable to their advance, for speculative assumptions sometimes took a place which did not belong to them and led to hasty and precipitate conclusions, when experiment and exact observation should have exercised the decisive role. On the other hand, however, the special sciences were helped by being given a philosophical foundation, for they were thereby rescued from crude empiricism and from an exclusively practical and utilitarian orientation. Chapter 36. The early Stoa. 1. The founder of the Stoic school was Zeno, who was born about 336/5 BC at Citium in Cyprus and died about 264/3 at Athens. He seems to have at first followed his father in commercial activity. Coming to Athens about 313 he read the Memorabilia of Xenophon and the Apology of Plato and was filled with admiration for Socrates' strength of character. Thinking that Crates the Cynic was the man who most resembled Socrates, he became his disciple. From the Cynics he seemed to have turned to Stilpo. Though Zeno is also reported to have sent to Xenocrates and, after Xenocrates' death, to Polemon. About the year 300 BC he founded his own philosophic school, which takes its name from the Zxcdilglklekri, where he med. He is said to have taken his own life. Of his writings we possess only fragments. Zeno was succeeded in the leadership of the school by Cleanthes of Assos, 331/3233/2 or 231, and Cleanthes by Chrysippus of Soloi in Cilicia, 281/278-208/205, who was called the second founder of the school because of his systematization of the Stoic doctrines. LJLI-YCCP-SPO-LTTT talk, OUKDVFJVZ.3 He is said to have written more than 705 books and was famed for his dialectic, though not for his style of composition. Among Zeno's pupils were Ariston of Chios, Heraclius of Carthage, Dionysius of Heraclea, Persian of Citium. A pupil of Cleanthes was Spherus of the Bosphorus. Chrysippus was succeeded by two pupils, Zeno of Tarsus and Diogenes of Seleucia. The latter came to Rome in 156/5. 129. 130. BC, together with other philosophers, as ambassadors of Athens in an attempt to obtain remission of the fine. The philosophers gave lectures in Rome, which excited admiration among the youth of the city, though Cato thought that such philosophical interests were not consonant with the military virtues and he advised the Senate to get rid of the embassy as soon as possible. Diogenes was succeeded by Antipater of Tarsus. 2. Logic of the Stoa. Logic was divided by the Stoics into dialectic and rhetoric, to which some added the theory of definitions and the theory of the criteria of truth. Something will be said here of the Stoic epistemology, omitting their account of formal logic, though we may note the fact that the Stoics reduced the 10 categories of Aristotle to 4, namely, the substrate, to Uttoket the essential constitution, T6NOL6V or to Shialov Utokel Evov, the accidental constitution, T6 Tikok E/OV or to Tkok, Ekoftoyov Utokj.evov, and the relative accidental constitution, T-Dikpok T-Eltkok, E/OV, T6 T-Tpok, T-Eltkok, Exovshi all 6 VCMOKET-EVOV. A further feature of the formal logic of the Stoa may also be mentioned. Propositions are simple if their terms are non-propositions, otherwise compound. The compound proposition, if x, then y, T6 Javerny Vov, is declared to be, I, true, if x and y are both TME, 2, false, if x is true and y is false, 3, true, if x is false and y is true, 4, true, if x and y are both false. Thus our material implication is separated from our formal implication and our strict implication, and from entailment by ontological necessitation. The Stoics rejected not only the Platonic doctrine of the transcendental universal, but also Aristotle's doctrine of the concrete universal. Only the individual exists and our knowledge is knowledge of particular objects. These particulars make an impression on the soul, t eutkoik xeno and clea ents or t epotkoik chrysippus, and knowledge is primarily knowledge of this impression. The Stoics adopted, therefore, the opposite position to that of Plato, for, while Plato depreciated sense perception, the Stoics founded all knowledge on sense perception. They would doubtless recho the words of Antis thence, to the effect that he saw a horse but not horseness. Zeno, as we have seen, became a pupil of Crates the Cynic. The soul is originally a tabula rasa and, in order for it to know, there is need of perception. The Stoics did not of course deny that we have knowledge of our interior states and activities, but Chrysippus reduced this knowledge, to perception, which was rendered all the easier in that these states and activities were considered to consist of material processes. After the act of perception a memory, (vr) remains behind, when the actual object is no longer there, and experience arises from a pimati of similar recollections, _lp law. The Stoics were therefore empiricists, even sensuists, but they also maintained a rationalism which was scarcely consistent with a thoroughly empiricist and nominalist position. For although they asserted that reason, koiok, vuk, is a product of development, in that it grows up gradually out of perceptions and is found only about the 14th year, they also held, not only that there are deliberate general ideas, but also that there are general ideas, koival evoyat or typos fuj ilk, which are apparently antecedent to experience, s ik putol irpo rial je in that we have an atmal predisposition to form them usually innate ideas, we might see them. What is more, it is only through reason that the system of reality can be nov ni. The Stoics devoted a good deal of attention to the question of the criterion of truth. This they declared to be the kj/zalakaksa xt gyruiki the apprehensive perception or representation. The criterion of tiuth lies, therefore, in the perception itself, namely, in the perception that compels the assent of the soul, i.e. to all intents and poses in clear perception. This is scarcely consistent with the view that it is science alone that gives us certain knowledge of reality. However, the difficulty arose that the soul can withhold assent from what is objectively a shioi perception. Thus when the dead Alcestis appeared to Admetus from the underworld, her husband had a clear perception of her, yet he did not assent to this clear perception because of subjective hindrances, namely, the belief that dead people do not rise again, while on the other hand there may be deceptive apparitions of the dead. In view of this sort of objection the later Stoics, as Sextus Empiricus tells us, added to the criterion of truth, which has no hindrance. Objectively speaking, the perception of the dead Alcestis has the value of a criterion of truth, for it is objectively a kata ekrifi tikf pavrata, but subjectively speaking, it cannot act as such, because of a belief which acts as a subject. 132. Tiv Hindians. This is all very well, but the difficulty still remains of ascertaining when there is such a hindrance and when there is not. 3. Cosmology of the Stoa. In their cosmology the Stoics had recourse to Heraclitus for the doctrine of the Logos and of fire as the world's substance, but elements are also present which are borrowed from Plato and Aristotle. Thus the koioi on atlkoi seem to be a transposition onto the material plane of the ideal theory. According to the Stoics there are two principles in reality, to shioiuf and to tiakixof. But this is not dualism as we find it in Plato, since the active principle, to toiogivi, is not spiritual but material. In fact it is hardly dualism at all, since the T/V-O principles are both material and together form one whole. The Stoic doctrine is therefore a monistic materialism, even if this position is not consistently maintained. It is uncertain what Zeno's view was, but Cleanthes and Chrysippas would seem to have regarded the two factors as ultimately one and the same. All are but parts of one stupendous whole, whose body nature is and God the soul. The passive principle is matter devoid of qualities, while the active principle is immanent reason or God. Natural beauty or finality in nature point to the existence of a principle of thought in the universe, God, who, in his providence, has arranged everything for the good of man. Moreover, since the highest phenomenon of nature, man, is possessed of consciousness, we cannot suppose that the whole world is devoid of consciousness, for the whole cannot be less perfect than the part. God, therefore, is the consciousness of the world. Nevertheless God, hke the substrate on which he works, is material. Zeno, nullo modo arbitrabatur quid quam officii posse aie, natura, qui expers esset corporis ne vero aut quad efficerit aut quad ficretur, posse esse non corpus. Over ydpi of a tococb attica xockjlv like Heraclitus the Stoics make fire to be the stuff of all things. God is the active fire, x vic 6v, which is immanent in the universe, iveu a 6 if ikovbc 5 kutio ukoagiu, but he is at the same time the primal source from which the crasser elements, that make the corporeal world, come forth. These crasser elements proceed 133 from God and are at length resolved into him again, so that all that exists is either the primal fire God in himself or God in his different states. When the world is in existence, God stands to it as soul to body, being the soul of the world. He is not something entirely different from the stuff of the world, his body, but is a finer stuff, the moving and forming principle, the crasser stuff, of which the world is formed, being itself motionless and unformed, though capable of receiving all sorts of movement and form. Zenani et reliquis vir stoicis ether videtur summus Deus, ment preditus, quod omnia regentur. Happy face. God therefore, 6 aiok, is the active principle which contains within itself the active forms of all the things that are to be, these forms being the koiot ai epsiti ikoi. These active forms but material are as it were seeds, through the activity of which individual things come into being as the world develops, or rather they are seeds which unfold themselves in the forms of individual things. The conception of koiit pound pioctlkoi is found in Neoplatonism and in St. Augustine, under the name of earthy one seminals. In the actual development of the world, part of the fiery vapor, of which God consists, is transformed into air, and from air is formed water. From part of the water comes earth, while a second part remains water and a third part is transformed into air, which through rarefaction becomes the elementi fire. Thus does the body of God come into being. Now Heraclitus, as we have seen, most probably never taught the doctrine of the universal conflagration, in which the whole world returns to the primeval fire, from which it was bomb. The Stoics, however, certainly added this doctrine of the kt kupko, according to which God forms the world and then takes it back into himself through a universal conflagration, so that there is an unending series of world constructions and world destructions. Moreover, each new world resembles its predecessor in all particulars, every individual man, for example, occurring in each successive world and performing the identical actions that he performed in his previous existence. Cf. Nietzsche's idea of the eternal recurrence. Consistently with this belief, the Stoics denied human freedom, or rather liberty for them meant doing consciously, with assent, what one will do in any case. We are reminded somewhat of Spinoza. This 134. Reign of necessity the Stoics expressed under the concept of fate, lj.api vr, but fate is not something different from God and universal reason, nor is it different from providence, and pavoia, which orders all things for the best. Fate and providence are but different aspects of God. But this cosmological determinism is modified by their insistence on interior freedom, in the sense that a man can alter his judgment on events and his attitude towards events, seeing them and welcoming them as the expression of God's will. In this sense man is free. Since the Stoics held that God orders all things for the best, they had to explain the evil in the world, or at least to bring it into harmony with their optimism. Chrysippus especially undertook the perennial difficulty of formulating a theodicy, taking as his fundamental tenet the theory that the imperfection of individuals subserves the perfection of the whole. It would follow that there is really no evil when things are looked at sub specie aeternitatis. If we are reminded here of Spinoza, we are reminded also of Leibniz, not only by Stoic optimism, but also by their doctrine that no two individual phenomena of nature are completely alike. Chrysippus, in his fourth book on Providence, argues that goods could not have existed without E/als, on the ground that of a pair of contraries neither can exist without the other, so that if you take away the one, you take away both. 12. There is certainly a great deal of truth in this contention. For instance, the existence of a sensible creature capable of pleasing me implies also the capacity for feeling pain. Of course, God determines otherwise, but we are now speaking of the natural state of affairs and not of preternatural divine ordinances. Moreover, pain, though spoken of as an evil, would seem to be in a certain aspect a good. For example, given the possibility of our teeth decaying, toothache would seem to be a definite good or benefit. The privation of right order in the teeth is certainly an evil, but given the possibility of decay we should be worse off if toothache were impossible, since it serves as a danger signal, warning us that it is time that we had our teeth examined by a dentist. Similarly, if we never felt hungry a pain we might ruin our health by insufficient nourishment. Chrysippus saw this clearly and argued that it is good for man to have his head of delicate construction, though the very fact of its delicate construction involves at the same time the possibility of danger from a comparatively sghht blow. 135. But though physical evil is not so great a difficulty, what of moral evil? According to the Stoics, no act is evil and reprehensible in itself, it is the intention, the moral condition of the agent from whom the act proceeds, that makes the act evil. The act as a physical entity is indifferent. If this were taken to mean that a good intention justifies any act, then such an act is in the moral order and will be either good or bad, though if the agent performs a bad act with a sincerely good intention in a state of inculpable ignorance of the facts that the act is contrary to right reason, the action is only reveriter evil and the agent is not guilty of formal sin. 3. However, if the act be considered merely in itself, as a positive entity, apart from its character as a human act, then Chrysippus is right in saying that the act as such is not evil. In fact, it is good. That it cannot of itself be evil, can easily be shown by an example. The physical action, the positive element, is precisely the same when a man is murderously shot as when he is shot in battle during a just war. It is not the positive element in the murder, the action considered merely abstractly, that is the moral evil. Moral evil, considered precisely as such, cannot be a positive entity, since this would reflect on the goodness of the Creator, the source of all being. Moral evil consists essentially in a privation of right order in the human will, which, in the human bad act, is out of harmony with right reason. Now, if a man can have a right intention, he can also have a wrong intention. Hence, in the moral sphere, no less than in the physical sphere, contraries involve one another. How, asked Chrysippus, can courage be understood apart from cowardice or justice apart from injustice? Just as the capacity of feeling pleasing implies the capacity of feeling pain, so the capacity of being just implies the capacity of being unjust. In so far as Chrysippus simply meant that the capacity for virtue implies de facto the capacity for vice, he was enunciating a truth, since for man in his present state in this world, with his limited apprehension of the summum bonum, freedom to be virtuous implies also freedom to commit sin, so that, if the possession of moral freedom is a good thing for man, and if it is better to be able to choose virtue freely, even though this implies the possibility of vice, than to have no freedom at all. No VAHD argument against divine providence can be drawn from the possibility, or even the existence, of moral evil in the world. But insofar as CHRY 136 Sippus implies that the presence of virtue in the universe necessarily implies the presence of its contrary, on the ground that opposites always involve one another, he is implying what is false, since human moral freedom, while involving the possibility of vice in this life, does not necessarily involve its actuality. The apology for moral evil, as also for physical evil, which consists in saying that the good is thrown into higher reheftiuf the presence of the bad, might, if pressed, imply the same false view. Given this present order of the world, it is certainly better that man should be free, and so able to sin, than that he should be without freedom, but it is better that man should use his freedom to choose seventuous actions, and the best condition of the world would be that all men should always do what is right, however much the presence of vice may set the good in high relief. Chrysippus was not so happy when he speculated whether external misfortunes might not be due to oversight on the part of Providence, as when trifling accidents occur in a large household that is, in general, well administered, through neglect of some end, but he rightly saw that those physical evils that befall the good may be turned into a blessing, both through the individual, through his interior attitude towards them, or for mankind at large, e.g. by stimulating medical investigation and progress. Further, it is interesting to notice, that Chrysippus gives an argument, which recurs later in, e.g. Neoplatonism, St. Augustine, Berkeley and Leibniz, to the EFICT that evil in the universe throws the good into greater relief, just as the contrast of light and shadow is pleasing in a picture, or, to use an actual example employed by Chrysippus, as comedies have in them ludicrous verses which, though bad in themselves, nevertheless lend a certain grace to the whole play. Happy face, in inorganic objects the universal reason or TRV_UIOC operates as a S_IC, or principle of cohesion, and this holds good also for plants which have no soul, though in them the IQ has the power of movement and has risen to the rank of poietic. In animals tlyra is soul, IJJUXT, which shows itself in the powers of Pavra and 6P_IR, and in human beings there is reason. The soul of man is therefore the noblest of souls, indeed it is part of the divine fire which descended into men at their creation and is then passed on at generation, for, hke all else, it is material. T6I_YOVK6V the dominant part of the soul, has its seat in the heart according to Chrysippus, apparently on the 137 ground that the voice, which is the expression of thought, proceeds from the heart. Some other Stoics place T6RJY_AOVK6V in the head. Personal immortality was scarcely possible in the Stoic system, and the Stoics admitted that all souls return to the primeval fire at the conflagration. The only dispute was on the subject of what souls persist after death until the conflagration, and while Cleanthes considered that this held good for all human souls, Chrysippus admitted it only in regard to the souls of the VSE. In a monistic system such as that of the Stoics we would hardly expect to find any attitude of personal devotion towards the divine principle, but in point of fact such a tendency is indubitably visible. This tendency is particularly observable in the celebrated hymn to Zeus by Cleanthes. O God most glorious, called by many a name, nature's great king, through endless years the same, omnipotence, who by thy just decree controllest all, hail, Zeus, for unto thee behoves the creatures in all lands to call. We are thy children, we alone, of all. On earth's broad ways that wander to and fro, bearing thy image wheresoe'er we go. Wherefore with songs of praise thy power I will forth show. LOL yonder heaven, that round the earth is wheeled, follows thy guidance, still to thee doth yield glad homage, thine unconquerable hand such flaming minister, the levin brand, wieldeth, a sword two-edged, whose deathless might pulsates through all that nature brings to light, vehicle of the universal word, that flows through all, and in the light celestial glows of stars both great and small. O King of kings through ceaseless ages, God, whose purpose brings to birth, whate'er on land or in the sea is wrought, or in high heaven's immensity, save what thy sinner works infatuate. Nay, but thou knowest to make the crooked straight. Chaos to thee is order, in thine eyes. The unloved is lovely, who didst harmonious things evil with things good, that there should be one word through all things everlastingly. One word whose voice Alazal the wicked spurn. Insatiate for the good their spirits yearn. Yet seeing see not, neither hearing hear. God's universal law, which those revere. By reason guided, happiness who win. The rest, unreasoning, diverse shapes of sin. 138. Self-prompted follow, for an idle name. Vainly they wrestle in the lists of fame. Others inordinately riches woo. Or dissolute, sly joys of flesh pursue. Now here, now there they wander, fruitless forever seeking good and finding ill. Zeus die all beautiful, whom darkness shrouds, whose lightning lightens in the thunder clouds, thy children save from error's deadly sway. Turn thou the darkness from their souls away. Vouchsafe that unto knowledge they attain. For thou by knowledge art made strong to reign o'er all, and all things rulest righteously. So by thee honored, we will honor thee. Praising thy works continuously with songs. As mortals should, nor higher meed belongs. E'en to the gods, than justly to adore. The universal law forevermore registered. But this attitude of personal devotion towards the supreme principle on the part of some of the Stoics does not mean that they rejected the popular religion, on the contrary, they took it under their protection. Zeno did indeed declare that prayers and sacrifices are of no avail, but polytheism was nevertheless justified by the Stoics on the ground that the one principle or Zeus manifests itself in phenomena, e.g. the heavenly bodies, so that divine reverence is due to these manifestations, a reverence which is also to be extended to deified man or tyros. Moreover, Stoicism found a place for divination and oracles. This fact need really cause no great surprise, if we reflect that the Stoics maintained a deterministic doctrine and held that all the parts and events of the universe are mutually interconnected. For the Stoic ethic. The importance of the ethical part of philosophy for the Stoics may be exemplified by the description of philosophy given by Seneca. Seneca belongs, of course, to the later Stoa, yet the emphasis laid by him on philosophy as the science of conduct was common to the early Stoa as well. Philosophiae nihil aliat est quam recta vivendi ratio vel unc saint vivendi scientia vel ars recti vitae agendi. Non curabimus, si dixerimus philosophiam esse legem bene honest vivendi, et qui dixerit illum regulam vitae, suum illi nomicum redidite. Philosophy, therefore, is primarily concerned with conduct. 139. Now the end of life, happiness, pound, J5ai consists in virtue, in the Stoic sense of the term, i.e. in the natural life or life according to nature, 6 iokoio pound v coke ttj, poesy fjv, the agreement of human action with the law of nature, or of the human will with the divine will. Hence the famous Stoic maxim, live according to nature. For man to conform himself to the laws of the universe in the wide sense, and for man to confine his conduct to his own essential reason, is the same thing, since the universe is governed by the law of nature. While her Stoics thought of nature, the Weic, which man should follow, rather as the nature of the universe, later Stoics from Chrysippus tended to conceive nature from a more anthropological point of view. The Stoic conception of life according to nature differs therefore from the old Cynic conception, as exemplified in the conduct and teaching of Diogenes. For the Cynics nature meant rather the primitive and instinctive, and so life according to nature impeded a berate flouting of the conventions and traditions of civilized society, a flouting that extremist itself in conduct that was eccentric and not infrequently indecent. For the Stoics on the other hand, life according to nature meant life according to the principle that is active in nature, koic, the principle shared in by the human soul. The ethical end, therefore, according to the Stoics, consists essentially in submission to the divinely appointed order of the world, and Plutarch informs us that it was a general principle of Chrysippus to begin all ethical inquiries with a consideration of the order and arrangement of the universe. Happy face, the fundamental instinct implanted in the animal by nature is the instinct of self-preservation, which means for the Stoics pretty well what we would call self-perfection or self-development. Now, man is endowed with reason, the faculty which gives him his superiority over the brute, therefore for man phe in accordance with nature is ridi understood to mean life in accordance with reason. Hence Zeno's definition of the end is to have in conformity with nature, which means to have a life of virtue, since it is to virtue that nature leads. On the other hand, a virtuous phe is a life which conforms to our experience of the course of nature, our human natures being but parts of universal nature. Thus the end is a life which follows nature, whereby is meant not only our own nature, but the nature of the universe, a phe wherein we do nothing that is forbidden by 140. The universal, i.e. by right reason, which pervades all things and is identical with Zeus, the guide and governor of the universe. Happy face, Diogenes Laertius' account of the ethical teaching of the Stoics thus declares that virtue is a life in accordance with nature, while a life in conformity with nature is, i.e. for man, phe in accordance with right reason. As has been pointed out by others, this does not tell us very much, since the statements that it is reasonable to live in accordance with nature and natural to live in accordance with reason do not give much help to determining the content of virtue. Since the Stoics held that everything necessarily obeys the laws of nature, the objection was bound to be raised. What is the good in telling man to obey the laws of nature, if he cannot help doing so in any case? The Stoics answered that man is rational, and so, though he will follow the laws of nature in any case, he has the privilege of knowing these laws and of assenting to them consciously. Hence there is a purpose in moral exhortation. Man is free to change his interior attitude. This involves, of course, a modification of the deterministic position, to say the least of it, but then no determinists are or can be really consistent, and the Stoics are no exception to the rule. The consequence is that, strictly speaking, no action is in itself right or wrong, for determinism leaves no place for voluntary action and moral responsibility, while in a monistic system evil is really only evil when seen from some particular standpoint m/z. Specie iter 7itatis all is right and good. The Stoics seem to have accepted theoretica ui at least the notion that no actions are wrong in themselves, as when Zeno admitted that not even cannibalism, incest, or homosexuality are wrong in themselves. Zeno did not, of com se, mean to commend such actions. He meant that the physical act is indifferent, moral evil pertaining to the human will and intention clean thesticlei that the human being necessarily follows the path of destiny. If, to evil prone, my will rebelled, I needs must follow. Still. And the same thought occurs in the celebrated turn of Seneca, ducant volarifum fata, nuluntum trahunt. However, the determinism of the Stoics was greatly modified in practice, since the doctrine that the wise man is he who consciously follows the path of destiny, a doctrine brought out in the dictum of Seneca just quoted, when coupled with their exhortatory ethic, implies liberty to a certain extent. As we have already remarked, a man is free to change his inner attitude and to adopt one of submission and resign. 141. Nation rather than of rebel han. Moreover, they admitted a scale of values, as we shall see, and it is at least tacitly imped that the wise man is free to choose the higher values and eschew the lower. But no deterministic system can be consistent in practice, a fact which need cause no surprise, since freedom is an actuality of which we are conscious, and even if it be theoretically denied, it creeps in again through the back door. According to the Stoics, virtue alone is a good in the full sense of the word. Everything which is neither virtue nor vice is also neither good nor evil but indifferent. Zbyok Popov. Virtue is a disposition conf honorable to reason, desirable in and for itself and not because of any hope or fear or any external motive. Happy Face. It was in accord with this view of the self-subsistency and self-desirability of virtue that the Platonic myths concerning rewards and punishments in the next life were ridiculed by Chrysippus. We may compare there with the doctrine of Kant. However, in regard to this middle realm of the indifferent, the Stoics admitted that some things are preferable, erpo-y-sva, and others to be rejected, dccio-aporia, while others again are indifferent in a narrower sense. This was a concession to practice, perhaps at the expense of theory, but it was doubtless demanded by the Stoic doctrine, that virtue consists in conformity to nature. Hence among the morally indifferent things the Stoics introduced a division into, I, those things which are in accordance with nature and to which a value may therefore be ascribed, xd 2, those things which are contrary to nature and so valueless, xd eva. And, 3, those things which possess neither value nor disvalue, xddrta. In this way they constructed a scale of values. Pleasure is a result or accompaniment of activity and may never be made into an end. On this all the Stoics were agreed, though they did not all go so far as Cleanthes, who held that pleasure is not according to nature. The cardinal virtues are moral insight, poverjike, courage, self-control, or temperance, and justice. These virtues stand or fall together, in the sense that he who possesses one possesses all. Zeno found the common source of O virtues in p6 vikaik, while for Cleanthes it was self-mastery, povtiyik being replaced by ykaipksha. In spite of differences, however, the Stoics in general adhered to the principle that the aiches are indissolubly connected as expressions of one and the same character, so that the 142 presence of one virtue implies the presence of all. Conversely, they thought that when one vice is present, all the vices must be present. Character, then, is the chief point stressed, and truly virtuous conduct which is fulfillment of duty, to kccgf Jacob, a term apparently invented by Zeno, but denoting rather what is suitable than duty in our sense, in the right spirit is performed only by the wise man. The wise man is without passions, and in respect of his interior worth he takes second place to none, not even to Zeus. Moreover, he is lord over his own life, and may commit suicide. If all the virtues are so bound up with one another that he who possesses the one must possess the others, it is an easy step to supposing that there are no degrees in virtue. Either a man is virtuous, i.e. completely virtuous, or he is not virtuous at all. And this would seem to have been the position of the early Stoics. Thus, according to Chrysippus, a man who has almost completed the path of moral progress is not yet seventuous, has not yet that virtue which is true happiness. A consequence of this doctrine is that very few attain to virtue and then only late in life. Man walks in wickedness all his life, or, at any rate, for the greater part of it. If he ever attains to virtue, it is late and at the very sunset of his days. But while this strict moralism is characteristic of the earlier Stoicism, later Stoics emphasized much more the conception of progress, devoting their attention to encouraging man to begin and continue in the path of virtue. Admitting that no individual actually corresponds to the ideal of the wise man, they divided mankind into fools and those who are progressing towards virtue or wisdom. Characteristic of the Stoic ethic is their doctrine in regard to the passions and affections. These pleasure, I-6ovr, sorrow or depression, sud, desire, d7ti0uiia, and fear, papak are irrational and unnatural, and so it is not so much a question of moderating and regulating them as of getting rid of them and inducing a state of apathy. At least when the passions or affections become habits, v6ui, uxfc they have to be eliminated. Hence the Stoic ethic is in practice largely a fight against the affections, an endeavor to attain to a state of moral freedom and sovereignty. The Stoics tended, however, to moderate somewhat this extreme position, and we find some admitting rational emotions pound UN 66e.iai in The Wise Man. A quotation from Seneca well illustrates the Stoic attitude in regard to self-conquest. 143. Quid praecipium in rebus humanis est? Rum classihus Maria compel esse ne in rubri maris literi signa fixus ne deficient ad injurias terra eris in oceano ignota quirentum, sed animo omnia vitis et, quam ire nulla victoria est, vicia domuis. Innumerabiles sunt, qui populos, qui urbes haburunt in potstate, paucissimi qui esse quid est praecipium? Erigere animum super minus et promissa fortuni, nihil dignamilum habere pudere, quod spurs, quid enim habet dignum, quod concupiscus? Quia divin orum conversationi, quotiens ad humana resideres, non aliter caligabis, quam quorum oculi in densum umbram ex claro sol redirunt. Quid est praecipium p posse laeto animo tolere adversa? Uid quid acciderit, sic fair, quasi volueris tibi accidere. Debisus enim vel, si sires omnia ex decreto dei. Fieri, jailier, query, gemera decicera est quid est prae. Cipium. In primis labors animam habere, hec res. Officit non ire quirium liberum, sed ire naturi, liber enim est, qui servitudem effugit. Hec est assidua et ineluctabilis et per diem et per noctem equaliter premens. Sine intervallo, sine comietu. Sibi servir gravissima est servitus, quam discutera facile est, si desieris multa te poscaris, si desieris tibi refermerc edem. Si anti oculos et naturam tuum et etatem posveris, licit prima sit, ac tibi ipsa dixeris, quid insaneo p quid arahilo p quid pseudo? Quid terram, quid forum verso? Ne multu opus est, ne diu. S. This side of the Stoic ethic, namely the endeavor to acquire complete independence of all externals, represents its Cynic heritage, but it has another side, whereby it passes beyond cynicism, and that is its cosmopolitanism. Every man is natmali, a social being, and to live in society is a dictate of reason. But reason is the common essential nature of all men, hence there is but one law for all men and one fatherland. The division of mankind into warring states is absurd. The wise man is a citizen, not of this or that particular state, but of the world. From this foundation, it follows that all men have a claim to our goodwill, even slaves having their rights and even enemies having a right to our mercy and forgiveness. Now, this transcendence of narrow social limits was obviously favored by the monism of the Stoic system, but an ethical basis for the Stoic cosmopolitanism was found in the fundamental instinct or tend. 144. In C of self-preservation or self-love, oikes elkoik. In the first place, of course, this instinctive tendency to self-preservation shows itself in the form of self-love, i.e. the individual's self-love. But it extends beyond self-love in the narrow sense to embrace all that belongs to the individual, family, friends, fellow citizens and, finally, the whole of humanity. It is naturally stronger in regard to what stands closer to the individual, and grows weaker in proportion as the object is more remote, so that the individual's task, from the ethical viewpoint, is to raise the olkiko to the same pitch of intensity in regard to the remote objects as it manifests in regard to the nearer objects. In other words, the ethical ideal is attained when we love all men as we love ourselves, or when our self-love embraces all that is connected with the self, including humanity at large, with an equal intensity. Chapter 37. 1. The founder of the Epicurean school, Epicurus, was Bom at Samos in 342/1 BC. At Samos hastened to Pamphilus, a Platonist, and then at Teos to Nausiphanes, a follower of Democritus, who exercised considerable influence upon him, in spite of Epicurus' later contentions. When 18, Epicurus came to Athens for his military service, and then seems to have given himself to study at Colophon. In 310 he taught at Mytilene, though he afterwards transferred to Lampsacus, and in 307/6 he moved to Athens and there opened his school. This school was instituted in Epicurus' own garden, and we learn from Diogenes Laertius that philosopher in his will bequeathed the house and garden to his disciples. From the situation of the school the Epicureans got the name of Ol Dirotkov Kafi Urkov. Almost divine honors were paid to Epicurus even in his lifetime, and this cult of the founder is no doubt responsible for the fact that philosophic orthodoxy was maintained among the Epicureans more than in any other school. The chief doctrines were given the pupils to learn by heart. Epicurus was a voluminous writer, according to Diog. Laird. He wrote about 300 works, but most of his writings are lost. However, Diogenes Laertius has given us 3 didactic letters, of which the letters to Herodotus and Menoetius are considered authentic, while that to Pythocle is considered to be an extract from Epicurus' writing made by a pupil. Fragments have also been preserved of his chief work, Rispl, du Ge Coke, from the library of the Epicurean Piso, thought to be El Piso, consul in 58 e.g. 145. 146. Epicurus was succeeded as scholarch by Hermarchus of Mytilene, who was in turn succeeded by Polystratus. An immediate disciple of Epicurus, together with Hermarchus and Polyaenus, was Metrodonus of Lampsacus. Cicero heard Phaedrus, scholarch at Athens about 78–70, at Rome about 90 BC. But the best-known disciple of the school is the Latin poet, Lucretius Cams, 91–51 BC, who expressed the Epicurean philosophy in his poem De Rerum Natura, having as his chief aim the liberation of men from the fear of the gods and of death and the leading of them to peace of soul. 2. The Canonic. Epicurus was not interested in dialectic or logic as such, and the only part of logic to which he paid any attention was that dealing with the criterion of truth. That is to say, he was interested in dialectic only in so far as it directly subsumed physics. But physics again interested him only in so far as it subsumed ethics. Epicurus therefore concentrated on ethics even more than did the Stoics, depreciating purely scientific pursuits and declaring mathematics useless, since it has no connection with the conduct of life. Metrodonus declared that it need not trouble anyone, if he had never read a line of Homer and did not know whether Hector was a Trojan or a Greek. One of Epicurus' reasons for objecting to mathematics was that it is not substantiated by sense knowledge, since in the real world trigeometers points, lines, and surfaces are nowhere to be found. Now, sense knowledge is the fundamental basis of knowledge. If you fight against all your sensations, I have no standard to which to refer and thus no means of judging even those sensations which you pronounce false. Registered Lucretius asks what can be accounted of higher certainty than sense. Reason, by which we judge of sense data, is itself wholly founded on the senses, and if the senses are untrue, then all reason as well is rendered false. Moreover, the Epicureans pointed out that in astronomical questions, for instance, we cannot attain certainty, as we can argue for this position just as well as for that position, e.g. For the heavenly phenomena may depend for their production on many different causes. It must be remembered that the Greeks lacked modern scientific appliances, and that their opinions on scientific subjects were, very largely, of 147. The nature of guesses, unsubstantiated by exact observation. Epicue is logic or canonic, deals with the norms or canons of knowledge and the criteria of THIRD. The fundamental criterion of THIRD is perception, phaiasrogaic, in which we attain what is clear, I-ev and pieia. Perception takes place when images, eiscoxa, of objects penetrate the sense organs, cf. Democritus and Empedocles, and is always true. It is to be noted that the Epicureans included under perception imaginative representations, pavratikal_tci30 tavoic, all perception taking place to the reception of etscoxa. When these images stream continuously from the same object and enter by the sense organs, we have perception in the night hour sense. When, however, individual images enter through the pores of the body, they become, as it were, mixed up and imaginative pictures arise, e.g. of a centaur. Either case we have perception, and, as both sorts of images arise from objective causes, both types of perception are true. How then does eitor arise? Only through judgment. If, for instance, we judge that an image corresponds exactly to an external object, when in point of fact it does not so correspond, we are in error. The difficulty, of course, is to know when the image corresponds to an external object and when it does not, and when it corresponds perfectly or imperfectly. And on this point the Epicureans give us no help. The first criterion is therefore perception. A second criterion is afforded by concepts, rpo-xrj-iik. The concept, accord. To the Epicureans, is simply a memory image, vr, r-tog iro xxc sikik s co ssv pav vtoc. After we have had perception of an object, e.g. of a man, the memoi image or general image of man arises when we hear the word man. These triple 11 pound IQ are always TIUE, and it is only when we proceed to form opinions or judgments that the question of truth or falsity arises. If the opinion or judgment, UT2 ekrypk has reference to the future, then it must be confirmed by experience, while if it has reference to hidden and unperceived causes, e.g. the atoms, it must at least not contradict experience. There is yet a third criterion, namely feelings, or itbri, which are criteria for conduct. Thus the feeling of pleasure is the criterion of what we should choose, while the feeling of pain shows us what we should avoid. Hence Epictetus could say that the criteria of Tyeth are the senses, and the preconceptions, and the passions. Degree 148. 3. The physics. Epicurus' choice of a physical theory was determined by a practical end, that of freeing man from the fear of the gods and of the afterworld, and so giving them peace of soul. While not denying the existence of the gods, he wished to show that they do not interfere in human affairs, and that man need not therefore occupy himself with propitiation and petition and superstition in general. Moreover, by rejecting immortality he hoped to free man from fear of death. For what reason is there to fear death when it is mere extinction, absence of all consciousness and feeling, when there is no judgment and when no punishment awaits one in the afterworld? Death is nothing to us, for that which is dissolved is devoid of sensation, and that which is devoid of sensation is nothing to us. Happy face. Moved by these considerations, Epicurus chose the system of Democritus, which he adopted with but shght modifications, since this system seemed best calculated to achieve his end. Did it not explain phenomena by the mechanical motions of atoms, thus rendering any recourse to divine intervention superfluous, and did it not afford an easy handle for the rejection of immortality, the soul, as well as the body, being composed of atoms? This practical aim of the Epicurean physics appears in a marked manner in Lucretius' de Rerum Natura, clothed in the splendid language and imagery of the poet. Nothing proceeds from nothing, nothing passes into nothingness, declared Epicurus, re-echoing the thought of the old cosmologists. And, first of all, we must admit that nothing can come out of that which does not exist, for, were the fact otherwise, everything would be produced from everything and there would be no need of any seed. And if that which disappeared were so absolutely destroyed as to become non-existent, then everything would soon perish, as the things with which they would be dissolved would have no existence. Happy face. We may compare the lines of Lucretius, Nunc age, residential quanium doqui non posse creri Delaware nilo niki item genitus ad nil revocari caret. The bodies of our experience are composed of pre-existing material entities. Atoms and their perishing is but a resolution into the entities of which they are composed. The ultimate constituents of the universe are therefore atoms. Atoms and the void. Now the universal whole is a body, for our senses bear us witness in every case that bodies have a real existence, and 149. The evidence of the senses, as I have said before, ought to be the rule of our reasonings about everything which is not directly perceived. Otherwise, if that which we call the vacuum, or space, or intangible nature, had not a real existence, there would be nothing in which the bodies could be contained, or across which they could move, as we see that they really do move. Let us add to this reflection that one cannot conceive, either in virtue of perception, or of any analogy founded on perception, any general quantity peculiar to all beings which is not either an attribute, or an accident of the body, or of the vacuum. Happy face, these atoms vary in size, form, and weight. The Epicureans certainly attributed weight to the atoms, whatever the earlier atomists may have done, and are indivisible and infinite in number. In the beginning they reigned do\vn through the void or empty space, though Lucretius compares the motion to that of motes in a sunbeam, and it may be that the Epicureans did not think of the atoms as ever in actuality raining down in parallel straight lines, a conception which would make the collision very much of a deus ex machina. In order to account for the origin of the world, Epicurus had to allow for a collision of atoms. Moreover, he wished at the same time to afford some explanation of human freedom, which the school maintained. He postulated, therefore, a spontaneous oblique movement or declination from the straight line of descent on the part of individual atoms. Thus occurred the first collision of atoms, and from the collision and the entanglements consequent on the deviation the reti movements were set up which led to the formation of innumerable worlds, separated from one another by empty spaces, the execoa iia or intermuum. The human soul is also composed of atoms, smooth and round, but in distinction to the animals it possesses a rational part which is seated in the breast, as is shown by the emotions of fear and joy. The irrational part, the principle of fe, is spread throughout the whole body. At death the atoms of the soul are separated, and there can be no more perception. Death is the privation of perception, at pri calibria ecoc. The world is, therefore, due to mechanical causes, and there is no need to postulate teleology. On the contrary, the Epicureans entirely rejected the anthropocentric teleology of the Stoics and would have nothing to do with the Stoic theodicy. The evil with which human life is afflicted, 150, is irreconcilable with any idea of divine guidance in the universe. The gods dwell in the intermediae, beautiful and happy and without thought of human acers, eating and drinking and speaking Greek. Apparet divinum numen seds quieti. Quas nec concudient venti ne nuhila nimbis asperglent nec nix acri con sireta pruinicana cadens violat semperc inuhilis ether intigit, et largo diffusa lumen rident carad. The gods are anthropomorphica ui conceived, for they too are composed of atoms, even if of the finest atoms, and possessing only ethereal or quasi-bodies, and are divided sexually. They are hke to mankind in appearance and breathe and eat as we do. Epicurus not only needed the gods in order to present them as an embodiment of his ethical ideal of contranchiety, but he also considered that the university of belief in the gods can only be explained on the hypothesis of their objective existence. Subco xa come to us from the gods, especially in sleep, but perception presents us only with the existence and anthropomorphic character of the gods. Knowledge of their happy condition is attained by reason or /6 yo. Men may honor the gods for their excellence and may even take part in the customary ceremonial worship, but all fear of them is out of place, and also all attempts to win their favor by sacrifices. Tme piety consists in right thought. Ne pietas olest velatum cipi vidiri vertir ad lapidum et comnes etc. ad eras ne procum hier humi prostratum et pandera palmas anti deum delibera ne eras sanguine multus spargir quadrupedum ne votus insatir vota, sed mage pocketa posse omnia mentori caret. The wise man, therefore, does not fear death, for death is mere extinction, nor the gods, for they are unconcerned with human affairs and exact no retribution. We may recall the celebrated lines of Virgil. Felix qui potuit rerum conoscere causas, et metus omnes et trucorahile fatum sui esset pedihus stribitumque crontus averit. 151. For the Epicurean ethic. Like the Cyrenaics, Epicurus made pleasure the end of life. Every being strives after pleasure, and it is in pleasure that happiness consists. V. affirm that pleasure is the beginning and end of having happily, for we have recognized this as the first good, being connate with us, and it is with reference to it that we begin every choice and avoidance, and to this we come as if we judged of O good by passion as the standard. Happy face. The question then arises what Epicurus understands by pleasure, when he makes it the end of life. Two facts are to be noted. First, that Epicurus meant not the pleasures of the moment, individual sensations, but the pleasure which endures throughout a lifetime, and secondly, that pleasure for Epicurus consisted rather in the absence of pain than in positive satisfaction. This pleasure is to be found preeminently in serenity of soul, FXFJC. T. Puxrejade, Dgrapa law. With this serenity of soul Epicurus conjoined also health of body, but the emphasis is rather on intellectual pleasure, for, while very severe bodily pains are of short duration, less severe pains may be overcome or rendered endurable by intellectual pleasures. A correct theory can refer all choice and avoidance to the health of the body and the freedom from disquietude of the soul. At times we pass over many pleasures when any difficulty is likely to ensue from them, and we think many pains better than pleasures when a greater pleasure follows them, if we endure the pain for a time. Happy face. When Epicurus speaks of choice among pleasures and rejects certain pleasures, it is to the permanence of pleasure that he is looking, and to the presence or absence of subsequent pain, for there is really no room in his ethic for a discrimination between pleasures that is based on a difference of moral value. Though we may well discern a differentiation of pleasures on grounds of moral value creeping in unawares, as it is bound to do in any hedonistic ethic, unless the hedonist is prepared to admit that the lesest pleasures are on the same level as the more refined pleasures. And what serious moral philosopher has ever been prepared to admit that, without introducing qualifications that suggest another criterion beside pleasure? Every pleasure is therefore a good on account of its own nature, but it does not follow that every pleasure is worthy of being chosen, just as every pain is an evil, and yet every pain must not be avoided. When 152. Therefore, we say that pleasure is a clive good, we are not speaking of the pleasures of the debauched man, or those which lie in sensual enjoyment, as some think who are ignorant, and who do not entertain our opinions, or else interpret them perversely, but we mean the freedom of the body from pain and of the soul from confusion. For it is not continued drinkings and revels that make pleasant, but sober contemplations, which examine into the reasons for all choice and avoidance, and which put to flight the vain opinions from which the greater part of the confusion arises which troubles the soul. OJ and Q pleasure is intrinsically bad, but the efficient causes of some pleasures bring with them a great many perturbations of pleasure. In practice we have to consider whether any dual pleasure may not be productive of greater pain and any individual pain may not be productive of greater pleasure. For instance, an individual pleasure might be very intense for the moment but might lead to ill health or to enslavement to a habit, in which case it would be productive of greater pain. Conversely, a pain might be intense for the moment as in an operation and yet be productive of a greater good, health. Therefore, although every pain, abstractly considered, is an evil, and every pleasure is a good, we must in practice look to the future and endeavor to attain the maximum of durable pleasure in epiqueous opinion, health of body and tranquility of soul. Epicurean hedonism would not then result in libertinism and excess, but in a calm and tranquil life, For a man is unhappy either from fear or from unmighted and vain desires, and if he but bridle these he may secure for himself the blessings of reason. The wise man will not multiply his needs, since that is to multiply swooshes of pain, he will rather reduce his needs to a minimum. The Epicureans even went so far as to say that the wise man can be perfectly happy even when undergoing bodily torture. Thus Epicurus declared that, though he is being tortured on the rack, the wise man is still happy. Happy face, an extreme statement of this position is found in the saying, if the wise man is being bummed, if he is being tortured, nay, within the very bull of Phalaris, he will say, how delightful 'tis is. How little I care for it hence the Epicurean ethic leads to a moderate asceticism, self-control, and independence. To accustom oneself, therefore, to simple and inexpensive habits is a great ingredient in the 153. Perfecting of health, and makes a man free from hesitation with respect to the necessary uses of faith. Happy face, virtue is a condition of dkapa-ia or tranquility of soul, though of course its value is estimated by Epicurus according to its power of producing pleasure. Virtues such as simplicity, moderation, temperance, cheerfulness, are much more conducive to pleasure and happiness than are unbridled luxury, feverish ambition, and so on. It is not possible to live pleasantly without having prudently and honorably and justly, nor to have prudently and honorably and justly, without having pleasantly. But he to whom it does not happen to kve pi asterisk prudently, honorably, and justly, cannot possibly have pleasantly. The just man is the freest of all men from disquietude, but the unjust man is a perpetual prey to it. Injustice is not intrinsically bad, it has this character only because there is joined with it a fear of not escaping those who are appointed to punish actions marked with that character. When, without any fresh circumstances arising, a thing which has been declared just in practice does not agree with the impressions of reason, that is a proof that the thing was not really just. In the same way, when in consequence of new circumstances, a thing which has been pronounced just does not any longer appear to agree with utility, the thing which was just, inasmuch as it was useful to the social relations and intercourse of mankind, ceases to be just at the moment when it ceases to be useful. Happy face, moreover, in spite of the fact that the ethic of the Epicureans is fundamentally selfish or egocentric, in that it is based on the individual's pleasure. It was not in practice so selfish as it might sound. Thus the Epicureans thought that it is really pleasanter to do a kindness than to receive one, and the founder himself was commended for his contented and kind character. He who desires to have tranquilly without having anything to fear from other men, ought to make himself friends, those whom he cannot make friends of, he should, at least, avoid rendering enemies, and if that is not in his power, he should, as far as possible, avoid all intercourse with them, and keep them aloof, as far as it is for his interest to do so. The happiest men are they who have arrived at the point of having nothing to fear from those who surround them. Such men live with one another most agreeably, having the firmest grounds of confidence in one another, enjoying the advantages of friendship in all their fullness, and not 154. Lamenting, as a pitiable circumstance, the premature death of their friends. It is probably true to say that Epicurus' practical moral judgment was sounder than the theoretical foundations of his ethic, an ethic which could obviously give little account of moral obligation. Owing to the fact that man should not pursue heedlessly the first pleasure that offers itself, there is need of an art of calculation or mensuration in the conduct of life. We must therefore practice xpriaic, and it is in the right mensuration of pleasures and pains, in the ability to take into account and balance one against another present or futme happiness and unhappiness, that the essence of insight or, pp6 the highest virtue, consists. If a man is to live a truly happy, pleasurable, and contented life, he must possess this insight, he must be, povelfjak. Now, the beginning and the greatest good of all these things is prudence, on which account prudence is something more valuable than even philosophy, inasmuch as all the other virtues spring from it, teaching us that it is not possible to live pleasantly mealis one also have spendently and honorably and justy, and that one cannot live prudently and honorably and justy, without having pleasantly, for the virtues. Ai connate with having agreeably, and having agreeably is inseparable from the virtues. 27 When a man is, pp 66 iok, he is virtuous, for the virtuous man is not so much the person who is actually enjoying pleasure at any given moment as the man who knows how to conduct himself in the search for pleasure. Once virtue has been thus defined, it is ob_eis that it is an absolutely necessary condition for lasting happiness. Epicurus laid great stress on friendship. Of all the things which wisdom provides for the happiness of the whole life, by far the most important is the acquisition of friendship. This may seem strange in a fundamentally egoistic ethic, but the emphasis on friendship is itself based on egoistic considerations, namely that without friendship a man cannot have a secure and tranquil life, while on the other hand friendship gives pleasure. Friendship rests, therefore, on an egoistic basis, the thought of personal advantage. This egoism was, however, modified through the Epicurean doctrine that an unselfish affection arises in the course of the friendship and that in a friendship a wise man loves the friend as he does himself. Nevertheless it remains true that the social theory of the Epicureans is egoistic in character, a 155. Fact that comes out clearly in their teaching that the wise man will not mix himself up in poetics, as this disturbs the tranquility of soul. There are, however, two exceptions, the first, that of the man who needs to take part in poetics in order to ensure his own personal security, the second, that of a man who has such an urge towards a poetical career that _ia would be quite impossible for him, were he to remain in retirement. Pleasure and personal advantage are again decisive for the Epicurean theory of law. It is pleasanter to have in a society where laws and rights are respected than in a condition of helium omnium contra omnes. The latter condition would be by no means favorable to tranquility of soul or to drape a ioc. The Epicureans, as we have seen, went back to the school of Leucippus and Democritus for the physics, as the Stoa went back to the cosmology of Heraclitus. The Epicurean ethics, on the other hand, are more or less in agreement with that of the Cyrenaics. Both Aristippus and Epicurus make pleasure the end of life, and in both schools attention is paid to the future, to calculation, to the measuring of pleasures and pains. There are, however, differences between the Epicureans and the Cyrenaics. For while the latter in general, triad is to say considered positive pleasure, the smooth movement or sia alc to be the end, the Epicureans stressed more the negative side, calm and tranquility, f_kaatrj.atlkff6ovr. Again, while the Cyrenaics considered bodily suffering worse than mental suffering, the Epicureans accounted mental suffering worse than bodily suffering, on the ground that the body suffers only from present evil whereas the soul can suffer also from the recollection of past evil and the expectation or fear of future evil. All the same it can be truly said that Cyrenaicism was absorbed in Epicureanism. Did not Epicurus agree with the Cyrenaic Hegesias in laying the emphasis on absence of suffering and with Aniceres in recommending to the wise the cultivation of friendship? The Epicurean philosophy is, therefore, not a philosophy of heroes, nor has it the moral grandum asterisk of the Stoic creed. Yet it is neither so selfish nor so immoral as its fundamental tenet might at first sight imply, and its attraction for certain types of men is easily understandable. It is certainly not a heroic creed or philosophy, but it was not meant by its author to be an incentive to base having, what? 156. Ever its tenets might lead to in popular application to practice. Note on cynicism in the first period of the Hellenistic epoch. Cynicism in this period tended to lose its serious character of emphasis on independence, suppression of desire and physical endurance, and to give itself rather to mockery of convention and tradition and prevailing beliefs and modes of behavior. Not of course that this tendency was absent from the earlier cynicism. We have only to think of Diogenes, but it showed itself in this period through the new literary genre of the satire, or cantou sixoi pound koiof. In the first half of the 3rd century BC, Bion of Boris thence, influenced by Cyrenaicism, he had listened to the Cyanaic Theodonis at Athens, propagated the so-called hedonistic cynicism in his diatribes, dwelling on the happiness and pleasurable character of the simple cynic life. Teles, who taught at Megara about 240 BC, followed Bion in the composition of such diatribes, popular and anecdotal pieces dealing with appearance and reality, poverty and riches, cynical apathy / etc. Menippus of Gadara, about 250 BC, created the satire, in which he combined poetry with prose, criticized under various phones, e.g. Journey to Hades, Letters to the Gods, Natural Philosophy and Specia Hst Learning, and mocked at the idolatrous honor paid to Epicurus by his followers. He was imitated by Varro, Seneca in his Apocolosyntosis, and Lucian. Cercides of Megalopolis, composer of Meams, displayed the same satiric tone, declaring, for example, that he would leave to the Istokopakotroi the solution of the ticklish question, why Cronus showed himself a father to some people and a stepfather to others. Chapter 38. The Older Sceptics, the Middle and New Academies. 1. The Older Sceptics. Just as in the Stoa and in the Garden of Epicurus theory was subordinated to practice, so in the school of Pietho, the founder of scepticism, though there is of course this big difference, that whereas the Stoics and Epicureans looked to science or positive knowledge as a means to peace of soul, the sceptics sought to attain the same end by the disavowal of knowledge, i.e. by scepticism, the opposite of science. Pyrrho of Elis, c. 360 c. 270, who is said to have accompanied Alexander on his march to India, was apparendi influenced by the Democritean theory of the sense qualities, the relativism of the Sophists and the Cyrenaic epistemology. He taught that the human reason cannot penetrate to the inner substance of things, things are dicati diacritisa in our regard, 2. We can only know how things appeal to us. The same things appear differently to different people, and we cannot know which is right. To any assertion we could oppose the contradictory assertion with equally good grounds, Lau 9 pound v pound iatq v koikov. We cannot, therefore, be certain of anything, and the wise man wiu withhold his judgment f pound 70 pound x high v. Rather than say, this is so, we should say, so it appears to me, or it may be so. The same scepticism and consequent suspension of judgment is extended to the practical sphere. Nothing is in itself ugly or beautiful, right or wrong, or at least we cannot be sure of it. All external things in our lives are indifferent, and the wise man will aim simply at tranquility of soul. 157. 158. And endeavor to preserve his soul in that condition. It is true that even the wise man cannot avoid acting and taking part in practical faith, but he will follow in practice probable opinion, custom, and law, conscious that absolute truth is unattainable. Diogenes Laertius informs us that Pyrrho expressed his philosophical views only by word of mouth, but his views are known through those of Lee's pupil Timon of Phlius, c. 320 to 230 BC, who is called by Sextus Empiricus 6 tt Pokpretrik, Tkov Flupkovic, Koikov Timon composed zix koi or mocking verses, in which he parodied Homer and Hesiod and made fun of the Greek philosophers, with the exception of Xenophanes and Pyrrho himself. According to Timon we can trust neither sense perception nor reason. We must accordingly suspend all judgment, not allowing ourselves to be caught in any theoretical assertion, and then we shall attain to truth or tranquility of soul. Cicero apparently did not know of Pyrrho as a sceptic, but considered him rather as a morast who preached and practiced indifference towards external things. It may be, then, that Pyrrho did not personally develop the sceptic position. But as he left no tidings, we can hardly attain certainty on this point. 2. The Middle Academy. Plato had held that the objects of sense perception are not the objects of knowledge, but he was very far from being aseptic, the whole point of his dialectic being the attainment of tunge and certain knowledge of the eternal and abiding. A sceptical current of thought manifests itself, however, in what is known as the Second or Middle Academy, a scepticism directed principally against the Stoic dogmatism but also expressed in universal tyrannies. Thus R.C. Selous, 315/14-241/40, the founder of the Middle Academy, is reputed to have said that he was certain of nothing, not even of the fact that he was certain of nothing, thus going further than Socrates, who knew that he knew nothing. He practiced therefore a similar suspension of judgment or ttOx to that of the Pyrrhonists while trying to support his position by the example and practice of Socrates. R.C. Selous made the Stoic epistemology a special object of attack. No representation is given that might not be false, none of our sense perceptions or presentations possess the guarantee 159 of their own objective validity, for we may feel an equally intense subjective certainty even when the presentation is objectively false. We can therefore never be certain. 3. The New Academy. 1. The founder of the Third or New Academy was Copleston of Cyrene, 214/12-129/8 BC, who accompanied the Stoic Diogenes on the embassy to Rome in 156/5. Following the scepticism of R.C. Selous, Copleston taught that knowledge is impossible and that there is no criterion of truth. Against the Stoics he maintained that there is no sense presentation by the side of which we could not place a false presentation that is indistinguishable from the true, appealing to the influence upon us of presentations in e.g. dreams, presentations which are, however, unreal, and to the facts of hallucination and delusion. Impressions of sense are, therefore, not infallible, and the Stoics cannot look to reason as a remedy, since they themselves admit that concepts are founded on experience. We are unable to prove anything, since any proof rests on assumptions which must themselves be proved. But this latter proof will itself rest on assumptions, and so on indefinitely. All dogmatic philosophy is accordingly out of the question, for either side in a question equally good or equally bad reasons can be adduced. Copleston attacked the Stoic theology, trying to show that their proofs for God's existence are not conclusive and that their doctrine as to God's nature contained antinomies. For example, the Stoics appealed to the consensus gentium as an argument for the divine existence. Now, if they can prove this consensus gentium, then they have proved a universal belief in the divine existence, but THIRD does not prove that there are gods. And on what grounds do the Stoics assert that the universe is wise and rational? It must first be proved to be animate. And this they have not proved. If they argue that there must be a universal reason, from which man's reason proceeds, they have first to prove that the human mind cannot be the spontaneous product of nature. Again, the argument from design is not conclusive. If the universe is a designed product, then there must be a designer, but the whole point at issue is, whether the universe is a designed product or not. Might it not be the undesigned product of natural forces? 160. The Stoic God is animate and so must be possessed of feeling. But if he can feel and receive impressions, then he can suffer from impressions and is ultimately liable to disintegration. Moreover, if God is rational and perfect, as the Stoics suppose him to be, he cannot be virtuous, as the Stoics also suppose him to be. How, for example, can God be brave or courageous? What dangers or pains or labors affect him, in respect of which he can show courage? The Stoics maintain a doctrine of divine providence. But, if this be so, how can they explain the presence of e.g. poisonous snakes? The Stoics say that God's providence is manifested in his gift of reason to man. Now, the great majority of men use this reason to degrade themselves, so that to such men the possession of reason is an injury and not a benefit. If God really exercised providence over all men, he should have made all men good and given all right reason. Moreover, it is useless for Chrysippus to speak of neglect on the part of God, i.e. in regard to little matters. In the first place, what providence has neglected to provide for, is not a little matter, In the second place, the neglect could not be intentional in God, for intentional neglect is a fault even in an earthly thuriler, while in the third place unintentional neglect is inconceivable in respect of the infinite reason. These and other criticisms of Chamades are directed against the Stoic doctrines, and so they are, in part, of but academic interest. By maintaining a materialistic doctrine of God, the Stoics involved themselves in insurmountable difficulties, for if God were material he could disintegrate, and if he were the soul of the world possessed of a body he could feel pleasure and pain. Criticisms against such a conception of the deity can have for us no more than academic interest. Moreover, we would not dream of ascribing virtues to God in the anthropomorphic manner that the line of criticism adopted by Chamades presupposes. Nor would we undertake to prove in philosophy that everything is created for the good of man. Yet some of the difficulties raised by Chamades are of lasting interest, and an attempt must be made to meet them in every theodicy, e.g. the presence of physical suffering and of moral evil in the world. I have already made some remarks on Tlia's subject when treating of the Stoic Triadici, and I hope to show later on, how other philosophers, medieval and modern, tend to answer these questions, but it must always be remembered that, even if 161. The human reason is unable to answer fully and with complete satisfaction all the difficulties that can be raised against a position, that does not compel us to abandon that position, if it rests on valid argument. Chamades saw that complete suspension of judgment is impossible, and so he elaborated a theory of probability, 7Ri0-6 Probability has various grades and is both necessary and sufficient for action. He showed, for example, how we may approximate to the truth even if we can never attain certainty by the accumulation of reasons for accepting some position. If I merely saw the shape of someone I knew, it might be an hallucination, but if I hear the person speak, if I touch him, if he eats, I may for all practical purposes accept the presentation as true. It enjoys a very high degree of probability, especially if it is also intrinsically probable that the person should be in that place at that time. If a man leaves his wife in England and goes to India on business, he might well doubt the objective validity of the presentation, if he seems to see his wife on the quay when he disembarks at Bombay. But if, on returning to England, he finds his wife waiting for him on the landing stage, the validity of the presentation bears its own inherent probability. 2. The Academy returned to dogmatism under Antiochus of Ascalon, DC 68 BC, who apparently started as an agnostic but later came to abandon this position and whose lectures were heard by Cicero in the winter of 79/8. He pointed out the contradiction involved in asserting that nothing is knowable or that all is doubtful, for, in asserting that all is doubtful, I am at any rate asserting my knowledge that all is doubtful. His own criterion of truth he apparently formed in the agreement of eminent philosophers and endeavored to show that the academic, peripatetic, and Stoic systems were in essential agreement with each other. In fact, he openly taught Stoic doctrines, shamelessly asserting that Zeno had borrowed them from the old Academy. He thus tried to deprive the sceptics of one of their principal arguments, namely, the contradiction between the various philosophic systems. He shows himself at the same time to be an eclectic. This eclectic tendency comes out in his moral teaching. For, while holding with the Stoics that virtue is sufficient for happiness, he also taught with Aristotle that for happiness in its highest degree external goods and health of the body. 162. AIE also necessary. In spite of the fact, then, that Cicero declares him to have been more of a Stoic than an academician, Antiochus was undoubtedly an eclectic. 3. A Roman eclectic was M. Terentius Varro, 116–27 BC, scholar and philosopher. The only true theology in Varro's opinion is that which recognizes one God, who is the soul of the world, which he governs according to reason. The mythical theology of the poets is to be rejected on the ground that it attributed unworthy characteristics and actions to the gods, while the physical theologies of natural philosophers contradict one another. We must not, however, neglect the official cult of the state, since this has a practical and popular value. Varro even suggested that the popular Region was the work of her statesmen, and that if the work had to be done over again, it might be done better in the Hgid of philosophy. Varro seems to have been greatly influenced by Posidonius. From the latter he accepted many theories concerning the origin and development of culture, geography, hydrology, etc., and by his exposition of these theories he influenced later Romans such as Vitruvius and Pliny. Varro's tendency to Pythagorean number mysticism also derives from the thought of Posidonius, and thereby he influenced later Vemters like Gelhus, Macrobius, and Martianus Capella. Cynic influence is visible in Varro's Saturae Menipii, of which we possess only fragments. Therein he opposed Cynic simplicity to the luxury of the rich, whose gluttony he subjected to Machae, and he made fun of the philosophers' squabbles. For the most celebrated of all Roman eclectics is M. Tullius Cicero, the great orator, January 3, 106 Dec 7, 43 BC. In his youth Cicero was a pupil of Phaedrus the Epicurean, Philon the Academician, Diodotus the Stoic, Antiochus of Ascalon, and Zeno the Epicurean. In Rhodes he listened to the teaching of Posidonius the Stoic. To the philosophic studies of his youth at Athens and Rhodes there succeeded years spent in public life and official activity, but in the last 3 years of his life Cicero returned to philosophy. The majority of his philosophic writings date from these later years, e.g. the Paradoxa, the Consolatio, the Hortensius, the Academica, the Definisus, the Tusculana, Tridonatura Deorum, the De Senectute, the De Divitiatione, the De Si Fato, the De Amicitia, the De Virtutibus, the De Repi Iblica, 54 BC Seq, and the De Legius, c. 52 Seq, are her. 163. Compositions. The writings of Cicero are scarcely to be called original in content, as Cicero himself openly admits D26 e Pacje, assunt, minor labor funt, verba tantum afero, quihum abundo. Happy face, he had, however, the gift of presenting the doctrine of the Greeks to Roman readers in a clear style. While Cicero was unable to effect a scientific refutation of scepticism, he was inclined to the latter, owing to the conflict of opposing philosophical schools and doctrines. He found a refuge in the intuitions of the moral consciousness, which are immediate and certain. Realizing the danger of scepticism for morality, he sought to place the moral judgment beyond its corroding influence and speaks of notions innati, natura nobis insiti. These moral concepts proceed therefore from our nature, and they are confined by general agreement consensus gentium. In his ethical doctrine Cicero was inclined to agree with the Stoics that virtue is sufficient for happiness, but he could not bring himself to reject altogether the peripatetic teaching, which attributed value to external goods as well, though he seems to have hesitated somewhat in his opinion on Vithi's matter. 3 agreed with the Stoics that the wise man should be without tidqt ... and combated the peripatetic teaching that virtue is a mean between opposite and debris. But it is to be noted that Cicero's notion of ird or perturbatio is that of aversa erecta ratione contra naturam animi commotio. Happy face, for Cicero again, as for the Stoics, practical, and not speculative, virtue is the higher. Happy face, in the sphere of natural philosophy Cicero was engaged to scepticism, though he by no means despised this province of human thought. He was particularly interested in the proof of God's existence from nature and rejected the doctrine of atheistic atomism. Hoc, i.e. the formation of the world from the chance cohesion of atoms, qui existimat fieri potuus nqn intelligo non idem putet, si innumerahiles unitas et viginti formi literarum vel ori vel quali syllabet aliquo quaesiantur, posse xiis interim excussus annals neut dinceps legi possint, officii. Happy face, Cicero considered that the popular Region should be preserved in the interests of the community at large, while at the same time it should be purified from gross superstition and the practice of attributing immorality to the gods, e.g. the story of the rape of Ganymede. Happy face, especially should we preserve belief in providence and the immortality of the soul. 20. 164. Cicero stressed the ideal of human fellowship, of the Stoa, and appealed to the ninth letter of Plato, ut perfectus acaritate domestic orum ac suorum serpat longius etse implicet primium civium, deinde omnium mortalium societatet, ut ad archidem scripsito, non sibi se solum natum meminrit sed patriae, sed sui, ut per exigua pars ipsura lincator. I. Chapter 39. In the 2nd and 3rd centuries before Christ, the Stoic philosophers show a marked tendency to eclecticism, admitting Platonic and Aristotelian elements into the school and departing from orthodox Stoicism. They were impelled to this course, not only by the attacks leveled against the Stoic dogmatism by the academicians, but also by their contact with the Roman world, which was much more interested in the practical application of philosophic doctrines than in speculation. The dominant names of the Middle Stoa are those of Painitius and Posidonius. 1. Painitius of Rhodes, c. 185-110/9 BC, have for some time in Rome, where he interested the younger Scipio and Laus in Greek philosophy and greatly influenced the Roman historian Q. Mucius Scaevola and the Greek historian Polybius. Cicero made use of his works, especially in the first 2 books of the De Officiis. In 129 BC he succeeded Antipater of Tarsus as scholarch at Athens. While Painitius modified certain Stoic doctrines on the one hand, he did not hesitate on the other hand to jettison altogether some of the cargo of Stoic orthodoxy. Thus he modified Stoic Puritanism by allowing that the end of life in the case of ordinary men is simply the rational perfection of their individual nature. Stoicism thus became rather less ideistic in the hands of Painitius, especially as he seems to have denied the existence of the truly wise man, the old Stoic ideal, and to have set the proficient, trpokoiitcov, to all intents and purposes in the first place. Moreover, he attached more value to external goods than did the early Stoa and rejected the ideal of apathy. 165. 166. While thus modifying the Stoic ethic, Painitius cast overboard the Stoic theory of divination, which the early Stoics maintained on a philosophical basis of determinism, rejected astrology, and jettisoned the doctrines of the world conflagration and of the relative immortality of the soul. He had heightened sympathy with popular theology. In his Poetical teaching he appears to have been influenced by Plato and Aristotle, though he advocated a wider ideal, in accordance with Stoic doctrine, than that of the 2 Greek philosophers. It was apparently from Painitius that Scaevola got his threefold division of theology, cf. Varro. He distinguished, I, the theology of the poets, which is anthropomorphic and false, 2, the theology of the philosophers, which is rational and fine, but unfit for popular use, and, 3, the theology of the statesman, which maintains the traditional cult and is indispensable for public education. 2. The greatest of the disciples of Painitius was Posidonius of Apamea, c. 135-51 B.C. At first a pupil of Painitius at Athens, Posidonius then made extensive journeys to Egypt, for example, and to Spain, after which he opened a school at Rhodes in 97 BC. It was here that Cicero came to hear him in 78 BC, and he was twice visited by Pompey. His works have disappeared, and it is only recently, the critical analysis of the Heracliad was indebted to his influence, that some idea has been obtained, even if not in all points of a clear idea of the greatness of Posidonius. Historian and geographer, rationalist and mystic, he bound together various philosophic currents in a framework of Stoic monism, tried to support his speculative doctrines by a wealth of empirical knowledge, and infused into the whole the warmth of regious inspiration. Indeed, Zeller does not hesitate to call him the most universal mind that Greece had seen since the time of Aristotle. Proclus, in Euclidean, mentions Posidonius and his school 7 times in connection with the philosophy of mathematics, e.g. on parallels, on the distinction between theorems and problems, and on existence theorems. Stoic monism is fundamental to the philosophy of Posidonius, and he tries to display the articulated unity of nature in detail. The phenomenon of the tide's ebb and flow, as caused by the moon, revealed to him the sympathy that prevails between all parts of the cosmic system. The world is a hierarchy of grades of being, from inorganic entities, as in the mineral kingdom, of plants and animals up to 167 man, and so to the super-organic sphere of the divine, the whole being bound together in one great system and every detail being arranged by divine providence. This universal harmony and structural ordering of the universe postulates absolute reason, God, at the summit of the hierarchy and as the all-pervading rational activity. The 6 world is permeated by a vital force, Cotl 5 Uva IQ, which proceeds from the sun, and God himself is represented by Poseidonius, following in the footsteps of the orthodox Stoicism, as a rational, fiery breath. Moreover, in contradistinction to his teacher Painodius, Poseidonius reaffirmed the Stoic doctrine of the conflagration or Ikiopkoke, a doctrine which emphasizes the monistic character of the universe. But, though his philosophy was monistic, Poseidonius admitted a dualism, apparendi under the influence of Platonism. There are 2 divisions of the cosmos, the supralunar world and the infralunar world. While the latter world is earthly and perishable, the former is heavenly and imperishable and sustains the lower world through the forces which it imparts. These 2 worlds are, however, bound together in man, who is the bond, C-OC between them composed of body and spirit. He stands on the borderline between the perishable and the imperishable or the earthly and the heavenly, and as man is the ontological bond, so is knowledge of man the epistemological bond, binding together in itself all knowledge, knowledge of the heavenly and knowledge of the earthly. Moreover, just as man from the corporeal viewpoint is the highest grade, so, conversely, from the spiritual viewpoint he is the lowest grade. In other words, between man and the supreme Godhead there exist demons or higher spiritual beings, who form an intermediate gradation between man and God. The hierarchical character of the universe is thus uninterrupted, though the dualism remains. This dualism is emphasized in the psychology of Poseidonius, for, although with the older Stoics he makes the soul a fiery phrenologia and so material like the body, he then proceeds to emphasize the dualism of soul and body in a manner reminiscent of Plato. Thus the body is a hindrance to the soul, impeding the free development of its knowledge. Further than that, Poseidonius readopted the Platonic theory of the pre-existence of the soul, which naturally underlined the dualism, and also admitted against Painodius the immortality of the soul. This immortality, however, could be no more than a relative immortality, i.e. rela. I. 168. Tip to the body, in the philosophy of Poseidonius, since he had reaffirmed the Stoic world conflagration. His teaching on immortality thus followed that of the older Stoics. In spite of this dualism in his psychology of man, Poseidonius, influenced by Plato and Aristotle, emphasized the gradation aspect in his general psychology. Thus the plants, which in the earlier Stoic view possess only poic and not /o, t /, enjoy to pound tci 9 u ritlk 6v, and also the gbech 6 and o rjtlk 6 of di pound lc, while the animals possess in addition T6 GUFAOIBC, F \AIA 6 RAI, to OPKTIKOF, and T6 KLVRJTIKOV CAX TOTGOV. Man, higher than the animals, possesses to KOIOTIKOV and so the capacity of KOIOK, VOGQ, and BIDVOYA. Thus, although Poseidonius admits the Platonic dualism, he subordinates it to an ultimate monism, influenced by the Heraclitean theory of opposition in harmony or unity in difference. In this attempt at a synthesis of dualism and monism he marks a stage on the way to Neoplatonism. In contrast to Painodius, Poseidonius reaffirmed the Stoic theory of divination. Because of the universal harmony of the cosmos and the reign of fate, the future can be divined in the present. Moreover, the providence of God would not have withheld from men the means of divining future events. In states like sleep and ecstasy, the soul, free from the body's hinchance, may see the underlying connection of events and divine the future. We have already mentioned that Posidonius admitted the existence of demons, he behaved too that man can enter into communication with them. Posidonius propounded a theory of history or of cultural development. In the primitive Golden Age the wise, i.e. the philosophers, ruled, corresponding in mankind to the natural leadership of the strongest beast in the herd within the animal kingdom, and it was they who made those inventions which raised man from his primitive way of life to more refined conditions of material civilization. Thus the wise discovered metals and founded the art of making tools, etc. In the moral sphere the primitive stage of innocence was followed by decadence, and the prevalence of violence necessitated the institution of laws. The philosophers accordingly, leaving to others the oration of technical appliances, set themselves to the task of raising the moral condition of mankind, first of all through practical and political activity and later by a self-dedication to the life of 169. Speculation or £0 Siop law. Yet all these activities, from the lowest to the highest, were but different grades of one and the same wisdom or aekpia. Posidonius also interested himself in ethnographical questions, stressing the influence of climate and natural conditions on the character and way of life of a people, his travels affording him material for observation on this matter. In addition, his empirical bent led him to extend his activity over a wide field in the domain of the special sciences, e.g. in mathematics, astronomy, history, and literature. But his outstanding characteristic is his ability for reducing all this wealth of empirical knowledge to the unity of a philosophical system, discovering everywhere connections, interactions, and harmonies, trying to penetrate and exhibit the rational structure of the universe and the rational development of histoi. Note on the peripatetic school in the Hellenistic Roman period. 1 Strato of Lampsacus, 6, Puecock, succeeded Theophrastus as head of the peripatetic school at Athens and occupied that position from about 287 to 269 BC. His philosophic teaching betrays the influence of Democritus, which impelled him towards a monistic view of the universe. The world consists of particles, between which there is empty space. These particles, however, are endlessly divisible, and appear to possess qualities, since Strato assumes ultimate characteristics or qualities, namely the warm and the cold. The world was foited by natural necessity or the laws of nature, and can be ascribed to God only so far as God is to be identified with the unconscious forces of nature itself. Thus, although Strato does not follow Democritus in matters of detafel, the inspiration of his materialistic monism and his denial of the Aristotelian dualism must be attributed to the influence of the Democritean philosophy. This transformation of the peripatetic system in the hands of Strato is consonant with the latter's special interest in physical science. It was this that won him the title of 6'9 Ualk 6c. He appears to have influenced the medicine, osteonomy, and mechanics of the Alexandrian period. In Strato's eyes all psychical activities, such as thought and feeling, are reducible to motion, and they are activities of the one rational soul, which is situated between the eyebrows. We can have as objects of our thought only that 170, which has been the cause of a previous sense impression and, conversely, every perception involves intellectual activity. 2 This might seem at first sight to be but a repetition of Aristotelian epistemology, but Strato seems to have meant it in a sense which involves the denial of a rational principle in man, essentially distinct from the animal soul. His denial of immortality was, therefore, a logical conclusion, for, if all thinking is essentially dependent on sense, there can be no question of a principle of thought surviving independently of the body. 2. Under Strato's successors Lycon of Troas, Ariston of Chios, Critolaus of Phos Elis, Diodorus of Tyre and Erimnus, the peripatetic school does not seem to have made any real contribution to philosophy. Moreover, an eclectic tendency made itself visible in the school. Thus, although Critolaus defended Aristotle's doctrine of the eternity of the world against the Stoics, he accepted the Stoics' reduction of God and the human soul to matter, ether, and adopted the Cynic attitude in regard to pleasure. 3. With Andronicus of Rhodes the school took a new turn. Andronicus was the 10th scholarch at Athens, i.e. excluding Aristotle himself, and occupied the post from about 70 BC to 50 BC. He published the pedagogical works of Aristotle, investigated their authenticity, and commented on many of the works, giving special attention to logic. The litany of commentators culminated in Alexander of Aphrodisias, who lectured on the peripatetic philosophy at Athens between AD 198 and 211. Alexander was the most celebrated of the commentators of Aristotle, but he did not hesitate to depart from the latter's teaching. For instance, he adopted a nominalist position in regard to universals and denied anthropocentric teleology. Moreover, he identified the VOOC, Shio 6Q with T6 IRPCO TOV Ixiof. Man possesses at BIITH only the VU, FH Joy KOC, or U11 cock and later acquires the VOOC, ITLKTR talk under the influence of the VOC, Tral Ridike 6C. A consequence of this is the denial of the human soul's immortality. While in denying the immortality of the human soul Alexander is probably at one with Aristotle, it must be admitted that the denial follows much more obviously from Alexander's teaching than it does from the somewhat ambiguous remarks of Aristotle. For Alexander's eloquent defense of the study of logic in his commentary on the prior analytics is worthy of mention. He clearly declares that logic is not less deserving of 171. Our attention and study owing to the fact that it is an instrument of philosophy rather than an actual part of philosophy. For if man's greatest good is to become like to God, and if this likeness is attained through contemplation and knowledge of truth, and the knowledge of truth through demonstration, then we should hold demonstration in the greatest honor and esteem, and so syllogistic reasoning also, inasmuch as demonstration is a phone of syllogistic reasoning together with this scholarly tendency grew the tendency to eclecticism. Thus the famous physician Galen, AD 129 to about AD IgG, and Aristocles of Messina, c. AD 180, inclined to Stoicism with their doctrine of the immanent and active nous, that pervades nature. 5. The peripatetics of the latest period can indeed hardly be called peripatetics, certainly not without qualification. To all intents and purposes the school was absorbed in Neoplatonism, the last great effort of Greek philosophy, and the late peripatetics either inclined to eclecticism or contented themselves with commenting on the works of Aristotle. Thus Anatohus of Alexandria, who became Bishop of Laodicea about AD 268 and may be identical with the Anatohus who was the teacher of Lamchus ** combined, in his treatise on the numbers 1 to 10, consideration of the real properties of numbers with Pythagorean number mysticism. Themistius, CAD 320 390, who taught at Constantinople and other places in the East and never became a Christian, affirmed indeed that he had chosen Aristotle as his guide to wisdom, and either paraphrased or commented on some of Aristote's works, but was in fact much influenced by Platonism. With the later Platonism he defined philosophy as 6J.OCOALC, 6.00 cax to Suvixoft Vep Biro. Cf. Platt. Txiat. 176b. Chapter 40. In the early Roman Empire the chief characteristic of the Stoa is its insistence on the practical and moral principles of the school, which take on a religious coloring, being bound up with the doctrine of man's kinship with God and his duty of love towards his fellow men. The noble morality of the Stoa is strikingly displayed in the teaching of the great Stoics of the period, Seneca, Epictetus, and the Emperor Marcus Aurelius. At the same time a certain tendency to eclecticism is visible in the Stoa as in other schools. Nor was the contemporary scientific interest absent from the Stoa. We may think, for example, of the geographer Strabo. We are fortunate in possessing an extensive Stoic literature from this period, which enables us to form a clear idea of the teaching of the school and the characteristics of its great personalities. Thus we are well provided in regard to Seneca's writings, and we have from * of the 8 books in which Flavianus Arrianus reported the lectures of Epictetus, while the meditations of Marcus Aurelius show us the Stoic philosopher on the Roman throne. 1 Leonidas Seneca of Cordoba was tutor and minister to the Emperor Nero, and it was in obedience to the latter's command that the philosopher opened his veins in AD 65. As we would expect of a Roman, Seneca emphasizes the practical side of philosophy, ethics, and within the sphere of ethics is more concerned with the practice of virtue than with theoretical investigations into its anatomy. He does not seek intellectual knowledge for its own sake, but pursues philosophy as a means to the acquirement of virtue. 172-173 Philosophy is necessary, but it is to be pursued with a practical end in view. Non delectant, verba nostra, sed prosunt non querit eger medicum eloquentum. His words on this topic not infrequently recall those of Thomas à Kempis, e.g. plus sire quam sit satis, in temperantia genus est to spend one's time in the so-called virile studies without having a practical end in view is waste of time. Unum studium vir liberate est quod liberum facit and he calls on Lysias to abandon the terror game of reducing sub-themes to grammatical and dialectical jugglery. Seneca is interested to a certain extent in physical theories, but he insists that it is the conquest of the passions that is the really important point and which makes man equal to God. And he often uses physical subjects simply as an opportunity for moralizing conclusions, as when he makes use of the earthquakes in Campania, AD 63, to furnish matter for a moral discourse. However, he certainly praises the study of nature, under the influence of Posidonius, and even declares that knowledge of nature is to be sought for its own sake. But even here the practical and human interest is /seable. Seneca adheres theoretically to the old Stoic materialism. But in practice he certainly tends to regard God as transcending matter. This tendency to metaphysical dualism was a natural consequence or accompaniment of his marked tendency to psychological dualism. True, he offends the materiality of the soul, but he proceeds to speak in Platonic strain of the conflict between soul and body, between the aspirations of the higher man and the doctrines of the Ish. Nam corpus hoc animae pondus ac pona est, prement illo urgitur, in vincules est. True virtue and true worth rest within. External goods do not confer tiue happiness but are transitory gifts of fortune in which it would be foolish to place our trust. Brevissima ad divitiaes per contemptum dimcerum via est. Seneca, as courtier of Caecula and Claudius and the wealthy tutor and minister of the young Nero, has been accused of practical inconsistency and hypocrisy, but it must be remembered that his very experience of the contrast between great wealth and splendor on the one hand and the constant fear of death on the other would very much help a man of his temperament to reach the ephemeral character of wealth, position, and power. Moreover, he had unrivaled opportunities of observing human degradation, lust, and debauchery at close quarters. Some ancient writers accumulated gossip about Seneca's private life, calculated 174. To show that he did not have up to his own principles. But, even if, allowing for the exaggeration and gossip of opponents, he did not pass his life without falls from his moral ideal, as is indeed only too likely in a man of his position and connections, attached to a depraved court. That does not mean that he was insincere in his teaching and preaching. His knowledge of the force of temptation and of the degradation to which avarice, ambition, and lust could lead to a certain extent perhaps from personal experience, but far more from his observation of others lent power and force to his pen and to his moral exhortation. In spite of all rhetoric, Seneca knew what he was talking about. Although theoretically adhering to the traditional Stoic determinism, Seneca maintained that, as rational, man has the power to take the path of virtue if he will only will to do so. Satis natura dedit roberus si illo eudemur. Happy face, moreover, God will help those who strive to help themselves. Non sunt fastidiosi, adscendenti whose manum porigunt, and ote miserum si contemnis hunc testem. The man who does help himself, conquer his passions and lead a life in accordance with right reason, is better if than OIU * ancestors of the Golden Age, for, if they were innocent from ignorance and absence of temptation. Non fueris sapiens ignorantia rerum innocens erant. Happy face, since he aimed at encouraging men to set their feet upon the path of virtue and to continue therein in spite of temptation and fall, Seneca was naturally forced to temper the strict moral idealism of the her Stoics. He knew too much about the moral struggle to suppose that man can become virtuous by sudden conversion. And so we find him distinguishing three classes of proficients. I. Those who have abandoned some of their sins, but not all. 2. Those who have formed the resolution to renounce evil passions in general, even if still liable to occasional relapse. 3. Those who have got beyond possibility of relapse, but still lack confidence in themselves and the consciousness of their own wisdom. They approximate, therefore, to wisdom and perfect virtue. Moreover, Seneca admits that external goods, e.g. wealth, may be used for good ends. The wise man will be the master of his wealth and not its slave. He gives practical counsel as to how to secure moral progress, e.g. by the use of the daily self-examination, which he himself practiced. It is useless to retire into solitude. 175. If you do not attempt at the same time to change yourself. Change of place does not necessarily mean change of heart, and wherever you go, you will still have to struggle with yourself. It is easy to understand how the legend of Seneca's correspondence with St. Paul could grow up, when we read such phrases as nos quoque evancamus omnia, quorum premium non corona ne palma est. Seneca lays emphasis on the Stoic doctrine of the relationship that exists among all human beings, and instead of the self-sufficiency of the wise man, a self-sufficiency tinged with contempt for others, he calls on us to help our fellow men and to forgive those who have injured us. Alteri vivas portet, s ivus tibi vivere he sees the necessity of active benevolence. Nature bids me to be of use to men, whether they are slave or free, freedman or free bom. Wherever there is a human being there is room for benevolence. Og that you are beloved by all while you have and regretted when you die. Yet punishment of evildoers is necessary. Bonus nocit qui malis parsit. The most effective punishment, however, for the purpose of reformation is the mildest. Punishment should not be inflicted out of rage or the desire of revenge, cf. de ira and de clementia. 2. Epictetus of Hierapolis, CAD 50-138, was at first a slave belonging to a member of Nero's bodyguard, and, when he became a freedman, continued to have in Rome until the expulsion of the philosophers by the Emperor Domitian, AD 89 or 93. He then founded a school at Nicopolis in Epirus and probably continued at its head until his death. It was at Nicopos that his lectures were attended by Flavixus Arrianus, who composed 8 books of Expulpi on the basis of the lectures. Of these 8 books we possess Foin. Arrian also published a small catechism or handbook of his master's doctrines. The X*P*O*. Epictetus insists that all men have the capacity for virtue and that God has given to all men the means of becoming happy, of becoming men of steadfast character and self-control. What then is a man's nature? To bite, to kick, to throw into prison, and to behead? No, but to do good, to cooperate with others, to wish them well. 22. All men have the sufficient initial moral intuitions on which they can build up the moral faith. Observe whom you yourself praise when you praise without partiality. Do you praise the just or the midjust, the moderate or the immoderate, the turn? 176. Parate or the intemperate? Happy face. There are certain things which men who are not altogether perverted see by the common notions which all possess. Yet, though all men possess sufficient basis for the building up of the moral life, philosophic instruction is necessary for all, in order that they may be able to apply their primary conceptions, tropoecrupsic of good and evil, to particular circumstances. Primary conceptions are common to all men, but a conflict or difficulty may arise in the application of these primary conceptions to particular facts. It is this which explains the diversity of ethical notions, in the sense of applied notions, among different peoples and between various individuals. Happy face, education is, therefore, necessary and, inasmuch as the rightification of principles depends on reasoning and reasoning on logic, a knowledge of logic is not to be despised. The important thing, however, is not that a man should possess a knowledge of fomial dialectic, but that he should be able to apply his principles to practice and, above all, that he should actually carry them into practice in his conduct. There are two factors in which education chiefly consists, in learning to apply the natural primary conceptions to particular circumstances in accordance with nature, and, 2, in learning to distinguish between things in our power and things not in our power. 27 Epictetus, in common with the Stoic school in general, makes a great deal of this latter distinction. To acquire honors and wealth, to enjoy continual health, to avoid physical maltreatment or the disfavor of the emperor, to ward off death or disaster from himself or his friends and relatives, all this does not depend solely on the efforts of any individual man. He must be careful, then, not to set his heart on any of these things, but to accept all that happens to himself or his relatives and friends as fate, as the will of God. He must accept all events of this kind without rebellion or discontent, as being the expression of the divine will. What, then, is in man's power? His judgments on events and his will, these he can control, and his self-education consists in attaining true judgment and a right will. The essence of good and evil lies in an attitude of the will, and this will lies within a man's power, for the will may conquer itself, but nothing else can conquer it. To that which is really necessary for man is, therefore, to will virtue, to will victory over sin. Be well assured that nothing is more tractable than the human soul. You must 177. Exercise your will and the thing is done, it is set right, as on the other hand relax your vigilance and all is lost, for from within comes ruin and from within comes help. Happy face, sins differ from the material standpoint, but from the moral standpoint they are equal in that they all involve a perverted will. To overcome and set right this perverted will is within the power of all. Now will you not help yourself? And how much easier is this help? There is no need to kill or imprison any man or to treat him with contumely or to go into the law courts. You must just talk to yourself. You will be most easily persuaded. No one has more power to persuade you than you yourself. Happy face, as practical means to moral progress Epictetus advises the daily examination of conscience, the faithful use of which leads to the substitution of good habits for bad ones, avoidance of bad companions and occasions of sin, constant self-vigilance, etc. We must not be discouraged by falls but must persevere, setting before our eyes some ideal of virtue, e.g. Socrates, or Zeno. Again, remember that another looks from above on what is happening and that you must please him rather than this man. Happy face, in the course of moral progress he distinguishes three stages. A man is taught to order his desires in accordance with right reason, freeing himself from morbid emotions and attaining to tranquility of soul. 2. A man is trained to action, to performance of his duty, to conine fkaf, coming to act as a tiue son, brother, citizen, etc. 3. The third stage relates to judgment and assent, and its aim is to make the other two secure, so that even in sleep, intoxication, or hypochondria we may not let any presentation pass untested. Happy face, an unerring moral judgment is produced. Duties towards oneself must begin with cleanliness of the body. I indeed would rather that a young man, when fist moved to philosophy, should come to me with his hair carefully trimmed, than with it dirty and rough. Happy face, that is to say, if a man has a fiend for natural cleanliness and beauty there is more hope of elevating him to the perception of moral beauty. Epictetus inculcates temperance, modesty, and chastity, censuring, for example, the adulterer. Simplicity is to be cultivated, though there is no harm in pursuing wealth, if this is done for good ends. If I can acquire money, and also keep myself modest and faithful. 178. And magnanimous, point out the way and I will acquire it. But if you ask me to lose the things which are good, and my own, in order that you may gain the things which are not good, see how unfair and silly you are. Happy face, this to people who urge a friend to acquire money that they also may have some. Like all the Stoics, Epictetus lauded veracity and loyalty. True piety is to be encouraged. Of region towards the gods, know that the chief element is to have right opinions concerning them, as existing and governing the whole in fair order and justice, and then to set thyself to obey them, and to yield to them in each event, and submit to it willingly, as accomplished under the highest counsels. Happy face, atheism and denial of divine providence, both general and particular, are condemned. Concerning the gods, there are some who say that a divine being does not exist, and others, that it exists indeed, but is idle and uncaring, and hath no forethought for anything, and a third class say that there is such a being, and he taketh forethought also, but only in respect of great and heavenly things, but of nothing that is on the earth, and a fourth class, that he taketh thought of things both in heaven and earth, but only in general, and not of each thing severally. And there is a fifth class, whereof are Odysseus and Socrates, who say, nor can I move without thy knowledge. Happy face, marriage and the family are in accordance with right reason, though the missionary may remain celibate in order to be free for his work. The child must always obey the father, unless the latter commands something immoral. Patriotism and active sharing in public life are encouraged somewhat inconsistently, but war is condemned, and the ruler should win the allegiance of his subjects by his example and by his self-sacrificing care for them. Yet cosmopolitanism and the love of humanity transcend narrow patriotism. All men have God for their father and are brothers by nature. Will you not remember who you are and whom you nail? That they are kinsmen, that they are brethren by nature, that ye are the offspring of Zeus. O to all men we owe love and should not return evil for evil. To suppose that we shall be easily despised by others unless in every possible way we do injury to those who first show us hostility, is the work of very ignoble and foolish men, for this implies that inability to do injury is the reason why we are thought contemptible, whereas the really 179 temptable man is not he who cannot do injury but he who cannot do benefit. Epictetus does not, however, reject punishment any more than the other Stoics. They insist that violation of law must be punished, but that this punishment must proceed from mature deliberation and not from hasty anger, and that it should be tempered with mercy, calculated to be, not merely a deterrent, but also a remedy for the offender. In Disc 3:22, Epictetus devotes a chapter to cynicism, in which the cynic philosopher appears as the preacher of the truth concerning good and evil, as the ambassador of God. Without shying the cynic contempt for science, Epictetus seems to have admired the cynic's indifference towards external goods. This is all the more natural in that for Epictetus happiness depends on that which alone is in our power and independent of external conditions. Namely, our will, our ideas concerning things, and the use that we make of our ideas. If we seek our happiness in goods which do not depend entirely on ourselves for attainment or continued possession, we invite unhappiness. We must practice abstinence therefore and seek our happiness within. Dr. Prechter tells of the director of a Swiss sanatorium, who was accustomed to hand to his neurasthenic and psychasthenic patients a copy of the Enchiridion in a German translation, and who found it to be a valuable aid in effecting a cure. 3. Marcus Aurelius, Roman emperor from AD 161 to 180, composed his meditations, in the Greek language, in 12 books in aphoristic Foitn. For Epictetus he had a heavenly admiration. 2 nd he was at one with Epictetus and Seneca in giving a religious coloming to his philosophy. With Marcus Aurelius, too, we find stress laid on divine providence and a wise ordering of the universe, the close relationship between man and God, the duty of love towards one's fellow men. Thus the emperor teaches compassion for human infirmity. When anyone does you a wrong, set yourself at once to consider what was the point of view, good or bad, that led him on. As soon as you perceive it, you will be sorry for him, not surprised or angry. 4. Your own view of good is either the same as his or something like in kind, and you will make allowance. Or, supposing your own view of good and bad has altered, you will find charity for his mistake comes easier. Happy face, it is man's. 180. Special gift to love even those who fall into blunders. This takes effect the moment we realize that men are our brothers, that sin is ignorance and unintentional, that in a little while we shall both be dead, that, above all, no injury is done us, our inner self is not made worse than it was before. Active benevolence is stressed. Does the eye demand a recompense for seeing, or the feet for walking? Just as this is the end for which they exist, and just as they find their reward in realizing the law of their being, so, too, man is made for kindness, and whenever he does an act of kindness or otherwise helps toward the common good, he thereby fulfills the law of his being and comes by his own. Love mankind, follow God. Marcus Aurelius shows a decided tendency to break through the Stoic materialism. He adheres indeed to the Stoic monism, as in the following passage, all harmonizes with me which is in harmony with thee, O universe. Nothing for me is too early nor too late which is in due season for thee. For thee are all things, in thee are all things, to thee all things return. The poet says, dear city of Cecrops, and wilt not thou say, dear city of Zeus? Happy face. Moreover, the emperor was punctiliously observant of the forms of polytheistic worship, a fact which will partly explain the persecution of Christians during his reign, since he clearly looked upon the fulfillment of the requirements of statutorship as implied in good citizenship. But although Marcus Aurelius adheres to the Stoic monism, he tends to transcend materialism by his division of man into three parts: OCB_IA, IUX and VOGQ, XATing material but VOGQ being expressly distinguished from all four elements, and so logically speaking at least from matter. The human VOGC, or T6 VO comes from the VO of the universe, it is an Zyro era of God, it is to Jovkov. The influence of Platonism is clear, but it is possible that the emperor, who had Claudius Sevenes, a peripatetic, as one of his teachers, happy face, was influenced also by the doctrine of Aristotle. The VOOC is the 5a Ikov which God has given to every man to be his guide, and this 6a Ikov is an emanation of the divinity. It follows, then, that whoever disobeys the commands of the 6a Ikov, which are the commands of reason, acts not only innationally but also impiously. Immorality is thus impiety. Live with the gods. And he lives with the gods whoever presents to them his soul except 181ing their dispensations and busied about the will of God, even that particle of Zeus which Zeus gives to every man for his controller and governor, to wit, his mind and reason. 2 Man has it in his power to avoid wickedness. As for those things which are truly evil, as vice and wickedness, such things they, the gods, have put in a man's own power, that he might avoid them if he would. Marcus Aurelius, after the Stoic tradition, admits only limited immortality. Although he stresses, as Seneca did, the dualism between soul and body and depicts death as a aberration. He allows not only the possibility of the SUFS reabsorption at the world conflagration, but also the possibility that the soul is reabsorbed in the cosmic reason in virtue of the constant change in nature, a theme dwelt upon by the emperor, who compares the flow of phenomena to a river. 5.5j. Any case, the soul enjoys but a limited persistence after death. Happy face, Chapter 41. Cynics, Eclectics, Sceptics, Cynics. The moral corruption in the Roman Empire not unnaturally prompted a revival of cynicism, and the writing of letters under the names of ancient cynics seems to have been calculated to forward this revival. Thus we have 51 letters under the name of Diogenes and 36 under that of Crates. Roman Stoics of the type of Seneca addressed themselves mainly to members of the highest classes in society, to men who belonged to that circle which was naturally drawn into court life, to men, above all, who possessed some hankering after virtue and tranquility of soul, but who were at the same time bewildered by the luxurious and sensation-loving life of the aristocracy, who felt the power of the flesh and the attractions of sin, and yet were also weary of self-indulgence and ready to grasp and hold the helping hand that might be held out to them. But beside the aristocracy and the men of wealth there were the masses, who may have benefited to a certain extent by the humanitarian ideals propagated among their masters by the Stoics, but who were not directly touched by men like Seneca. To meet the spiritual and moral needs of the masses there grew up a different type of apostle, that of the cynic preacher or missionary. These men led the life of itinerant preachers, poor and self-denying, aiming at the conversion of the masses who came to listen to them, as when the celebrated Apollonius of Tyana, who belongs rather to the story of Neo-Pythagoreanism, mystic and reported miracle worker. 182. 183. Preached a rivalry of public spirit to the inhabitants of Smyrna, who were torn apart by faction, or discoursed on virtue to the crowd gathered at Olympia to witness the games and races, as when Musonius, who, in spite of his affinity with cynicism, actually belonged to the Stoic school and was the teacher of Epictetus, harangued the troops of Vespasian and Vitellius on the blessings of peace and the horrors of civil war at the risk of his own life, or denounced impiety and demanded virtue from men and women alike. They were often men of undaunted courage, as may be seen from the example of Musonius, just described, or from Demetrius' defiance of Nero, "You threaten me with death, but nature threatens you." Demetrius, praised by Seneca in his writings, consoled the last hours of Thrasea by discoursing on the soul and its destiny. Lucian criticizes the cynic preachers unmercifully, particularly for their bad manners, their lack of culture, their coarseness and buffoonery, their vulgarity and obscenity. Lucian was a foe to all enthusiasm, and religious fervor and mystic exaltation were repugnant to him, so that he often doubtless does an injustice to the cynics owing to his lack of sympathy and understanding, but it must be remembered that Lucian was not alone in his criticism, for Martial, Petronius, Seneca, Epictetus, Dion Chrysostom and others are agreed in condemning abuses which were undoubtedly real. Some of the cynics were certainly impostors and buffoons who brought the name of philosophy into contempt, as Dion Chrysostom states plainly. Moreover, some of them betrayed a repulsive egoism and lack of good taste and proper respect, as when that same Demetrius, who had denounced Nero, took it upon himself to insult the Emperor Vespasian, who was no Nero, or as when Peregrinus attacked the Emperor Antoninus Pius. Vespasian took no notice of Demetrius, while Peregrinus was merely told by the prefect to leave the city. The cynic who publicly attacked Titus in the theatre for his intercourse with Berenice was scourged, however, while Heroes, who repeated the performance, was beheaded. Lucian is inclined to put the worst interpretation on the conduct of the cynics. Thus, when Peregrinus called Proteus, who had become a Christian in Palestine, but who had subsequently joined the ranks of the cynics, publicly burned himself to death at Olympia in order to give an example of contempt for death, to imitate the cynic patron Heracles and to unite himself with 184. The dib/ana element. Lucian assumes that his action was due simply to a love of notoriety. K.Vo60 The motive of vainglory may very well have entered in, but it may not have been the sole motive operative with Peregrinus. Nevertheless, in spite of extravagance and in spite of the existence of impostors and buffoons, cynicism cannot be condemned root and branch. Demonax, c. AD 50–150, was universally honored at Athens for his goodness. And when the Athenians proposed to institute gladiatorial shows in the city, he advised them first of all to demolish the altar of pity. Though simple and frugal in his ways, he seems to have avoided ostentatious singularity. Brought before the Athenian courts on a charge of impiety, since he declined to offer sacrifice and refused to seek initiation into the Eleusinian mysteries, he replied that God has no need of sacrifices, while, as for the mysteries, if they contained a revelation of good tidings to man, he would have to publish it, whereas, if they were of no value, he would feel bound to warn the people against them. Enemos of Gadara dismissed the pagan anthropomorphic fables concerning the gods and fiercely attacked the revival of belief in divination and oracles. The oracles, he said, were mere deception, while in any case man is possessed of free will and man alone is responsible for his actions. Juhan the apostate, champion of paganism, was aroused to indignation by the very memoirs of such a man as Enemos, who had attacked the pagan oracles. A celebrated and honorable Cynic preacher was Dion Chrysostom, who was born about AD 40 and lived, at any rate, well into the reign of the Emperor Trajan. He came of an aristocratic family of Prusa, Bithynia, and was at first a rhetorician and sophist. Condemned to banishment from Bithynia and Italy in AD 82 during the reign of the Emperor Domitian, he led a wandering life of poverty. During the period of exile he underwent a sort of conversion and became an itinerant Cynic preacher with a mission to the submerged masses of the empire. Dion retained his rhetorical manner and liked, in his orations, to clothe the moral truths he expressed in an attractive and elegant form, but though be tied to the rhetorical tradition, he insisted in his preaching on Li/dng in conformity with Li divine will, on the moral ideal, on the practice of Shioi virtue and, on the insufficiency of purely material civilization. In the Yupoi K6c, he depicts the life of the poor countryman. 185. As being more natural, freer, and happier than that of the rich town dweller, but he occupies himself also with the question, how the poor in the cities can most satisfactorily have the haves without hankering after luxury or inventing themselves in what is harmful to soul or body. He warned the people of Tarsus that they had a wrong sense of values. Happiness is to be found, not in stately buildings, wealth, and decay, having, but in temperance, justice, and true piety. The great materialistic civilizations of the past Assyria, for example, have perished, while the great empire of Alexander is gone and Pella is a heap of bricks. He harangues the people of Alexandria on their vices and lust for sensation, on their lack of dignity and their trivial interests. Happy face, Dion's social interests led him toward Stoicism, and he made use of the Stoic doctrines of world harmony and of cosmopolitanism. As D rules over the world, so should the monarch rule over the state, and as the world is a harmony of many phenomena, so should individual states be preserved, but in such a way that they live in peace and harmony and free intercourse with one another. Besides the influence of Stoicism, Dion seems to have undergone the influence of Posidonius, taking from him, the division of a t-fold theology, that of the philosophers, that of the poets and that of the official or state cult. He became, after the end of his period of banishment under Domitian, a favorite of Trajan, who used to invite the philosopher to his table and take him as a companion in his carriage, though he did not pretend to understand Dion's rhetoric. Tij.fze, book old cp iscoboe 6c, oxoph. It was before the court of Trajan that Dion delivered some of his orations, contrasting the ideal monarch with the tyrant. The true monarch is the shepherd of his people, appointed by God for the good of his subjects. He must be a truly religious and virtuous man, the father of his people, a hard worker, hostile to flatterers. For Dion Chrysostom, the idea of God is innate and universal among all men, brought into full consciousness by the contemplation of the design and providence in the universe. Yet God is hidden from us, and we are like children stretching out their hands for father or mother. Yet though God in himself is veiled from us, we naturally try to imagine him as best we can, and this is best accomplished by the poets. Artists, too, attempt the same task, though more inadequately, for no sculptor or painter can portray. 186. The nature of God. All the same, in portraying God in human form they do not do wrong, since it is only natural to have recourse to the highest being of which we have direct experience as an image of the divine. Later we find evidence of a Christianized cynicism, e.g. in the person of Maximus of Alexandria, who came to Constantinople in AD 379 or 380 and formed an intimate friendship with Saint Gregory Nazianzen, though he afterwards had himself consecrated bishop behind Saint Gregory's back. Maximus imitated the ways of the Stoics, though there does not seem to have been much consistency in his behavior. Happy face. 2. Eclectics. A professedly eclectic school was founded by Potamon of Alexandria in the time of the Emperor Augustus. According to Diogenes Laertius, the school was named *EK*KTIKFETSON, happy face, and it seems to have combined Stoic and peripatetic elements, though Potamon also wrote a commentary on Plato's Republic. Eclectic tendencies were also shown by the school of Q. Sextius, BC 70 B.C. They adopted Stoic and Cynic principles, with which they combined Pythagorean and Platonico-Aristotelian elements. Thus Sextius adopted the Pythagorean customs of self-examination and abstinence from flesh meat, while his disciple Sotion of Alexandria took over from the Pythagoreans the theory of metempsychosis. The school does not appear to have been of any great consequence, though Seneca was a disciple of Sotion. Happy face. 3. Septics. Although the academy before the time of Antiochus of Ascalon had shown, as we have seen, a marked septical tendency, it was to the school of Pyrrho that the revived septicism looked as its ancestor rather than to the academy. Thus the founder of the revived school, Aeneasidemus of Knossos, wrote 8 books Fi Upkov et Kovkoikov. The members of the school attempted to show the relative character of all judgments and opinions, embodying their arguments for this position in what they called typiotiooi. However, though they naturally opposed philosophic dogmatism, they did not fail to recognize the claims of practical life, and stated norms according to which man should act in practice. This was not ahen to the spirit of Pyrrho who, in spite of 187. His septicism, declared that custom, tradition, state law, afforded a norm for practical life. Aeneasidemus of Knossos, who taught at Alexandria and probably composed his work round about 43 BC, gave 10 typatial or arguments for the septical position. 2 degrees they were: 1. Difference between types of living beings imply different and so relative ideas of same object. 2. Differences between individual men imply the same. 3. The different structure and presentation of our various senses, e.g. there is an eastern fiat that smells unpleasant but tastes delicious. 4. The difference between our various states, e.g. waking or sleeping, youth or age. For example, a current of air may seem a pleasant breeze to a young man, while to an old man it is a detestable draught. 5. Differences of perspective, e.g. the stick immersed in water appears bent, the square tower appears round from a distance. 6. The objects of perception are never presented in their purity, but a medium is always involved, such as air. Hence the mixing or sitl-i-ia. For example, grass appears green at noon, golden in the evening hght. A lady's dress looks different in sun to what it looks in electric hght. 7. Differences in perception due to differences of quality, e.g. one grain of sand appears rough, while if sand is allowed to shop through the fingers it appears smooth and soft. 8. Relativity in general, 6 Syro 2 Epoch, 11. 9. Difference in impression due to frequency or infrequency of perception, e.g. the comet, seldom seen, makes more impression than the sun. 10. Different ways of life, moral codes, laws, myths, philosophic systems, etc. Cf. Sophists. These 10 T-Pono-L of Aeneasidemus were reduced to 5 by Agrippa. 21. 1. The variation of views concerning the same objects. 2. The infinite process involved in proving anything, i.e. the proof rests on assumptions that require to be proved, and so on indefinitely. 3. The relativity involved in the fact that objects appear differently to people according to the temperament, etc., of the percipient and according to their relation with other objects. 188. 4. The arbitrary character of dogmatic assumptions, assumed as starting points, in order to escape the regressius in infinitum. 5. The vicious circle or the necessity of assuming in the proof of anything the very conclusion that has to be proved. Other septics meanwhile reduce the TP6TT0I to 2 1. Nothing can be rendered certain through itself. Witness the variety of opinions, between which no choice can be made with certainty. 2. Nothing can be rendered certain through anything else, since the attempt to do so involves either the regressius in infinitum or the vicious circle. It is clear that these arguments for relativism have, for the most part at least, to do with perception. But perception does not err, since perception does not judge, and error he's in the false judgment. Moreover, it is in the power of reason to prevent error by avoiding precipitate judgment, by considering the matter more closely, by suspending judgment in certain cases, etc. Sextus Empiricus, CAD 250, who is our main source for the details of septic doctrine, argued against the possibility of proving any conclusion syllogistically. The major premise, for instance, all men are mortal, can be proved only by a complete induction. But the complete induction involves a knowledge of the conclusion Socrates is immortal, for we cannot say that all men are mortal unless we already know that Socrates is mortal. The syllogism is, therefore, an instance of a vicious circle. We may note that this objection against the syllogism, which was revived by John Stuart Mill in the 19th century, would only be valid if the Aristotelian doctrine of the specific essence were rejected in favor of nominasm. It is in virtue of our perception of the essence or universal nature of man that we are entitled to assert that all men are mortal, and not because we lay claim to any perfect and complete enumeration of particulars through actual observation, which in the case in point would be out of the question. The major premise is founded, therefore, on the nature of man, and does not require explicit knowledge of the conclusion of the syllogism. The conclusion is contained implicitly in the major premise, and the syllogistic process renders this implicit knowledge clear and explicit. The nominalist standpoint demands, of course, a new logic, and this Mill attempted to. 189. Supply. Septics also argued against the validity of the notion of cause, but they do not seem to have anticipated the epistemological difficulties raised by David Hume. Cause is essentially relative, but the relative is not objective but is attributed extrinsically by the mind. Again, the cause must be either simultaneous with the effect or prior or posterior. It cannot be simultaneous, since then B might just as well be called the cause of A as A of B. Nor could the cause be prior to the effect, since then it would first exist without relation to its effect, and cause is essentially relative to the effect. Nor could the cause be posterior to the effect for those reasons. The septics also attempted to prove the existence of antinomies in theology. For instance, God must be either infinite or finite. 2.5 Not diformer, for he would then be unmoved and so without life or soul, not the latter, as he would then be less perfect than the whole, whereas God is ex hypothesi perfect. This is an argument against the Stoics, for whom God is material. It does not affect those for whom God is infinite spirit. Infinite spirit cannot move, but is living, or rather is infinite life. Again, the Stoic doctrine of providence is necessarily involved in a dilemma. There is much evil and suffering in the world. Now, either God has the win power to stop this evil and suffering, or he has not. The latter supposition is incompatible with the notion of God, though J.S. Mill arrived at the strange notion of a finite God, with whom we cooperate. He has, therefore, the will and power to stop the evil and suffering in the world. But this he obviously does not do. It follows that there is at least no universal providence on the part of God. but we can give no explanation why divine providence surely id extend to this being and not to that. We are forced, therefore, to conclude that there is no providence at o in regard to practical life. The skeptics taught that we should follow the presentations of perception and thought, satisfy our natural instincts, adhere to law and tradition, and pursue science. We can never indeed attain to certainty in science, but we can go on seeking . Chapter 42. The old Pythagorean school seems to have become extinct in the 4th century BC. If it did continue, we have certainly no evidence of effective and vigorous life. But in the 1st century BC the school came to life again under the foray of what is known as Neo-Pythagoreanism. It was related to the old school, not only by reverence for the founder, but also by a certain interest in scientific pursuits and, above all, by its regious coloring. Much of the old Pythagorean asceticism was adopted by the new school, which naturally adhered to the soul-body dualism, a second feature, as we have seen, of the Platonic philosophy, and to this it added mystical elements, which answered the contemporary demand for a purer and more personal religion. Direct intuition of the deity was claimed, and revelation, so much so that the philosopher is sometimes depicted as prophet and wonder-worker, e.g. Apollonius of Tyana. The new school was very far, however, from being a mere reproduction of the former Pythagorean system, for it followed the current tendency to eclecticism, and we find the Neo-Pythagoreans drawing widely on the Platonic, Aristotelian, and Stoic philosophies. These borrowed elements were not fused together into one synthesis, common to all the members of the school, for the various members constituted their different syntheses, in one of which Stoic themes might predominate, in another themes from the Platonic philosophy. Neo-Pythagoreanism is of some historical importance, however, not only because it stands in close relation to the regious life of the time. It seems to have originated in 190. 191. Alexandria, the meeting point of Hellenistic philosophy, special science, and Oriental religion, but also because it marks a step on the way to Neoplatonism. Thus Numenius taught the doctrine of the divine hierarchy, the first god, the Typko Tokbiok, being the Waikakpsil or Trok-Trp, the second god being the demiurge, and the third god being the world, to Tiolt-A. Sixtus Empiricus tells us of various tendencies within Neo-Pythagoreanism. Thus in one form of Neo-Pythagoreanism everything is derived from the monad or point, S*V6CRR*Lu. The point generates the huni in its flow, while from hues are generated surfaces, and from surfaces three-dimensional bodies. Here we have a monistic system, though obviously influenced by older mathematical conceptions. In another form of Neo-Pythagoreanism, although everything is derived ultimately from the point or ovk, the greatest emphasis is laid on the dualism of the ovk, and the DC6 Plato, Suoc, all unities participate in the lovk, and all dualities in the Dapia Toc, Buick. There is nothing particularly original in these forms of Neo-Pythagoreanism, but the notion of emanation is clearly present, which was to play a leading role in Neoplatonism. One of the motives that prompted the Neoplatonic theory of emanation and the assertion of being's intermediary between the corporeal world and the supreme God was the desire of maintaining God's purity free from all contact with the things of sense. God's utter transcendence. His position I and being, is brought into sharp relief. Now, this theme of the transcendence of God is already discernible in Neo-Pythagoreanism. It may have been influenced by the Judeo-Alexandrian philosophy and by Oriental tradition, though we may discern its latent germs within the thought of Plato himself. The noted wonder-worker Apollonius of Tyana, who flourished about the end of the 1st century AD, whose life was written by Pemlostratus, distinguished the first god from the other gods. To this first god men should not offer any material sacrifice, since all material things are tainted with impiety. We should sacrifice to the other gods, but not to the first god, to whom we should offer none but the sacrifice of reason, without outward speech or offering. An interesting figure is that of Nicomachus of Gerasa, in Arabia, who lived about AD 140, and was author of an DPI 0-RTLKF, ILAYGDYF. In his system the ideas existed. 192. Before the formation of the world, Plato, and the ideas are numbers, Plato again. But the number ideas did not exist in a transcendental world of their own, rather were they ideas in the divine mind, and so patterns or archetypes according to which the things of this world were formed, cf. Philo the Jew, Middle Platonism, and Neoplatonism. The transposition of the ideas into the mind of God had, therefore, taken place before the rise of Neoplatonism, from which it passed over into the Christian tradition. A similar transposition is to be observed in the philosophy of Numnius of Apamea, Syria, who lived in the second half of the 2nd century AD and seems to have been well acquainted with the Jewish philosophy of Alexandria. According to Clement, he spoke of Plato as Mcoo of Jake, dxtik-cdv. In Numenius' philosophy the typko toc, soc, is the principle of being weic dcp, t, and the pazuk, he is also the activity of pure thought, vogq, and has no direct share in the formation of the world. Moreover, he is the good. Numnius thus seems to have identified the Platonic form of the good with the Aristotelian God or vor-aic, vor-aecoc. The second God is the demiurge, Timaeus, who is good by participation in the being of the Theist God and who is good by participation in the being of the first God and who, as is Vyazwik, pxa or is the world. He does this by working on matter and forming it on the pattern of the archetypal ideas. The world itself, the production of the demiurge, is the third God. These three gods are also characterized by Numnius as T-Tom P, T-T-Waritrik, and 7 T-Oi-T-A respectively, or as I-Rock T-R-T-T-O-C, Iovik, and Nwayovik. Dualism is very apparent in the psychology of Numnius, since he postulates two souls in man, a rational soul and an irrational soul, and declares the entry of the soul into the body as something evil, as a fall. He seems also to have taught the existence of a good and a bad world, so I'd registered the philosophy of Numnius was thus a syncretism or harmonization of elements taken from preceding thinkers, a philosophy which laid great emphasis on the divine transcendence and which, in general, asserted a sharp antithesis between higher and lower, both in reality as a whole and in human nature in particular. In connection with Neo-Pythagoreanism stand the so-called Hermetic literature and the Chaldee oracles. The former is the name given to a type of mystical literature that arose in the 1st century AD and that may, or may not. 193. Owe a debt to previous Egyptian writings. The Greeks found in Hatkes the Egyptian god Thoth, and their appellation Hermes Trismegistos is derived from the Egyptian great Thoth. But whatever be the truth concerning the supposed influence of Egyptian tradition on the Henitic literature, the latter owes its main contents to her Greek philosophy, and seems to have been indebted particularly to Posidonius. The fundamental notion expressed in this literatme is that of salvation through knowledge of God, a notion that played a great part in Gnosticism. A similar doctrine of salvation formed the content of the Chaldee Oracles, a poem that was composed about AD 200, and Uliach, like the Henitic literature, combines Orphic Pythagorean, Platonic and Stoic element. In its close relation to the religious interest and needs of the time, and in the work of preparing the ground for Neoplatonism, Neo-Pythagoreanism resembles Middle Platonism, to which we must now turn. Note on Apollonius of Tyana. The rhetorician Philostratus undertook the composition of the life of Apollonius at the request of Juhadomna, second wife of Septimius Severus. The book was composed about A.D. 200. The story given by Philostratus about the memoirs of Apollonius by his disciple Dames, an Assyrian, which are said to have been given to Juhadomna by a relative of Dames, is probably a literary fiction. In any case, the motive of Philostratus seems to have been that of representing Apollonius as a good man, as a time servant of the gods and a miracle worker, instead of the magician or conjurer depicted by Moegens in his memorabilia of Apollonius. There are indications that Philostratus knew and housed the Gospels, Acts of the Apostles and Lives of the Saints, but it remains uncertain how far it was his conscious intention to substitute the ideal of a Hellenistic Christ for the Christian Christ. Resemblances have been greatly exaggerated. If the intention of Philostratus remains obscure, so does the foundation of truth at the base of his narrative. It is practically impossible to say exactly what sort of a man the historic Apollonius actually was. The work of Philostratus had a great success and led to a cult of Apollonius. Thus Caracalla raised a shrine to the wonder-worker, while Alexander Severus included him ia 194. His Lararium along with his Penates, Abraham, Orpheus, and Christ. Degree Orhan spared the city of Tyana, which he had vowed to destroy, out of respect for the birthplace of Apollonius. Eunapius honors him in his Lives of the Sophists. 2 While Ammianus Marcellinus, companion of the Emperor Johann, cites him along with Plotinus as one of the privileged mortals who were visited by the familiars genii. Whatever the intention of Philostratus himself may have been, it is certain that the pagan apologists made use of the figure of Apollonius in their fight against Christianity. Thus Hierocles, governor of Lower Egypt under Diocletian and a ferocious enemy of Christianity, tried to lessen the importance of the miracles of Christ by citing the miracles of Apollonius and tried to show the superiority of pagan wisdom in that they refrained from elevating Apollonius to the rank of God because of these miracles. Happy Face, Porphyry also made use of Apollonius, citing his miracles and opposing his bold defiance of Domitian to the humiliations of Christ in his passion. Happy Face, Saint Augustine bears testimony to this sort of apologetic exploitation of Apollonius on the part of the pagans. Towards the end of the 4th century Aetius Nicomachus Flavianus, a pagan, translated Philostratus' book into Latin, and it was reposted by the grammarian Tacius Victorinus. It seems to have excited some interest in Christian circles, since Sidonius Apollinaris revised it also and speaks of Apollonius with great deference. Happy Face, I. Chapter 43. We have already seen how the Middle and New Academies inclined to scepticism, and how, when the Academy returned to dogmatism under Antiochus of Ascalon, the latter maintained the theory of the fundamental enmity of the Platonic and Peripatetic philosophies. It is, therefore, not surprising to find eclecticism as one of the leading characteristics of Middle Platonism. Platonists did not possess the lectines of Plato, but the more popular dialogues, and this fact made it more difficult for any rigid orthodoxy to assert itself. It was not as though the founder had left a systematist and carefully articulated philosophic deposit, which could be passed on as the norm and canon of Platonism. There is no reason, then, to be astonished that Middle Platonism took over the Peripatetic logic, for example, since the Peripatetics had a more carefully elaborated logical foundation than the Platonists possessed. Platonism, no less than Neo-Pythagoreanism, felt the influence of contemporary regious interests and demands, and the result was that Platonism borrowed from Neo-Pythagoreanism or developed germs latent in itself under the influence of the latter school. Hence we find in Middle Platonism the same insistence on the divine transcendence that we have already observed in Neo-Pythagoreanism, together with the theory of intermediary beings and a belief in mysticism. On the other hand, and here again Middle Platonism was in harmony with the contemporary tendencies, much attention was devoted to the work of studying and commenting on the Platonic dialogues. The result of this was a more intense 195. 196. Reverence for the person and actual dicta of the founder and, consequently, a tendency to shush the differences between Platonism and the other philosophical systems. Thus we find writings directed against the Peripatetics and the Stoics. These two movements, the one towards philosophic orthodoxy and the other towards eclecticism, were obviously in conflict, and the consequence is that Middle Platonism does not present the character of a unitary whole. Different thinkers amalgamated the various elements in different ways. Middle Platonism is accordingly Middle Platonism, that is to say, it bears the mique of a transition stage. It is only in Neoplatonism that anything hke a real thesis and fusion of the various currents and tendencies can be found. Neoplatonism is thus like the sea, to which the various contributing rivers are flowing and in which their waters are at length mingled. 1. The eclectic tendency of Middle Platonism and the orthodox tendency of the same school may be observed together in the thought of Eudoras of Alexandria, about 25 BC. In accordance with the Theaetetus, 176b, Eudoras affirmed that the end of philosophy is 6 Ioikoac 669 Cax to Bavaxoph. In this conception of the end of philosophy Socrates, Plato, and Pythagoras are in agreement, said Eudunges. This shows the eclectic side of Eudoeus thought and, in particular, the influence of Neo-Pythagoreanism, in accordance with which he distinguished a threefold one or pound v. The first is the supreme Godhead and is the ultimate swauce of being, and from him proceeds the second pound v, also called ovak, together with tlidopio tok 6 udk, tli second pound v being xetoc evov, ttap titov, kok, etc., di dop laxic, budk, being dkakakov, psiov, akoxic etc. But though Eudoras obviously felt the influence of Neo-Pythagoreanism and to this extent was eclectic, we learn that he composed a work against the Aristotean xdjopa, thus showing the orthodox as over against the eclectic tendency. 2. A prominent figure of Middle Platonism is the author of the celebrated Lives of Greek and Roman Worthies, Plutarch of Chaeronea. This distinguished man was born about AD 45 and was educated at Athens, where he was stimulated to mathematical studies by the Platonist Ammonius. He often visited Rome and was on terms of friendship with important personages in the imperial city. According to Cnidas, the Emperor Trajan gave him the consular dignity. 197. And told the Ophlobchals of Acessa to ask for Plutarch's approval for all their Mecenes. Plutarch also became archon eponymos of his native city and was for some years priest to the Delphic Apollo. Besides the Lives and the Moralia, Plutarch wrote commentaries on Plato, e.g. Enkokrakovi Koc t Triiata, books against the Stoics and the Epicureans, e.g. Rispolskalkov Evokptilko Kov and Odiub fjveotlv f6 pound c0c, kcxteitlkopov, works on psychology and astronomy, on ethics and on politics. To these must be added compositions on family life, on pedagogy and on Rehgaion, e.g. Repeltkov utto2 by Kupabskokzafakopo evkov and riepl 6 pound lal 6ai, j.oviak. A number of works that pass under his name are not by Plutarch, e.g. the Placida and the Riepl pound liapi pound vr, winky face. Plutarch's thought was decidedly eclectic in character, for he was influenced not only by Plato but also by the Peripatetics, the Stoics, and especially the Neo-Pythagoreans. Moreover, while on the one hand the scepticism of the Middle and New Academies led him to adopt a somewhat distrustful attitude towards theoretical speculation and a strong opposition to superstition, the latter due more, perhaps, to his desire for a purer conception of the deity, he combined therewith a belief in prophecy and revelation and enthusiasm. He speaks of an immediate intuition or contact with the transcendental, which doubtless helped to prepare the way for the Plotinian doctrine of ecstasy. Carod. Plutarch aimed at a purer conception of God. While we are here below, encumbered by bodily affections, we can have no intercourse with God save as in philosophic thought we may feign to touch him, as in a dream. But when our souls are released, and have passed into the region of the PME, invisible and changeless, this God will be the guide and king of those who depend on him and gaze with insatiable longing on the beauty which may not be spoken of by the HPS of man. This desire for a purer conceptiori of God led him to deny God's authorship of evil. Some other cause had to be found for the evil in the world, and this Plutarch found in the world soul. This is postulated as the cause of evil and imperfection in the world and is set over against God as the pure good, so that a dualism is asserted of two principles, the good and the bad. The evil principle, however, seems to have become the divine world soul at creation by participating in, or being fused with, reason, which is an emanation from the 198th Godhead. The world soul is therefore not destitute of reason and harmony, but on the other hand it continues to act as the evil principle, and thus the dualism is maintained. Since God, freed from all responsibility for evil, is elevated far above the world, it is but natural that Plutarch should introduce intermediary beings below God. Thus he accepted the star gods and followed Xenocrates and Posidonius in postulating a number of demons who form the connecting H and K between God and man. Some of these are more akin to God, others are tainted by the evil of the lower world. Extravagant rites, barbarous and obscene sacrifices are really a heir to the evil demons. The good demons are the instruments of providence, on which Plutarch lays great stress. Plutarch, as I have already mentioned, professed himself a foe to superstition and condemned myths that were unworthy of God. Hke Posidonius, he distinguished a threefold theology, but that did not prevent him from showing considerable sympathy for the popular religion. Thus according to him the various religions of mankind worship the same God under different names, and he makes use of allegorical interpretation, in order to justify popular beliefs. For instance, in his De Icide et Osiride he tries to show that Ogyges represents the good principle and Tryphon the bad principle, while Isis represents matter, which is not evil in Plutarch's view but, though nudial in itself, has a natural tendency and love for the good. Plutarch's psychology gives evidence of mythological and fantastic notions of the origin of the soul and its relation with the demons, into which it is necessary to enter. One may, however, point out the dualism asserted between epoxy and vouci, that is superimposed upon the soul-body dualism. Just as epu, 7 is better and more ana than the body, so is vogc, better and more divine than epox the latter being subject to passions, the former being the demon in man and the element which should nihil. Immortality is affirmed by Plutarch, and he depicts the happiness of the afterlife, when the soul not only attains to a knowledge of the tithe but also enjoys once more the company of relatives and friends. In his Ethic the philosopher was clearly influenced by the peripatetic tradition, since he emphasizes the need of attaining the happy mean between uttep, 50xf and xzen, excess and defect. To get rid of the affections is neither possible nor desirable, we should aim rather at moderation and the golden mean. Plutarch 199. However, follows the Stoics in permitting suicide, and he was influenced too by their cosmopolitanism, especially when seen under the hght of his experience of the Roman Empire. The ruler represents God. The world was created in time, for this is necessitated by the principle of the soul's priority over the body and of God's priority in regard to the world. There are 5 elements, adding ether, and 5 worlds. 3. Albinus, AD 2nd century, a disciple of Gaius the Middle Platonist, distinguished the erpko-toxedk, vu, and epoxti. The ttpo tox 6 is unmoved, Aristotle, but is not mover, and he would appear to be identical th the oii epop vlokchsak. The first God does not operate immediately since he is immoved but not mover, but operates through the no qq or world intellect. Between God and the world are the star gods and others, oly toikol. The Platonic ideas are made eternal ideas of God and are patterns or exemplary causes of things, the Aristotelian are subordinated to them as copies. Happy face, the conception of God as unmoved and as not acting through efficient causality, is, of course, Aristotelian in origin, though elements in the conception of God are developments of Platonic doctrine, e.g. the transposition of the ideas into ideas of God, a doctrine which we have already met in Neo-Pythagoreanism. Albinus also makes use of the gradual elevation to God through the various degrees of beauty, an ascent suggested by Plato's Symposio Tu, while the conception of the world soul is obviously to be connected the Timaeus in this fusion of Platonic and Aristotelian elements. Albinus, Hke Numnius the Neo-Pythagorean, helped to prepare the way for Neoplatonism. His distinction of kotak kiox, vuk, and iju, f was also a direct step on the way to the Neoplatonic distinction of t6 ev, vo5, and juxi**. In his Psychology and Ethics, Albinus combined Platonic, Aristotelian, and Stoic elements, e.g. identifying the Stoic f, y**ovlk6v with the Platonic koitati ikov, introducing the Aristotelian and a 9t talk 6v over against the koilatikov, distinguishing with Plato t6 gu lkov, plat 9 uioel 6 eq and 2 pound ni 9 u, j.t tik 6v, making use of the Stoic oik pound lcoal. Ik guess kotak to 6 yavon 6v, following the Stoics in making, p6v raic, the first of the cardinal virtues, and Plato in making 6 ikio 6vt the general virtue, opposing the Stoic apathy in favor of the Platonio-Aristotean metriopathy. An eclectic indeed. 200. For among other Middle Platonists we may mention Apuleo BC AD 125, Atticus, c. AD 176, Celsus and Maximus of Tyre, c. AD 180. Atticus represented the more orthodox Platonic tradition in contrast to the eclectic tendency, as we have observed it in Albinus. Thus he attacked Aristotle for neglecting divine providence, teaching the eternity of the world, and for denying immortality or not expressing it clearly. But he seems to have been influenced by Stoic doctrine, as he emphasizes the divine immanence and stresses the all-sufficiency of virtue, in contrast to the peripatetic doctrine that corporeal and external goods are necessary for happiness. He naturally maintained the Platonic ideas, but, characteristically of his time, made them thoughts or ideas of God. In addition, he identified the demiurge of the Timaeus with the form of the good, and he attributed to matter an evil soul as its principle. Celsus is best known to us as a determined opponent of Christianity. We are acquainted with the content of his *AXR0FC, Koic, written about AD 179, through Origen's reply to it. He emphasized God's utter transcendence and would not allow that the corporeal is the work of God. To bridge the gulf between God and the world he admitted demons, angels, and heroes. God's providence has the universe as its object and is not, as the Christians behave, anthropocentric. A similar emphasis on the divine transcendence, together with the admission of inferior gods and demons, as also the referring of evil to matter, is found in the case of Maximus of Tyre, c. AD 180. Maximus speaks of the vision of the transcendent God. Thou shalt see him fully only when he calls thee, in age or death, but meantime glimpses of the beauty which eye hath not seen nor can tongue speak of, may be won, if the veils and wrappings which hide his splendor be torn away. But do not thou profane him by offering vain prayers for earthly things which belong to the world of chance or which may be obtained by human effort, things for which THIRD-WORLDISM need not pray, and which the unworthy will not obtain. The only prayer which is answered is the prayer for goodness, peace, and hope. In death. The angels are servants of God and helpers of men, thrice 10,000 ie they upon the fmitful earth, immorted, ministers of Zeus. Happy face, I. Chapter 44. Wish Hellenisty. Philosophy. It was at Alexandria particularly that the influence of Greek speculation on the Jewish mind became most apparent, although traces of such influence may be seen in Palestine itself, as in the doctrine of the sect of the Essenes, mentioned by Josephus for the first time in his Pygmy of the period of Jonathan the Hasmonean, about 160 BC, which shows Orphic Pythagorean traits. For example, the Essenes maintained a clear dualism of soul and body, with which they coupled a belief, not only in the soul's survival after death but also in its pre-existence before birth. Blood offerings and the consumption of flesh and wine were banned, and great importance was attached to the belief in angels or intermediary beings. Moreover, it is a significant feature, even if not to be overstressed, that when Antiochus Epiphanes attempted a forcible Hellenization of the Palestinian Jews, he was able to rely on a certain amount of support among the Jews themselves, though he encountered a determined opposition on the part of the more orthodox, who resolutely adhered to the tradition of their fathers and were naturally too reconcilable enemies of the moral abuses that they considered accompaniments of heathenism. However, Alexandria, that great cosmopolitan city set on the confines of East and West, became the real center of the Jewish Hellenistic philosophy, which culminated in the thought of Philo. Away from their native home, the Jews were naturally more prone to accept Greek influence, and this showed itself largely in an attempt to reconcile Greek philosophy with 201. 202. Jewish theology, an attempt that led on the one hand to the selection of those elements in Greek speculation that harmonized best with Jewish religion, and on the other hand to the practice of allegorizing the Jewish scriptures and interpreting them in such a way that they would harmonize with Greek thought. Thus we even find Jews asserting that the great Greek philosophers were indebted to the scriptures for their leading ideas. This notion is of course void of historical foundation as it concerns Plato, for instance, but it is symptomatic of the syncretistic tendencies of the Hellenist Jews of the empire. 2. The chief figure of the Jewish Hellenistic philosophy is Philo of Alexandria, who was born about 25 BC and died sometime after AD 40, the year in which he was at Rome, as ambassador of the Alexandrian Jews to the Emperor Gaius. We possess a large number of his works, though some have perished. 2. Filled with admiration for the Greek philosophers, Philo maintained that the same truth is to be found in both the Greek philosophy and Jewish scriptures and tradition. While behaving that the philosophers had made use of the sacred scriptures, he at the same time did not hesitate to interpret the scriptures allegorically when he deemed it necessary. Thus in his work Oddxpetctov he shows that God cannot properly be said to move, since he is in no way corporeal. We must accordingly recognize two senses in the anthropomorphic passages of the scriptures, a higher and non-anthropomorphic sense and a lower or anthropomorphic sense, which is suited to ordinary people. It might be supposed that this work of allegorization and of discerning higher meanings would, if pushed far enough, lead to a denial of the necessity of observing literally the ceremonial precepts of the law, at least for those who are capable of discerning the higher sense. But this Philo would not allow. Soul is above body, yet body is part of man, and though the allegorical sense is higher than the literal, we are not entitled to disregard the literal sense, rather should we /heed to both letter and spirit. His intention was therefore not that of destroying or superseding Jewish orthodoxy rather that of reconciling it with philosophy, while at that same time preserving the observance of the law intact. God is personal, as the Jewish theology teaches, but high is at the same tnv /ie being, to ovitkok 6v, absolute k. Simple, 6 ik dcttxf, free and self-suflobsient. Asterisk he do carat. 203. Not occupy space or place but rather contains all things within himself. Asterisk carat yet he is absolutely transcendent, transcending even the idea of the good and the idea of beauty. Auto to diagov kalaut 6t6 Kokov man attains to God, not through scientific understanding, koikov d trabi I carat l. In order to comprehend God we must first become God, which is impossible but in immediate intuition, evapeia. God is thus ineffable being, who is above thought and can be attained only through ecstasy or intuition. We see how Philo was influenced by the contemporary tendency to exalt the divine transcendence, though we must not forget that the transcendence of the divine being was clearly maintained in Jewish scriptural theology, even if not expressed in philosophic terminology. This insistence on the divine transcendence and on God's elevation above everything material not unnaturally led, as later on, for example, in Albinus the Middle Platonist and Numenius the Neo-Pythagorean, to the conception of intermediate beings, in order to bridge the gulf between God himself and the material cosmos. The highest of these intermediary beings is the Logos or Nous. The Logos is spoken of as the first bomb of God, being irpseputatiockalYevlkw totoxkfoaay pound yov pound dot I asterisk caret. The logos is for Philo definitely inferior to God and is to be placed in the rank of oaayovs, which includes many other beings besides the logos, even if the latter has the primacy. The Philonic conception of the logos is therefore not identical with the dogma of the logos as maintained in Christian theology, even if it influenced early Christian thinkers. Sometimes indeed the logos seems to be conceived as an aspect of God, but even in this case there would still be a clear distinction between the Philonic and the Chiistian idea of the logos. It has been well said, that Philo wavered between monarchianism and Arianism but never asserted Athanasianism, provided, of course, that it is understood that in the Philonic doctrine of the logos there is no reference to an historic man. The Platonic ideas are placed in the logos, so that the logos is the totic, or place in which the ideal world, 6 pound kskf l caret ekov koagiok, is situated. Happy face, in this conception Philo is at one with Neo-Pythagoreanism, which placed the ideas in nous. Nous was influenced by the Philonic philosophy. Generally speaking, Philo speaks simply of the logos, though he distinguishes two aspects or functions of logos, 6 koic. 204. Carat vciok gstok and 6 koic, tt pokpapai koc, the first consisting in the immaterial world of the ideas, the second in the visible things of this world, in so far as they are copies of the immaterial ideas. This division of the logos corresponds to the vision in man between the koiok dv5 ld 9 pound tok or faculty of reason itself and the koiok, tipok popi koc, or spoken word, which proceeds from the koiok evslcc getok, as the stream from its source. An example of Philo's allegorysing is to be found in the fact that he discovers a symbol of this twofold logos in the double breastplate of the high priest. The logos is God's instrument in the formation of the world, and Philo found a reference to this in the words of the Pentateuch, Kaliul caret of6 geok, tov dv op q trov cax asterisk ei kovagio caret. It is to be noted that, when the Old Testament mentions the angel of God in describing the theophanies, Philo identifies the angel with the logos, just as, when several angels are mentioned, he identifies them with the powers, see below. This logos is an incorporeal substance, the immaterial word or voice of God, but, in so far as it is conceived as really distinct from God, it is conceived as subordinate to God, as God's instrument. Philo utilized, not only the conception of the divine wisdom, as found in the sapiential books, but also Platonic exemplarism. The logos is the image, the shadow, of God, and is itself the exemplar of creation, and Stoic themes. The logos is the immanent, yet at the same time, transcendent, principle of law in the world and organizing bond of creatures, but the general conception seems to be that of a descending scale of being. In other words, the Philonic logos, so far as it is really distinct from the ultimate Godhead, Yahweh, is a subordinate and intermediary being, through which God expresses himself and acts. It is not the consubstantial word of the Father, the second person of the Blessed Trinity. The Philonic philosophy, in respect to the logos, is more akin to Neoplatonism than to Christian Trinitarianism. Besides the logos there are other powers, sub-felc or intermediary beings subordinate to God, such as F7 Roer Tikf, and F, Bao 11 Kt caret or Kupiok, sometimes named Diagotric, and Uda, F Irpaveri Tikt caret, FVOIO0 Artic 7 caret, etc. But just as Philo seems to have wavered between conceiving the logos as an aspect of God and conceiving it as an independent being, so he wavered between conceiving the other powers as attributes or powers of God, corresponding to Tli. 205. Ideas, i.e. as operative functions of the ideas, and conceiving them as relatively independent beings. They all appear to be comprehended in the logos, but this does not help much in Seth the question as to their persona hty or lack of it. If the logos is conceived as an aspect of God, then the powers will be qualities or ideas of God, while if the Logos is conceived as a relatively independent being, subordinate to God, then the powers may be minor subordinate beings or forces, but it does not appear that Philo ever came to a settled or clear decision on the matter. Dr. Preachter can thus say, that Philo wavers between two conceptions, the analoga of which recur in the Christian Church as monarchianism and Arianism, but a doctrine analogous to that of Athanasius is wholly foreign to him and would contradict both his religious and his philosophic consciousness. Happy face, moreover, it does not require much thought to recognize that the Philonic philosophy could never admit the Christian doctrine of the Incarnation, at least if Philonism were to remain self-consistent, since it lays such stress on the divine transcendence that direct contact with matter is excluded. It is indeed perfectly true that Christianity itself insists on the divine transcendence and that the Incarnation is a mystery, but on the other hand the spirit of the Christian attitude towards matter is not that of the Philonic or Neoplatonic philosophies. Influenced by Platonism, Philo maintains a sharp dualism of soul and body, or of the rational and sensual elements in man, and insists on the necessity of man's liberating himself from the power of the sensual. Virtue is the only true good, and in regard to the passions apathy is to be aimed at. But though Philo was influenced by Stoic and Cynic ethical teaching, he emphasized trust in God rather than trust in oneself. Virtue then is to be pursued, and man's task is to attain the greatest possible harness to God. This is an interior task, and so public life is discouraged because of its distracting influence, while science is to be pursued only so far as it is an aid to the soul's inner life. In this development there are stages, for above conceptual knowledge of God is to be ranked heavenly wisdom, or the immediate intuition of the ineffable Godhead. The passive state of ecstasy thus becomes the highest stage of the soul's life on earth, as it was later to be in the Neoplatonic philosophy. While Philo's influence on early Christian thought has Philonism helped to prepare the way for Neoplatonism. 206. Doubtless been exaggerated. It will be recognized that through its insistence on the utter transcendence of God, the existence of intermediary beings, and the soul's ascent to God culminating in ecstasy. Chapter 45. I Life of Plotinus. The birthplace of Plotinus is uncertain, since it is given as Lycon by Eunapius and as Lycopos by Suidas. In any case he was Bam in Egypt about AD 203 or 204. Porphyry gives 205/6. Plotinus, we are told by Porphyry, attended the lectures of various professors at Alexandria in turn, but did not find what he was looking for until he came upon Ammonius Saccas, when he was about 28. He remained a pupil of Ammonius until the year 242, when he joined the Persian expedition of the Emperor Gordian, in order to make the acquaintance of Persian philosophy. However, the expedition came to grief when Gordian was assassinated in Mesopotamia, and Plotinus made his way to Rome, where he arrived in his 40th year. At Rome he opened a school and soon came to enjoy the favor of the highest officials, even of the Emperor Gaoenus and his wife. Plotinus conceived the notion of founding a city, Platonopos, in the Campania, which was to be the concrete realization of Plato's Republic, and he seems to have obtained the emperor's consent to the project, but for some reason or other the emperor withdrew his consent after a while, and so the plan fell through. When Plotinus was about 60 years old he received as a pupil the celebrated Porphyry, who afterwards wrote the life of the master whom he so greatly admired. It was Porphyry who attempted to attange the writings of Plotinus in systematic form, dividing them into 6 books, each of which contained 9 chapters. Hence the name Enneadsy, which is applied to the works of Plotinus. Although the 207, 208 philosopher is said to have had a pleasant and eloquent oral style, his written composition was somewhat difficult, and the difficulty was not lessened by the fact that his weak eyesight prevented him from correcting the manuscript. Porphyry had therefore no easy task to start with, and as he made a point of preserving the style of the writer, Plotinus Tituses have always been a source of difficulty to later editors. At Rome, Plotinus was frequently approached for help and advice, and so exercised the office of a sort of spiritual director. Moreover, he took into his house orphaned children and acted as their guardian, an example of his kindness and amiability. He made many friends and no enemies, and though his personal life was ascetic, he was gentle and affectionate in character. We are told that he was somewhat diffident and nervous, a fact that tended to show itself in his lectures. He led a deep spiritual life, and Porphyry relates that his master experienced ecstatic union with God 4 times in the 6 years in which he was his disciple. Plotinus did not enjoy strong health, and his infirmities had a fatal termination in AD 269/70, when he died at a country house in the Campania. Porphyry was at that time in Sicily, whither he had gone on Plotinus' advice, in order to recover from a state of melancholy and depression into which he had fallen, but a friend of Plotinus, the physician Eustachius, arrived from Puteoli in time to hear the philosopher's last words: "I was waiting for you, before that which is divine in me departs to unite itself with the divine in the universe." Although Plotinus attacked the Gnostics, he is silent about Christianity, which he must have known to some extent. But though he never became a Christian, he was a resolute witness to spiritual and moral ideals, not only in his writings but also in his own faith, and it was the spiritual idealism of his philosophy that enabled it to exercise such an influence on the great Latin doctor, Saint Augustine of Hippo. 2. Doctrine of Plotinus. God is absolutely transcendent, he is the one, beyond all thought and all being, ineffable and incomprehensible. 05, if, x6 Yak, irbk ttot r, 661 kal eni keve cx dy xa elva ola, ac, dot. Neither essence nor being nor life can be predicated of the one, not of course that it is less than any. 209. Of these things, but because it is more, to Eureep Vrtoxa elva the one cannot be identical with the sum of individual things, for it is these individual things which require a source or principle, and this principle must be distinct from them and logically prior to them. We might say that, however much you increase the number of contingent things, you cannot thus arrive at a necessary being. Moreover, if the one were identical with each individual thing taken separately, then each thing would be identical with every other, and the distinction of things, which is an obvious fact, would be illusion. Thus the one cannot be any existing thing, but is prior to all existence. The one of Plotinus is not, therefore, the one of Parmenides, a monistic principle, but is the one, whose transcendence we have seen emphasized in Neo-Pythagoreanism and Middle Platonism. Indeed, just as Albinus had set the Tipko Toc, Asak above book and distinguished the Orepop Viak Kiak, from the Iraup Viak, Kiak, and as Numnius had set the Tko Tak Giak above the Demiurge, and as Philo had set God above the world-forming powers, so Plotinus sets the ultimate deity, the one or Irko Toc, Uriak, beyond being, ettek of a ttjc, wayak. This does not mean, however, that the one is nothing or non-existent, rather does it mean that the one transcends all being of which we have experience. The concept of being is drawn from the objects of our experience, but the one transcends all those objects and consequently transcends also the concept that is founded on those objects. Since God is one, without any multiplicity or division, there can be in the one no duality of substance and accident, and Plotinus is accordingly unwilling to ascribe to God any positive attributes. We should not say that the one is thus or not thus, for if we say this we thereby omit it and make it a particular thing, whereas in reality, it is beyond all things which can be delimited by such predication. Osko tolvuv trap oc trokver t6 outcock. Nevertheless, goodness may be attributed to the one, provided that it is not attributed as an inherent quality. God is accordingly the good rather than good. Moreover, we can legitimately ascribe to the one neither thought nor will nor activity. Not thought, since thought implies a distinction between the thinker and the object of his thought, not will, since this also implies distinction, not activity, for then there would be a distinction between the agent and the 210. Object on which he acts. God is the one, beyond all distinctions whatsoever, he cannot even distinguish himself from himself, and so is beyond self-consciousness. Plotinus allows, as we have seen, the predicates of unity and goodness to be ascribed to God, in the sense that God is the one and the good, yet he stresses the fact that even these predicates are inadequate and can be applied to God only analogously. For unity expresses the denial of plurality and goodness expresses an effect on something else. All we can say is that the one is though, indeed, God is beyond being. 1. Indivisible, unchanging, eternal, without past or future, a constant self-identity. On this view of God, the ultimate principle, how can Plotinus account for the multiplicity of finite things? God cannot commit himself to finite things, as though they were part of him, nor can he create the world by a free act of his will, since creation is an activity and we are not justified in ascribing activity to God and so impairing his unchangeability. Plotinus, therefore, had recourse to the metaphor of emanation. But although he makes use of metaphorical tens hkeq pound lv and diapiv, Plotinus expressly rejects the notion that God becomes in any way less to the process of emanation, he remains untouched, undiminished, unmoved. A free creative act would imply that God issues forth from his state of tranquil self-containedness, and this Plotinus would not admit. He maintained, then, that the world issues from God or proceeds from God by necessity, there being a principle of necessity that the less perfect should issue from the more perfect. It is a principle that every nature should make that which is immediately subordinate to it, T6 iat otfjv iroiv, unfolding itself, as a seed unfolds itself, the procession being from an undivided source or principle to a goal infly universe of sense. The prior principle, however, remains always in its own place, fivo toc, itv del touttpotfodvtf \oikiok m6 pot, the consequent being engendered out of an ineffable power, k6 of diekok, dpaxo, which is in the prior principles, it being unfitting that this power should be stayed in its operation by any jealousy or selfishness. Plotinus also uses the metaphors irapxa ipk, exxa ijik, likening the one to the sun, which illuminates, itself undiminished. He also employs the comparison of the mirror, since the object which is mirrored is reduplicated, yet without itself undergoing any change or any loss. 211. We have, therefore, to be careful, if we wish to make the statement that the process of emanation in Plotinus is pantheistic in character. It is quite true that for Plotinus the world proceeds from God secundum necessitatem naturae and that he rejects free creation ex nihilo, but it should also be remembered that for him the prior principle remains in its own place, undiminished and unimpaired, always transcending the subordinate being. The truth of the matter would seem to be that, while rejecting free creation out of nothing on the ground that this would involve change in God, Plotinus equally rejects a fully pantheistic self-canasation of the deity in individual creatures, a self-diremption of God. In other words, he tries to steer a middle course between theistic creation on the one hand and a fully pantheistic or monistic theory on the other hand. We think that, since an ultimate dualism does not enter into the question, no such compromise is possible, but that is no reason for calling Plotinus a pantheist without due qualification. The first emanation from the one is thought or myad, no qc, which is iatuition or immediate apprehension, having a twofold object, a, the one, h, itself. In nous exist the ideas, not only of classes but also of individuals though the whole multitude of ideas is kant aiad indivisibly ia nous. TFJV by 4 to 49 ditsipiakv, 06 setbabid vai iro yap pound vd pound p pound l, cax olof typoetave, oxok vv epif dot. Nous is identified with the demiurge of the Platonic Timaeus, and Plotinus uses the phrase I rocken riptod alkshu of the one, identifying the aitlov with the nous and the demiurge. That nous is itself 6 coagiok vott 6c, 2 point insisted on by Plotinus against Longinus, who had made the ideas to be apart from nous, appealing to the Timaeus of Plato, where the ideas are depicted as being distinct from the demiurge. Porphyry held the same opinion as Longinus, until Plotinus persuaded him to change it. It is in nous, therefore, that multiplicity fixed appears, since the one is above all multiplicity, above even the distinction of Volve and Vort6v, yet the distinction in nous is not to be understood absolutely, for it is one and the same nous that is both to Vov and to Vu6jl_Vov. The demiurge of Plato and the Voraic, Vor_cock, of Aristotle thus come together in the Plotinian nous. Nous is eternal and beyond time, its state of blessedness being not an acquired state but an eternal possession. Nous enjoys, therefore, that eternity which 212. Time does but mimic. Happy face, in the case of soul its objects are successive, now Socrates, now a horse, now some other thing, but nous knows all things together, having neither past nor future but seeing all in an eternal present. From nous, which is beauty, proceeds soul, corresponding to the world soul of the Timaeus. This world soul is incorporeal and indivisible, but it forms the connecting H and K between the supersensual world and the sensual world, and so looks not only upwards to the nous but also downwards towards the world of nature. Whereas Plato, however, had posited only one world soul, Plotinus posited two, a higher and a lower, the former standing nearer to nous and being in no immediate contact with the material world, the latter, Yevvrj T Fluxril, T Poxipak being the real soul of the phenomenal world. This second soul Plotinus temied nature or poic. Moreover, although the phenomenal world owes all the reality it possesses to its participation in the ideas which are in nous, these ideas do not operate in the sensible world and have no direct connection with it, so that Plotinus posited reflections of the ideas in the world soul, calling them koiatr_piatikol and saying that they aje comprised within the 6 an obvious adoption of Stoic doctrine. In order to fit in this conception with his distinction of two world souls, he further distinguished irpkotioi, comprised within the higher soul, from the derivate koi, comprised within the lower soul. Individual human souls proceed from the world soul, and, like the world soul, they are subdivided into two elements in accordance with the Pythagorean Platonic tripartition. Plotinus admits also a third and mediating element, a higher element which belongs to the sphere of nous, cf. the Aristotelian nous, and a lower element, which is directly connected with the body. The soul pre-existed before its union with the body, which is represented as a fall, and survives the death of the body, though apparently without memory of the period of earthly existence. Transmigration is also admitted. But although Plotinus speaks of individual souls as bound together in the unity of the world soul, he is not read to deny personal immortality. The soul is real and not lying that is real will perish. Can we suppose that Socrates, who existed as Socrates on this earth, will see se to be Socrates, just because he has reached the best of all abodes? In the afterlife, therefore, each individual 213 soul will persist, each remaining one, yet all being one together. Happy face, below the sphere of soul is that of the material world. In accord with his conception of the emanative process as radiation of HGHT, Plotinus pictures HGHT as proceeding from the center and passing outwards, growing gradually dimmer, until it shades off into that total darkness which is matter in itself, conceived as the privation of HGHT, as OT_PTAI. Matter, then, proceeds from the one, ultimately, in the sense that it becomes a factor in creation only through the process of emanation from the one, but in itself, at its lowest Hamid, it forms the lowest stage of the universe and is the antithesis to the one. In so far as it is illumined by form and enters into the composition of material objects, Aristotle C5XR, it cannot be said to be complete darkness, but insofar as it stands over against the intelligible and represents the dkt of the Timaeus. It is illuminated, Dichnus. Plotinus thus combined Platonic with Aristotelian themes, for though he adopted the Platonic conception of matter as dCV6CYKR, as the antithesis to the intelligible, as the privation of light, he also adopted the Aristotelian conception of matter as the substrate of phore, as an integral component of material objects. The transmutation of one element into another shows that there must be some substitute of bodies, which is distinct from the bodies themselves. Happy face, if we consider bodies and make complete abstraction of form, then the residuum is what we mean by matter. Matter is thus partially illuminated by its information and does not exist separately in the concrete as complete darkness, the principle of not being. Moreover, just as the phenomenal world in general has its pattern in the intelligible, so does matter in nature correspond to a. In addition to this fusion of Platonic and Aristotelian cosmological themes, Plotinus asserts the Orphic and Neo-Pythagorean view of matter as the principle of evil. At its lowest grade, as devoid of quality, as unilluminated privation. It is evil itself, not, however, having evil as an inhering quality any more than the good has goodness as an inhering quality, and so stands over against the good as its radical antithesis. The evil of matter does not, of course, pertain to the vor tfv \r\. Plotinus thus comes perilously near to asserting a dualism which would be opposed to the real character of his system, though it must be remembered that 214. Matter itself is privation and not a positive principle. In any case we might suppose that Plotinus would be led logically to depreciate the visible universe, though in point of fact he does not do so. It is true that a certain tendency to depreciate the visible universe does show itself in his psychological and ethical teaching, but this is offset, so far as his cosmology is concerned, by his insistence on the unity and harmony of the cosmos. Plotinus opposed the Gnostic contempt for the world and praised the latter as the work of the demiurge and the world soul. It is an eternal and unified creature, bound together in a harmony of parts, governed by divine providence. He expressly says that we must not allow that the universe is an evil creation, in spite of all the vexatious things that are in it. It is the image of the intelligible, but it is too much to demand that it should be the precise counterpart of the intelligible. What cosmos, he asks, could be better than the one we know, with the exception of the intelligible cosmos? The material world is the exteriorization of the intelligible, and the sensible and the intelligible are bound together forever, the fauna reproducing the latter according to the measure of its capacity. This universal harmony and cosmic unity form the rational basis for prophecy and for the magical influencing of superhuman powers. Besides the star gods, Plotinus admitted other gods and demons, which are invisible to man. In his psychology, Plotinus assigns 3 parts to the individual soul. The highest of these, corresponding to the nous of Aristotle, is uncontaminated by matter and remains rooted in the intelligible world, but insofar as the soul enters into real union with the body, to form the compositum, T6K, it is contaminated by matter, and so there follows the necessity of an ethical ascent, with the K6, Ioico 9F as the proximate goal and union with the One as the ultimate goal. In this ascent the ethical element, TTPA-IQ, is subservient to the theoretical or intellectual element, Chkopia, as in Aristotle. The first stage of the ascent, undertaken under the impulse of Eros, cf. Plato's Symposium, consists in kcbopaic, the process of purification by which man frees himself from the dominion of the body and the senses and rises to the practice of the Rho 11 Tikaldpetat, by which Plotinus means the 4 cardinal virtues. The highest of these is op 6 vroic - secondly the soul must rise above sense perception, turning towards nous and 215. Occupying herself with philosophy and science s a higher stage, however, carries the soul beyond discursive thought to union with nous, which Plotinus characterizes as epotikok, ka xcx. In this union the soul retains her self-consciousness. But all these stages are but a preparation for the final stage, that of mystical union v.th God, or the One, who transcends beauty, in an ecstasy characterized by the absence of all duality. In thought of God or about God the subject is separated from the object, but in ecstatic union there is no such separation. There shall a man see, as seeing may be in heaven, both God and himself made radiant, filled with the intelligible fight, or rather grown one with that HGHT in its purity, without burden or any heaviness, transfigured to Godhead, nay, being in essence God. For that hour he is enkindled, but when once more he is become heavy, it is as though the fire were quenched. That sight is hard to put into words. For how should a man bring back report of the divine, as of a thing distinct, when in the seeing he knew it not distinct but one with his own consciousness? 7. Needless to say, the ascent to God is not meant to imply that God is spatially present out there. In meditation on God it is not necessary to cast one's thought outwards, as though God were present in any one place in such a way that he leaves other places destitute of himself. On the contrary, God is everywhere present. He is outside no one but is present to all, even if they know it not. This ecstatic union is, however, of brief duration so far as this life is concerned. We look for its complete and permanent possession in the future state, when we are freed from the hindrance of the body. He will lapse again from the vision, but let him again awaken the virtue which is in him, again know himself made perfect in splendor, and he shall again be hidden of his burden, ascending through virtue to the intelligence, and thence through wisdom to the supreme. This is the way of gods and of the God and happy among men, a quittance from things ahent and earthly, a way beyond earthly pleasure, a flight of the alone to the alone. 30. In the system of Plotinus, then, the Orphic Platonic Pythagorean strain of otherworldliness, intellectual ascent, salvation through assimilation to and knowledge of God, reach their most complete and systematic expression. Philosophy now includes, not only logic, cosmology, psychology, metaphysics, and ethics, but also the theory of Region and Mysti. 216. Schism, in fact, since the highest type of knowledge is the mystical knowledge of God, and since Plotinus, who most probably based his theory of mysticism on his own experience as well as on past speculation, evidently regards mystical experience as the supreme attainment of the few philosopher, we may say that in Plotinian Neoplatonism philosophy tends to pass into Region, at least it points beyond itself. Speculation does not set itself up as the ultimate goal to be achieved. This made it possible for Neoplatonism to act as a rival to Christianity, though on the other hand its complicated philosophic system and its anhistorical spirit prevented it from proving the rival that it might have been. It lacked the popular appeal exercised by the mystery religions, for instance. Neoplatonism was really the intellectualist reply to the contemporary yearning for personal salvation, those spiritual aspirations of the individual, which are so marked a feature of the period. Truly the words of counsel, "Let us flee to our own fatherland, happy face," might be uttered with a deep meaning. The fatherland to us is that place from whence we came, and in that place is the Father. 2. Christianity, rooted in history, combining popular appeal with a growing speculative background, insistence on the beyond with a sense of a mission to be accomplished in the here, mystical communion with ethical probity, asceticism with a consecration of the natural, would have a far wider and deeper appeal than the transcendental philosophy of the Neoplatonists or the fashionable devotions of the mystery cults. Yet, from the point of view of Christianity itself, Neoplatonism had an important function to fulfill, that of contributing to the intellectual statement of the revealed religion, and so the convinced Cleiristian cannot but look with sympathy, and a certain reverence, on the figure of Plotinus, to whom the greatest of the Latin fathers, and so the universal Church, owed no inconsiderable debt. 3. School of Plotinus. The tendency to increase the intermediary beings between God and corporeal objects is already observable in Plotinus' disciple Aemilius, who distinguished the hypostases in nous, namely Tovovka, Kafexovsa, and Tov 6 PC5 Vita. 3. A more important philosopher, however, was Porphyry of Tyre, AD 232/3 after 301, who joined Plotinus in Rome in 262/3. Porphyry's life of his master I have already mentioned, in 217. Addition to this, he wrote a great number of other works and on a great variety of subjects, his most celebrated book being his Isagogy or Introduction to the Categories of Aristotle. This was translated into Latin, e.g. by Boethius, Syrian, Arabic and Annean, and exercised great influence, not only in antiquity but on into the Middle Ages, being itself made the subject of many commentaries. The work Tietz of Etiefs, Pkovit genus, Isvik, species, et soc, difference, syak popt, property, I6 love, and accident, O carat p pound 3 tk6c. Porphyry composed many other commentaries both on Plato, e.g. on the Timaeus, and on Aristotle, mainly on his logical works, and tried to show in his NSPL 2 carat j lavilva xrjvfl cock tc ovak, apotots cook ipoid that the Platonic and Aristotelian philosophies are in essential agreement. Porphyry set himself to propound the doctrine of Plotinus in a clear and comprehensible manner, but he laid more stress on the practical and regious sides than even Plotinus had done. The end of philosophy is salvation, fxfjc, ipuxfjake, okotr, pia, and the soul must purify itself by turning its attention from what is lower to what is higher, a purification to be accomplished by asceticism and knowledge of God. The lowest stage of atheia consists in the practice of the T11 tlkaldcpeti, which are essentially metriopathic virtues, i.e. consisting in the reduction of the affections of the soul to the golden mean under the dominion of reason, and concerning man's intercourse with his fellow men. Above these 7 Tuesdays stand the cathartic or purifying virtues, which aim rather at apathy. This is reached in the epoch, Soph 6 carat oikoak. In the third stage of virtue the soul turns towards nous, for Porphyry evil does not he in the body as such but rather in the soul's conversion to inferior objects of desire, happy face, while the highest stage of virtue, that of the NAPA 6 sly j.atkalaktai, belongs to the VOOC, as such. The 4 cardinal virtues recur at each stage, but of course at different degrees of elevation. In order to facilitate the soul's ascent, Porphyry stresses the need for ascetic practices, such as abstinence from flesh meat, celibacy, abstinence from theatrical performances, etc. Positive region occupies an important place in his philosophy. While issuing a warning against the misuse of divination and other such superstitions, which he, however, accepted and permitted in themselves, since he behaved in demonology. Porphyry at the same time lent his support to the popular and additional region. 218. Making the pagan myths allegorical representations of philosophic truth. He insisted on the importance of works, affirming that God does not prize the wise man's words, but misdeeds. 35 The truly pious man is not forever at prayer and sacrifice, but practices his piety in works. God does not accept a man for his reputation or for the empty formulae he employs, but for a life in accordance with his professions. During his residence in Sicily, Porphyry composed 15 books against the Christians. These polemical works were burned in the year AD 448 under the emperors Valentinian III and Theodosius II, and only fragments have come down to us. We have to rely largely on the writings of Christians for testimony as to the line of attack adopted by Porphyry. Answers were composed by, among others, Methodius and Eusebius of Caesarea. Saint Augustine says that if Porphyry had ever had a true love of wisdom and had novio Jesus Christ, ne aeus saluberima humilitate resiluises. Happy face. This phrase would not seem to be conclusive evidence that Porphyry was ever actually a Christian or even a catechumen, for the saint gives no further evidence that he looked on Porphyry as an apostate, though it is true that the historian Socrates affirms that Porphyry abandoned Christianity, Tov Spiatia via J.6 vid Prexilri, and attributed the apostasy to the philosopher's indignation at being assaulted by some Christians at Caesarea in Palestine. It seems that we cannot attain absolute certainty on the question whether liar or not Porphyry ever was a Christian. He is not quoted as saying himself that he ever adhered to the Christian religion. Porphyry wanted to prevent the conversion of cultured people to Christianity, and he endeavored to show that the Christian religion was illogical, ignoble, involved in contradictions, etc. He made a special point of attacking the Bible and the Christian exegesis, and it is interesting to observe his anticipation of higher criticism, e.g. by denying the authenticity of the Book of Daniel and declaring the prophecies trireme contained to be vaticinia ex eventu, denying that the Pentateuch was by Moses, pointing out apparent inconsistencies and contradictions in the Gospels, etc. The divinity of Christ was a particular point of attack, and he brought many arguments against the divinity of Christ and the doctrines of Christ. 3. 8. Chapter 46. Other Neoplatonic schools. 1. The Syrian school. The chief figure of the Syrian school of Neoplatonism is Lamchius, d.c. AD 330, a pupil of Phyry. Lamblicius earned much further the Neoplatonic tendency to multiply the members of the hierarchy of beings, which he combined with an insistence on the importance of theurgy and occultism in general. 1. The tendency to multiply the members of the hierarchy. A being was present in Neoplatonism from the very beginning, as a consequence of the desire to emphasize the transcendence of the supreme Godhead and remove God from all contact with the world of sense. But while Plotinus had restrained this tendency within reasonable bounds, Lamblicius gave it wings. Thus above the one of Plotinus he asserted yet another one, which exceeds all qualifications whatsoever and stands beyond the good. This one, which transcends all predicates or indeed any statements on our part except that of unity, is therefore superior to the one of Plotinus, which is identical with the good. From the one proceeds the world of ideas or intelligible objects 6k6aioc, vor t6q, and from this again the world of intellectual beings 6koiok vispak consisting of nok, an intermediary hypostasis and demiurge, though Lamblicius seems not to have been content with this complication, but to have distinguished further the members of the koa ok epoch. Below the k6aioc vo epoch is the superterrestrial soul, and from this soul proceeds two others. As fertile gods of the popular religion and the heroes. 219. 220. These together with a host of angels and demons belong to the world, and Lamblicius tried to arrange them according to numbers. But while endeavoring to establish this fantastic scheme by means of the speculative reason, Lamblicius insisted on the immediate and innate character of our knowledge of the gods, which is given us together with our innate psychical impulse towards the good. 2. The religious interest of Lamchius is apparent in his ethical doctrine. Accepting Porphyry's distinction of the poetical, cathartic, and paradigmatic virtues, he then proceeds to introduce, between the two last, the theoretical virtues, by which the soul contemplates nous as its object and views the procession of the orders from the final principle. By the paradigmatic virtues the soul identifies herself with nous, the place of ideas and type idea of all things. Finally, above these four types of aichu stand the priestly virtues, in the exercise of which the soul is ecstatically united to the One. These virtues are therefore also called vii. As we must look to divine revelation in order to ascertain the means of entering upon union with God, the priest is superior to the philosopher. Purification from the sensual, theurgy, miracles, divination, play an important part in the system of Lamblicius. 2. The School of Pergamon. The Pergamene school was founded by Aedesius, a pupil of Lamblicius, and is characterized mainly by its interest in theurgy and in the restoration of polytheism. Thus while Maximum, one of the Emperor Johan's tutors, gave particular attention to theurgy, Salistius wrote a work on the gods and the world as propaganda for polytheism, while the rhetorician Libonius, another of Julian's tutors, wrote against Christianity, as did also Eunapius of Sardes. Julian, 322 to 363, was brought up as a Christian but became a pagan. In his short reign, 361 to 363, Julian showed himself to be a fanatical opponent of Christianity and adherent of polytheism, combining this with Neoplatonic doctrines, for which he relied largely on Lamblisius. He interpreted, for example, the worship of the sun according to the Neoplatonic philosophy, by making the sun the intermediary between the intelligible and the sensible realms. Asterisk. Other Neoplatonic schools 221. 3. The Athenian school. In the Athenian school of Neoplatonism there flourished a lively interest in the writings of Aristotle, as well of course as in those of Plato, an interest that showed itself in the commentary on the De Anima composed by Plutarch of Athens, the son of Nestorius and Athenian scholarch, DAD 431-2, and in the commentaries on the Metaphysics by Syrianus, DC 430, the successor of Plutarch in the headship of the school at Athens. But Syrianus was no believer in the agreement of Plato and Aristotle. On the contrary, not only did he account the study of the philosophy of Aristotle merely a preparation for the study of Plato, but in his commentary on the Metaphysics he defended the Platonic ideal theory against Aristotle's attacks, clearly recognizing the difference between the two philosophers on this point. Yet that did not prevent him from trying to show the agreement between Plato, the Pythagoreans, the Orphics, and the Chaldee literature. He was succeeded by Dominus, a Syrian of Jewish origin, who wrote on mathematics. Much more important, however, than any of these men is the celebrated Proclus, 410 to 485, who was born at Constantinople and was Athenian scholarch for many years. He was a man of untiring diligence, and though much of his work has perished, we still possess his commentaries on the Timaeus, Republic, Parmenides, Alcibiades I and Cratylus, in addition to his works Ztoioikoak, Copyright Eokoikri, etc., TFB and Koktisiovak, Chsokoyev and the De Discern to her Tashanibus circa Providentium, the De Providentia et Fata et Eoquad in Nobis and the De Malorum Subsistentia, the last three works being preserved in the Latin translation of William of Moerbeke. Possessed of a wide knowledge concerning the philosophies of Plato and Aristotle and of his Neoplatonic predecessors, Proclus combined with this knowledge a great interest in and enthusiasm for all sorts of religious beliefs, superstitions, and practices, even behaving that he received revelations and was the reincarnation of the Neo-Pythagorean Nicomachus. He had, therefore, an immense wealth of information and learning at his disposal, and he attempted to combine all these elements in one carefully articulated system, a task rendered all the easier by his dialectical ability. This has won for him the reputation of being the greatest scholastic of antiquity, in that he brought his dialectical ability and genius for subtle systematy. 222. Sation to bear on the doctrines that he had received from others. The main motif of Proclus' dialectical systematization is that of triadic development. This principle was certainly used by Lamblisius, but Proclus employed it with considerable dialectical subtlety and made it the dominant principle in the procession of beings from the one, i.e. in the emanation of the orders of being from the highest appear down to the most inferior stage. The effect, or being that proceeds, is partly similar to the cause or soms of emanation and partly dissimilar. In so far as the being that proceeds is similar to its origin, it is regarded as being in some degree identical with its principle, for it is only in aichu of the self-communication of the latter that the procession takes place. On the other hand, since there is a procession, there must be something in the preceding being that is not identical with, but different from, the principle. We have, therefore, at once two moments of development, the first being that of remaining in the principle, carried over, in virtue of partial identity, the second being that of difference, in 7 Tuesday of external procession, erposoc. In every being that proceeds, however, there is a natural tendency towards the good, and, in aichu of the strictly hierarchical character of the development of beings, this natural tendency towards the good means a turning back towards the immediate source of emanation on the part of the being that emanates or proceeds. Proclus thus distinguishes three moments of development: I, over, or remaining in the principle; 2, tipoboku, or proceeding out of the principle; and 3, dichitipokal, or turning back towards the principle. This triadic development, or development in three moments, dominates the whole series of emanations. The original principle of the whole process of development is the primary one, T6AU T6EV. Beings must have a cause, and cause is not the same as effect. Yet we cannot admit a regressus ad infinitum. There must be, therefore, a first cause, whence the multiplicity of beings proceed as branches from a root, some being nearer to the first cause, others more remote. Moreover, there can be only one such first cause, for the existence of a multiplicity is always secondary to unity. This must exist since we are logically compelled to refer all multiplicity back to unity, all effects to an ultimate cause, and all participated good to an absolute good. Yet as a matter of fact the primary prin. Other Neoplatonic schools 223. Sipil transcends the predicates of unity, cause and good, just as it transcends being. It follows that we are really not entitled to predicate anything positively of the ultimate principle, we can only say what it is not, reaching that it stands above all discursive thought and positive predication, ineffable and incomprehensible. From the prime I1 proceed the units or EV5SC, which AIE nevertheless looked on as superessential and incomprehensible gods, the source of providence, and of which goodness is to be predicated. From the Henids proceeds the sphere of nous, which subdivides into the spheres of the Vortol, the Vor, Tol Kalvo pound pot, and the Voipo, cf Lamblishus, the spheres corresponding respectively to the concepts of being, life and thought. Not content with these divisions, Proclus introduces further subdivisions in each of the three spheres of nous, the first two being subdivided into three triads, the thiad into 7 hebdomads, and so on. Below the general sphere of nous is the sphere of the soul, which is the intermediary between the supersensible and the sensible worlds, mirroring the former as a copy, SIKO6K cock, and serving as a pattern for the latter, Tkapabsli ATI cock. This sphere of soul is subdivided into three subspheres, that of divine souls, that of demonic souls, and that of IJUXOCC or human souls. Each subsphere is again subdivided. The Greek gods appear in the sphere of divine souls, but the same name is found in different groups according to the different aspect or function of the god in question. For instance, Proclus seems to have posited a threefold Zeus. The sphere of demonic souls, which serves as a bridge between gods and men, is subdivided into angels, demons, and heroes. The world, a having creature, is formed and guided by the divine souls. It cannot be evil, nor can matter itself be evil, since we cannot refer evil to the divine. Rather is evil to be thought of as imperfection, which is inseparable from the lower strata of the hierarchy of being. In this process of emanation the productive cause, Proclus insists, remains itself unaltered. It brings into actuality the subordinate sphere of being, but it does so without movement or loss, preserving its own essence, neither transmuted into its consequence nor suffering any diminution. The product, therefore, does not arise through the self-diremption of the producer, nor by its transformation. In this 224 way Proclus tries, like Plotinus, to steer a middle course between creatio ex nihilo on the one hand and monism or pantheism on the other hand, for, while the productive being is neither related nor diminished through the production of the subordinate being, it nevertheless fmiishes the subordinate being out of its own being. Happy face, on the principle that HKE can only be attained by like, Proclus attributed to the human soul a faculty above thought, by which it can attain the one J the unitary faculty, which attains the ultimate principle in ecstasy. Like Porphyry, Lamblishus, Syrianus, and others, Proclus also attributed to the soul an ethereal body composed of HGHT, which is midway between the material and immaterial and is imperishable. It is WDTH the eyes of this ethereal body that the soul can perceive theophanies. The soul ascends through the different grades of virtue, as in Lamchus, to ecstatic union with the primary one. Proclus distinguishes three general stages in the soul's ascent: eros, tithe, and faith. Truth leads the soul beyond love of the beautiful and fills it with knowledge of reality, while faith consists in the mystical silence before the incomprehensible and ineffable. Proclus was succeeded in the headship of the school by Marinus, a native of Samaria. Marinus distinguished himself in mathematics and through his sober and restrained interpretation of Plato. For instance, in his commentary on the Parmenids he insisted that the one and so on denote ideas and not gods. However, that did not prevent him from following the contemporary fashion of attributing great importance to religious superstitions, and at the summit of the scale of virtues he placed the Jupikaldpstat. Marinus was succeeded as scholarch by Isidorus. The last of the Athenian scholarches was Damascius, sch from CAD 520, whom Marinus had instructed in mathematics. Having been forced to the conclusion that the human reason cannot understand the relation of the one to the preceding beings, Damascius seems to have considered that human speculation cannot really attain the truth. All the words we employ in this connection, cause and effect, processions, etc., are but analogies and do not properly represent the actuality. Happy face, since on the other hand he was not prepared to abandon speculation, he gave full rein to theosophy, mysticism and superstition. A well-known disciple of Damascius is Simplicius, who wrote valuable commentaries on the categories, physics. Othko Neoplatonic Schools 225. De Cielo and de Anima of Aristotle. I had on the physics. Is particularly valuable because of the fragments of the pre-Socratics therein contained. In the year 529 the Emperor Justinian forbade the teaching of philosophy at 8 Lions, and Damascius, together with Simplicius and 5 other members of the Neoplatonic school, went to Persia, where they were received by King Chosroes. In 533, however, they returned to Athens, apparently disappointed with the cultural state of Persia. It does not appear that there were any more pagan Neoplatonists surviving shortly after the middle of the century. 4. The Alexandrian School. 1. The Alexandrian school of Neoplatonism was a center for investigation in the department of the special sciences and for the labor of commenting on the works of Plato and Aristotle. Thus Hypatia, best known for her murder in AD 415 by a fanatical mob of Christians, wrote on mathematics and astronomy and is said to have lectured on Plato and Aristotle, while Asclepiodotus of Alexandria, second half of AD 5th century, who later resided at Aphrodisias in Caria, studied science and medicine, mathematics and music. Ammonius, Lones Philoponus, Olympio de Troyes and others commented on works of Plato and Aristotle. In the commentaries of the school special attention was paid to the logical works of Aristotle, and in general it may be said of these commentaries that they show moderation and a desire on the part of their authors to give the natural interpretation of the works on which they are commenting. Metaphysical and religious interests tend to retreat from the foreground, the multiplication of intermediary beings, so characteristic of Lamblicius and Proclus, being aliened and little attention being paid to the doctrine of ecstasy. Even the pious and somewhat mystically inclined Asclepi, D.T. Tus, who was a pupil of Proclus, avoided the latter's complicated and highly speculative metaphysic. 2. Characteristic of Alexandrian Neoplatonism is its relation to Christianity and the thinkers of the celebrated catechetical school. The result of the abandonment of the speculative extravagancies of Lamblicius and Proclus was that the Neoplatonic school at Alexandria gradually lost its specifically pagan character and became rather a neutral philosophical institute. Logic and science were obviously subjects. 226. On which Christians and pagans could meet on more or less common ground. It was this growing association of the school with Christianity which made possible the continuation of Hellenic thought at Constantinople. Stephanus of Alexandria migrated to Constantinople and there expounded Plato and Aristotle in the university in the first half of the 7th century, during the reign of the Emperor Heraclius. i.e. a century after Justinian had closed the school at Athens. An instance of the close relation between Neoplatonists and Christians at Alexandria is the life of Hypatia's disciple, Synsus of Cytene, who became bishop of Ptolemy in AD 411. Another striking instance is the conversion of Loan's Philoponus to Christianity. As a convert he wrote a book against Proclus' conception of the eternity of the world and supported his own view by an appeal to Plato's Timaeus, which he interpreted as teaching creation in time. Philoponus also held the view that Plato drew his wisdom from the Pentateuch. One may mention also Nemesius, bishop of Emesa in Phoenicia, who was influenced by the Alexandrian school. 3. But if Neoplatonism exercised a profound influence on Christian thinkers at Alexandria, it is also time that Christian thinkers were not without influence on non-Chiistian philosophers. This can be seen in the case of Hierocles of Alexandria, who lectured at Alexandria from about AD 420. Hierocles shows affinity with Middle Platonism rather than with his Neoplatonist predecessors, for, neglecting the Platonian hierarchy of beings which had been so exaggerated by Lamblicius and Proclus, he admits only one superterrestrial being, the demiurge. But what is particularly striking is that Hierocles asserts voluntary creation out of nothing by the demiurge ***. He rejects indeed creation in time, but that does not militate against the very great probability of Christian influence, especially as fate or ***API**VR denotes for Hierocles, not mechanical determinism, but the apportioning of certain effects to man's free actions. Thus petitionary prayer and providential ***API**VR are not mutually exclusive and the doctrine of necessity or fate is brought more into harmony with the Christian insistence on human freedom on the one hand and divine providence on the other. Other Neoplatonic schools 227. 5 Neoplatonists of the Latin West. One would scarcely be justified in speaking of a school of Neoplatonism in the Latin West. However, there is a characteristic common to those thinkers who are usually classed as Neoplatonists of the Latin West, and that is, that the speculative side of Neoplatonism is no longer in evidence while the learned side is very much to the fore. By their translation of Greek works into Latin and by their commentaries on Platonic and Aristotelian writings, as well as on writings of Latin philosophers, they helped to spread the study of philosophy in the Roman world and at the same time constructed a bridge whereby ancient philosophy passed to the Middle Ages. Thus in the first half of the 4th century AD, Chalcidius, who probably was or became a Christian, made a Latin translation of Plato's Timaeus and wrote a Latin commentary on it apparendi independence on Posidonius' commentary, with the possible use of intermediate writings. This translation and its commentary were much used in the Middle Ages. In the same century Marius Victorinus, who became a Christian when of advanced years, translated into Latin Aristotle's Categories and De Interpretatione, Porphyry's Isagogy, and some Neoplatonist works. He also wrote commentaries on Cicero's Topics and De Inventione and composed original works De Definitionibus and De Syllogismis Hypothesis. As a Christian he also composed some theological works, of which a great part are still extant. Saint Augustine was influenced by Marius Victorinus. One may also mention Vettius Agonius Praetextatus, d. 384, who translated Themistius' paraphrase of Aristoteles' Analytics, and Macrobius, he seems to have become a Christian in later years, who wrote the Saturnalia and also a commentary on Cicero's Somnium Scipianis about AD 400. In this commentary the Neoplatonist theories of emanation appear, and it seems that Macrobius made use of Porphyry's commentary on the Timaeus, which itself made use of that of Posidonius. Fairly early in the 5th century Martianus Capella composed his, still extant, De Naioptiis Mercurii et Philologiae, which was much read in the Middle Ages. For instance, it was commented on by Remigius of Auxerre. This work, which is a kind of encyclopedia, treats of each of the 7 liberal arts, books 3 to 9 being each devoted to one of the arts. This was of importance for the Middle Ages, which made the 7 liberal. 228. Arts the basis of education as the trivium and quadrivium. More important, however, than any of the aforementioned writers is the Christian Boethius CAD 480-524/5, who studied at Athens, held high office under Theodoric, king of the Ostrogoths, and was finally executed on a charge of treason after a term of imprisonment, during which he composed the famous De Consolatione Philosophiae. As it is more convenient to treat of the philosophy of Boethius by way of introduction to medieval philosophy, I shall content myself here with mentioning some of his works. Although it was the aim of Boethius to translate into Latin, and to furnish with commentaries, all the works of Aristotle, to interpret 1, 2, he did not succeed in carrying his project to completion. He did, however, translate into Latin the categories, the De Interpretatione, the topics, both analytics and the sophistical arguments. It may be that Boethius translated other works of Aristotle besides the Organon, in accordance with his original plan, but this is uncertain. He translated Porphyry's Isagogy, and the dispute concerning universals which so agitated the early Middle Ages took its point to depart in remarks of Porphyry and Boethius. Besides furnishing the Isagogy, in the translation of Marius Victorinus, with a double commentary, Boethius also commented on the categories, the De Interpretatione, the topics, the analytics and sophistical arguments, probably, and on Cicero's topics. In addition to these commentaries he composed original treatises, the Introductio ad Categoricos Syllogismos, De Categoricis Syllogismus, De Hypotheticis Syllogismus, De Dibmoni, De Topicis Differentiis, De Consolatione Philosophiae, De Institutione Arithmetica, etc. In the last period of his life several theological opuscula came from his pen. On account of this extensive labor expended on translation and commenting, Boethius may be called the principal mediator between antiquity and the Middle Ages, the last Roman and the first scholastic, as he has been called. Down to the end of the 12th century he was the principal channel by which Aristotelianism was transmitted to the West. Chapter 47. Concluding Review. When we look back at the philosophy of Greece and of the Greco-Roman world, as we watch its naive beginnings on the shore of Asia Minor, as we see the intellectual power and comprehensive mind of a Heracles or a Parmenides struggling with the crippling poverty of philosophic language, as we trace the development of two of the greatest philosophies the world has ever seen, the philosophies of Plato and of Aristotle, as we see the broadening influence of the Stoic school and witness the evolution of the final creative effort of ancient thought, the system of Platonian Neoplatonism, we cannot but acknowledge that we have before us one of the supreme achievements of the human race. If we gaze with admiration at the Greek temples of Sicily, at the Gothic cathedrals of the Middle Ages, at the work of a Fra Angelo or a Michelangelo, a Rubens or a Velázquez, if we treasure the writings of a Homer or a Dante, a Shakespeare or a Goethe, we should pay the tribute of admiration to what is great in the realm of pure thought and count it as one of the greatest treasures of our European heritage. Mental effort and perseverance are no doubt required in order to penetrate the riches of Greek thought, but any effort that is expended in the attempt to understand and appreciate the philosophy of those two men of genius, Plato and Aristotle, is amply rewarded. It can no more be wasted than the effort we expend to appreciate at its full value the music of Beethoven or Mozart or the beauty of the cathedral at Chartres. Greek drama, Greek architecture, Greek sculpture, are imperishable memorials of the Greek genius and culture, of the glory of 229. 230. Hellas, but that glory would be incomplete without Greek philosophy, and we cannot appreciate fully the culture of the Greeks unless we know something of Greek philosophy. It may be of help towards the appreciation of that philosophy if, in these concluding remarks, I make a few suggestions. Some of them already touched upon, concerning different ways in which we may regard Greek philosophy as a whole. One I have already mentioned, particularly in connection with the pre-Socratic philosophers, the problem of the one and the many, but the theme of the relation between the one and the many and of the character of both may be discerned running through the whole of Greek philosophy, just as it runs indeed through the whole of philosophy, owing to the fact that while the many are given in experience, the philosophers faves to see the many with a synoptic vision, to arrive, so far as is possible, at a comprehensive view of reality, i.e. to see the many in the hght of the one, or in some sense to reduce the many to the one. This attempt at a synoptic vision is very clear in the case of the pre-Socratic cosmologists, and there is no need to dwell on this point again, beyond recalling to mind that their attempt to reconcile the many of experience wdth the one demanded by thought was pursued predominantly on the material plane. The many are material and the one also, the unity in difference is material, water, or the indeterminate, or air or fire. Sometimes the aspect of unit / is predominant, as in the Eleatic system, sometimes the many are triumphant, as in the atomistic philosophy of Leucippus and Democritus, but mind, partly no doubt owing to poverty of language, hardly rises above the material plane, though in Pythagoreanism we see, for example, a much clearer distinction between soul and body, while with Anaxagoras the concept of nous tends to liberation from materialism. So far as we can speak of the sophists as occupying themselves at all with this problem, it is rather the aspect of multiplicity that is best, the multiplicity of ways of life, of ethical judgments, of opinions, while with Socrates the aspect of unity is SBSed, inasmuch as the basic unity of true judgments of value is set in clear light, but it is Plato who really develops the complexity and richness of the problem. The fleeting multiplicity of phenomena, the data of experience, is seen against the background of the unitary realities of the exemplary ideas, apprehended by the human mind in the concept, and this assertion of the ideal. 231. Realm of reality forces the philosopher to consider the problem of the one and the many not only in the logical sphere, but also in the ontological sphere of immaterial being. The result is that the immaterial unities, themselves a multiplicity, are viewed in function of the one, the synthesizing reality of the transcendental sphere and the ultimate exemplar. Moreover, although the particulars of sense experience, the many of the older cosmologists, are dismissed, precisely in regard to their particularity considered as impenetrable by conceptual thought, into the infinite or indeterminate, the whole material world is regarded as ordered and informed by mind or soul. On the other hand, a chorismos is left between Kemplari Reahty and the fleeting particulars, while apparendi at least no satisfactory answer is given as to the precise relation between the exemplary and EFL5 causes, so that, although Plato brings the complexity of the problem into greater relief and definitely transcends the pre-Socratic materialism, he fails to give any adequate solution to the problem and leaves us with a dualism, the sphere of reality on the one hand and the sphere of semi-reality or becoming on the other hand. Not even his assertion of the immaterial, which sets him above both Parmenides and Heraclitus, can suffice to explain the relation of being and becoming or of the one and the many. With Aristotle we find a greater realization of the wealth and richness of the material world, and he attempts, through his doctrine of immanent substantial form, to effect some synthesis of the realities of the one and the many, the multiplicity of members within a species being united in the possession of a similar specific form, though there is no numerical identity. Again, the doctrine of hylomorphism enabled Aristotle to assert a real unifying principle in the terrestrial world, while at the same time he avoided any overemphasis of unity, such as would conflict with the evident multiplicity given in experience. He thus provided a principle of stability and a principle of change, and so did justice to both being and becoming. Moreover, Aristotle's unmoved mover, the ultimate final cause of the universe, served in some degree as a unifying and harmonizing principle, drawing the multiplicity of phenomena into an intelligible unity. On the other hand, however, Aristotle's dissatisfaction with the ideal theory of Plato and his perception of its weaknesses led him into an unfortunate rejection of the Platonic exemplarism as a whole, while his 232 insistence on final causality to the apparent exclusion of cosmic efficient causality meant the assertion of an ultimate dualism between God and an independent world. In post-Aristotelian philosophy it is perhaps not fanciful to see in Stoicism an overstiacing of the one, resulting in cosmic pantheism, which has its noble reflection in ethical cosmopolitanism, and in Epicureanism an over-assertion of the many, appearing in a cosmology built on an atomistic basis and in a, theoretically at least, egoistic ethic. In Neo-Pythagoreanism and Middle Platonism we see that growing syncretism of Pythagorean, Platonic, Aristotelian and Stoic elements which culminated in the Neoplatonic system. In that system the only possible way of settling the problem of the one and the many is apprehended, namely that the many must issue in some way from the one, the dualism between God and an independent world being avoided on the one hand and monism being avoided on the other hand, so that justice could be done to the reality of the one and the many, to the supreme reality of the one and the dependent reality of the many. But, while the Neoplatonists rejected cosmic monism through their doctrine of the hierarchy of being and rejected any self-diremption of the transcendent one, and while they admitted a manifold many and did not attempt to dismiss the cosmos and the subordinate degrees of being as illusory, they failed to see the unsatisfactory character of their attempt to steer a middle way between attain creation and monism, and that their theory of emanation, given their denial of creation out of nothing, on the one hand, and their denial of the self-diremption of God on the other hand, could possess no intelligible significance, but remained a mere metaphor. It was left for Christian philosophy to assert the BUE solution of creatio ex nihilo sui et sibecti. 2. Under a slightly different aspect we might regard Greek philosophy in its totality as an attempt to discover the ultimate cause or causes of the world. The pre-Socratics in general, as Aristotle observes, were concerned with the material cause, the Erstoff of the world, that which remains permanent beneath the constant changes. Plato, however, gave special emphasis to the exemplary cause, ideal agid supermaterial reality, while he also asserted the efficient operative cause, mind and soul, developing the first steps of the pre-Socratic Anaxagoras. Nor did he, in spite of what Aristotle says, neglect final causality, since tli exemplary causes are also 233. Final causes, they are not only ideas, but also ideals. God acts in the world with a view to an end, as is clearly stated in the Timaeus. But Plato seems to have left a dichotomy between the exemplary cause and the efficient cause, at least this is suggested by what he actually says, and we have not sufficient weight to state categorically that he brought the two ultimate causes together, while in the terrestrial world he does not give that clear place to the immanent formal cause that Aristotle subhead. Yet while Aristotle developed a clear theory concerning the immanent formal and material characteristics in the terrestrial world, his system is sadly deficient in relation to the ultimate efficient and exemplary causes. The Aristotle God works as ultimate final cause, but, since the philosopher did not see how God's changelessness and self-sufficiency could be reconciled with the exercise of efficient causity, he neglected to provide an ultimate efficient cause. He thought, no doubt, that the exercise of final causality by the unmoved mover was also all the ultimate efficient causity that was requisite, but this meant that for Aristotle the world was not only eternal, but also ontologically independent of God. The unmoved mover could scarcely be regarded as drawing the world into existence through the unconscious exercise of final causality. A synthesis of Plato and Aristotle was, therefore, necessary, and in Neoplatonism, as also, to a greater or less extent, in the intermediate philosophies leading up to it, the God of Aristotle and the exemplary and efficient causes of Plato were brought more or less together, even if not in a thoroughly satisfactory manner. In Christian philosophy on the other hand the ultimate efficient, exemplary, and final causes are explicitly identified in the one spiritual God, supreme being and reality and the source of all created and dependent being. 3. Again, we might look on Greek philosophy as a whole from the humanistic viewpoint, according to the position attributed to man in the individual systems. The pre-Socratic cosmology, as I pointed out earlier, was particularly concerned with the object, the material cosmos, and man was regarded as an item in that cosmos, his soul being, for example, a conti-action of the primal fire, Heraclitus, or composed of a particular type of atoms, Leucippus. On the other hand, the doctrine of transmigration of souls, as found for instance in the Pythagorean philosophy and in the teaching of Empedocles, implied that there was in man a prin. 234. Simple superior to matter, an idea which bore splendid fruit in the philosophy of Plato. With the sophists and with Socrates we find a swing over, due to various causes, from the object to the subject, from the material cosmos as such to man. But it is in the Platonic philosophy that the first real attempt is made to combine both realities in a comprehensive synthesis. Man appears as the knowing and willing subject, the being who realizes, or should res, true values in his individual life and in the life of society, the being endowed with an immortal soul. And human knowledge, human nature, human conduct, and human society, are made the subject of profound and penetrating analyses and considerations. On the other hand, man appears as a being set between two worlds, the full immaterial world of reality above him and the merely material limit below him. He thus appears, in his dual character of embodied spirit, as what Posidonius, the outstanding thinker of the Middle Stoa, was later to term the SSA-OC, or bond between the two worlds of the immaterial and the material. In Aristotle's philosophy man is again a midway being, as it were, for neither Plato nor Aristotle considered man to be the highest being. The founder of the Lyceum, no less than the founder of the Academy, was convinced that above men there is unchanging being and that contemplation of unchanging being is the exercise of man's highest faculty. Again, Aristotle, no less than Plato, gave profound consideration to human psychology, human conduct, and human society. Yet of Aristotle's philosophy we may perhaps say that it was at once more and also less human than that of Plato, more human in that, for example, he knits together soul and body more closely than does Plato and so produces a more realistic epistemology, attributes a greater value to human aesthetic experience and artistic production, and is more common sense in his treatment of political society, less human in that his identification of the active intellect in all man, according to what seems the more probable interpretation of the De Anima, would result in denial of personal immortality. Moreover, there is nothing in Aristotle to suggest that man can ever become united to God in any real sense. Yet, although it is true that Plato and Aristotle attribute an important position to the study of man and his conduct, as individual and as a member of society, it is also true that 235. Both of them, notwithstanding Aristotle's empirical science, are great metaphysicians and speculative philosophers, and of neither of them could we say that he fixes his attention exclusively in man. In the Hellenistic and Roman periods, however, man comes to occupy more and more the centre of the picture. Cosmological speculation tends to flag and is unoriginal in character, while in Epicureanism and the developed Stoa the philosopher is concerned above all with human conduct. This preoccupation with man produces the noble doctrine of the later Stoa, of Seneca, Marcus Aurelius, and most strikingly perhaps of Epictetus, in which all men, as rational beings, appear as brethren, children of Zeus. But if it is man's moral conduct that is most insisted on in the Stoic school, it is man's regius capacity, need and yearning that come to occupy a prominent position in the schools and thinkers that are influenced by the Platonic tradition, a doctrine of salvation, of knowledge of God and assimilation to God, culminates in the Platonian doctrine of ecstatic union with the One. If Epicureanism and Stoicism, the latter with some qualification perhaps, concern themselves with man on what we might see as the horizontal level, Neoplatonism concerns itself rather with the vertical, with man's ascent to God. 4. Epistemology or the theory of knowledge is generally regarded as a branch of philosophy, the study of which is peculiar to our modern era, and for some modern thinkers. It has constituted practically the whole of philosophy. There is, of course, a good deal of truth in the assertion that it was modern philosophy that first made epistemology a really serious and critical study, but it is not a completely true statement. if asserted without qualification. Leaving out of account the philosophy of the Middle Ages, which also dealt with epistemological themes, it can scarcely be denied that the great triumphirs of antiquity concerned themselves to some extent with epistemological questions, even if it was not recognized as a separate branch of philosophy or accorded that critical importance which has generally been attributed to it in modern times, since the time of Immanuel Kant at least. Without attempting to give anything like a complete survey of the development of epistemology in ancient philosophy, I suggest one or two points which may help to throw into relief the fact that important epistemological problems at least raised their heads above the ground in the ancient world, even if they did not emerge into full 236 light of day and receive that close attention which they deserve. The pre-Socratic philosophers were, in the main, dogmatists, in the sense that they assumed that man can know reality objectively. It is true that the Eleatic philosophy made a distinction between the way of truth and the way of belief or opinion or appearance, but the Eleatics themselves did not realize the importance of the problems involved in their philosophy. They adopted a monistic position on rationalistic grounds and, since this position conflicted with the data of sense experience, cavalierly denied the objective reality of phenomena. They did not question their general philosophical position or the power of the human mind to transcend phenomena, but rather assumed this power. Nor did they realize apparently that, by rejecting the objective reality of appearance, they were undermining their metaphysic. In general, therefore, the thinkers of the Eleatic school cannot be net exceptions to the generally uncritical attitude of the pre-Socratics, in spite of the dialectical ability of a man like Zeno. The Sophists did indeed assert relativism to a greater or less extent, and the assertion of relativism involved an implicit epistemology. If Protagoras' dictum that man is the measure of all things is to be taken in a broad sense, it is tantamount to an assertion, not only of the independence of man in the ethical sphere, as a creator of moral values, but also of the inability of man to attain metaphysical truth. Did not Protagoras adopt a skeptical attitude in regard to theology, and did not the Sophists in general regard cosmological speculation as little more than waste of time? Now, if the Sophists had gone on to institute a critique of human knowledge and had attempted to show why human knowledge is necessarily confined to phenomena, they would have been epistemologists, but in point of fact their interests were, for the most part, other than philosophical, and their relativistic theories do not seem to have been based on any profound consideration either of the nature of the subject or of that of the object. The epistemology involved in their general position remained, therefore, implicit and was not elaborated into an explicit theory of knowledge. We, of course, can discern the germs of epistemological theories or problems, not only in Sophism but also in pre-Socratic philosophy, but that is not to say that either the Sophists or the 237 pre-Socratic cosmologists had a reflective realization of these problems. When we turn to Plato and Aristotle, however, we find explicit theories of knowledge. Plato had a clear notion what he meant by knowledge and sharply distinguished the nature of knowledge from the nature of opinion and of imagination. He possessed a clear reflective knowledge of the relativistic and variable elements in sense perception, and he discussed the question, how error of judgment takes place and in what it consists. His whole theory of the ascending degrees of knowledge and the corresponding objects of knowledge entitles him without a doubt to rank as an epistemologist. The same is true of Aristotle, who asserted a theory of abstraction, of the function of the image, of the active and passive principle in cognition, of the distinction between sense perception and conceptual thought, of the different functions of reason. Of course, if we wish to restrict the scope of epistemology to consideration of the question, can we attain knowledge, then the Aristotelian epistemology would belong rather to psychology, since it purports to answer the question, how do we come to know, rather than the question, can we know? But if we are willing to extend the scope of epistemology to cover the nature of the process of coming to know, then we must certainly reckon Aristotle an epistemologist. He may have treated the questions he raises in his psychology, and we might today include most of them under the heading of psychology, but, labels apart, it remains an undoubted fact that Aristotle had a theory of knowledge. On the other hand, though both Plato and Aristotle elaborated theories of knowledge, there is no use in pretending that they were not dogmatists. Plato, as I have said, had a clear idea of what he meant by knowledge, but that such knowledge was possible for man, he assumed. If he ac. One sept from Heraclitus his insistence on the changing character of the material world, and from the sophists the relativity of sense perception, he accepted also from the Eleatics and the Pythagoreans the rationalistic assumption that the human mind can transcend phenomena, and from Socrates the starting point of his metaphysics of essence. Moreover, it was essential for Plato's ethical and poetical aims that the possibility of knowing the unchanging values and exemplary essences should be admitted. He never questioned this possibility, nor did he ever seriously raise the 238th question of a purely subjective a priori element in human cognition. He attributed the a priori element, which he admitted, to reminiscence, i.e. to previous objective knowledge. Nor did Aristotle ever raise the critical problem. He assumed that the human mind can transcend phenomena and attain to a certain knowledge of unchanging and necessary objects, the objects of theoretic contemplation. Plato was an untiring dialectician. Aristotle was always ready to consider fresh problems and was careful in the statement of his own theories, even if not in that of other people's theories, but of neither the one nor the other can we say that he was the Kant of the anti-Kantian of the ancient world, for Kant's problem was not considered by them. Nor is this really surprising, since both men were dominated by the problem of being, whereas in modern philosophy so many thinkers have started from consciousness, so that their theories of knowledge were elaborated in function of their metaphysics and general philosophic positions rather than as a necessary prolegomenon to any metaphysic. In the post-Aristotelian philosophy, if we accept the sceptics, we find in general the same dogmatic attitude, though it is also true that considerable attention was devoted to the question of the criteria of truth, e.g. by the Stoics and Epicureans. In other words, thinkers were alive to the difficulty that arises through the variability of sense perception and attempted to meet this difficulty. In fact, they had to meet it, in order to be able to erect their several philosophical structures. They were much more critical than the pre-Socratics, but that does not mean that they were critical philosophers in the Kantian sense, for they confined themselves more or less to a particular problem and tried to differentiate between, e.g. objective sense perception, imagination and hallucination. In the new academy, however, a radical scepticism showed itself, as when Carneades taught that there is no criterion of truth and that knowledge is impossible, on the ground that no sense presentation is certainly true and that conceptual reasoning, since it is founded on sense experience, is no more reliable than the latter, and the later sceptics elaborated a systematic criticism of dogmatism and argued the relative character of both sensation and judgment, so that they were determined anti-metaphysicians. Dogmatism indeed won the final victory in ancient philosophy, but in view of the attacks of the sceptics it cannot be said that ancient philosophy was al. 239. Together uncritical, or that epistemology had no place in the consideration of Greek philosophers. This is the point I want to make. I am not concerned to admit that the attacks on metaphysics were justified, for I believe that they can be answered. I only wish to point out that not all Greek philosophers were naive dogmatists, and that, even if this can be legitimately asserted of the pre-Socratics, it would be a far too sweeping assertion in regard to Greek philosophers in general. 5. Closely allied with epistemology is psychology, and it may be as well to make a few remarks on the development of psychology in ancient philosophy. It is the Pythagorean school which stands out among the pre-Socratics as possessing a definite concept of the soul as a permanent principle, persisting in its individuality, even after death. The philosophy of Heraclitus recognized, of course, a part of man which is more akin to the ultimate principle of the meiverse than the body, and Anaxagoras asserted that nous is present in man, but the latter did not succeed in transcending, verbally at least, the materialism of the pre-Socratic system, while for Heraclitus the rational element in man was but a purer manifestation of the fiery principle. The Pythagorean psychology, however, by its distinction between soul and body at least implied a distinction between the spiritual and corporeal. Indeed, the doctrine of metempsychosis overemphasized the distinction between soul and body, since it evolved the conclusion that the soul stands in no intrinsic relation to any particular body. Moreover, acceptance of metempsychosis involves the acceptance of the theory that memory and reflective consciousness of continued self-identity are not essential to individual persistence. If Aristotle held that there is a separate active intellect in each man and that the active intellect persists in its individuality, his notion that memory perishes with death may have been due not only to his own psychology and physiology, but to wrecks of the Pythagorean doctrine and its implication. As to the Pythagorean theory of the tripartite anatomy of the soul, this was doubtless ultimately due to empirical observation of man's rational and emotional functions and of the conflict between reason and passion. The Pythagorean conception of the soul exercised a very considerable influence on the thought of Plato. Rejecting epiphenomenism, he made the soul the principle of life and movement in man, a principle that does not depend. 240 post-./ilistotell/n philosophy. Essentially on the bcxly for the exercise of its highest intellectual functions, a principle that comes from without and survives the death of the body. Tripartite in nature, the soul has various functions or parts, the hierarchy of which was fitted by Plato into his general metaphysical position. The lower parts or functions depend essentially on the body, but the rational soul belongs to the sphere of abiding reat. In its proper dialectical and intuitive processes its activity is on a higher plane than that of phenomena and demonstrates the d/ine or immortal character of the soul. But Plato was not primarily interested in the soul from the strictly psychological aspect, still less from the point of /o of the biologist. He was interested first and foremost in the soul as apprehending values and as reaching values, in its ethical aspect. Hence the tremendous importance that he attached to education and culture of the soul. If he sharpened, as he did, the antithesis between soul and body and spoke of the soul as inhabiting the body, as being lodged in the body hke a captain in a ship, destined to rule the body, it was mainly his ethical interest that led him to do so. It is true that he attempted to prove the soul's pre-existence, intrinsic independence of the body and immortality presenteth epistemological arguments, arguing, e.g. from the a priori element in human knowledge, but all the time he was under the sway of ethical, and to a certain extent religious interests, and at the close of his life we find him still insisting that the soul is man's dearest possession and tendency of the soul man's highest task and duty. This is what we might call the characteristic side of Plato's psychology for, though he certainly attributed a biological function to the soul, i.e. as source of movement and vital principle, he placed the emphasis on ethical and metaphysical aspects to such a degree that it may well be doubted if his treatment of these aspects really squares with his treatment of the soul in its biological function. Aristotle began with the Platonic conception of the soul and the Platonic metaphysico-ethical picture of the soul, and features of this conception are salient features of his psychology as represented in the pedagogical works. Thus, according to Aristotle, the highest part of man's soul, the active intellect, comes from without and survives death, while insistence on education and on moral culture is prominent in the philosophy of Aristotle as in that of Plato. Nevertheless, one can hardly avoid the impression that this 241 aspect of his doctrine of the soul is not the really characteristic aspect of the Aristotelian psychology. However much he may have insisted on education and however prominent his intellectualist attitude may be in the picture of the ideal life for man as given in the Ethics, it would seem true to say that Aristotle's characteristic contribution to psychology is to be found rather in his treatment of the soul in its biological aspects. The sharp antithesis drawn by Plato between soul and body tends to retreat into the background, to give place to the conception of the soul as the immanent form of the body, as wedded to this particular body. The active intellect, whether monistically conceived or not, survives death, but the soul in its generality, including the passive intellect and including the functions of memory, etc., depends on the bodily organism and perishes at death. Where does it come from, this soul of man, excluding the active intellect? It does not come from without, it is not made by any demiurge. Is it perhaps a function of the body, little more than an epiphenomenon? Aristotle gave an extensive empirical treatment of such psychical functions as memory, imagination, dreams, sensations, and it would appear that his realization of the dependence of so many of these functions on physiological factors and conditions was leading him towards an epiphenomenalist view of the soul, even if he never explicitly repudiated the totality of his Platonic inheritance or raised the tension between what he had retained of the Platonic psychology and that view of the soul to which his open researches and bent of mind were leading him. The most important contribution of post-Aristotelian philosophy to psychology in a broad sense was perhaps the emphasis it laid on the religious aspect of the human soul. This is true at least of Neoplatonism and of the schools that led up to Neoplatonism, though not, of course, of all post-Aristotelian schools. The thinkers of the movement which culminated in Neoplatonism, working from the viewpoint of the Platonic tradition, set in clear relief man's kinship to the divine, the soul's transcendental orientation and destiny. In other words, it was the characteristically Platonic attitude that triumphed in ancient philosophy rather than the characteristically Aristotelian attitude. As for the Stoics and Epicureans, the former could not achieve a really unified psychology owing to the simple fact that their dogmatic materialism demanded one psychology and their ethic another. 242. Moreover, they did not investigate the nature and function of the psyche for their own sake and endeavor to establish a rational psychology on sure empirical foundations, but, adopting and adapting a pre-Socratic cosmology and centering their attention on ethical conduct, fitted a rationalist psychology, as best they could, to a hybrid system. Nevertheless, the tendency of Stoic doctrine and the effect of its influence was certainly to increase the direction of interest to the ethical and regious aspects of the soul rather than to its biological aspects. The Epicureans denied the immortality of the soul and asserted its atomic character, but they did so in the interest of their own ethic and not, of course, because they had discovered that the soul is in reality composed of atoms, though it must be admitted that the Epicenian psychology fits in better with their banal ethic than the Stoic psychology with the Stoic idealist ethic. Both Stoic psychology and Stoic ethic were constantly striving, as it were, to break the bonds of the traditional materialistic monism in which they were bound, and the Stoics could no more explain rational thought in terms of their system than the Epicureans could explain thought in terms of the motion of atoms. The Epicureans may have anticipated to some extent the psychology of Hobbes or of thinkers of the French Enlightenment, but neither in the ancient world nor in 18th century France, nor even in the 20th century, can the psychical be satisfactorily explained in terms of the corporeal, the rational in terms of irrational, the conscious in terms of the unconscious. On the other hand, if the psychical cannot be reduced to the corporeal, no more can the corporeal be reduced to the psychical, the two remain distinct, though in man, the bond between the purely spiritual and the purely material spheres, the two elements are intimately related. Plato laid high emphasis on the fact of distinction, Aristotle on that of the intimate relationship. Both factors need to be borne in mind if one would avoid occasionalism or modem idealism on the one hand and epiphenomenalism on the other hand. 6. A few remarks on the development of ethics in ancient philosophy, particularly in regard to the relationship between ethical norms and a transcendental foundation of morality. I am quite widely at the question of the relation between ethics and metaphysics is hotly debated, and I do not propose to discuss the problem on its own merits. I wish to 243. Do no more than indicate what I consider one of the main trends in Greek ethical thought. We have to distinguish between moral philosophy as such and the unsystematist moral judgments of mankind. Moral judgments had been made by Greeks long before the Sophists, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, the Stoics, etc., reflected on them, and the fact that the ordinary moral judgments of man formed the material for their reflection meant that the theories of the philosophers mirrored to a greater or less extent the ordinary moral consciousness of the time. These moral judgments, however, are in turn dependent, in part at least, on education, social tradition and environment, are molded by the community, so that it is only natural that they should differ somewhat from community to community, nation to nation. Now, in face of this difference, two ways of reaction at any rate lie open to the philosopher. I, perceiving that a given community holds fast to its own traditional code and considers it the only one, the natural one, while on the other hand not all communities have exactly the same code, he may react by drawing the conclusion that morals are relative, that though one code may be more useful, more expedient, than another, there exists no absolute code of morals. This was the line taken by the Sophists. 2. The philosopher may attribute a good deal of the observed differences to error and assert a sure standard and norm of morality. This was the way taken by Plato and Aristotle. In fact, the ethical intellectualism, particularly characteristic of Socrates, though also of Plato to a less extent, bears witness to the fact that they ascribed differences in moral judgment to mistake, to error. Thus to the man who thinks, or professes to think, that the natural and proper procedure is to injure one's enemies or to pursue a career of unabashed egoism, Plato attempts to show that he is quite mistaken in his notion. He may at times appeal to self-interest, even if only high argumentum ad hominem, but, whatever he appeals to in order to prove his view, Plato was certainly no relativist in ethics. He believed in abiding standards, objectively true and universally valid. Now, if we look at the moral philosophies of Plato and Aristotle, this fact is apparent, that in either case the standard of conduct is measured by their conception of human nature. The ideal was regarded by Plato as something fixed, eternal and transcendent, not subject to relativity and 244. Variation. The different faculties of man are faculties of activity according to certain habits or virtues, and of each aichu there is an ideal pattern, comprised in the all-embracing ideal, the ideal of the good. There is an ideal of man and ideals of man's virtues, and it is man's moral function to conform himself to those ideals. When he does so, when his nature is harmoniously developed and perfected according to the ideal, he is a just or good man, he is a true example of a man and has attained true well-being. Moreover, for Plato God is constantly operative in the world, striving to reach the ideal in the concrete and actual world. God himself never departs from the ideal, but always has the ideal, the best, in view. He is the reason, divine providence, operative in the cosmos. God is also the source of the human reason and is depicted symbolically in the Timaeus as forming the human reason himself, so that man's rational soul is akin to the divine and has as its task the same task as the deity, the realization of the ideal, of value, in the world. Man is thus by nature a cooperator with God, in that consists his vocation, to work towards the realization of the ideal, of value, in his personal life and in that of society or the state. It is God who sets the standard, not man, says Plato against Protagoras, and man's end is the greatest possible harness to God. Plato says little of moral obligation, it is true, but he evidently considered, even if without a fully reflective consciousness of the fact, that man is under an obligation to act as tittily befits a man. The ethical intellectualism which he inherited from Socrates, was doubtless a hindrance in the way of a clear realization of moral obligation and responsibility, but do not the myths of the future life, of reward and punishment, clearly imply some realization of moral obligation? Plato certainly gave a transcendental foundation to the content of the moral law and, though the same might be said in regard to the form of the moral law, the categorical imperative, he does seem to have had a dim awareness of the fact that a moral law, if Its morally binding and universally valid character is to be substantiated, must be given a transcendental foundation, not only in regard to its content, but also in regard to its form. When we turn to Aristotle, we find a very fine analysis of the good life, of the moral and intellectual virtues, which were analyzed by Aristotle much more completely and systematically than by Plato, but the transcendental values of 245 Plato have been swept away or been replaced by the immanent form. It is true that Aristotle calls on man to think divine things, to imitate, as far as he can, God's contemplation of the highest object, so that in a sense there is, even for Aristotle, an eternal pattern of human life, but the theoretic life is inaccessible to most men, while on the other hand Aristotle affords no ground for a man trying yet he is called upon to cooperate with the divine, since the God of the metaphysics at least does not operate consciously and efficiently in the world. Aristotle never really synthesized satisfactorily the life of the moral virtues and the theoretic life, and the moral law for Aristotle is, it would seem, devoid of any real transcendental foundation, in regard to both content and form. What could he say to Lucian who questioned the obligation of living in the manner proposed in the Ethics? He could appeal to aesthetic standards, to good form, to fairness, and he could reply that to act otherwise is to miss the goal of happiness, which all necessarily seek, with the consequence that one would be acting irrationally, but he left no place for an appeal to a specifically moral obligation with a firm foundation in absolute reality. Later Greek philosophers, if we accept, e.g. the Epicureans, seem to have seen the necessity of founding a standard morality on an absolute basis. The Stoics insist on duty, on the divine will, on the life of reason, which is life in accordance with nature, since man's rational nature proceeds from God, the all-pervasive reason, and returns to him. Their pantheism certainly involved them in ethical difficulties, but, nonetheless, they viewed morality as ultimately the expression of the divine in man and in human life. As God is one, as human nature is constant, there can be but one morality. It would be an anachronism to read into their expression for duty all the meaning that the term has acquired in modern times, but at least they had some conception of duty and of moral obligation, even if the clear statement of this conception was hampered by the determinism consequent on their pantheism. In the Neoplatonic system or systems, ethics proper was subordinated to insistence on the religious aspect of human life and man's ascent to God, but the practice of the moral life was regarded as an integral part of that ascent and, in practicing it, man confines himself to transcendentally grounded standards. Moreover, the fact that those Romans who aspired to a 246 moral life and attached importance to moral values, saw the necessity of purifying the idea of God and of emphasizing divine providence serves to illustrate the practical benefit of founding ethics ultimately on metaphysics, and so serves as an empirical confirmation of the theoretical assertion of that foundation. 7. The mention of ethics and of an ascription to morality of a transcendental foundation naturally leads one on to a brief consideration of Greek philosophy viewed as a preparatory intellectual instrument for Christianity, as a preparatio evangelica. Only a few suggestions can be made, however. Any adequate treatment of the subject would require more space than I can devote to it in this concluding chapter. Consideration of the doctrines actually borrowed directly or indirectly by Christian philosophy from Greek thinkers is best reserved for the next volume, that dealing with medieval philosophy. In the philosophy of Heracles we find the beginnings of the doctrine of an immanent reason operative in the world, though the logos is conceived on the material plane, as identical with the primal fire, a conception that was elaborated in later times by the Stoics, while Anaxagoras contributes the theory of nous as the primary moving principle. But in both cases there is but a hint of the developments that were to come later, and it is not until Plato that we find anything hke a natural theology. But, if among the pre-Socratics we find little more than hints of the doctrine of, what we would call, God, as first efficient cause, Anaxagoras, and as providence or immanent reason, Heractus, we find in Pythagoreanism a somewhat clearer enunciation of the distinction between soul and body, the superiority of soul to body and the necessity of tending the former and preserving it from contamination. However, in regard to pre-Socratic philosophy as a whole, it is the search for the ultimate nature of the world and its conception of die world as a law-ordered world, rather than any specific doctrines, with the exception perhaps of Thlioific Pythagorean psychology, which entitles it to be regarded in any sense as a remote preparatio evangelica, a preparation of the pagan mind for the reception of the revealed religion. For it is the conception of a law-ordered world that naturally leads on to the conception of a lawgiver and orderer. Before this further step could be taken, however, it was necessary to arrive at a clear distinction between soul and body, the p. 247. Immaterial and the material, and for the apprehension of this distinction the Orphics and Pythagoreans paved the way, though it was really Plato who extended the Pythagorean anthropological distinction between the transcendental and the phenomenal, the immaterial and the material. It would be difficult to exaggerate the importance of Plato in the intellectual preparatio evangelica of the pagan world. By his doctrine of exemplarism, his theory of the transcendental exemplary cause, by his doctrine of reason or mind operative in the world and forming the world for the best, he obviously remotely paved the way for the ultimate acceptance of the one transcendent immanent God. Again, by his doctrine of the immortal and rational soul of man, of retribution, of moral purification, he made easier the intellectual acceptance of Christian psychology and asceticism, while his insistence on absolute moral standards in accordance with the teaching of his great master, Socrates, and the hints he drops as to the assimilation with God were a remote preparation for the acceptance of the Christian ethic. Nor must we forget that in the laws Plato gave reasons why we should admit the existence of mind operative in the universe, thus foreshadowing the later natural theologies. But it is rather the total attitude fostered by the Platonic philosophy I refer to, the belief in transcendental reality, eternal values, immortality, righteousness, providence, etc., and the characteristic mental and emotional attitude that is logically fostered by such belief rather than any specific arguments which help to lead up to the acceptance of Christianity. It is true that the doctrine of the transcendental, as developed in Middle and Neoplatonism, was used against Christianity, under the plea that the dogma of the Incarnation is incompatible with the transcendent character of God, but the transcendent character of God is an integral doctrine of Christianity, and it can scarcely be denied that the Platonic ascent above pre-Socratic materialism was a predisposing factor towards the acceptance of a religion which insists on the supreme reality of the transcendental and on the abiding character of spiritual values. Early Christian thinkers certainly recognized in Platonism a certain kinship, even if more or less remote, with their own Weltanschauung and, though Aristotle was later to become the philosopher par excellence of scholasticism, Augustinianism stands rather in the honey of the Platonic tradition. Moreover, Platonic Augustinian elements are very far from being 248. Entirely absent in the philosophy of that very scholastic who adopted and adapted Aristotelianism, St. Thomas Aquinas. Thus, if Platonism helped in some degree to prepare the way for Christianity, even if largely through succeeding schools that developed the Platonic tradition, Christianity may also be said to have borrowed some of its philosophic outfit from Platonism. By medieval philosophers of the Augustinian tradition, such as Saint Bonaventure, one of whose main objections against Aristotle was that he rejected exemplarism, Aristotelianism tended to be regarded as inimical to the Christian religion, largely because he became known to the West principally through the Arabian commentators. Thus Averroes interpreted Aristotle probably rightly as denying, for example, the personal immortality of the human soul. But though it is true, for instance, that the conception of God in the metaphysics as entirely self-engrossed and caring not for the world and man, is not that of Christianity. It must surely be admitted that the natural theology of Aristotle was a preparation for the acceptance of Christianity. God appears as transcendent, immaterial thought, tri-absolute final cause, and when the Platonic ideas came later to be placed in the mind of God and a certain syncretism of Platonism and Aristotelianism took place, the ultimate efficient, exemplary, and final causes tending to coalesce, a conception of reality was provided that made it easier than it might otherwise have been to accept Christianity from the intellectual standpoint. Of the post-Aristotelian philosophy much might be said in the present connection. I can but select a few points for mention. Stoicism, with its doctrine of the immanent logos and its providential operation in the world, with its noble ethic, was an important factor in the world in which Christianity was implanted and grew. It is quite neatly that the Stoic philosophy remained theoretically materialist and more or less determinist, but, from the practical viewpoint, the insistence on man's kinship with God, on purification of the soul by self-control and moral education, on submission to the divine will, together with the broadening influence of its cosmopolitanism, served as a preparation in some minds for the acceptance of the universal religion which, while transcending the materialism of the Stoics, insisted on the brotherhood of men as children of God and introduced a dynamic influence which was wanting in the Stoic 249 system. Moreover, in so far as ethical Stoicism was an answer to the contemporary need for moral guidance and direction as to the right course to be pursued by the individual, swamped in the great cosmopolitan empire, this need we find far better met by the Christian doctrine, which could appeal to the uneducated and simple in a way that Stoicism could hardly do, and which held out the prospect of complete happiness in the future life as the term of moral endeavor in a way that Stoicism, by its very system, was debarred from doing. Besides the strictly ethical needs of man, there were also his religious capacity and need to be satisfied. While the state cult was unable to meet this need, the mystery religions, and even philosophy, in a far less popular form, e.g. in Neoplatonism, catered for its satisfaction. By attempting to cater for man's deeper spiritual aspirations, they at the same time tended to develop and intensify those aspirations, with the result that Christianity fell on an already prepared ground. Christianity, with its doctrine of salvation, its sacramental system, its dogmas, its doctrine of reparation with Christ through membership of the Church and of the final vision of God, its offer of supernatural life, was the mystery religion, but it had the inestimable advantage over all pagan mystery religions that it was an historical religion, based on the life, death, and resurrection of the God-man, Jesus Christ, who lived and suffered in Palestine in a certain historical period. It was based on historical fact, not on myth. As to the doctrine of salvation as found in philosophical schools and the doctrine of ecstatic union with God as developed in Neoplatonism, this was far too intellectualist in character to admit of its having a popular appeal. Through the sacraments and the reception of the supernatural life, Christianity offered to all men, educated and uneducated alike, union with God, imperfect in Tlia's life, perfect in the next, and so, even from the purely natural viewpoint, was obviously destined to exercise a far wider influence than philosophy as such could ever exercise, even a philosophy that was strongly tinctured with religious elements. Moreover, the Neoplatonic philosophy was unhistorical, in the sense that a doctrine like that of the Incarnation was alien to its spirit, and an historical religion is bound to have a wider popular appeal than a metaphysical philosophy. Nevertheless, in spite of the shocked and scandalous attitude that some early Christian writers adopted, 250. Very naturally, in regard to the mystery religions, particularly that of Mitras, with its quasi-sacramental rites, both the more or less popular mystery religions and intellectualist Neoplatonism served the purpose of preparing men's minds for the acceptance of Christianity. They may have tended to set themselves up as rivals to Christianity, and they may have kept some individuals from embracing Christianity who would otherwise have done so, but that does not mean that they could not and did not serve as a way to Christianity. Porphyry attacked Christianity, but was not St. Augustine brought to Christianity by way of Plotinus. Neoplatonism was the last breath, the last flower, of ancient pagan philosophy, but in the thought of St. Augustine it became the first stage of Christian philosophy. Christianity was not, of course, in any sense the outcome of ancient philosophy, nor can it be called a philosophic system, for it is the revealed religion, and its historical antecedents are to be found in Judaism. But when Christians began to philosophize, they found ready at hand a rich material, a store of dialectical instruments and metaphysical concepts and terms, and those who believe that divine providence is operative in history will hardly suppose that the provision of that material and its elaboration through the centuries was simply and solely an accident.